Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California. A few quick announcements. By the way, sorry for the delay. We had a couple delays, so I do apologize. We had originally we were going to have 10 on the panel, but a raging feminist rage quit. It was definitely a rage quit. Definitely a rage quit. So what I'm going to do is on our Discord, discord.gg/whatever, we have the footage of the rage quit. I didn't have time before the show to get it posted. We were already running late. I'm going to post the footage on our Discord, discord.gg/whatever. If you want to see the rage quit, massive feminist rage quit. Okay, it was a bit mild. It was a mild rage quit, but she did come up to the studio, and then she got a little, I don't know, scared, cold feet. She saw the big labia mater sweater, and she knew. What did she say, Felicity? Like it wasn't her family or her vibe?
Resonating.
Yeah, she obviously did not have big labia energy. So I apologize deeply for the delay. I blame it all on her, though. So anyways, this podcast is viewer supported. We rarely do sponsorships, and YouTube hits us hard with demonetization so that we can continue to not be beholden to woke megacorp advertisers. Please consider sending a tip, just a tip, or all the tips through streamlabs.com/whatever instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut to add on top of that. If you're on an Apple device to super chat, Apple takes a 30% cut also. So say you super chat 200. Let me do the math here. You super chat 200, more than half, 51% of your super chat goes to YouTube and Apple. So if you super chat 200 on an Apple device, we get 98. 102 is going to YouTube and Apple. It's ridiculous. Preposterous. Anyways, do it. Streamlabs.com/whatever. And we do give priority to the Streamlabs messages. To read a message during a break is $100 and up. If you want to jump into the convo nearly instantly, consider sending a TTS text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. There is a moderation delay with the TTS. Also, via Streamlabs, you can mute a microphone, pop a ball of champagne, or if you're a real baller, a real G, we have some crypto options. Full details in the description. If you want to just tip and have 100% of your contribution go towards us, no platform fees, no cut, you can via Venmo or Cash App, and that's whatever pod on both. Can you just pull up the tab there with those? Sorry, it's a bit out of order. So there it is on Venmo, and then tab over to Cash App. There we are on Cash App. We have channel memberships to become a member. Oh, and I'll shout you guys out too if you send something in via Venmo or Cash App. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. And then something new that we're going to try during the show with the memberships is actually, well, because she's gone, we might not be able to do it, but there's a specific segment with the feminist that we were going to do, but might not be able to do, but we're going to open it up to the audience, the viewers get to make the arguments. So maybe we'll still do it, assuming there's a segment that would enable us to do it. But we'll open that up to the members first. Okay. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We don't have to be live for you to drop a sub for those who watch the show after we're live. By the way, guys, it's been 1 minute. God, freaking evildoer. I think it's been bugged since evildoer sent in a Prime a minute ago. I think it's bugged, boys. So can you guys test out, if you were watching, if you have a Prime sub, test it out. Help us out. I think it's bugged, boys. Little Twitch Prime in the chat. Okay, we got merch, shop.whatever.com. If you buy some merch during the show, it's going to pop up on stream and we'll give you a shout out. You can follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any women who want to be on the show, you can DM out whatever. Follow me on Instagram, Brian Atlas X. And on Twitter, I'm Brian Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter. BLM for short, because all labia can't matter until big labia matter. We're fighting to ban cosmetic labiaplasty procedures. Over 10,000 labiaplasties a year in the USA. As someone who only dates women with large labia, this is a very personal cause for me. It's really the pressing issue of our time. Oh, if you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. We got some BLM supporters here. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Links in the description. Like I said, discord.gg/whatever. We post our stream schedule. Can you pull it up, Nick? Put it on behind the scenes. On that, it's fine. Stream schedule, behind the scenes, hate mail. I post all my research and studies and a bunch of other stuff on there. If you're my Caucasian, you will join the Discord. And in this tab here on the behind the scenes tab is precisely where I'm going to be uploading it was caught on security camera. The rage quit from that feminist. It will be posted behind the scenes with the rage quit. Very severe rage quit. She is very disrespectful to my female staff. She's disrespectful to Felicity back there. She's disrespectful to Mary and disrespectful to all of you because she denied us an opportunity to have a very fair and unbiased conversation with her. So anyways, disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the whatever channel. Oh, and for the feminist rage quit, I'll be posting that probably tomorrow. After the show, so it's going to be super late or tomorrow. Okay. Without further ado, after that really long-winded introduction, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, occupation, where you're from, and education. Go ahead.
I'm Mandy, and I'm from...
What the fuck? Yo, that laptop came out of nowhere. That was crazy. Okay, sorry, my bad.
Just too strong. All right. I'm Mandy from Vancouver, Canada, and I'm a stripper in OnlyFans.
Age?
25.
All right. And any education, any college?
No.
Nothing? Did you
I went to high school. I finished that, and I took some courses for real estate and stuff, but nothing too smart.
Do they have college in Canada?
No. Yeah, we
do. Do you guys still get around on like horses and stuff? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. It's like third world country, right?
Yeah. How did you know?
Like it's Vancouver, worse. Very.
I moved from Iran, and honestly, Vancouver has more third world in it.
When did you move from Iran?
When I was 17.
Oh, so you speak Farsi, or wait, what?
Yeah.
Is it Farsi?
Yeah, I speak Farsi.
Okay. Do they speak Arabic there too, or?
No, we don't like Arabs.
It's Farsi. Okay. Well, I had it right the first time. You don't like Arabic?
No, we don't like Arabs in Iran. It's very disrespectful.
Persians and Arabs have
it's very disrespectful to call me an Arab.
Well, I was asking if you speak the language.
No, I'm kidding. No, we don't. We kind of do in school, but not really. But they teach you, but because the Quran or whatever. But no, we don't.
Right, it's an Islamic country.
We don't speak it though. No.
It's an Islamic country though, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
we don't want it to be, but it is.
Oh, okay. Who's we?
All the Iranians.
All the Iranians. Okay, 90%. Gotcha. And you said you moved to Canada when you were 17?
Yes.
Like did you legally or?
Came with a boat. No, my mom got married to a Canadian and we moved here.
Okay, got it. All right, what about you?
My name is Maddie. I'm 23. What was the other? Education. I finished 9th grade, and that's it. I do OnlyFans.
You didn't graduate from high school?
No, I didn't. I got
GED?
kicked out. I did get a GED.
Wait, you got kicked out of high school?
Uh-huh.
Okay. You do OF?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
That's about it.
And where are you from?
Georgia.
Georgia. Why did you get kicked out of high school?
I was never there because I had a lot of health problems. So they kicked me out. I didn't show up ever.
Health problems?
I did have health problems. I was on oxygen and stuff.
You had polio, or what did you have?
No, I didn't have polio. I had mold that grew in my lungs.
Oh.
It's called aspergillus. You can look it up. I swear.
You had Asperger's? You're autistic?
I am autistic, but.
Oh, so it's like double trouble.
It's a double homicide. Yeah.
Okay, so you didn't get. Wait.
I got kicked out because I
'Cause
was
you weren't showing
absent
up.
too long. I was in a hospital that wasn't in my state.
I see.
They had me on hospital homebound for a long time, but that only works if you're in your state. And then I got transferred to Florida, and they couldn't do it, so they kicked me out.
Okay, it wasn't behavioral problems.
No.
It was just you were
I mean,
sick.
I had those too, but
Oh, okay.
no.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. What about you?
I am Josie Marcelino. I am 30 years old. I'm a television producer and a stand-up comedian. I have 3 bachelor's degrees, but I'm 30, so that doesn't get brought up much. Speaking of being a stand-up comedian, I'll be in Charlotte, North Carolina at the Comedy Zone this coming Friday and Saturday, July 11th and 12th, and then I will be at New York Comedy Club on July 17th. And you can find all my dates on my Instagram at Josie Marcelino.
And you said you're 30, right?
Yes, I am.
You said you have 3
3 bachelor's.
bachelor's degrees in what?
Film and television, photography, and English.
All right.
Screenwriting, really.
All from the same university?
Yeah.
Which one?
Towson. It was a small university in Maryland.
Maryland.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. What about you?
My name is Emily. I'm 22 years old. I am a Brit now. I live in Orange, California. I'm about to complete my degree in psychology, and currently I'm a coach who specializes in attachment theory and dating.
Okay. And sorry, you said you're from where again? I missed that part.
Orange, California.
Orange, California.
Yeah.
Okay. And you, education?
Psychology.
You got a BA or a BS?
A BA I completed this summer
Gotcha. From where?
from Loyola.
Loyola. Okay. Loyola Marymount, is that?
No, the sister one in New Orleans.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. What about you?
Hi, my name is Lucy. I am 31 years old. I'm from Chicago, and I am a data scientist, and I have my bachelor's in statistics and working on my master's degree in data science at the moment, and I'm also a content creator as well.
All right. And you're from Chicago? Like
Yeah.
grew up there? Or?
Yeah, so I was born in China, but I grew up in Chicago.
Got it. Okay. And you also do OF, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What about you?
Hi, I'm Marcelina. I currently live in LA. I'm 25. I'm a bartender. I do OnlyFans, model, content creator. I am a college dropout, but I'm like working on tech courses.
When you were in college, what were you studying and where?
I'm from New Jersey, New York, New Jersey, but
Rutgers?
no, I went to community college,
Dropped out?
Morris County.
Oh, okay.
Morris County Community. I was doing business administration, then I flip-flopped to computer science. So.
Okay. What about you?
I'm Holly. I'm 62 years old. I'm an author. I'm an artist. I was just in my first feature film, Jackass Forever. I've been
Wait, no way. You were in Jackass?
yeah, forever. Yeah.
Wait, that was like, when did that come out?
Residuals are beautiful, miracle money coming in. I've done about
Wait,
10
hold on.
game
What?
shows.
Wait.
You didn't know that?
You were, what was your bit or scene in Jackass?
Oh, it was real. What's the guy's name? Johnny Knoxville.
Yep.
Right? They lied to me. They lied to me. This is a punk thing, right? They told me that I was hosting a big, huge company party. And they had me go up. They said, Holly, can you please just direct traffic really quick to the catering guys so, we can get a move on. So they take me up into this hillside. And it's just me, 2 guys working on the electrical lines. And then a car came up, and I told it to come around. And then all of a sudden, the guy that's in the electrical car waves to me, goes, "I'll be right back." And I'm thinking, dude, your buddy's right there. What are you leaving for, right? And so I'm standing there, and all of a sudden, the box that the guy's working on, the box that the guy's working on backs up against the pole, and he screams to me, "Hey, can you go over to the truck, and move the gears so the box will go back?" And I'm thinking, I don't know anything about this electrical stuff. I'll try and help you, but I'm not really sure. And so I go over there and I hit the one button, and it turns the cart to the side. And I'm going, oh my God, because he's hanging on the side. Well, each time I hit the button, it finally flipped over, sparks were coming out of it, and the dude's hanging by his foot. And it's just him and I on this mountainside. And there's nobody around, and I know the dude's been electrocuted. And I'm screaming, going,
Sorry. Okay, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, finish your story.
Well, you asked, and I don't know how to help him. He's dangling from this bucket by his ankle, flailing around. I know he's been electrocuted because the sparks have, come out, and my friend passed away doing that, right? So I am flipping out, going, this guy is dying on me. And this guy is dying on me. And finally, his friend starts walking up the path. I'm screaming at him, going, give me your phone, call emergency. And he's going, no. I'm going, loser, call the ambulance. I don't want to let the guy know that he's been electrocuted and he's burning inside, right? Because I don't want to put him in panic. And the guy won't let me. And so I finally just break down and start crying because I'm going, you're going to die right here on me, and you're not even aware you're going to die. And they punked me on that.
Wow.
Can you believe it?
I'm going to rent that movie tonight.
What's your, do you have like a actor name or something?
Code name? No, the movie's
All right, do you have-
Jackass.
Forever?
Forever.
Do you have it-
Jackass
Do you have
Forever.
an IMDb credit?
I don't know what I have because
I don't see
wasn't.
you on the IMDb credit for cast or crew.
Well, I know everybody in America has called me and told me that they've seen me on it. I don't even watch the series because it's like, I'm not
Chat,
an
who has seen the
18-year-old.
film? Chat, who has seen the film? Was she?
Jackass
Were
Forever.
you in the?
There's a whole freaking segment that's at least 6 minutes long.
Was it a scene?
Yeah,
Was she in it?
I'm one of the main.
You're
Yes.
one of the main characters
Well,
in the scene.
I don't know how they format the movie. I've never seen it, but I've had other producers call me, go, Holly, I saw you in it. I've had neighbors tell me. I've had people stop me at the market.
She was. Okay, people are saying she was in it. Oh, okay. Oh, all right.
I'm serious. I'm not lying.
Well, because also the other thing is there's like, with all the Jackass movies, there's like Jackass 2.5, where it's like the stuff that didn't make the, it's like the extra footage.
Yeah, I don't follow him, so I don't know.
All right, that's
I mean, I didn't know even
All right.
who he was, Johnny.
Okay, so
Knoxville.
you were in Jackass. I met those guys a long time ago.
I wish
Knoxville,
I would have
Tremaine,
punked him back. It would have been
Margera.
beautiful if I had a little insight now, but I was in such shock that, but you know what? I've had residuals for years.
You get residuals from that?
It's beautiful. Goes worldwide. And what happens
Really?
is
Wait.
anytime it plays, you get a check in the mail. It's beautiful.
So for like $20 or something?
Are you kidding? You know how many teenagers watch those movies worldwide? People are addicted to them, I've found out. It was like miracle money. It was really, in fact,
Private
I got a
chat.
check yesterday.
For how much?
I'm not telling
Private.
you. It's all top secret.
Pull it up. I actually, it's funny. I met Johnny Knoxville 10 years ago in Amsterdam. We were doing a promotion for their Jackass Presents Bad Grandpa thing. Why don't you pull that up, Nick? We'll put the audio on it. All right, go ahead.
Oh, I'm Johnny Knoxville. Welcome to whatever.
So he did an intro for us. Oh, that's young Brian. And they put me in.
Michael Hunt. You can call me Mike.
Oh, I see what you're doing, kid.
Yes.
You go up to him and you like, excuse me, ma'am. I'm too old to cut the mustard, but I can still lick the jar.
All right, you can.
I'm Johnny
you can pause it.
Knoxville. Welcome to.
All right, so yeah, we both met A Kaibaka. Thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. We both met the Jackass team. That's cool. Okay, education. No education? Sorry, I missed that part.
I told you that back in the ancient history, they used to hand paint billboards down along the Sunset Strip and around all the movie studios. And I studied with, they better be nice. I studied at Foster and Kleiser, and then I took a couple of courses up at Pasadena Arts Center.
Okay. Do you have a bachelor's degree or?
No.
anything? No. Okay. All right. What about you?
Hi, my name is Eleanor. I'm 27 from Long Beach, California, and I am a teacher.
All right.
And education, I have a bachelor's in psychology.
Is it a Bachelor of Arts or Bachelor of Science?
Yes, it's a BA.
BA. All right. BA in psychology. And when did you, from what university?
I graduated from Cal State Long Beach.
Cal State Long Beach. Okay. When was that?
I graduated in 2018, and I know the years kind of don't add up, but it's because I graduated when I was 20. So I got my associates when I was in high school, so I was able to only do 2 years of university.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Can you tell me like 3 things you remember from your psychology education in college?
So you mean like what I learned or just
Sure.
experience?
Yeah, what you learned.
So I would say when I went to psychology, that's actually the first time I ever learned about gaslighting. When I was in school at the time, I never really knew what that was until I took a class about it. And then maybe a couple years later, I started hearing that term everywhere. Like everyone's talking about gaslighting, and I'm like, whoa, everybody understands psychology now. And then mostly just like the typical psychologists from like back then, like Skinner and Freud, we learned about their theories and the different things that they do. What I was mostly interested in, though, was definitely like the social psychology and kind of like the perception and sensation. The thing that I found most interesting from my sensation perception class is that, so in physics, if a tree falls and hits the ground, it's gonna make a sound because that's how physics works. But in psychology, because no one was there to hear the sound, technically the sound was not heard. So in physics, if a tree falls in the forest and no one was there to hear it, it still made a sound. But in psychology, because no one was there to hear it and interpret the sound, then there was no sound. So that was a crazy fact that I learned that like kind of tripped me out a bit. Yeah.
Wait, in psychology?
I learned that in my perception sensation class. It's a type of class you take in psychology.
Wait, so question. Is this, you mean, so right now, I'm not in China. Does China not exist? Or am I misunderstanding?
I think you're misunderstanding.
But what if there's a sound going in China right now?
Well, the people in China will hear the sound, so because they hear the sound and it interprets into their brain, then the sound is there.
But what if there's a squirrel that hears the tree fall?
Well, then the squirrel hears the sound, and then the squirrel's
What
brain
about
is
the ants?
interpreting. Well,
There's ants everywhere. So
well, I'm not sure if ants really have like that power of hearing, but you know, if
Can
the
ants
ant
hear?
is there,
let me Google this. Can ants hear?
Oh, goodness.
Yes, ants can sense vibrations and sounds.
all right. Well, then if an ant is there to sense it, then in the
But
psychology.
I mean, if a tree
terms-
falls in the forest, I mean, let's be real, there's ants in the forest.
well, then the ants will hear it.
So then,
So I think it doesn't matter who the subject is, as long as there's a subject to hear it, then the brain will interpret the sound. Does that make sense?
that's what you learned in psychology? That's it?
One of the facts that stuck with me. That was
Okay.
like 7-8 years ago, so I'm happy it stuck.
All right. Nice. And where are you from? You're from LA?
I'm from Long Beach.
Long Beach. All right. All right, guys, that's everybody's intro. I need to do another thing here, too. Guys, I'm thinking about, there's this cat that's been visiting me for 3 months. 3 months now. I'm going to let the viewers decide if I adopt her.
Okay.
Yes.
Nick, let's pull up the photos. I took some photos.
Oh, she's
All
perfect.
right, so there's one photo. She came to visit me at my house. Next.
You have to have her.
Next.
She picked
Very. Next.
Did you name her yet?
I named her April.
Oh, she's
Next.
She's yours.
And then there's
That's
one
adorable.
more. There she is. All right. So
You have
Chat, you get to decide. Now she's gonna be. I'll bring her in the studio too. Like she's gonna lay down the law in the studio. So chat, should we? The whatever cat. Her name's April.
Oh, cute.
So I'm thinking I'm gonna, who knows though? Maybe she belongs to somebody else. I don't want her to cheat.
She chose you.
Yeah, she
It doesn't
chose you.
matter.
Yeah.
But maybe she's got like a family. But because I started feeding her, right?
Then she likes you better.
'Cause
Maybe
she
she's in an
keeps-
abusive
She wanted to be
family.
saved.
She looks
Yeah.
really young. She doesn't have a collar or anything on her?
No collar.
Take her to the vet. See if
But
she's got a chip.
Maybe there's a microchip.
Yeah.
Is what I'm thinking.
The
there's
cat
no chip, fair
distribution
game.
center.
So yeah, I think I might adopt her.
You've already named her.
That'd be sweet.
You've already named her.
She's very friendly. She's very nice. Anyways, so little update there. The whatever family's growing. So going around the table once more, what is everybody's relationship status? So are you single, relationship, whatever? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've been in? Go ahead.
I've been single for 2 years, and my longest relationship been like 5 or 6 months.
5 or 6 months. The one that ended 2 years ago, how long was that one?
Like 5.5. I only been in like 4.
And have they all been 5 to 6 months, or some of them shorter?
Yes, they all been. Well, I only been in 5 relationships total, and they all been around 5 or 6 months.
Okay. Of the 4, you said 5 relationships?
Like fully, in total 5 relationships. 4 of them were like 5 or 6 months. Once was a little.
Who breaks up with who?
I break up with them.
So all of your 5 relationships, you've ended all of them?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any reason or?
Yeah, they listen to me.
Wait, they what?
They listen to me.
What do you mean?
They listen to me. I don't want a man to listen to me, so I leave.
Give us an example.
Like they're not like masculine. They listen to me. I don't like that.
Can you show us a double bicep real quick?
Wait, can you see it?
Oh yeah.
I just want to say I'll ignore everything that you say if that's what it takes. I'll ignore everything that you have to say.
I haven't been Jack since I've been Jack. I haven't been in a relationship because,
Since you've been jacked?
I haven't been in
Have
a
you
relationship. No.
Not always been jacked? Or?
No, I've been Jack for only a year and a half. I started gym a year and a half ago.
Are you natty?
No, I took Anivore before.
Anavar?
Yeah, I took Anivore and Clen before. Nothing.
How many cycles?
I had 2.5 cycles. The first time I got scared after like 4 weeks. I was like, I don't want my clit to grow,
Was it starting to?
No, it hasn't.
Okay, the big labia matter movement encompasses.
I'm not a support.
encompasses
I'm not in
big
support
clit.
of the BLM that you have, or
the other one?
other one.
That's why for the first one?
For the first one, because I like a small clit. I have a small clit, and I like small clits.
Oh, well, I mean, the labia isn't exactly the clitoris.
Yeah,
but
true. I don't like labias. I don't.
Are you
like-
bi?
No. Yeah. I mean, I tried.
Girl over here was kind of.
I tried being
Shooting
bi
a shot.
before, but honestly, it's not in my natural instincts. It felt like something was missing, and it was male genital, I think, for me. Yeah.
So you have encountered female genitals.
I have, and it was something missing, and it was male genitals. Yeah.
You have a genitalia preference,
Yeah, I like
Okay.
men. I
You
like
you prefer
very
men.
masculine men.
but you haven't dated any. It sounds like.
I haven't, and it's really sad.
I think it's a
tried.
geographic problem because you're in Canada.
Yeah, I definitely feel that too because I work at a club, and every time there's like Americans, they're a lot more masculine. I like
Yeah.
American men.
Canada.
Canada is extremely,
It's a little soy. It's too soy.
extremely.
Very soy. So you
Extremely.
basically, can you give us an example though of one of these instances? You know what? Actually, here, I'm going to come back to that. So the guys listen to you.
Yep.
We'll come back to that.
Okay.
It's like that's good, they do.
But you've been single for 2 years.
I've been single for 2
Have
years.
you been celibate for 2 years?
Yeah, I tried a hookup like a couple months ago, and that was the first time after 2 years, and I realized why I'm celibate, and yeah.
What did you realize?
I don't know. I just realized that because of my my job, the men that I attract is not the men that I want, and I'm not willing to be in a relationship because of my job with men that I don't respect, because that means I'm disrespecting myself by being with the men that I don't respect, and it's the consequences of my own actions.
Kat, thank you for the gifted 50 memberships. Oh, by the way, guys, our audio has been bugged. That's one of the other reasons we're a little running behind. We were having some audio difficulties. So like dings from gifted isn't going to work. So I'm just going to have to shout you guys out. And then the TTSs are going to they'll be pulled up at the same rate, but some of these, we're just going to have to read them. So you say because you're doing OnlyFans, it's difficult for you
Well, I just started doing OnlyFans like last month. Before that, I was a stripper for 7 years.
Okay. So you started stripping at 18 then?
I started stripping right at 18. I did not give life a chance.
And wait, when did you move to Canada?
When I was 17. It wasn't something that I wanted to do, but
yeah,
it is what it is.
Wait, so hold on. What do you mean it wasn't something you wanted to do?
Well, when I moved to Canada...
were you trafficked?
No, I wasn't trafficked. I'm never a victim. It was my choice. It was my choice, but it was because of circumstances that I was in. But
what circumstances?
It was my choice. Well, we moved to Canada from Iran when I was like almost 17.
Can you is stripping allowed in Iran?
No, I would get killed.
You'd get honor, what is it called?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyways.
So within a month of moving,
within a year,
from the Iranian regime,
within a year,
where you would have been unalived, for stripping, you start stripping.
I have death drive.
Okay. So, cool.
Yep. Well, the situation was basically I moved there, and when I turned 18, my mom's husband kind of just vanished, and I don't speak English. At the time I was 18, I didn't really speak English. And I didn't really I wanted to go to school. I wanted to go to army and I wanted to go become a police officer, but I didn't speak English. And I couldn't go to army because I wasn't a citizen. And I wasn't going to go work at McDonald's because my mom doesn't have a job. She didn't speak English. So I decided that I went and stripped one night when I was 18. I didn't even look good. And I made $1,200. And I was like, I mean, it's better than being homeless. And it's better than going back to a shitty country that I don't support. So that was my situation of why.
Any other strippers at the table? Strip.
I have danced before.
You've danced also? Okay. All right, cool. And you started OF a month ago?
I had OF before, but I took 2 years off from social media.
Sure.
And then I'm back again for a month now.
And so you said doing all this, though, being involved in sex work has made it difficult for you to get a relationship?
Yeah.
Okay. Why is that?
I mean, it's pretty obvious. But
explain it.
And basically, men get to see my body, and I don't think anyone that is willing to date me at this point in my life is masculine enough. That's I don't know. I just feel like it's not really. I don't attract the right people for dating when this is what I'm doing, because that alone is not what I'm looking for in a man.
What is it that you're not looking for in a man?
To be okay with my job. It's emasculating.
Wait, hold on.
Basically, it's my job that is.
So, you have a job.
Yeah.
But if the guy's okay with your job, you won't date him.
It took me a few relationships to figure that out. Yeah.
But so, hold on.
I need him to save me. I need men's savior.
But so it is the case then that you need a guy who needs to be, you don't want a guy who's okay with your job.
Yeah.
But you have said job, so you obviously can't date the guys who are not okay with your job.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to date you.
Yeah, I tried quitting my job, and when I go out there and men are just very, they're not as masculine as I want them to be. So I'm like, okay, if I go out in a world without my job, I'm poor now, I don't make as much money. Even though I'm at a point right now, I could stop my job because I own 3 properties. They're worth $1 million each. I can retire now, but I've been stripping for 7 years. I've never done drugs or alcohol, so I saved everything. So I'm at a point now.
I mean, hold on. You are on the juice. You've been juicing.
Well, yeah, that's drugs. I mean, my liver is pretty fucking healthy, so I was like, you know what? Let's
juicing up.
But it's
Can we see a try? Maybe a little tricep?
I don't know. It's not that big right now, I think.
Yeah, the lighting's not doing
the lighting's
any
not
favors.
That good.
It's just
wait. Yeah, it's not that good. I've been working out for a year and a half. I'm not that jacked.
I saw a photo of you at a bodybuilding convention.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you were there's this one guy, I forgot his name.
Togi?
Yeah. And then I don't know if you met Sam Solek.
I did.
Did you are they masculine? Is that what you're looking for?
I don't know them personally, so I don't know. I don't.
Was
know.
that the one night stand though that you were talking about?
No, I
with
haven't had a
Togi?
one night stand.
Or
no,
you
I
said
haven't.
there was a hookup or something.
No, it wasn't.
couple months ago.
No.
Didn't she say that a couple months ago? There was a hookup.
No, it was. I'm not saying no to that. I'm saying no to it wasn't
to
anyone
those
in those
guys.
pictures. I wouldn't post
Okay.
my
Gotcha.
hookup picture.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
What about you?
What was the original
Oh
question?
yeah. What's your relationship status?
I'm married.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. For the second time.
Show me your hands.
I don't wear my ring.
Oh, that's convenient.
He was on her phone background. I did see it.
He was.
Well, it could just be a boyfriend.
That's true.
Why don't you wear a ring?
I just don't like it.
Do you have a ring?
I do own one.
Okay. And were you?
I own 3.
Were you 3 rings?
Uh-huh.
Okay. You were married before though?
Yes, I got married at 18.
Okay. Let's do a bit of timeline here. So your first marriage, how long were you together with this person?
How long were we together in full or married?
Together and then married.
We were together for a month and then we got engaged after a month. He was in the army.
Okay.
And then we got married 7 months later. And then we were married for a year.
It's almost 2 years together total.
Yeah.
Who initiated the divorce?
Me.
Why?
He was crazy.
Okay. All right. And then so that was like 18
It just wasn't working.
You guys met at 18? Mm-hmm. And that was like 18
We met at
to
17,
20?
but yeah.
Okay. So you divorced at 19.
20, but yeah.
And then you got married again. Mm-hmm. Okay. When did you get married?
At 22.
And how long were you together for a long period of time before that?
No.
How long were you together before the marriage?
A month.
Okay.
He's also in the military.
And how long have you been married?
A year and a half.
Okay. And then, but you were only together for 1 month, you said before?
Yeah.
Did you actually have a ceremony or you just went to the courthouse?
No, we did like a little wedding in my backyard with like some guys from his group in the military and my dad.
Gotcha. Okay.
And that was it.
Okay. So what's the longest relationship you've been in?
None of those guys. I dated this one guy in high school for like 5 years.
You got held back? Wait, but hold on. You didn't
No, but like in high school age. Like I wasn't in school, but we met at high school and then we dated for a while.
Okay. You were mostly just dealing with the health problems.
Yeah,
right?
but I still had a boyfriend.
Got it. Okay. So you're currently married.
Yes.
Question. You're involved in traditional adult content. You do
Yes.
OnlyFans. You do boy-girl content.
Yes.
Girl content.
Do all of it.
Okay. At what age did you start doing that?
I started stripping at 18.
Okay.
And then I switched to OnlyFans when I was like 19, I think.
19. Okay.
I didn't strip for long.
So did you start stripping midway through your first marriage?
I started stripping like the day I turned 18.
But you said so you got married.
I got married at 18.
But you were dating at
But I was dating at 17. So
okay.
like
when you first started dating, you were not obviously.
No.
Okay.
But he knew I was going to.
Was he okay with it?
Yeah, he didn't care.
He didn't care.
His sister's a porn star.
His sister's a porn star. Which
really
one?
famous. Holly Hendricks.
I don't know who.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Okay. Cool. So he was cool with it though.
Yeah, he didn't care.
Did he get just curious? You might not remember, or maybe he didn't tell you. Was he embarrassed or get bullied because his sister was a porn star?
No, it was more like all of his friends like kind of just wanted to like bang his sister.
That's
type
weird.
of thing.
Okay. Yeah. Odd, but okay.
Yeah.
So he was fine though with you doing porn, OnlyFans.
Yeah, he did it with
whatever?
me.
Oh, he was part of your content.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you started OF then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So were you splitting revenue with him or?
Don't even start me on this. So when we got divorced, I have to pay him alimony, and I'm still paying alimony to this day.
Wait, hold on. But you were only married for
a year.
What state were you in?
Georgia.
Georgia. How long do you have to pay him alimony for?
Until November.
Okay. But you got divorced in 2021? Or wait?
I think so.
How long have you been divorced from him?
2 years? Three, what year is it? 25?
25, yeah.
I think we got divorced in 22.
22.
I don't know. I filed in 21, I think.
So what's the math on how long you have to pay alimony?
I don't.
Times 2, basically?
It was just, I had to pay him a lump sum because of the amount of money I made in the year we were married. I had to pay him a lump sum, and then I had to pay like a specific amount every month until the court-ordered amount ended.
All right. So you were the breadwinner in your marriage?
Yes.
Okay. How much did you pay him total?
I believe $300,000.
Really?
Yes. Wow. Well, it will be $300,000 when it's over.
When you're done. Okay.
Or maybe $250, somewhere in there. Do you want me to pull out my lawyer? Like,
Yeah, do you have a? Usually, there's like a court order.
oh, I definitely have the court order.
Can you send it to us?
If
for
I
us
could
to
have
review?
my phone back, yeah.
Yeah, we can do that. We'll give it to you once we get.
Yeah.
Once you have a free moment. Okay, so that was your first marriage.
Yes.
You're paying your ex-husband how much per month?
$3,321 a month.
Okay, and in total, you said it's going to be $300,000.
I believe so.
How much was the lump sum that you paid him?
$75,000.
Paid him $75K. No kids though, right? You don't have any kids. Okay. And then you're married again.
Yes.
You didn't learn your lesson the first time.
Well, I did a prenup this time.
You got a prenup. All right.
So I did learn my lesson.
Okay. So what's the prenup?
That I keep my money.
Okay, so in the event of a divorce,
I keep what I come in with and what I've made.
even throughout the course of the divorce?
Yes.
You ran this by a lawyer?
Yes.
Because it varies by jurisdiction.
It was kind of hard with like what it specifically, like I know I could be fucked eventually if it's like in the marriage, but it was really, I wanted to keep everything I came in with.
Is your boyfriend in the industry?
Kind of.
Sorry, husband.
Kind
is he
of.
in the industry?
Yes.
Like he makes content?
Yes.
Okay.
He was in the Air Force when we got married.
He was in the Air Force. Okay. Was he discharged honorably?
He just got out at his normal time of getting out.
Was he making adult content while he was in the Air Force?
Yeah, the Air Force actually subscribed to my OnlyFans and investigated us.
And what did they find?
Well, he didn't do anything wrong. Like, they had a tip-off that he was, like, filming with me in uniform, which he wasn't.
Okay.
We didn't film in uniform.
But he was filming.
But he was filming with me.
While he was active duty.
While he was active duty, yeah. But technically, that's not against the law. No.
Isn't that against, like, the code of conduct?
He can't make money off of it. He can't have a job that makes him money off of it in the military. But I was the one making money off of it, not him. He had a free account.
I'm not an expert in, like, military law, but...
I unfortunately had to deal with them quite a lot. But yeah, they did a whole, like, thing on us.
Let me ask the chat, is that a... Nick, are you able to pull it up over here? You know how to do it? Just show it to us, cover up the StreamYards. Yo, chat, is that, like, if you're in the military, and obviously maybe it differs by branch... You're not, like, you're supposed to conduct yourself in a certain way, right? Like, there's codes of conduct.
In uniform.
Even if you're not in uniform, though. Like, for example, I think it's, if there's, what is it? Like, if you cheat on your spouse.
Yeah, you get in trouble.
Like,
we had
we'll get in
something like
trouble
that
with the
happen, too.
military.
We got in trouble for that, too.
So, would it, I'm pretty sure you can't be involved in producing adult content while you're in the
All
military.
I can tell you is that
depends on the command.
We definitely did, and he did not end up getting. He got a slap on the wrist.
Conduct. Rivon says conduct unbecoming an enlisted. Was he officer or enlisted? Well, it probably wouldn't matter, but straight to JAG. Rules.
We
of
did get a
conduct.
JAG lawyer.
Sadly, she is right here. I don't know.
No,
Goes against the UCMJ.
That's just for the Marine Corps.
That's for the Marine Corps. Okay.
It is. I mean, it's frowned upon.
The chair force has different rules.
It's frowned upon for sure, but they didn't kick him out for it or anything, and they didn't tell him to stop. They just said, "Don't post in uniform."
Trippy Main says, no, it's not. JAG are tough.
I'm sure he's in this chat.
Max says UCMJ is for all military. Well, Well, he wasn't dishonorably discharged, though.
No, he wasn't.
So
He got a slap on the wrist for the whole thing, but
Yeah.
they didn't tell me to stop filming with him.
okay. So you do traditional adult content.
I do.
You did it before. It's like there's OF, but then you're in the traditional, like the San Bernardino, right? Is that where they
What?
shoot the shit?
What is San
Where is it? Where do they shoot all the stuff?
San Fernando Valley.
Oh, San Fernando.
Like mainstream stuff?
SVF. Yeah, the mainstream. That's
I've done a few, yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I saw you did a thing with Johnny Sins, right?
Yeah.
Well, I saw on your Instagram.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, I didn't think- I did not watch the shit.
It's a good video.
On her Instagram,
It's an hour and a half long.
You do something with Johnny Sins
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I've
he's
done
a traditional, like
yeah.
he's or I guess mainstream's the better word. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've worked with like traditional mainstream companies as well.
Okay. And your current husband, when he met you, was cool with it, or?
Yeah, he actually used to like watch my videos. He knew me from an Alex Adams video.
Yikes. Okay. So did he DM you?
No, so how we met actually was just my best friend. Her husband was in the military with my husband. And she was like, hey, you're single. Hey, you're single now, because we both had a breakup recently. And then she just kind of put us together. And then he was like, she showed him a picture of me, and he was like, oh yeah, I jack off to that girl. To be honest.
And that's when.
And that's when the love started.
That's when he knew that you were the one. Okay.
He was like, no way you know that girl.
What a pickup line, honestly.
Right?
It's a great American love story.
Why get married though? Like, what's the point?
That's a really good question.
Because I mean,
Why?
does he sleep with other women?
No,
But you sleep with other men.
not currently.
You don't do content with other men?
Not that he's out now. Because, well, okay, so we got in trouble because we took a picture in a shower with two guys naked, him and another guy naked. My husband's straight, just whatever.
Okay, sure.
So we took a picture, and then they like called him in, and they were like, hey, this doesn't look good, dude. Like, I don't care what you're doing in your free time. I don't care if you're gay, but like, this doesn't look good because this goes against the cheating policies. But we didn't actually do anything. So I had to delete the photo.
Okay. All right.
But he's really good at filming. So I was like, hey, if you want to learn how to be a good performer, then I'll just film with you.
So all your content is just him. It's not with other guys.
Right now.
Okay.
I have all my old stuff. And I did so much old stuff that was insane that I don't really need
Okay. All right.
new. And I film with girls now, still.
Is he part of that or no?
No, he
Okay.
films it.
It's just girl. Okay. All right. Intriguing. But both of your husbands, well, I guess one of your ex-husbands now, they were both fine with it. It sounds
They
like.
didn't care.
All right. What about you? Relationship status?
It's complicated.
Sure. How so?
Yeah, I was in a relationship and he passed away. So I'm not dating. I'm okay. But yeah, I'm not dating around or anything like that.
Okay. How long ago did that happen? Sorry to hear.
About 7 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you dated since?
No.
Okay. So
I don't
I'll say
like.
you're single.
Yeah, it's weird because it's like I'm single, but then you say you're single and you're like.
You're not looking right now because you're.
Definitely not.
How long
no.
were you guys together?
5 years.
5 years. Was that your longest relationship?
Yeah, it was my only relationship. Yeah.
Only relationship.
Only relationship.
Only guy who could.
I had a fling back prior to that, right after college. That was like just kind of a whirlwind thing. We knew each other for like a month, and he proposed, and then I was like, no, we're not doing that. But I wouldn't even consider that like a real. It was a month.
So your only boyfriend.
Yeah.
You've had a few other guys, but.
I've dated people.
No.
Like I had a high school boyfriend, but it's like I don't know that counts. So.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah.
So, but no dating at all.
Not right now. No.
All right. Well, sorry to hear that. It's okay. In 7 months.
Yeah.
All right. What about you?
I'm single. I've been open to dating, and my last relationship ended about 2 or 3 months ago, and my longest relationship has been 1.5 years.
All right. Was that the one that ended 2 to 3 months ago?
No, we were together less than a year.
Okay. The most recent one, who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
All right. And the 1.5 year one, who broke up with who?
I also broke up with him.
All right. And, okay. You've been single for 2 to 3 months. Any guys in the picture?
No one of significance.
Have you had a rebound?
No rebounds.
Have you been on any dates?
I've been on a couple, more like maybe 1 or 2 with a particular individual, but that's about it.
Got it. Okay. What about you?
So I have been single since 2014. I've only been in one relationship and it lasted 3 months. And I've been celibate now for almost 3 years.
You said you were last in a relationship in 2024?
2014.
Oh, 2014.
Yes.
So you've been single for 11 years?
Yes.
And was that the 3 month?
Yes.
Okay. You've been celibate for how long?
Almost 3 years
3
now.
years.
Yeah.
Okay. And have there been other long strings of celibacy?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Was there a string of celibacy after the end of your 3 month relationship 11 years ago?
Yes. There was
For how long?
almost 5 years.
Okay, 5 years, 3 years, any other stretches of celibacy?
Yeah, there was a 1 year stretch and a 2 year stretch in there as well.
Okay, so wait, hold on. That's 11 years total.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm sure the maths, but did you go on dates at all, or not really?
Not really. I do on occasion. I'm not on any of the apps, but sometimes when someone piques my interest, I'll go out there.
And you're involved in sex work, correct?
Yes.
You're a stripper?
Yeah, so I was a spicy dancer for about 7 years on and off, and I do spicy content. The most I do is nudity, just for personal reasons.
You've never done boy-girl content?
No, I don't do boy-girl or girl-girl, and barely solo either, if that counts.
Okay. Wait, you've done girl-girl?
No, I have not.
No girl-girl.
No.
Okay. It's not the typical thing. A stripper OF girl has been celibate for 3 years, but you're being honest?
Yeah. I'm not asexual, but I'm somewhere in that spectrum where I really need a very strong emotional and intellectual connection first.
Your 3 month relationship, did you have a strong sapiosexual or whatever?
No, it wasn't. That actually was what made me discover that I needed that connection.
I see. Okay. You've never seen somebody for a longer period of time than 3 months?
I have not. It's always before the 3 month mark, something happens and it implodes.
Yeah. What do you do?
So oftentimes it's incompatibility, and I am a bit of a people pleaser. So rather than nip it in the bud very early on, I will sometimes wait for them to do it so that I don't hurt their feelings.
Okay. All right.
Honest.
And I'm trying to think if I had another question, but it just evaded me. So 3 months?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had at any point, have you ever had a roster, dating multiple guys or seeing multiple guys?
I've gone on up to, I think, 2 dates max with multiple people at the same time.
Like in a day?
No, just within a span of, let's say, several months. But if it ever gets to a point of either kissing or any kind of physical intimacy, I only want to be involved with one person at a time. Largely for hygiene reasons, but also just for emotional cleanliness.
Okay. Have you ever had a party phase?
Sort of. When I was in my late teens, early 20s, there were a few months where I was going out a lot, but I still, I don't drink, and I didn't drink then either, and I wasn't hooking up or anything. I would just go out and dance and have fun with friends.
Okay. Have you ever done like casual hookups or anything like that, or?
Yes, in my early
Sneaky
20s, I had a short phase where I would have situationships or casual flings, but that was very short-lived because I catch feelings really easily, and I'm very much a romantic, so I would want to find love, so that didn't work out.
I see. Okay. All right. Interesting. What about you?
I'm single. I've been single for a little over a year now. I've been in 5 relationships. What was the other question?
Longest relationship?
They all were about a year.
All about a year?
Yeah.
The one that ended a year ago was about a year?
Yeah.
Okay.
A little over a year ago.
Who's broken up with who for all of these?
So out of the last one, he broke up with me, but out of all the other ones, I was the one breaking up with them. I broke up with all of them.
So 4 of the 5,
Yeah.
you ended things. Okay. Gotcha. And you said you've been doing OF. How long have you been doing that for?
On and off since like 2020.
2020.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. Have your boyfriends had any issues with it?
No, they haven't actually. The reason I started was because my one ex, he was like, "You should do it. Like, why aren't you doing it?" But yeah, like my partner, there's one partner that like was involved in it, but not that one. But yeah, they never really had a problem. I'm pretty open about it. Like if I am talking to somebody, I'll be like, hey, I'm doing this. If you're not okay with it, it's okay. Like, but we probably won't work out.
And it hasn't been an issue with any of them?
Been.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm very open about it. Like
sorry, go ahead.
I don't know. Like if like we're dating, like maybe like on the first date, I'll be like, hey, I do OF. Like if it doesn't work out, it's okay. Like I just feel like that's not something you should be hiding, you know? Like,
do you do any boy-girl content?
I have, but I just do like solo. So I've done boy-girl and girl-girl.
Have you done boy-girl with your boyfriends, or is it like other creators or whatever?
Boyfriends, and then I've done it with 2 friends, like in the past. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
2, like, I guess they were flings, but yeah.
Okay, all right. And you're currently single now. Are there any guys in the picture?
I'm talking to one.
What's that mean?
I'm just like seeing one. Like I don't know.
How long you been seeing him?
I've known him for like 3 months, but we've been talking for like seriously, I guess, a month. But it's like we haven't discussed anything. But it's like if I like you, then like I don't know what you're doing, but I'm like I'm gonna focus like on you. Like if I find out you're seeing other people, okay. But like for me, it's more like what I'm doing, I expect you to be doing, but I'm not upset if we haven't discussed it. It's fine. It's fresh. But like what's the word? I also just get like worried about like the health stuff. Like I don't want to be going around, you know, like, but for me, it's like if I find out that the guy I'm talking to is just talking to me, even if we're not serious, like I feel like I'd like him more because of it. And like, I won't be mad if he is seeing more people, but for me, it's like, I'm proud that I'm just seeing you. So I feel like maybe like, I don't know if that makes sense, but.
Sure. What about you?
Yeah.
I just got my first sugar baby offer. I think I sent it to you. And I decided because the guy only wanted to pay me $2,000 a week, that I was going to put it on Facebook and see if I could get better offers. So I hosted a sugar daddy contest, and it's still in process right now.
But so, are you single?
Oh, well, and I'm telling you what's going down here. So right now I'm getting love bombed in my messenger on Facebook, because Facebook's where I have my biggest following. And so that's where the crazies really come out, and they're all ultra crazies because they're in my age bracket. And so I'm dodging the love bombers, and I've got one incredible story with one of the love bombers that you were not going to believe. But all in all,
tell us. I'm
looking for Thurston Howell III because I want to be his lovey.
Wait, sorry, Thurston
Howell.
Is he an actor?
Gilligan's Island. Come on.
Can you Google that?
Step into the
Nick?
times. Thurston Howell III had his lovey that he took care of and just doted on, and she was his little...
Wait, this is a fictional character.
No, he's out there somewhere. I will find him. Thurston Howell III. Come on, you guys. It was in the 60s or in the 70s. It was rocking. The Skipper, Gilligan, Ginger. I met... what's her name? The other one. Ginger was the one that was the redhead.
It's what's
Who was
on
the
there?
other one?
All right, you can pull it up, I guess.
Oh, you guys got it. See, there he is.
That's your-
Thurston Howlett III. Look at his Lovey.
Can you click
Because
on the
Lovey had
actor's
the
name?
lifestyle.
Portrayed by. Scroll down.
I want to no, they're probably all dead.
Click
but
on the actor. Yeah.
I want to find.
You want he died in 89.
Well, he's
dead.
He was loaded. That's what I like.
Wait, so okay. Are you single?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Longest relationship?
It's a blur. Nothing matters.
Ever married?
I'm not married. No.
Never been married?
No.
Longest relationship?
It's a blur. It doesn't even matter because they weren't worth it. No, because if the guy doesn't give you a decent diamond and does a formal proposal, none of these panty waist proposals that are going, oh my God, you were going to do it, weren't you? That's why you got me here to wear the hat, huh?
Oh, I was going to.
It was coming my way.
I was going to propose to you.
I've been waiting. I am so grateful.
Have you ever been proposed to?
I have, but
so I don't want to.
It didn't make you cry.
If I would have
no.
been your first, but I'm not.
No. You're going to be my first real one because these other ones are like, oh God.
What?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. To hit that 10 times.
Oh.
I am so fortunate that I found out before I got married because a lot of girls just want a wedding. They run down the aisle. It lasts about 2 weeks when they find out the dude is not good, but I can see he is really good. This is getting me excited.
Look at that.
Wait, we need to talk. He's you know what? He's a big tease. Are you giving me love you babies?
That's all right.
I want love you
All right,
babies.
watch
It's
out.
easy to fall for love you babies.
Okay.
No love
Next
bombs.
question.
No kids though, right? No kids, never married.
No kids. No.
Weren't you dating the My Pillow? What is it? My Pillow guy?
I wasn't dating, but I'm telling you,
You were-
I had the flat out hots for that dude.
Yeah, but you were texting with him.
Oh, yeah. But you know what? Mike got married a year ago, April. But I think personally,
Yeah, personally.
I was the one that that lit the fire under his ass because he would keep her in the background. And it's like, dude, if this is your woman, make it known. Because any man that's legitimate lets you know that it's my wife, it's my girlfriend, it's my this. We don't play vague.
Never play vague.
And so what I did is I got him in the corner.
You got him in the corner?
I got him
in the cuck chair, or
No, I got him in the corner.
He was like watching in the corner, crying.
4 months later, he was married.
Damn, you missed him.
No, I didn't miss him.
Did you guys have carnal knowledge, or?
There's things you don't talk about.
Did you guys go to somewhere? What's that song?
No,
Wait.
we're not discussing. He's a married man. He's a married man now. And what does it say? Let no one put asunder.
Let sleeping dogs lie?
No, it's something like never, when you make those vows, don't let anybody do anything. Don't
Forsake all others.
It's, nobody mess with now that there's a union,
Yeah.
You just don't do that.
Okay. Cool.
Cool. Okay.
So are there any guys in the picture currently?
Oh my God, I just told you. I just got an offer to be a sugar baby. $2,000.
That's crazy.
I gave you the whole text. It showed you the
did?
guy's face, I texted you the whole thing.
All right, I'll look at it.
Yeah. I'm telling you,
looking.
I'm constantly love bombed. And, anybody know Facebook, right? You got
we
your
know
regular
that, yep.
Facebook, right? And then you got your Messenger.
The billion-dollar company,
The
we know
people
about
that
it.
come to Messenger, it's like, dude, get out of my Messenger, okay? If you want to talk to me, talk on Facebook, right? Anybody that keeps coming over and my thing, ping, 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 ping. And when somebody's
Facebook
telling you that they
dating.
love you,
Here,
and
I'll read it.
They haven't
Can I
even
read
met
it?
you.
I'll
Go
read
ahead.
it. Sorry if this offends you, but I find you attractive and I'd love to have you as my sugar baby, letting you know my intentions and willing to spoil you with the sum of $2,000 weekly allowance. Only if you could be loyal and sincere to me would you want that. So this is probably a scam.
How dare you?
No,
You're blowing my fantasy.
well, so I don't mean to blow your fantasy, but I get these messages on like TikTok. So it's a scam. It's a scam.
I've got an ad right now on Facebook letting people know that I'm looking for a sugar daddy that will supply more than $2,000 a week.
Good luck.
So
Are you getting responses though?
You did an ad?
I don't know. I haven't checked my Facebook.
Okay.
Hey.
Wait, when you say an ad, do you mean an ad that you paid for? You promoted an ad? Okay.
I just posted on
You
my
put a
Facebook.
status.
Can anybody top this?
Okay.
Tryouts are at 5. Line forms to the right.
Okay.
All right.
Wow.
Okay. But what about like any genuine, prospects? Not sugar babies.
Okay, this is here's one that just happened. This is ridiculous, right?
Tell us.
I get somebody in my messenger that's like posting constantly. I do a lot of political stuff, so I don't mind one or two. But when they're starting to do it like 10, 15 times a day, it's like, get a life. You're trying to get my attention. And I just went, dude, are you married? Because let's just cut to the chase, because married men hit on me all the time, and it pisses me off. He says, no. I said, okay, cool. Tell me your story. He starts talking, tells me in Florida. I'm going, I don't waste my time. You're in Florida. So I'm going out with the girlfriend out to dinner, and she's coming in from Florida, and I'm thinking, ding, ding, ding. She lives in Florida. This dude lives in Florida. I'm going to set her up, right? She sits down, and I said, hey, I have this guy in my messenger. He's from Burbank, but he's lived in Florida for like 28 years. I said, I don't know what part of Florida you're at, but I'm thinking about setting you up. I said, I said his name, and she goes, I'm living with him. I go, what? What? This dude has been in my messenger the whole time. You never told me you were living with anybody. He told me he wasn't married. She was married to him but got divorced.
Yeah.
And only keeps him around now because he gets disability, and she needs the $600 to help pay her rent, and he's watching her dogs while she's in California. But I went, out of the world. I mean, is that the craziest story?
It's very crazy.
It's like, what? You're going out with the very woman I'm going out to dinner with?
Speaking to the mic.
You're going out to dinner? I'm going, and I'm going, oh my God. And then all of a sudden, she brings out all these dating photos. I said, look, I'm not interested. I'm not interested at all, but I don't want there to be any hard feelings. And I said, so I just blocked him, okay? And I wanted to tell you I blocked him because I just want to stifle it. And I kind of feel like she took umbrage because she was supposed to do
Good
this
word.
show.
Umbrage, good word.
With me. She was supposed to come out and do this, and she's going, oh, I'm busy. And I'm just going, what? You begged me for this.
Damn.
So it's craziness.
That's so crazy.
It's crazy, isn't
That's
it?
2 rage quits for this episode.
Wow. That's crazy.
It's crazy.
It's really crazy out there.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. What about you? Relationship status?
I am currently single. I've been single since April, and my longest relationship was 6 years.
Is that the one that ended 3 months ago?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay, so that's pretty... So that, what, 3 months ago? June?
April, May,
May.
June. Yeah.
3
July.
months.
3, 4.
Who broke up with who?
It was a mutual breakup.
Yeah?
We started dating when we were like 21. We're the same age. We're literally just a month apart. When you start off dating really young, sometimes you grow up and just grow apart and be different people. And that's kind of what happened between us. And we were also kind of like at a point in our lives where it was better for us to be single individually, because that way we can kind of like focus on taking care of ourselves instead of like both of us drowning together. So we kind of made the decision to like split apart and like just be like, yeah, you go do you, I'm gonna go do me. And I like to believe that we're still civil, I like to
Are you
believe
guys
that,
still?
but
Are you guys living together? Or?
no.
Were you guys
No.
living together?
Back then, yeah, but then March 31st came, turned in the keys. He moved out, I moved out, and now we're kind of just living our own separate lives.
Gotcha. Okay. So you say it was mutual,
Yeah.
but did somebody broach the topic first of a breakup?
That was definitely me.
Was it mutual then?
So in February, a lot of stuff happened in our lives, and there was like a lot of situations where we were starting to like struggle and like kind of drown, and it was just simply better for us to kind of just focus on ourselves and like focus on like taking care of ourselves, because something that, you know, we loved each other so much to where it's like we were kind of neglecting ourselves to make the other person happy, and we were both doing that. So it kind of got really toxic in that sense, to where we stopped taking care of ourselves just to please the other person. And you know, we're both aware of that. And
Okay. And was there any infidelity on either side?
well, I don't think I should be answering that question just for I'm comfortable letting my business out there, but you know, like that is a whole different person. You know, so I don't know if they're comfortable letting their business out there.
Did you cheat on him? Did you cheat on him?
Not sexually, but there was a point in my life where I did like was messaging other people, and like that was more like emotional. And yeah, I admit it's a very shitty thing to do, but all you can really do is kind of accept and take accountability that you did it and grow from it. And we were still able to like have a relationship after that happened.
Oh, how far into the relationship did that happen?
Couple years. I don't really remember exactly.
But it didn't precipitate the breakup.
No.
Okay, so what, 3 years in, 4 years in?
Yeah.
And for what period of time was this going on? A couple months, a year?
The texting?
You said, yeah, the texting.
It was only like a couple of weeks.
Okay, was it multiple different guys, a particular guy?
Just one person.
Okay. Was it somebody you worked with?
No. It was literally just some person online.
TikTok? Influencer? Star?
No.
Just a random dude? Did you know him or just a random?
We were like mutuals on Twitter.
On Twitter?
Yeah,
Okay.
and we would just flirt with each other in the DMs.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I still think that's like emotionally cheating.
Were you guys exchanging photographs of a explicit nature?
It was literally just like flirting, like we were giving each other attention. So, you know,
Okay.
like I know a lot of people don't agree with me. I've definitely had people tell me like, "Oh, it wasn't physical, so it doesn't count as cheating."
No,
me
that's
personally,
cheating.
I don't really agree with that, you know? Like
Okay.
I think me messaging another person while I was in a relationship was like emotional cheating.
Did you tell him? Did he find out by, like, how did this rise to the surface, I guess?
So
Or
without
did you
revealing
never-
any
you
personal
never-
information on his side, he just found out, and we pretty much like had space from each other for a couple days. I think it was like 4 days, honestly. And then we talked about it, and we pretty much said like, yeah, like this happened. We still cared about each other a lot, so we agreed to like still try to make it work. And it did, you know. I think we still had like a really good like year or two after, where we were like doing things really well for each other. We were like taking care of each other. It's just honestly, it really was the financial issues that broke us up.
What were the financial issues?
So there was a lot of bills that were not getting paid, and
You guys were living together?
yes, at the time we were living together.
Okay.
Yes. So there were a lot of bills that weren't getting paid.
Were you working?
Yes.
And he wasn't?
He
so
was making money.
Was it 50-50? You guys were splitting it, or what was the arrangement?
So the arrangement was that it was to be 50-50, but, you know, stuff happens sometimes. You know, sometimes they may not be able to pull their weight, or there were even times when I couldn't pull my weight.
Mm-hmm.
So in a relationship, you pretty much just have to, like, if my partner can't do his part, like this time, I can do more just to, like, accommodate for them. If I can't do my part, then I would expect my partner to do a little more to accommodate for me. That way it's still, like, equal in balance.
Mm-hmm. But there were financial issues, and that
Yes.
was a problem. Okay.
So, yeah, because of the financial issues, we decided, like, it would be better for us to split up and kind of, like, make ourselves better people for ourselves instead of drowning in the financial issues.
Can you move the headphones, please? All right. Okay. Well, that's everybody's relationship status. Have you had a rebound?
No, I've been working a lot to kind of, like, distract myself, so I don't even think I've had time for a rebound.
Have you been on any dates?
I did go out for ice cream with my, like, he was cute, but he was, like, more like my friend, and, you know, we decided to just stay as friends, but we got ice cream.
He was your friend?
Yeah.
Like he was friends with you while you were in the relationship?
Like, so I use friend very loosely. He was definitely just, like, an acquaintance, somebody that I know from, like, the art community. So there was, like, an event, and then, you know, we kind of talked a little bit. Then we started texting a little. We went out for ice cream, and then, yeah, you know, we were interested in each other, but we just decided to, like, hey, let's just keep it not dating.
During the course of your relationship, had you exchanged communications with this guy you went to get ice cream with?
Only at events, but, like, not outside of events.
Okay, because you described him as a friend, right?
Yeah, I use that term a little loosely. I
Okay.
just meant, like, he's somebody that I had already known. Like, it wasn't some random person that I met at the grocery store.
How soon after you broke up did you go on the date for ice cream with this guy?
I think it was, like, in May. I don't really remember. Actually, it definitely was in May because it was after I went to Universal.
Okay, so it was like a month after you broke up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How did he know that you guys had broken up?
Oh, well, my breakup was definitely, like, it spread like wildfire.
Well, it was public? I mean,
It was not public. It was more like, you know, a lot of people found out, and people whisper really, really fast. People were finding out about my breakup, and I didn't even, like, really tell that many people. I have a big family too, so my family told a lot of people.
Are you Filipino?
Yes, I am
Okay.
Filipino.
Okay. Well, this is just kind of like why I think it's bad for people to have friends of the opposite sex, because half the time they're just waiting for you to be single so they can...
Yeah, but that wasn't really a friend. That was just a dude that she knew in the same space.
Yeah, well, the original way she described it.
Yeah.
But now it's okay. It's like an acquaintance or whatever. But that's why you got to be wary of the friends, you know? We're going to read a couple chats, then we're going to get into some of the show topics. We have Hall Long Nate. Were any of the Jackass crew among the millionaires you've dated? Oh my God, bro. You're being extra. Going to fuck shit up. You want to just put it back where it was? Or? Wait, don't. You're not going to be able to get it
Didn't
off.
fit the under.
That's
It's the other finger.
It's not supposed to go on the pinky. All right, Felicity, procure it back, please. Put it back in.
Can we get a picture of this first, please?
Maybe after the show.
Can we do a zoom?
Yeah, okay. Nick, do a zoom in. Okay, he zoomed in. He got a picture. It's great. Did you date any of the Jackass guys? Into the mic?
Did I date the Jackass guys? I think I was in shock. I mean, the dude was on. I thought he was on fire.
Okay.
And what happened is they took you away so quick after the fact because I was in shock, and then all of a sudden I see all these Paramount God, trucks, vans, the whole bit. And I'm going, oh my God, it's the Paramount. It's a movie. And they're going, yeah, you were just punked. I'm going, oh my God. Because I didn't know what Johnny Knoxville looked like. And you know what? I still really don't know what he looks like. They had a show on right after that. But back to, no, I didn't date anybody from that, but
Okay.
It led to another show to do that I got to do.
All right, we have a message here, TTS from Sir Gawain Bone Tower. Sorry, guys, the TTS is, we'll still do it at the same time rate, but it won't be read out through whatever. Yes, it seems university and college, for all its privileges, may in fact be less than salubrious environment for the forming of young women. Ladies, what decade was World War I? Starting with you. What decade, World War I?
I have no fucking idea.
Take a guess. Throw a guess out there.
I don't know.
Just name a decade. Just take a guess.
I'm a woman. I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't go to college or high school.
Doesn't matter. Throw a guess. World War I.
Do I say like decade 6? I don't know. What do you say in a decade?
The 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s.
20s.
20s. Okay, what about you?
It's the 1910s.
What do you think?
Yeah, I was going to say Great Depression was the 20s, so it'd probably be around the 10s.
I might be thinking of World War II. I thought 1930s.
Okay, what about
1910s.
Okay, what?
1910s.
Into the mic.
1910s.
Okay, what about you?
1910s.
All right, congratulations. It was 1914 to 1918. Well done. We have I'm gonna have one of the girls read this. I'm gonna have you do the reads for some of these, okay? So Becky from Vancouver, thank you, appreciate that.
I'm reading this?
Yeah.
Ladies, would you date a man-child who plays video games? Grown men, why are you still playing video games?
I can answer this.
So I'm reading and you're answering?
It's the same reason that you women wear makeup.
What?
It's a nice
Wait.
It's a nice little escape from reality.
Okay. Interesting.
So
I know a guy
I think you'd be better saying that's why women watch reality TV.
Right? Like
men play video games for hours, which is fine. Nobody's spending 9 hours on their makeup just zoning out.
I do.
Unless you're an influencer, I guess, but yeah.
Kidding, I know. Sometimes.
But yeah, like consuming or like engaging in content is different, or like media is different than just doing your makeup.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. We have a chat here from, we have this. Somebody bought an item, Lance the Invisible. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Guys, shop.whatever.com if you want to buy some merch and something about a duck. Something about.
Yeah, let's try to read.
We'll do just shout outs for those. We don't do the actual read. So it lets you add like a message, but thank you for the purchase on shop.whatever.com. Josh Brooks, I'll have you read it. Go ahead.
Me again?
Yeah.
Oh, Brian, bring the cat into the family. Chair 1, I haven't heard anything you've said. Oh, look, a poll. Chair 2, your ex is a disgrace to the service. MAGA ma'am, you rock. Chair 7, young Alanis Morissette.
Chair 7?
That's you.
Me?
Yeah, you're
You do kind of have like a young
Yeah.
Alanis look.
Chair 7 is Holly.
Yeah. I was going to say.
I think he meant chair 6
definitely
though.
meant 6.
Definitely think he meant chair 6 there. Alanis, do you know who that is? Alanis Morissette?
I forget, but
Google a photo of her,
She's
Nick,
pretty.
just for
Yeah, she is.
context. And then, we have a TTS coming in. Oh my! I'm sorry, guys. I don't know why the TTS isn't working. Chat: would you rather get a massage from a gay man or surgery from a female doctor? Serious surgery. So basically, would you rather get a massage or die?
What?
My sprinkler. I'm not gonna. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. So that's a question for the chat. Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Do you have a picture?
oh,
Alanis Morissette.
You do.
Do young?
Yeah.
Do young?
young.
Like just type young, I guess.
Oh, yeah, you're both stunning. Yeah, that makes sense.
That I pulled out.
Yeah,
I guess.
Maybe it's just the hair.
Maybe the hair.
A little bit.
The hair. Yeah.
A little
Yeah, I
bit.
think it's just the hair.
Wait, scroll back up. Scroll up. Very top, just
I've never
very
gotten
top.
that one before.
I see it.
Yeah, I do too.
I think you have to wait. Do you put your eyebrows? Do you do that thing where you push them up?
Yeah, I hairspray them, but I do have a bald spot, and I just pluck it out to make
Are
it
you
more
able
obvious.
to like put them like just flat like that instead of going up?
flat?
You put them like.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I think that'll make it more.
I mean, they kind of, some grow up, and then, I don't know, with my eyebrows, so
Okay.
with mind of their own.
Yeah. And then, we have another chat here from. Wait, no. Hold on. From. Where did it go? What the heck? Sorry, guys. Trying to find it. Where did it go? Here it is. Okay. Becky. Oh, no. I already did. Wait. What the heck?
Do like a drum roll.
Yeah, right.
Did I miss it? Wait, sorry guys, one sec. I don't want to screw somebody. I don't want to screw somebody who sent in a Streamlabs messages, so I just want to double check, make sure I got it.
Yeah, take your time.
Okay, we did Glocktavius. We did the Becky from Vancouver. We did the World War I. Okay, we're good. We're all caught up. All right, we're going to get into some pre-show notes. I asked you to pull something up, Nick, the Instagram, while we start there. All right, so this is Lucy over here. He who gives good head lends to the Lord. So is that an actual scripture, or like is that a Bible verse, or what?
I did grow up in the church, but that's not in the Bible. I just thought it was really witty and ironic and funny.
Oh. Do you think that it might be offensive towards Christians, or?
Not the ones with a sense of humor.
Yeah, I'm Catholic. You get a pass.
Yeah.
That's a funny shirt.
Yeah, that rules. Really Catholic.
I am Catholic.
Okay,
I am
well, we'll get into
baptized and
that.
confirmed and all that.
Yeah, well, we'll get into that.
All
But so, I guess would you wear a shirt like that, but it's like referencing Islam or Muhammad?
So I would feel uncomfortable doing that just out of cultural sensitivity because I actually grew up in the Christian faith. And so I think it's more acceptable to critique a culture that is ingrained in you rather than attacking someone else's culture or faith that has no effect on you and that you're not familiar with yourself.
Okay, so if you had grown up Muslim, then you would feel more justified to make a critique of Islam or
I think so because
Muhammad?
I think because then I would have a personal experience with it and it would have actually affected me.
But would you do it though is the question.
Probably. Yeah, I mean, I love to make fun of serious matters in a way that doesn't harm anyone.
Okay. I mean, I have some doubts as if you would do that though.
Why is that?
Well, it seems like people have gotten very comfortable being disrespectful towards Christianity. Mm-hmm. Whereas even somebody who's an apostate in the Islamic faith, I don't think a lot of them would feel comfortable outwardly disrespecting the faith just because of the potential for ramifications.
Yeah.
But isn't that also like, in order to, when it comes to the Abrahamic religions, in order to be a Christian, you really just, all you have to do is believe in Jesus. And to be Jewish, yeah, there's a heritage aspect to it because it's an ethno-religion, but also like you just have to study the Torah. Like most Jews don't actually believe in God. But in order to be Muslim, you have to obey the Quran, whereas you don't have to do that for Christianity or Judaism.
A point of clarification on your statement there when it comes to Judaism. Are you saying cultural Jews, or are you talking about religious Jews? Because I assume people who are religiously Jewish probably believe in God.
Yeah, the ones that are like actively going to temple believe in God, but there's levels and sects of Judaism. So you have Hasidic people and people who keep kosher and Orthodox people, and then you have people who are just very relaxed, celebrate the high holy days. Like there's levels to it, but all of them are
that
Jewish.
Would apply to like Christianity too.
Yeah,
like people
but
just celebrate Christmas or whatever.
It doesn't really apply. But in Christianity, to be a Christian, you still have to have that faith in Jesus.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not really interested in a theological debate, but I'm more
saying,
so. What's your point about
that? In order to be Muslim and to consider yourself Muslim and be part of Islam, you have to obey the Quran.
Sure.
And that would go against what the Quran's teachings are. So you won't find a Muslim doing that.
Right, but
You're
you
less
could find
likely.
an ex-Muslim doing it. And
Yeah, and her name is Mia Khalifa.
Right, but you're not Christian anymore.
No, I'm not.
Right, she's an ex-Christian who is
But you
sort
said
of
you
mocking the
you wouldn't
faith.
believe that she would do that if she was Muslim, and if she was Muslim, she may have.
I meant if she was an ex-Muslim.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Mia
I
Khalifa did, so maybe she would.
Did she?
She got banged out in a hijab. Yeah.
Okay.
Multiple times.
Sure. I guess. I mean, look, it's logically possible that an ex-Muslim could say things that are defamatory towards the religion or towards their prophet or whatever. I just think it's less likely to occur just because of the potential ramifications of doing that. Anyways, I feel like we're getting. No.
Why is that? Why is that?
Why is
Because
what?
I make fun of that religion a lot in my social media, and I get in a lot of trouble. But if I make fun of Christianity, everyone just laughs and thinks it's funny.
Yeah. Well, I mean, on one hand, I don't think somebody should be subject to violence for speech.
Yeah.
So I'm not suggesting if you like blaspheme somebody's religion that they should like behead you or something.
Mm-hmm.
But it is kind of an interesting dynamic where there is more respect shown towards Islam.
Even from like when I moved to Canada, from like white people, why do they respect my country's religion more than Christianity?
I don't know.
It's weird.
I don't know.
Demon possessed.
It's very weird.
Demon possessed.
What the fuck? Oh, were you gonna say something or?
I did.
Oh, you're okay. I'll read it. Holly Chair 7, do you prefer men who drive 3.4, 1, 2.5, or 80-ton trucks? Asking for a friend. You know, that's a haul long Nate. He's a long haul trucker. I think he's single. You want me to get you guys?
How you doing? Where have you been all my life?
What do you think? Do you see his profile picture?
I do.
Do you think he's handsome?
I think you're handsome.
He's got a good little goatee going.
romance
Do you
here.
like the goatee?
I love it.
All right, can we get you guys set up?
Yes.
Nate, do you want the link or what? You want me to get you guys linked up or? Yeah. Okay. All right, Lewis, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Okay, so we're gonna get back to the notes here. Going back to Lucy, Lucy Goosey, you're a stripper, data scientist, OF creator. Any plastic surgery?
Yes, I've had a butt reduction.
Stop the cap.
You've had a butt reduction.
Yes. You can tell if you scroll back far enough, it used to be quite large, and now it's normal looking.
So you had a BBL and you got rid of it.
No, I had a hip flip, and then I got rid of it.
And did the hip flip, that was the butt reduction?
Yeah, the hip flip made my lower body too wide, so I reversed it.
You reversed the hip flip.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had a lip flip too?
No, I have not.
Do you have the filler then? Just the filler?
No, I don't.
Can you turn that way?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's just her makeup.
Yeah,
lip
I
liner.
overline my lips. But no, I don't think there's anything wrong with modifications. I just can't
Okay.
afford to right now.
Have you had any other procedures?
No.
Okay. Anything in the face?
No Botox or anything either. Asian don't raisin.
Lipo?
No. Well,
Nothing.
the reverse hip flip was the lipo, the butt reduction.
You've not had anything in the stomach?
No. I mean, you can see the rolls if you zoom in. Would rather you not.
He's saying your body looks unbelievably good.
Aw, thank you.
Which it does.
Thank you.
She looks great. What are you talking about?
Please don't put words in my mouth. Now I'm like backed into a corner where it sounds like I just insulted her, but because I mean, when I saw that shirt on your Instagram, I looked at the rest of your Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have. Come on, you've had some.
No, I mean, I've invested thousands in personal training.
Okay. All right. All right, if you say so. Anyone else here have any plastic surgery or anything like that?
I had a breast lift. I lost 70 pounds, and I picked them back up.
There you go. What about you?
Go queen.
I had tits and lips.
Tits, lips. Okay. Cool. Continuing on with your notes, Lucy, you said you dated the famous dating coach's brother. Who's that?
Oh gosh, I don't want to dox anyone, but there was, I'm surprised you remembered. There was a British dating coach, and his brother lives in my neighborhood, and we went out.
Okay. You said you dated a man in his 40s who ghosted you overnight and wouldn't even return your stuff.
Yes, that happened as well. Another British man, different British man. A few years ago, I was seeing him for almost 3 months, and then overnight he just dropped off the face of the earth.
And you didn't get your stuff back?
I did not.
Were you guys living together?
No. I was just over there a few nights a week, so I had some things there that I wasn't able to get back.
Gotcha. Okay. Wait, hold on. Wait, you said you've been single for how long?
I've been celibate for 3 years, and then this dating situation happened about 2 years ago.
In your pre-show notes that you provided to us, you said that you were currently dating a man 8 years younger than you.
Oh, yes, we went out on 3 dates, but that is now over.
Oh, okay. All right. You wanted to talk. Actually, we're going to come back to some of this stuff, but you play 5 instruments.
Oh, yes, didn't you DM me about that?
Yeah, I asked if you could bring a cello, but
I
maybe
don't.
it's too much of an ask. You're a high school valedictorian and then turned vixen. You too? Also, you
Yes.
Valedictorian?
I was just giving her claps.
Oh.
I was just giving her claps.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. And let's see. We'll get into some of your other notes a little bit later. We're going to go to Maddie.
Hi.
Yo. Okay. So, have you ever slept with a platoon? A whole platoon?
Oh, no, but
No.
I've been like, I've tried.
You tried to do it,
Yeah.
but didn't work. Okay.
I slept with a lot of people in the military.
You said you've disagreed with the show host quite a bit. On what?
I don't even remember, to be honest with you. I don't even remember what I was talking about.
You got this.
I'm gonna keep it so a buck with you.
Just anything? You said you disagree on a lot.
I mean, I disagree with your points on like OnlyFans girls like not being able to have meaningful relationships or like having families.
Pull that up.
Like I've heard you say things about them not like having families and relationships, and I completely disagree with that.
Oh, well, I don't think I've ever made the claim that it's an impossibility
or
it's
just
a
that
universal.
it doesn't happen. Yeah.
I think it makes dating more difficult.
It does.
That's my position.
Okay, well then we're besties then.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you're married. You've been married more times than I have. Well,
Well, that could. I guess that could be a negative on it too. That could prove your point too.
That's just
You
military
said that,
dating.
You said that Steven Crowder did a whole podcast about you.
He did.
And your dad.
He did.
We have some videos that we're going to pull up.
It's awful.
And what is the Bubble Brats thing?
So that's what I used to go by.
Okay.
That was like my
Alter ego? Or?
No, it was like my first username for a long time. And then I had to stop using it because it got like shadow banned.
Gotcha.
And like too many people took my identity, or like they were pretending. Somebody made a fake account of me and did some really bad stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just decided to move my name away from the name.
Sure.
And use a real name.
Sure. We're going to get into that really quick, but Nick, can you pull up the thing I sent? So earlier in the conversation, you were saying F11. You got to get this. Wait.
Oh my.
Oh yeah, I was wrong. It was $170,000.
You're out of F11 in StreamYard.
Queen.
So you got to get F. Okay. Let's bring it back over. Okay. So the defendant shall have from the plaintiff as a lump sum property settlement the sum of $170,000 with $50,000 to be paid within 10 days of the date of this order, and the remainder to be paid over a term of 36 months at a rate of $3,334 per month. And then I don't know if any of this other, each party shall obtain his or her property, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So was it a contentious divorce?
I don't know what the contentious was.
Were you guys fighting?
A little?
Was he like, you owe me this?
Yes, he was very sassy.
Okay. So you're paying him, pull it back up really quick.
$170,000.
My goodness.
For 1 year of marriage where he did nothing.
1 year of marriage.
Yes.
So this is what happens to dudes all the time.
But it's happening to me.
But it's happening
gender
to.
swap.
Wow, the role reversal here.
I hate it.
Damn, rip. Well, you must be doing pretty well then if you're paying him that much in alimony, I suppose, right?
I suppose.
Do you make 7 figures a year?
Yes.
Okay, cool. We also have some TikToks from you. I think I pulled those up. Find a TikTok. Oh, Nick, to go full screen on TikTok, you have to do the 3 dots in the top.
I make some really bad TikToks.
Yeah, you're good. Take your time. And while we're doing that, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. L Brand, no. Thank for the...
That's me.
Nope, wrong one.
Oh, they're going to call you out on TikTok
Yeah,
too.
that's fine.
You're on the chopping block.
That's not even a bad one.
You're coming up next. I mean, it's like, I don't even know.
Kai Baka, thank you for the gifted sub, and thank you for the, I think you sent 20 earlier, and Moki, thank you for the Prime there. While we're getting that pulled up, going back to you, you said that it hasn't worked out with any of the men because they listen to you.
Yeah.
Explain that.
I don't know. They just listen to me. I just feel like by me doing what I'm doing, the guys that are attracted to me are not the guys that I want. And they listen to me. They're not very masculine. And yeah.
So do you want a guy to disregard all things?
I think I fully accept the consequences of my decisions, that this is like what I have dating, like what I have for dating. Like the men that I want, what I wanted to date is like someone that is like extremely masculine, wants a girl that is like not like me, so obviously I'm not like matching that. You know what I mean? Like my like men that I like see that I'm like, this is like a man that I want that has this kind of like thought process would be someone like Andrew Tate. And that's like not someone that would want me.
How do you know that?
I don't know. I just feel like in most situations.
Have you slid into his DM?
No, I haven't. I don't even know if he has
get her phone. We're going to have her slide into... Oh, wait, but he's banned on Instagram.
Yeah.
Do you have Twitter?
No, I don't have anything.
You don't have Twitter?
Just Instagram.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to DM him right now for you.
Yeah, ask him.
Be like...
Yeah, that's like literally the thought.
Matchmaker today.
And honestly, yeah. And
I'm actually going to DM him.
I watch your show, and one of your co-hosts, I don't know his name. He's like an older dude.
Andrew Tate. Wait, hold on.
By the end of the night, everybody's going to be taken.
Yeah, for real.
You get all of you,
The matchmaking podcast. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay, sending Andrew... What about Tristan Tate? Hold
Anyone
on, wait.
that
I'm
is
going to do a voice
primal.
memo. Wait, hold on.
Primal?
Wait, be quiet.
Define primal.
God damn it.
I will define primal.
Hold on, be quiet for a sec. Hey, what's up, Andrew? I'm live right now on the podcast, and I have a woman on the show who is interested in you. She's very muscular, though, so I don't know.
I breed good kids.
But she's interested. Let me know if you're down for a date. Okay, I don't know, whatever. All right, so.
Girl, just start dating Dominican guys from New York. You'll be happy.
No, I'm not interested in Dominicans, guys. But yeah, and I watched your show with your co-host, and the way you guys were talking, I was like, okay, that's kind of like the same kind of like thought process. So anyone that is primal and believes in like those things.
So you want to date Andrew Wilson?
Not like date him, but like those thought process. That thought process usually is not attracted to me, even though that's like my exact thought process. But they're not interested in me because of the decisions that I made. But you know what I mean? Which is understandable. I get it. It's the consequences of my own actions. But why is that? Why did I have the power or like to make these decisions? You know, I feel like I shouldn't have been able to.
Wait, you feel like you shouldn't have been able to?
Yeah, I think
So you think there should be laws that prevent or control
yeah,
women.
or at least not as open that it is now. Because when I started,
Why did you should go back to Iran. You were good. It was
yeah, but
Shit.
it's too much there.
Too much.
It's too much there.
You need like a happy medium.
It's like a happy medium.
You want to be somewhere in the middle between
not
a
in the
pressed
middle, but
and
like
a
honestly,
prostitute.
not
Somewhere in the middle.
gonna lie. Before I moved here, I really was against like that kind of life, and it's only been like the past like little bit that I realized that's not like what I want. You know, I used to think everything I'm doing is extremely empowering and great till recently.
Wait, so I need to get up for just a moment, then we're going to get into some of the reacts for you. But you said in your messages to us that, hold on, I can pull it up, that you wanted to talk about how negative and retarded sex work, stripping, OnlyFans is.
Yeah.
You say this shit sucks.
It does.
There's quite a few other women here at the table who are involved in that career.
Yep.
I'm going to step away for a bit. I'll let you guys have a little convo on that. So,
yeah.
Okay, enjoy.
Get spicy. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, do you like it? Do you really enjoy it?
So I will say, as with any job, I don't like every aspect, but I think for women, because we've been sexualized and exploited and subjugated for so long, that at least in this one avenue, we can monetize it. Mm-hmm. And obviously it's not perfect. Like we're still subject to a lot of injustice and unfair treatment, but at the very least, you get some autonomy because you have some control over the way your image is distributed and how you choose to profit off your body or your sexuality.
Okay. How about you? Do you like it?
It's hit or miss, but I feel like with any job, like she said, there's some aspects you don't like, but some like you do like. I also just like that like we're our own boss and you're in more control. So like you get to decide more so like and based on how you handle it.
But like when you're doing it, when you're actually doing it, when you're recording yourself doing these things, if you really think about it like deeply and your like female natural instincts, do you enjoy it?
I feel like there's just like it's so like there's a variety to it. So some yes and some no.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love it.
Okay.
Even when I'm doing it, I love it.
Even when you're doing it, you love it?
Mm-hmm. Okay. I didn't love stripping, but I do love OnlyFans now.
So for the two ladies who enjoy it, what do you think is the most fulfilling part of it for you? Like either one of you.
I just like, I don't know if it's necessarily fulfilling, but I like being my boss.
Yeah.
I like posting. I like the content I post. Mm-hmm. I like putting effort into what I make. Mm-hmm. I try to make videos that I'm really proud of. Like,
are you an exhibitionist, you would say?
Maybe. Not really.
Okay.
Not naturally. I like creating content that I'm proud of. Even if it's sexual content.
Yeah, like I'm very much myself on like all my platforms, and I also just feel like it's made me more confident, and I kind of like struggle with anxiety and like all that shit, but I don't know, it's just made me like more open-minded. I just think like I'm mentally a healthier individual because like we've gotten so much like backlash and just we get a lot of hate, and like I don't know, like we're all good people, but people try to like put their own insecurities on us, but at the end of the day it's like we're not harming you, we're doing our job, like why does it matter what other people do? Yeah.
So I have a totally open question for you guys. I'm genuinely curious about your thoughts on this. So how much have you guys looked into like the impacts of porn on men, and how do you think OnlyFans relates to that? And again, open question.
I think anything that you do too much of can have a bad impact on you.
I agree.
And I don't think it's our space to limit what people can and can't do. So like in America, we can say whatever we want. We can drink energy drinks. We can smoke cigarettes. Like everything you do has consequences. And I think if we weren't doing this, men would be finding it elsewhere. I think when you limit people from being able to do what they want and watch what they want, they're going to find it in a more harmful way.
It is weird that it's the only addictive thing in our society where we demonize the person who like creates it.
Yeah, like we're not talking. We're not going to cigarette companies and being like, "Do you see people are dying? Like,
We're taking money from the cigarette companies and then letting them like push vapes in schools and shit.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things that impact men negatively that, and I think especially with OnlyFans, like, it's different than if you're just watching like mainstream porn, like, because they do some things that I think could be damaging. But if you're watching somebody who's making ethical porn that they're consenting to, it's not, like, how unethical like the business can be. You're not doing as bad as what somebody could be watching.
I also,
in my opinion.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, I feel like women get like a lot of hate for OF, and then I have a lot of guy friends that do it, but for them it's like, hell yeah, brother, get the bag. Like their guy friends just like cheer them on. They're like, yeah, get the money, like you do you. But for us, it's like
as horrible, if not worse.
What?
I think that's as horrible, if not worse.
Like
men
guys
doing it, men doing it, and it's just sad.
Yeah,
I'm just curious, like
if you are against sex work, then why do you do it?
Because it was I did it when I was 18. I didn't have enough thought on my own to like think it's a bad thing. And then now at this point, I'm like, I've done it for so long. Everyone knows. I think I formed a personality on this. And I think at this point, I'm just cooked. So I just prefer at least making the money. But like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, I would, if I could go back and just like have a better role model of never getting into it, I would 100% do that. But at this point, I'm cooked, so why not?
You're not cooked. You're not cooked. If you don't like, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, you shouldn't do it and it's awful. And like, no, if you liked it, I would be like, yeah, keep going. But if you genuinely don't like it, there are ways like in your life that you can get away from it and just kind of start new, especially if you're not that heavily on social media.
Yeah.
Like, I think, you don't say you're
but
cooked.
It's not
you're
like
not
I'm cooked. It's because when I go out there and when I don't want to do it anymore, even the men is like kind of ruined. I think both genders are just getting ruined. Everyone's just very far away from their natural instincts. So at this point, I'm like, I'd rather just make money, because men are not even like really as masculine as I used to be.
I think you're just in the wrong place. Truly, like geographically, I think maybe Canada. I've been to Canada. I don't think you're gonna find your man in Canada.
Maybe that is it. But like, I just
go to Boston, baby. Go to New York. Go to a Northeast, like Mid-Atlantic. They're gonna love you, and they're like the fucking blue collar workers that are gonna be like, this is my lady, and I don't give a shit what she did, but if you touch her or look at her, I will kill you. Or, sorry, unalive you. But, like, that's... But, yeah, like, seriously, like, go to a place where there's blue-collar dudes. They'll get past what's out there, and then you just have a nice time with them. They won't let you do anything.
I don't even have a problem with people not really accepting me. I actually have a lot of people that are accepting what I do, but I just don't, like... I don't know. I just don't think it... I just don't really like to. I think I'm just cooked at this point.
You're not cooked. You're not cooked.
I wouldn't say that. No.
Did your parents not encourage you to go to school?
Yeah, I moved here with my mom, so.
She didn't?
No.
Does she know that you do OnlyFans?
Yes.
Okay, and what does she think?
She thinks cool.
She doesn't care.
Can I respond to some of these things that I see popping up? Because that says we met. No.
They're $10 chats.
Okay. All right, never mind.
No opinion.
All right.
And I don't think anything wrong with that. It's just their opinion.
I have. Never mind. I won't say it. It's fine.
But so your mom is okay with it?
Yeah.
Did she, like, what was her reaction when you first told her? Did you tell her when you were 18 when you first started it? She didn't care. But you came from Iran, right? Are people there usually more conservative?
Not really, no. Iran was not like a Muslim country till like 40-50 years ago, so a lot of the families are not actually Muslim or conservative. A lot of them are just forced to follow a rule that they don't really like. None of my friends or like none of my family, like no one's really like Muslim. It's just something that is like forced upon them. So like no one really actually believes, and that's why like even now when there's a war, a lot of them are like, as long as the whole thing changes, you know.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
What'd your mom do to support herself?
She had a normal job.
What's her normal job?
A normal job minimum.
Nice.
Just a regular job at the mall.
No, because you said that you moved to Canada because she was following a man.
Yeah.
And then the man vanished. Yeah. I don't know, kind of made me sad for your mom.
She's fine. She's doing fine.
Yeah, well,
I did fine.
Good.
I bought her a house and a car. She's fine.
Oh, good.
Oh,
Good.
Holly, have you ever done sex work?
Well, I'm thinking about it now. Isn't it a big box? It's more than sugar baby money, huh?
Yeah.
Sugar baby is kind of sex work.
It is.
I'm teasing sugar baby in my dreams.
You don't think you can do it?
Oh, yeah, well, that's why I posted. I said, let's do signups, boys.
Oh my goodness.
So did you respond to that message where he was like, I'll give you a $2,000 weekly allowance?
No, I took it and I sent it to Brian and I said, you want to know what I'm doing right now? Check this out. And then I put it on Facebook to see if I could drum up any biz. My friends all laughed. God, they had such a good time. It's probably still spinning on Facebook with everybody laughing.
Have you had higher offers?
I haven't looked at my Facebook to see.
I mean, like ever.
Well, that was my first offer, darn it, and it took me 62 to get it. God bless.
Why didn't you take him up on that?
Well, because I think it's a sea of players out there. There's a lot of love bombers. I don't really think they're true. And I mean, that was sweet for him to say that, and I appreciate it, but really $2,000 a week is kind of cheap, and I don't really like that. So it was kind of like a little insult. I get it. I'm older, but whatever.
I don't think sugar babies and sugar daddy relationships are usually for love. I think it's strictly transactional.
Yeah, and I didn't get it because I didn't get any contract with it. I didn't see any cash. What's up with that?
It's a scam. That's why.
So to pivot, I have a question for all the ladies here. If you want to continue talking about this, we totally can. But I really would like to hear your guys' thoughts on the male loneliness epidemic.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's a lot of I know there's a lot of guys that are lonely, and man, Facebook is covered with it. And if they could just dial it back a little bit, I mean, it's like, look, can we have a conversation here? Don't do the love bombing, okay? Because it's a major red flag. We don't trust you. But if you could be civil and normal, we could talk and maybe something can happen,
What does that mean, the male loneliness epidemic?
So I haven't researched too far into it, but from what I've heard, some of the statistics behind it is that men now more than ever are more depressed, more feeling isolated, feeling disconnected from partners. And there's a lot of different theories on why this is happening. One of the ones that I think might be true is that right now the meaning of relationships is shifting for men and women, meaning that now with the female empowerment movement, more women are outperforming at work, women are outperforming at home, and yes, there's a lot of burnout and exhaustion with that, but also we're coming from a different place now where women are not entirely reliant on men. We can have our own bank accounts, we can have our own jobs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so now women don't necessarily quote unquote need a man in order to be independent or to have a life or to have a family. So now I think a lot of men are confused about what is my role, and with very loud third wave feminism where it's like men suck, everybody to just all the men there's not worth it, anybody out there, all that. It's sending a lot of mixed messages about, okay, so I can't say the word chivalry. Yeah, this case like that. And so for that, what women actually want, because it feels like the men can't win in any direction right now. But we're also shifting out of more quote unquote patriarchy views, and now women get to choose from a place of desire, and men also get to up level some of their own emotional skills that
may not have been provided in the past. So that's the synopsis of it. What are your guys'
I don't
thoughts?
think so. I don't. Do you want to talk first? Go ahead.
Doesn't matter. Okay. I think that we took like their natural needs and roles that is like in nature away from them. So now they're just like lost. And then the way now we are like woman empowerment and all that, by doing that, we think we're in power, but we're not really in power. Like, I mean, you have a normal-ish job, but like we are not empowered, but we think we are. So now instead of like being with one, we like listen to like 1,000 and we think we're like empowered, but we're not. And we just took their nature away from them, and now we're using them, and now they're just lonely, and they're like, they can't do what they're meant to do in nature. That is like in their like literal like natural instincts. They're not able to do it.
Why aren't they able to do it?
Because they're meant to provide and protect and take care of you.
So then why not do that?
Because we don't even let them.
Nah.
Like as soon as one of them comes near us, we're like this and that. And then also like there is like a need in human relationships, and with men and women, there is like there used to be a need of like men doing that, and now women think they're all doing it by their own.
I was gonna say I agree with you, but I feel like a lot of it is just like emotional intelligence. Like I still want a man that can provide, and like I believe we all have like our different responsibilities, like we're yin and yang, but I just like my past relationships are just guys I've tried to date. They just like, I don't, what's the word? They just have like really rash opinions, or very like one-sided, like they stick to some stuff. Or I've noticed even with like my guy friends, when they talk about like trying to date women, like me as just their friend, I'll tell them like, hey, like you're a little rude, or you acted this way or this way. Like they're not going to listen to me. But I've noticed like they'll listen to their guy friends and then do better. But oftentimes that's like not what
because
happens.
we kind of became against each other. So it's been very hard for men and women to agree with each other.
Yeah.
And we're at a point that we're in a war at every point. It's like, no, I'm right.
It's competition.
I'm right. But I think there is like underlying reasons why the society is the way it is.
I did date somebody like that too. It was always like, I don't know, oh, like you have the ability to like do this, but like I can't. So you'd like kind of like.
We made it this way by like, I think feminism had like a big part of that.
Yeah.
Why it's the way it is.
Well, yeah, but I think
Hold on just a sec. Davon Jackson weighing in with the message. Y'all just heard a lady say that $2,000 a week for existing was cheap, and now are acting confused as to why men are alone. Exactly. Selling butt is an empowerment, and yes, we demonize drug dealers too. Thank you, Davon Jackson, coming in there with the
but we don't demonize drug dealers as we do porn stars. We demonize addicts. It was a whole thing you missed. But we demonize, when it comes to drugs, we demonize the addicts way more than we demonize the drug dealers. We send the drug dealers to jail, but you don't look at them like you see a drug addict and you're like, well, why the fuck did he make that choice? And I have a food addiction. I lost 70 pounds. The whole thing is, nobody's going to blame the food manufacturer for that. That's me. That's my choice.
They demonize the buyers, not the sellers.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's like, no. Demonize the person that's like, if you're going to do it for everybody, if you're just going to do it for porn, you got to do it for everybody.
Wait, I don't think drug dealers have some sterling reputation.
They don't, but drug addicts are demonized way more than drug dealers. If you own a liquor company or a cigarette company, I'll stick with the legal ones, or even a marijuana company in places that it's legal, people are not going to look at you like you're the scrounge of the earth. But if you're an alcoholic, then you're a deadbeat loser and you have all these problems.
The alcohol company one, I'll give to you. I don't think there's really demonization towards like alcohol companies for selling alcohol. There's like Budweiser got in trouble a couple months ago for giving a sponsorship to Dylan Mulvaney. That's another separate though. But cigarette companies are absolutely massively demonized.
The ones that
like
make vapes?
Philip Morris, Marlboro, the cigarette companies are demonized and they're legislated against.
Yeah, they're legislated against after a lot of fighting, but they still are allowed to sell, and nobody says like, well, you shouldn't be allowed to buy cigarettes. You shouldn't nobody's flaming the CEO of Marlboro and being like, you shouldn't exist and you're a terrible person. Nobody's protesting that guy. And vaping and Zins and everything else is so prevalent now. Nobody really bats an eye at that.
I do think there is still quite a bit of stigma associated with being involved in the tobacco industry. Like, I do think it's the case if maybe in a romantic context. I think some people might have some hesitations dating like somebody like a VP or an executive for a tobacco company.
I don't. I imagine they make a ton of money.
Yeah,
I don't think they have a lot of...
I think some people would have qualms.
Maybe.
Being friends with or dating somebody who's a VP or executive at a tobacco
But
company.
there are no dating shows or podcasts online that dedicate 6 hours of content as to why you shouldn't date the VP for Marlboro or American Spirits. And there are for OnlyFans girls.
Well, that's a total straw man. We don't spend 6 hours. In fact,
I didn't even say it was you.
Oh, okay.
I was saying in general.
Sorry, which other podcast then?
I don't watch them. I don't know.
Okay, so you're talking about this podcast. Yeah, we honestly, while it is a topic of conversation coming up here when it comes to women's involvement in OnlyFans and sex work, I actually find the conversation kind of dull and boring and uninteresting. And my audience can even back this up. I frequently don't want to engage in the porn bad conversation because it's boring.
Fair enough, but other podcasts do. You have Fresh and Fit, and then whatever Andrew Tate does, and then
that's not their focus, though.
But I see him on TikTok all the time. I see him on YouTube. Like it's a clippable thing to get into an OnlyFans girl's face and be like, "No one will ever love you," which is bullshit. But that's like a thing.
Yeah, that's a straw man, though. I don't think people are saying that.
We have people in the chats that are sending money just to say like men don't like 304s.
Okay, now you're shifting the goalpost. First, it was people that host podcasts. Now it's just like anonymous commentators. Of course, people on the internet. You've been on the internet. I'm sure you know that people say mean things on the internet. So we're shifting the goalpost here a little bit. When it comes to these podcasts, I mean, I haven't really heard rhetoric like that. I think it is the case that people say it makes it way more difficult to date. It makes it way more difficult to find a fulfilling relationship.
Which is fine.
When you're involved in that.
Yeah. But my point was that earlier when it came up, we were talking about the fact that it is the only anything that's like adult content is the only addictive substance that we really heavily demonize the creator of it and not the user. In our society. Again, we don't demonize the alcohol maker.
This is just totally untrue. Women refuse frequently to date men who are like addicted to adult content. Like, it's a strong stated preference. And there's a social stigma towards men who watch adult content. And I'm actually kind of in favor of that. I don't think men should be watching this kind of content. I think it's detrimental and damaging to relationships. The man should not be watching adult content. Even outside of a relationship, I don't think he should be watching it. But there's absolutely social stigma towards the user.
I have literally never encountered that.
You've never heard a girl say, I don't want to date a guy who watches porn.
No.
We're just going to say whatever.
To be fair, that is a standard in my relationship since that.
Which is fine, but I've never, this is my first time encountering it.
You've never heard a girl say, I have a strong preference for a guy who doesn't watch this kind of stuff.
I mean, I suppose my grandma probably, if he's addicted to it, then I would have a problem with that if it's like consuming his everyday life. But if he just watches it,
he probably has. Let's say he watches it 2 times a week.
Oh, I don't
just
care.
While he is,
that's fine.
But it is reducing the frequency in which you guys are having sex.
It hasn't in the past.
How would you know?
I can't imagine it being more frequent.
Okay, I mean, you could be dealing with like a guy who has like very, very, very high sex drive where he can like masturbate multiple times a week and then fuck you multiple times a day. But I feel like most guys are not going to be able to like masturbate and have the same level of sexual frequency.
Now, first of all, everybody should masturbate. You should have time by yourself. What do you mean, nah?
Masturbation is healthy.
It's like you should have some alone
the risk of prostate cancer in men.
You just get your needs fulfilled by your partner.
Which is
okay, but like masturbation does have health benefits for men.
If you're single, sure, I guess, but
maybe what if your wife isn't fucking you every day?
You divorce her and you find somebody
every day.
Every day.
Oh, every day.
Because you're supposed to.
I thought you said if she just wasn't.
No. Like as a man, I've read, and then I could be wrong on numbers, but you should ejaculate like 28 times a month for optimal health.
Send me the study on this.
I'm gonna field this to the ladies because I can't speak for men on this one. There is when it comes to sex, it shouldn't be this way, but when it comes to sex and when you're with your partner, even if you've been with them forever, there is still a little bit of a performative element to it where you want to look good and you want to make sure that you're taking care of. When you're masturbating, you just have to worry about yourself. And it doesn't matter what face you make or anything like, you should have alone time.
No, you got to save that shit for your partner.
And it's a lot
Save
quicker.
the ugly faces and the weird positions and no.
What kind of weird shit are you doing?
I'm just saying, don't worry about what your face is doing when you're doing that.
Do you when you're doing that, are you watching adult content while you're doing it?
Depends.
That's damaging to your relationship.
I would disagree with that. But
Okay, sure.
I mean, again, he's dead, so I don't think it can get much more damaging.
That's the most damaging
That's
part.
why it happened, actually.
I wish it was a porn-related accident. That would be funny.
Incident. We have some chats coming through here. We have Pasty George. The reason, actually, I'm going to have you read them if you can.
I'm the verbalizer still?
Yes, you are the...
I'm the show verbalizer?
Yes.
Okay. The reason why women are showing higher numbers in both academia and the workplace is because men are no longer pushing themselves. When there's no women, children, or family, what's the point?
That's fair.
Push yourself to get a woman and child and family.
He follows it up with...
Hearing women condoning and reinforcing their own delusions and degeneracy among themselves in real time is hilarious. LMFAO. I'm so glad you're enjoying the show.
He's loving the
It's
show.
hilarious that you spent $100 for us to talk to you.
Uh-oh, don't get on his bad side, because
He'll spend more money so that I see what he's saying?
Yeah, this guy's a big a high roller. He owns a couple casinos up in Canada, actually.
Can he be
We
a
have
high roller
Canadian.
for me?
Hey, Pasty George.
I love high rollers.
She's in Canada. Pasty, where are you in? Vancouver? Would you date a First Nations Giga Chad?
Is he primal?
Primal? What does that mean? Are you primal, Pasty George?
Is he primal? Is he extremely masculine?
He's sending hundreds of dollars to talk to women he
Here, read
doesn't
this.
know.
What is it?
Read it.
The chances of
You want me to-
304s, OF girls, cam girls, etc., getting a mid-man to marry is high, but them getting a high-tier man and marrying him is low, and is even lower if they try to keep him. LOL.
So he's in Canada too. You're in Canada, but you're in Vancouver. He's in Saskatchewan, and he owns like 3 casinos.
Yeah.
So if you want, like, I'll get you guys linked up.
Depends on how he is, yeah.
Also, let me check on Andrew Tate if he messaged back.
If he's an Andrew
Crossing
Tate
fingers.
supporter.
Yeah.
could work.
Wait, what were we talking about? Oh, we were going to react to some videos or
Videos,
something. And then we were talking about, we'll move it on to the videos. Get the first one pulled up, please.
Just real quick, what's up with the Patrice O'Neill picture?
Rest in peace.
Yeah,
Rest in
late
peace.
great.
One of my favorite comedians.
You actually
That
text
rules.
him?
He's the best.
Huh?
Did you actually text
I
him?
did
I'm
message
gonna
him.
fucking cry.
Do we have it? All right, so we have a bunch of videos from you, so we're going to go back to back on these.
These are so old.
Yep. Oh,
I like the braces.
Yeah, Mega's bigger.
They're really old.
There we go. Okay, go ahead, play it. Okay, so these are people on your TikTok being like, "Hey, that's your dad. This is on your TikTok. He's your biggest supporter." Okay,
That
we
is
need to
my
tab
dad.
over to the next immediately. Okay,
Love a support
Immediately.
get it full screen. Okay, so we'll go back center and then we'll get them going. All right, whenever you're ready. All right, go ahead. Oh, pause. Put it on video.
I stand
Scroll
by
to the very
those.
beginning. Audio on. Audio.
Yes, I have.
He watches all my videos, right?
Everyone.
Your own.
He loves my TikToks.
Every
Oh.
single TikTok.
Oh, your TikToks. Okay. Next.
Oh, my mind was blown for a second.
My heart fell into my stomach.
I'm not that weird.
Okay.
All right, we got next one coming up. No audio? Show it to me first, then we'll... It's probably no audio. Yeah, no audio.
Oh, this is my mommy.
All right, this... So your parents are supportive of you doing the OF. Play
Yes. This is still super old, though.
it. Okay. Mom is supportive. She's proud.
Yeah.
Okay. Hide it before it ends, okay? Just put it back center. Next one. And then who here, like, you do OF too, though, right?
Technically, but not in the way that most people do. I post cosplay photos and bikini photos on there, but no adult content. No.
Okay. What do your parents think of you doing OF?
I only have a mom, so
your dad passed
I
away?
don't know. My dad is not like I don't know where he is.
All right. Thorn Holio, thank you for the gifted 10 memberships. Appreciate it. Next one. No audio. Or wait. Is there? Yeah, play it, I guess. Your dad must be so proud. He's your top supporter. Okay, next. And then you do OF. What do your parents think about it?
So my dad passed away when I was 18, but before that, he was always very supportive of any artistic ambition I had. And my mother and I, we haven't spoken since I was 18. When my dad passed, it strained our relationship too much.
Okay. What about your parents?
Me, I actually cut my own father off at 17, and I'm emancipated, but I'm like still close to my mom. Sometimes I'll provide for her and like support her. She's like okay. I don't know. She. I don't know. It's hit or miss. Sometimes like she'll give me shit, and then sometimes she's like, "I'm proud of you. Like you're doing well." She just doesn't really want to hear about it. Yes, I'm Polish. I learned it first. Yeah.
What's that?
My family's from there. I spoke it first, so like when I was younger, it was kind of a struggle. Like,
were you born in Poland?
No, I was born in New York.
Is that your mom?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's her mom.
That's actually my mom.
Hey,
she's really
we should have had her on the show.
She's so
Jenny Lynn, we should have had you on the show. Mother-daughter.
That's my mom.
Chair 2 is well-spoken and seems smart. What's her OF
I
now?
love her.
She's trying to plug my OF.
All right.
So.
Next.
That's cute.
Play it. And okay.
I did this a lot. People really hated it.
Yeah, next. So parents cool with it or not cool with it?
My mom knows. She's cool with it.
She's cool. Your Iranian mother is cool with you being a stripper?
Yeah. Tell me about
Has she ever been to the strip club?
Yeah.
Yikes.
I mean, she's a feminist too.
Really?
Yeah.
Like she was saying earlier, Iranians are like pretty liberal, like the people, like
Liberal?
Persians.
Oh yeah, they're not very as like. There's countries that are like Muslim and the people agree with it, and there's Iran that is Muslim but people don't agree with it. So it's basically like a thing that happened in the past 40, 50 years. So a lot of these people's like grandparents are not actually.
The revolution.
Yeah, so it's like we're not really a Muslim country. We're forced to be Muslim country.
Yeah. Well, what's crazy is if you actually Google photos of what Iran looks like, was it the 70s?
Yeah, it was just like America.
It looks like America.
Yeah. We say that we were one of the best countries, and they did that to us to make us the worst country, and it's kind of happening to you guys now. So good luck on that.
Becoming what?
If they're all Muslim country. Good luck on that.
Oh. I mean, are we?
Yep.
Not
Canada
really.
is for sure.
Oh, well, Canada.
That's one of the reasons now.
We have mostly Latin American immigration,
but it's,
so
I
don't
think
know if we should be worried. Well, who knows? Do you have the next one?
Oh, there's more.
Oh, this is a different one, but yeah, sure, we'll just play this.
I'm excited to see this.
All right, reasons to
so
date you.
old.
You'll be a stay-at-home husband. All right.
Yeah, your name from the crowd.
Next.
Nay from me, if that helps.
Is it off TikTok yet? Well, it should be video still, right?
Oh, you're pulling pictures of me too?
Yeah, the video. Go ahead. No audio. So you want, is your boyfriend or no, you have a husband.
Yeah, we're married.
Is he stay-at-home husband?
Yeah. He takes all my content.
Okay, play.
Okay.
What the hell? Is your dad still your biggest supporter? Oh no. Yikes. Next. And then you did it again. So, okay, your dad passed away.
He did. He died in December.
Is it the
I'm
same one in the
sorry to
video? Oh shit.
Maybe a little insensitive with the urn, though. Is that actually his
It is.
ashes?
Yes.
Wait,
I don't
hold
get
on.
why
To
it's
be fair, it is
insensitive
her
though.
own dad.
Wait,
It is
hold
my
on.
Her dad,
Yeah.
so she can decide.
How did he die? Suicide?
Illness.
Well, okay, play the next one. And then X out of the ones we already showed. Okay, play it.
If it helps, he's not in that urn.
He's not in. You made a smaller urn.
No, we have an empty, smaller urn that was going to go to his family.
Don't you think it's a little
insensitive?
A little insensitive.
To who though? Because it was my dad.
The corpse, I guess.
But it was my dad.
Laughter's the best medicine.
Okay, for example, let's say it wasn't ashes and it was just the body, but you're the son, right?
Okay.
Or the daughter.
Okay.
Can you desecrate a corpse just because it's
How am I
parent?
desecrating an ashes?
No, but I'm not saying you're desecrating it, but it's, it's a little.
Well, I also think you'd have to know my dad.
Would you go to a graveyard and be like doing a
I would.
shooting?
Because you don't know my dad. My dad loved doing these videos. He loved it. He thought it was hilarious.
Send the asteroid.
That'd be amazing if you did.
But he loved it. Like, he loved doing it.
When you're in a cemetery, you have to observe a certain level of, what's the word? Not, somebody help me with the word. It's evading me.
Smoke. Well, the thing is, he's not in a
Nobody
cemetery,
knows.
though.
Decorum. Decorum. Thank you, Holly.
So
Decorum.
I wouldn't dance in front of other people's dead parents, but why can't I dance in front of my own dead parents?
Okay, if I was at the cemetery going to my grandmother's grave,
I wouldn't do it near people.
I saw some chick, even if she's like fucking 100 graves down, shooting some content, I'd be like, I would probably walk over there and be like, fuck you, you should leave.
But it is
like
a free country, so I could do that.
You could. I mean,
But also, we're arguing a hypothetical because he is not in a grave, and there's no other people around.
No, I know, but like, I'm trying to get at this idea of like when it comes to remains, I do feel like there is a line,
Yeah, but like
I get it's your dad's remains and you're in possession of his remains, but I feel like there's a line.
It is, and he loved being in TikToks. He loved me posting them. He did watch all my TikToks. He thought it was funny. He thought saying funny stuff was funny. He enjoyed it. He died out of nowhere. He enjoyed it. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yo, DPG thing. Hold on. For some reason, here, I have to do it manually. Is the audio all the way up? Yo, Brian, what's up, brother? It's Jungle F. You'll see me as DPG thing from now on as I'm a streamer. Shout out to the ladies on the panel. Be nice, Brian. He's a good man. A true scholar. W show.
Thank you.
This is a champagne pop, so we'll pop champagne. Aww. Yo, dude, Jungle. Good to see you back in the chat, man. You're a legend. Thank you so much, dude. And let's see. Oh, okay. So now he's changed. Hey, let me give you a little shout out, guys. Are you on Twitch? What's your username on Twitch? I tuned into your stream a while ago. If it's DPG thing. Oh, did you take the thing off? Wait, why is it like this? I don't know. Wait. Okay, please don't point it. Hold on. Okay, you gotta be really careful with this one. This is already open. This is, here. Don't open it.
Treating it like a bomb squad needs to come in here.
Bro, those things will take a fucking eye out.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, just toss that one. All right. So I'm just don't want any. Okay. Well, good conversation there. So, what about, okay, the ashes, I guess? I don't know. What does the panel think? Anybody want to weigh in?
Laughter's the best medicine. That's fine. And it's not like at least with what I believe, is that's not her, that's the earth part of her dad, but the soul's gone. So it's not like and she wasn't doing anything to desecrate it. She didn't piss on him.
Right.
She was just dancing with an urn. That's cute.
I think in furtherance of promoting her pornographic content, even if it wasn't pornographic, like if somebody was just doing that just for their TikTok or whatever,
I'd say it'd be weird if her dad was really not into it when he was alive.
No, my dad loved it. I feel like it's kind of just crazy to say that it's wrong when you don't know my dad.
I think her dad would be okay with
he would.
videos.
And also, he's dead, so who really cares?
Well, here's the thing. You're saying, well, you don't know my dad, but there's just certain things that I don't know.
Well, he would 100% want me to do that.
Did he tell you that?
Yeah, well, when he was dying in the hospital bed next to me, he told me, "Why aren't you making TikToks?" So yeah.
I think that's a pre-written permission, yeah.
Yeah, like I sat with him while he died, and he asked me, "Why aren't you making TikToks and working right now?"
Yo, chat, what do you guys think? Chat, what do you think?
So I don't think, like, I can totally understand your point and why it looks that way, and I understand why people hate it. But my dad really did love it. And I like doing it with my dad too.
I think tragedy and comedy are two sides of the same coin, and I think, laughter.
Censor, please. Go ahead.
Oh yes, and laughter is the best medicine. So I think, doing something like that in good taste for your own tragedy I think it is tasteful and it's individual to you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the one who had to go through it, so.
Yeah.
And every family has different values. Like, I know my grandpa, he would, like, turn in his grave if I did it. But, like, I think it's fun that you guys have that type of relationship.
Do you want to help?
And
Yeah, we have a very, like, unserious family.
Oh my God, dude.
Hold the bottle and then apply pressure and counter. Like,
I'm literally doing it.
But you're going back and forth. Just go in one direction.
Do you need me? Just kidding.
You need muscle mom.
Yeah, true.
I will break it by accident.
Just shatters the glass.
I fucking hate these bottles, bro. Here we go. There we go. Okay.
Yay.
Oh my goodness. Fucking hell. All right. Woo. Where were we?
We were talking about the urn and TikToks.
TikToks and urns.
Here, I got some messages. In Canada, because of the birth rate crisis and worker shortage, the government brought in thousands of foreigners from the Middle East. Now they almost run almost everything, even DoorDash. That's from Pasty George. Yep. There's a lot of immigration in Canada. Davon Jackson, if my daughter, who has every hole of hers on the internet, was prancing my ashes in front of her gooner audience for views, if my soul was still intact, it would shred to pieces.
Well, you weren't my dad, so congratulations.
Even if like my dad gave me permission to do it, I still wouldn't do it.
My dad enjoyed it.
I don't know. There's something that it doesn't rub me the right way.
I think it's totally fine.
Okay. Cool.
I mean, I don't. It's not your dead dad, so at the end of the day.
Everybody here is over 21, right?
Yes.
Everybody want champagne?
I don't drink.
I don't
Champagne?
know.
No. Yes.
I'll take one.
Yes. Holly, do you want some? Okay, so 6 cups total. Oh wait, I'm not gonna use these. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a segment really quick where I'm gonna open this up to debate from the audience. I'm gonna put in members only mode. I'm gonna read. So Mary, you're gonna go on live segment, and we're gonna pull them up, okay? In StreamYard. Okay, like that? Yeah.
Are we just debating my father? Is that what the debate is?
The chat, we're doing a segment where the chat actually gets to make the arguments.
Okay, cool.
So we're gonna pull up some of them. So if you're a member, you get to actually debate this. Sorry guys, I'm like multitasking a million things. Pass it down, please.
Thank you. Can I have some more water too? Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, thank you. You got that's a no for the
no from me.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Members, so if we need to see like a couple sentences, you can make your argument, or well, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 sentences.
My dad was 57 for the person who asked that.
We can't, by the way, you got to pull it up too. Oh, I'm good. Take it, Nick.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Wait, one's for.
No.
Oh, you said you wanted one.
No.
Did she not say she wanted?
Huh?
I thought you wanted some. Oh, Nick, you want some? Sure. Here. All right. Nick is getting some. There you go. Okay, let's do a quick cheers. Cheers to Jungle, or as he is now going, he's going by, what was it? It was DPG? DPG? Wait, hold on. I don't want, DPG thing. All right. Cheers to ashes. All right, salud.
Cheers to my dead dad.
Okay. So I'll just have to pull it up then. All right, you guys get to make the arguments. We have the one who knocks. He says, I don't care how old your dad was. You're a horrible person, but it sounds like your father was... Oh, okay, that was a little rough.
I get these comments every single day of my life.
This is somebody's father, guys.
That was mean.
This is your mom.
This is my mom.
Jenny Linney. I think these MFers that are saying that are judging her without knowing her are disgusting and small-minded a-holes. Okay. Damn, okay, there's some brutal, maybe this is...
I get really, really, really horrible comments, so they don't really affect me, but I do get quite a lot.
What? What?
In my personal opinion, I don't think you can preach or hold any disdain toward her values if you're going to say something like that in the comment section.
For real.
Right.
For real.
Like, if you have values and honor, don't say that.
It's a little distasteful, but if he would have been okay with it, then I don't see a problem.
And I can agree with you that it is distasteful. And I don't...
Josh Brooks says, you're supposed to let the dead rest in peace, you dolt. He says that.
Well, he didn't want to die, and he didn't want to rest in peace. He wanted to make TikToks.
Why do you think it's respectful to show camel toe while holding your dad's urn?
Because I have a big vagina. What? I can't wear yoga pants?
All right. Okay. He is shooting his shot. Thanks for the super chat there. Let's see. By the way, obviously there's a lot of chats coming through. We're going to miss some of them. So just copy and paste if we are missing it, I guess. Does she think we'd live in a better society if every man held the same standards for their daughter? Okay.
No.
There's a lot of super chats coming through. We might have to hold those until after.
Oh my God.
It's kind of dark humor. Some people seem to like it. Dawn says death is no longer sacred in the modern world. Grief is personal, but dancing on TikTok with your dad's ashes feels more like a grab for attention than a tribute.
So I think it's both. So my job is to get attention online. So I am aware of that concept, and that is why I posted it.
Okay.
But at the same time, my father also loved to do it, so I don't feel it's that bad.
There's a line between honoring someone and exploiting their memory. Some moments deserve privacy and respect, not a public stage or viral trend.
Wasn't a viral trend. It got like 100,000 views.
As Chris Rock said, a father's one job is to keep his daughter off the pole. Delta Echo, this is the biggest cup I've ever seen. Typical California family.
I'm from Georgia.
She's from the
I'm
deep
from the South.
She's from the deep South. Look at her smile, unremorseful. Well,
I have no remorse.
She doesn't think she did anything wrong.
I don't.
So, your father was being supportive because he loved you. Doesn't mean what you're doing is morally right. Respect. Okay. Josh Brooks says this.
It was actually a severely traumatic event, but if you've ever been through trauma, you know that you can deal with that differently than just crying. I feel if I was just crying on the internet about my dad dying forever, that I would get hated on that as well.
Okay. All right. Let's see if there's any final call, if anybody wants to make an argument. Your mom is not enjoying some of the comments. Let's see here.
Sending you love, Jenny.
She didn't watch it.
She's watching. Yeah, maybe you should turn this off.
Turn it off.
All right.
This
Well,
is
that
her
was an
husband,
interesting
too.
experiment.
Yeah.
All right. There's a bunch of chats that came through that we need to get caught up on. Going back as far as like 10 minutes ago. I'm going to read the super chats. Amidst your feminist gender studies prattle, you're missing the elephant in the room. There are 4 OF workers on the panel. 10% of women between the age of 18 to 25 are on OF. Gen Z gals aren't exactly the bring her home to mom caliber. That's from Lucas. Anybody feel like responding to that from
What's
Lucas?
the percentage of men that are subscribers to OF, though? Because, like, what if women don't want to date men that are...
And where does the 10% statistic come from?
Where's that from, too?
And honestly, there's a lot of amazing women out there with great values of integrity and their own personhood. And I think that you have to check where you're looking.
There's
also about women.
Even if we believe his statistic, and it is 10% of women in that age group are on OF, and that's not your jam, and that's not what you want to date, totally fine by you. There's 90% of other women in that age group.
Yeah.
Go date one of them.
There's horrible women that, like, I guess, like, people would like look at and be like, oh, you're amazing because you make this much and you have a real job and like a degree or two or whatever, but like you're gonna idealize that, but you don't know how they really are behind the scenes.
Yeah, and again, ultimately, we have free will as human beings, so you can choose who you want to date. And who you
If you don't like somebody, move on. Go get somebody else. Plenty of fish in the sea.
Okay. All right, we have another chat from Lucas here. Furthermore, and your anecdotal outlier claims notwithstanding, it would be embarrassing for a high-level professional man to introduce you within polite society, which, ironically enough, Chair 1, is exactly where the men you desire navigate.
Exactly. That's what my point is.
Oh,
I
shit.
agree with that.
Big Giga Chat here. Hold on. There it is. Thank you again for the champagne pop, man. Really, really appreciate it. Yes, sir. DPG thing on everything. Chair 8. Be nice. Say hello. That's you.
Oh. Hi. What's up, guys?
Brian is right. I'm a legend. Love the show, bro. Keep on keeping on. Hey, thank you so much for the massive super chat. Guys, W's in the chat for DPG thing, the artist formerly known as Jungle F. W's in the chat for DPG. Thank you so much, man. Looking flying those aviators. Thank you, dude. Big $500 super chat. Fucking legend. Wait, I gotta play this too. Hold on. Oh, it's not gonna play. Wait. Damn, the fucking our OBS is all fucked. I don't know what happened. Anyways, thank you so much, man. We have Jenny here. Oh, we already read that one. Okay. All right. We got some members who joined. Thank you guys for joining up. Appreciate it. Hit the join button if you want to become a member, and then the rest I'll just let you pull up. All right. Okay, let's get back into the show notes. Where were we? I don't even know. We were talking about...
We pulled up videos.
Oh, all her videos. Okay, did you X out of all those videos? Okay, we have a video from her. Let's pull that one up.
Nice.
It should be the first one.
I don't know what it... was it the one we saw earlier?
Do you have it? No audio, just play it. Play it. POV, your parents fully supported your goth phase under the condition that you let them take pictures to laugh at when you're an adult. Damn.
That's my
is
favorite
brutal.
photo.
Okay,
I can feel the
X
angst.
out of that. And then we had
Fedora at the ocean.
We had
It's
two
crazy.
tweets. Let's
Oh,
react to
my
those.
Twitter's nuts.
Oh, goodness.
It could say anything.
Oh, okay.
Family and-
Yeah, this one. 20% of married dudes cheat. Where do you get that stat from? Since we're talking about stats.
I don't remember where I looked it up, but I know I looked it up before
Okay.
I posted this.
20% of men leave their wives when she becomes chronically. You know that study was retracted?
I know just from friends and family who work in hospital settings and who work in chronic care, that is something where they have to like sit the woman down when she's diagnosed and actually prepare them on what to do when their husband leaves them, because it happens so often.
Yeah, except the studies on that's anecdotal. All the studies that they've done on that, well, the one in particular that's often cited, that I believe you're citing there, it was retracted because they made multiple errors in how they coded the study.
All right, well then I'll have to look more into that. But speaking anecdotally from the people that I know that work in that type of care, it's incredibly common.
So you're saying in these institutions, these healthcare institutions, there's a policy where they sit down the wife, and if she has a spouse or whatever, they tell her, by the way, there's a risk your husband's going to leave you. So there's a gendered policy on this?
There's a support staff member that will come in and we'll talk to
Only
them
for
about...
the women, though.
There's support staff that comes in for both, but one of the talking points specifically for the women is to usher them through that point of
don't
change.
you think that's sexist?
But we don't see it happen with men.
Yes,
we do. We don't see that happen like we do.
Yeah.
It's
never happened in the history of humanity.
Of course
a woman
it has.
divorced her
Of course it has.
husband who has cancer.
But I'm saying the frequency is not
What
there.
evidence do you have for the claim?
Just, again, I'm only going off of the study that apparently was retracted. I haven't seen that. And then anecdotal evidence.
I mean,
I know women who have gotten chronically ill and then their partner has left them. I don't know of any man that has gotten chronically ill and then has been left. They usually get married, in my experience.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that happens both ways.
Of course, in some regard, but I think it's skewed one way over the other.
Well, it seems like women overwhelmingly end relationships. So this idea that men are these evil, devilish dogs who...
I didn't say that.
That seems to be the implication.
No, I was responding to something in that tweet.
Uh-huh.
And I'm not going to quote exactly what it was, but I remember somebody saying, like, women are the ones that break up families or something, or women are always the ones that, like, destroy families. And so that's why I quoted the fact that 94% of family annihilators are men, which is true, and then the other stats in there. I love men. I genuinely do, and I'm not saying that they're evil, but I'm saying they're not innocent either.
Do we have the study? I think it's pulled up in one of the tabs. Do you have it? Make it bigger, please. Widely reported study suggesting divorce is more likely when wives fall ill gets axed, and this is from Retraction Watch, is invalid thanks to a short string of mistaken coding that negates the original conclusions published in the March issue of the Journal of Health and Social Behavior. So anyways, I mean...
So then what was the updated conclusion?
I'm not sure.
Oh.
But...
So we don't have the updated stat.
Could be 19%.
Yeah, it could be. It could be 10. It could be 5. But regardless.
I suppose. And then pull the tweet back up, though. Oh, hold on. We have a TTS coming through. Or it's not a TTS because it's broken. I just have to read it. Thanks to feminism, women are more masculine than ever, broadly speaking. Emotions that aren't anger are usually considered feminine. To the panel, what does modern masculinity mean to you?
Ooh,
yeah, we can just move on to that. Go ahead, starting chair one.
Wait, what was the question again?
What does modern masculinity mean to you?
What does it mean to me?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Someone that is very in tune with their natural instincts and thinks that's how men are supposed to live, like, and be. And I'm not saying like men in the past 50 years, like men, their actual nature before this whole surface level stuff, like what we're actually here for before like the jobs and like the actual purpose of men. That would be someone that is like actually masculine for me.
Or just going through each?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what do you think?
I think many things can be masculine. I think it doesn't have to just be your like, you know, like the biology of like men need to provide and men need to hunt or whatever it was, or like I think a masculine men could stay home with kids personally, but I think it's kind of just, I don't think it's that cut and dry.
I think modern masculinity is the same as archetypal masculinity, where it's like the strength is seen as more masculine, but then also I think when you look at things more analytically instead of on the emotional side, I think that's considered masculine. I think it still is. Protection, which again is like strength. Yeah, I don't think the definition's changed. I think maybe people in our society exhibit them in different degrees, but I don't think it's changed.
Mm-hmm. I would say that I watched a brilliant movie the other night about Desmond Doss. Has anybody heard of him before? Okay. Basically, he saved like 75 people during the World War II, I believe. And I think he's a great example of masculinity in general, having high integrity, high emotional intelligence, courage, unapologetic about himself and his values, and is sworn to a higher purpose than himself.
Yeah, I really resonate with what both the previous ladies said, because I think masculinity in its definition hasn't really changed over time. And I also think, of course, there's the differentiation between toxic masculinity versus healthy. And so the rigid definition being that men need to be providers or to be physically strong or stoic, I don't think that is beneficial and that doesn't behoove relationships. So I think a healthier version of masculinity could be a man who has the desire to take care of his loved ones, but is still in touch with his emotions and is able to be mature and emotionally intelligent and in tune with his soft side, because I think all human beings, we have a mix of masculine and feminine polarities. And so a healthy man to me is someone who is not 100% strictly masculine, but is comfortable with adopting qualities and facets of sort of both archetypes.
So what do you think draws the line between healthy masculinity and toxic masculinity?
Yeah, I think it's it's not for me to decide, because I think that can be arbitrary, but when I see toxic masculine discourse or diatribe on the internet, oftentimes it's either attacking certain types of people or attacking certain behaviors, or overall being more inflammatory, or just having a very strict agenda in mind, because I think flexibility and fluidity is very important in relationships and in human dynamics. So for me, the big differentiator is just how rigid are you in your thinking, and how strictly are you trying to enforce your beliefs on other people. Because I believe that the healthier mindset that you have, typically the more accepting you are just to hear other people out and to look at different mindsets that are different from your own.
I was going to say, I completely agree with you. I feel like also social media has like skewed our idea of masculinity. Like for me, I want a man that's going to make me feel safe and support me, but not like financially per se, just somebody that like I can come home to. And also I think like biologically, like we're all equal, but we're also not. Like men, I believe, are more logical at like what do you call it, like first, and then we're more like nurturing. There's like so many other ones, but like at the end of the day, like we're still on the same level. There's just like when we think about things, there's like certain aspects of a situation that they're gonna focus on differently than we will, even like if we do have the same like beliefs. So I just want somebody that will like make me feel safe and like supports me and just open-minded, like yeah, like isn't gonna like attack women for being women. And like I just believe we all have like, what's the word I'm trying to think of, like our duties in a relationship are just as like men and women, and we should be able to like, oh God, I can't even think of the word right now. Damn. Oh my God, I cannot think right now.
Holly, what about you?
I think Trump brings masculinity back. Trump is on fire. You go to his rallies. Those men are men. There's more men enlisting in the army, the military, everything down the line. The guy's brilliant. He's put a fire on. I've gone to the Charlie Kirk rallies where those guys are just dynamic. The group of people that he's about. I mean, it's like I can't handle wussy California skipping liberal boys. I want a man's man. I want a protector and a provider. And Trump has done that across the world. If you saw what he's done through the Middle East and the whole bit, everybody's cheerleading him. And don't worry about Canada, because it's going to be the 51st state soon. We're going to save their asses.
Please do.
We are. I'm serious. No more fairy boys, you know, and hallelujah to President Trump. We pray for you daily, President Trump. You are magnificent, President Trump, and we thank you for saving our country and saving our men. Because you look at Trump, look at how many brilliant women he has working for him on his team. Those women are so dynamic. He doesn't go against women.
Yeah, blonde one and blonde two with fake tits one and fake tits two. So many dynamic women.
It's here.
Well, that's hot.
What's fake here? Why can't people do?
I think I'm the only one with fake tits here, baby.
Well, what's wrong with that?
I'm saying he doesn't have dynamic women. He has one type that he's
That's not
hired.
true.
Well,
Not
yes, Sarah
everybody.
Huckabee Sanders, who looks like me, was ugly as shit, but that's not. He didn't have any other ones.
I think all of his women are capable women.
I think they're
capable women. and he's
capable
put 'em
of
in
what? Reading from a teleprompter?
Leading the country.
Leading in what? What woman is
The
leading
border
anything?
right now, Kristi Noem.
You think that she's okay?
She's
I'm arguing
beautiful.
with a wall. I don't care if she's beautiful. She's not dynamic or
Yes, she
leading.
is.
Okay.
I thought you were like supportive of OnlyFans girls and all this nudity. That's a perfect example of someone that is like literally kind of like, like
Me?
No, yeah, his wife. Like he's like.
His wife is fine. I love that I've seen my first lady's bush. That rocks.
Oh, I love his wife.
I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with OnlyFans girls or anything of the sort. I'm saying let's not champion Trump like he's got a dynamic range of women working in the White House.
He does.
Okay.
All of those women are exceptional.
Sure.
And he's given them leadership roles.
Yes, I agree with that. He's also given like a 19-year-old a leadership role.
A 19-year-old. Who's
Or the 22-year-old, whoever.
The ex
No,
supermarket
there's
person?
someone who's leading. I forget the cabinet name.
Doge?
It's not Doge.
No, the guy who are you talking
Big
about
Balls, or
the
what's his
defense
name?
guy who was a grocery store clerk?
What's that Balls
Yes.
guy name?
He worked at a supermarket and now
Yeah.
he's like head of
He's leading.
security
I
or
forget
something.
the name of the department, so I don't want to butcher it. But like, come on now.
What?
You're saying that FDT, but
We'll
like,
make an example. If
Trump is
make a
supporting
statement.
masculine men, and yet he's cutting funding to to the VA, to Medicare, to Medicaid.
He has not.
Yeah, he has. It's in the big beautiful
He
bill,
has
baby.
cut
It
from
just
VA.
passed. Go to Congress.gov. You can see it.
He's cut USAID. You know what USAID does?
He's cut a lot of things.
He
the
cut
VA.
USAID.
Sure,
You know what
and
that
he
did?
also cut
That was money
Medicaid.
laundering.
Okay.
He also did cut
And
the VA.
I bet
Like,
you
not
believe
all
in
of it, but some
Pizzagate
of
too.
I do believe in
Okay.
Pizzagate.
Well, then we're moving on
completely.
because I can't argue with a brick.
I'm not a brick. It's truth, and if you can't handle the truth,
Yes.
I
Okay.
think she can handle the truth. She's
What-
handling it fine.
what's the number one commodity worldwide?
What do you mean?
What's the number one commodity worldwide?
Go ahead and tell me.
No, I'm asking you.
And I'm asking you. Go ahead and tell me. What's the number one commodity worldwide?
Trafficking.
Okay. And I'm sure that they were selling children underneath the pizza parlor. Trump went to Epstein Island like 19 times.
No, he didn't. He
Okay.
never went.
All right.
He
Again, I'm
never
arguing with a
went.
brick, and I'm not going to do that. I
I'm not
feel
a
like I'm
brick.
talking with my old
It
neighbor.
never happened.
Well, what do you feel about Elon Musk saying that it did happen?
Yeah. His boy.
It's because his bestie did go
So
on
anyways,
Twitter and say
There's
it did happen.
photos. What do you mean?
There's
There's photos of Donald
Never
Trump hanging
happened.
out with Jeffrey
He
Epstein.
never
Let's-
would have made president
let's
if it
switch out.
did.
Well,
Okay.
can I just say that
We can-
Elon and Trump definitely had a very public breakup.
They did have a
Yeah.
public
Very
breakup.
public.
It did rule.
It did.
Who here would date a Trump supporter? Show of hands.
I assume so.
No. 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 No, you wouldn't date a Trump. Your boyfriend, he's a Kamala voter, or
He did vote for Kamala, yes.
your husband. Your husband voted for Kamala.
My active duty manly man husband, yes.
Okay, all right. Got some. Who voted for Kamala? Did you vote?
No.
You vote. You're a Trump supporter. You just wouldn't date a Trump supporter.
I didn't vote, period.
Into the mic.
I didn't vote, period.
Okay. Who? So are you a Trump supporter or no?
I'm not a Trump supporter.
Who did you vote for?
I didn't vote this time.
This time. All right. Trump. Who did you vote for?
Kamala.
I was out of state, so I couldn't vote.
I was out of the country. I couldn't vote.
Kamala.
I'm in
Well, you're
Canada, man.
Canadian.
It doesn't matter.
You're
Cooked
Canadian.
either way.
We have a message here. Pacey George, Chair 3, real evidence and statistics are key, not anecdotal hearsay. Imagine if courts allowed such nonsense. Yes, Your Honor, it happened because I said so. Without factual evidence, LOL.
They took my phone. How am I supposed to look it up?
Literally.
They took my cell phone, and I didn't know I was going to have Miss MAGA on the panel. I didn't prepare for that part. I thought we were just talking about dating.
What are some of the other reacts that we have?
He's like trying to move on.
Huh?
The next tweet from Jesse.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. God, it could say
Hide that
anything.
one. Hide the super chat. Put us on the other side, please.
Oh, yeah.
Men like women who are inconvenient and make them. Here, will you read it in your own voice, please?
Men like women who are inconvenient and make them work for their attention. The sexiest thing that you can be is busy.
Put us in the corner, I guess. Actually, whatever. Why do you think that?
Men don't like it's always kind of like a game of chase. Men tend to be a little bit more avoidant than women, but people always want what they can't have. They like having something to work for. So I know guys who have said that they don't think that women have hobbies, which is not true, but I know a lot of women who kind of just shrink themselves in their hobbies and center a man in their life, and that's needy. That's chasing. Nobody likes
pull the
to be.
tweet back up really quick. Men like women who are inconvenient and make them work for their attention. The
Yeah.
sexiest thing you can be is busy.
Do you want somebody who's just, I'm here, when are you going to date me?
Yeah.
Take me on a date.
Well, hold
Take
on.
me on
Now
a date.
You're painting an extreme case here. So pull it back up one more time. Just want to make sure I have, okay, inconvenient and being busy. So I disagree with both those claims. I don't think men want a woman who makes things inconvenient. And that is your position, right?
Yeah.
It's an inconvenience to attempt to hang out with you, and you being busy, so it's difficult to make plans. No,
Nobody likes anything that's way too easy and way too available.
Maybe you guys as women, but
no, I'm talking from men. I'm in 2 male-dominated industries.
Mm-hmm.
Most of my friends are guys. Most of the people that I talk to are guys.
Most of your friends comedians?
A lot of them are comedians, and a lot of them are also just working in television. That's also primarily men.
Mostly friends with liberal men, or?
No, most comics are not liberal. So I got a mix. But yeah, both of them, or both liberal and conservative friends of mine, they get the ick, so to speak, if a woman is way too available.
Well, let me ask you this. If it was going in one direction or the other, so perhaps let's say there's a happy medium, but if it had to err more on one side or the other, you think men would prefer a woman who's too available or a woman who's not available enough?
Not available enough.
You
just
think
get
men would
people,
prefer that?
men and women. I think people just in nature, you want what you can't have. You like
I think
working
that's
for
the case
something.
For women.
I think it's the case for both.
No, I think this idea, and this is really something that I think women do quite frequently, this idea that you want to play hard to get. If you play hard to get, you quickly become hard to want.
Nah.
So, yeah.
That's how my mom got her ring. That's how I got mine. That's my mom's biggest advice to me when it went into dating. She was like, just play hard to get. She played hard to get with my dad, and he proposed in like 4 months.
I think you want to be hard to get.
I'm not saying that it's an impossibility, but this idea that this is like a good advice to give somebody when it comes to dating.
The first time I ever played hard to get was when I got a ring. So.
Is that your
boyfriend? Yeah, he's
who
dead.
Passed?
Yeah.
So you guys were engaged?
Yeah.
Okay. But are you saying had you not played hard to get, he just would have not been into you?
I think that's really what drove it ultimately, because he was very avoidant initially, and he was seeing a bunch of very beautiful women, and we connected more as friends first, and then it just kind of built like that. But then I made myself less and less available, and then he started chasing.
So just to be clear, the foundation of your relationship was based on you playing a game?
No.
I mean, quite literally. You were conducting...
Wasn't a game.
How was it not a game?
It was me saying, okay, I'm not going to throw all of my eggs in this basket. I'm not going to make myself too available. I'm going to play a little hard to get, and I'm going to just...
Play hard to get, so you're playing a game.
It's a figure of speech. I'm going to make myself less readily available. I'm not going to drop everything when he comes and... Yeah.
Let's say you were free.
Yeah.
Say it was a Monday. Hey, are you free on Thursday or Friday? And you are free, but you tell him you're not.
I wouldn't do that.
So, okay, in what ways would you not make yourself available?
I'm very rarely free. I'm saying I wouldn't make myself available in that, okay, I have something scheduled with a friend that I'm going to dinner with a friend. And he's like, do you want to hang out that night? I'm not going to cancel on that friend, but I'll tell you when I am available.
Well, that seems perfectly normal. I wouldn't categorize that as being hard to get. That's just respecting your pre-existing commitments to hang out with somebody else.
Yeah, but anxiously attached people, which tends to be the attachment style more for women than anybody, will go ahead and cancel those plans. I was anxiously attached beforehand. Will make themselves that's making yourself too available, is prioritizing that person and waiting around for them and just trying to fixate them as the center of your world.
Yeah, but I wouldn't even categorize... If you have a pre-existing plan and you hold to those plans despite perhaps another plan manifesting that might be better, or there's this guy you really like, I wouldn't categorize that as playing hard to get or making yourself intentionally unavailable. You were just, as a statement of fact, unavailable.
Yeah. We have different definitions for playing hard to get, evidently.
Okay, but pull it back up, the tweet again. The sexiest thing you can be is busy.
Yeah. Men
Honestly,
like women with hobbies and a whole life outside of them. And if you don't, God bless, but...
I think the reality is, I think if the woman is too on top of you, perhaps I can see the angle there, but I can just as easily say that if I've made multiple attempts to hang out with you and you're making it difficult for me to actually make that happen, I just lose interest. There's other options. On to the next one.
Yeah.
So I can guarantee you as women, there are men who are that you're interested in. And look, if you're genuinely busy, you're genuinely busy. But there are going to be scenarios where the dude's just going to move on. So this idea that a guy's going to perpetually chase you when you're busy,
I didn't say
I'm saying you're potentially going to miss out on a dude if you're not at least attempt. I'm not saying you got to turn your life upside down for a guy, but I think it actually shows a degree of effort to make an attempt to make yourself available.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you got to cancel pre-existing plans.
Yeah.
But if you're impossible to schedule something with, I'm not waiting around for you. I'm on to the next one.
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying be impossible to get a hold of, but I'm saying be busy. Don't be, and that's just, you should be busy. You should have things occupying your time, and you shouldn't be canceling them for him. Mm-hmm. So it shouldn't be every single time he texts you and he wants to see you, you're available, because you should have shit going on in your life.
But would you prescriptively tell a woman, like, let's say she's not busy.
I would say get busy.
But would you tell her, let's say she's not, would you say, well, create the air that you are busy, even if you're just staying at home?
I would say get actually busy. You need to have actual hobbies or interests or passions or something. That would be my advice. And that's my advice for men too. And I'm saying, like, with the people that I've worked with and knowing people on the upper end of society, they're there unless they've had, generational wealth. And then they're not dating like any of us are dating as it is. But the people who are successful and who have made a lot of money, they're going to be busy. And they don't want somebody who's just nagging at them and trying to get their attention.
Yeah, but I don't think it's, as a woman, you're either really, really busy and you're going to have to occasionally tell a guy that you're not free, or you're just really, really on him. Like, I think there's a medium. So I don't know, this idea that, okay, just be busy, I don't know. When
I wrote that, it was because I was talking to a friend who is not busy, ever. And she's just like, she invests her everything, her time, her energy, her money, everything into the dudes she dates, and then they don't stick around. And I was like, yeah, because you made him the center of your whole world. You gave him everything, all your energy. You can't do that. You got to give you your energy. Do your passions and the things that you love and that make up your life. Make a full, fulfilling life. Because otherwise, you might as well date them. The little ladies that you got in the corner. If you want them to be hot and ready, oh, that's Little Caesars, not Arby's slogan. Damn. If you want them to have the meats, go to this lady.
I mean, there's just scenarios where when you're trying to actually move something forward with somebody, and they basically make it really, really difficult. They make it a pain in the ass to actually get on that date. Hey, some guys might stick around. I think a lot of guys are just going to move on to somebody who's a bit more available.
Well, what do you consider a pain in the ass, just so I know where you're coming from?
It's like, I'm trying to think of an example. Like, I might want to see you sometime within the next month would be nice. And some people are booked up the entire month. That's crazy. I'm going to move on to somebody else.
Yeah, if you are booking a month out, God bless. You sound like you have a very fulfilling life. Dating's probably not for you. You don't have the time for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they have to be emotionally available.
Right. You have to be emotionally available, and you do have to be able to take an appointment within a calendar month. Yeah. I'm not saying be crazy with it. But again, imagine your girl that you're talking to. Mm-hmm. All she does all day, she doesn't do work. She doesn't go to work. She doesn't go to school. She doesn't do nothing. No hobbies. She likes to sit in bed
and think about me.
And TikTok, and then think about you.
Sign me up.
I would love to point you again in the direction to the blow-up dolls that you have in the corner of the studio.
Well, I mean, so what would you say to women who have a desire to be stay-at-home wives?
Wives or mothers?
Both.
Mothers, good on you. That sounds like a hell of a lot of work. Wives, do you have a farmstead or something? Or you got to have something in your day. If you want to be a stay-at-home wife and your man can afford that and that's why those women become the beneficiaries of like charities, and they get on the board with stuff. They get involved. Nobody just
take care of the house.
What's the House going to do?
I got to let some chats come through. Cap, sorry for the delay on this. You sent this in about 5-6 minutes ago. You call this lovely lady crazy for believing in Pizzagate and then bring up Epstein, who did trafficking with our politicians. There's nothing in between your ears but hot air. Okay. Is this directed at you or at
No,
Holly?
that's directed at me. Because I was like, girl, you really think that Hillary Clinton is hiding children underneath a pizzeria? Donald Trump was photographed with Jeffrey Epstein. And
So wasn't Bill Clinton also?
Bill Clinton is absolutely. He is a rapist. I'm not denying that. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, damn, bro.
I'm sorry.
Just say SA.
My bad.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, Bill Clinton is a monster, for sure. I'm not defending the Clintons. I don't think that people were hiding children underneath the pizzeria that didn't have a basement.
Just because you don't think it doesn't mean it didn't happen when there's proof.
What's the proof? There's no basement, baby.
They've got all the proof on it.
Who? What proof? Who's they and what's the proof?
I've read it all over.
I bet you have.
The fuck? All right, we have DP thing here. I got to do this manually. No, I got to fix this after the show.
Thank you.
Eleanor, hello back. When I come out to Cali later this year, it's my plan to blow your mind with my incredible psychological Aikido. Let's connect. Brian, lock it in, hook it up, pass my IG to your left. Oh, wow, he's shooting a shot.
Wow. Whoa, there goes girl number 3.
You got, what do you think? Yay or nay? Do you need more details about him?
Yes, please.
All right. So maybe do you want to share some biographical info, age, height, anything else you care about?
I guess definitely age, location. I think that's it right now.
Okay. That's it?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm open-minded.
Very fun facts.
Wait, what? Okay. We have Pasty George. Take note, guys. Chair 3 is one of the red flag women you want to avoid. Nothing but baggage, head games, and feministic BS. They would put their own interests over you and the children. Yikes. Do you want kids?
No.
No kids. Okay.
No.
Never?
No.
You meet the perfect guy. He's like, hey, I want to have kids.
Then he's not the perfect guy.
Not the perfect. Okay. All right. Farah Khalidi. I don't know if this is actually Farah, but it's below the threshold, Farah. So unfortunately, unless you send it above the threshold, you'll have to resubmit if you want Lucy to answer your question. What? Let's see. I don't know if that's actually Farah, though. It might be somebody else. We're going to jump to this. Andrew Tate, ask everyone to rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You can't pick 7. Starting with you.
Am I rating what I...
Actually, wait.
Okay.
Wait, here, actually, you know what? Here's how I want to do this. Anybody here a 10?
Say so.
Okay, we're starting with you then. What do you rate your looks on a scale of 1 to 10?
I would say for myself and for my future husband, I'd see myself as a 10.
Aww.
What do you mean for your future husband?
Like, I think my future husband will see me as a 10. There are plenty of men out there who might think I'm a 2 or a 3 or whatever, but me and my future husband will think I'm a 10.
Okay. You wanted to...
Yeah, I'm pretty much on the same lines. I think that I'm a 10 in my own, I think I'm beautiful.
Okay.
Same thing. Not everybody may think that I'm beautiful, and
Sure.
that's fine, but I think that I'm beautiful. I'm a 10. If you don't think that I'm a 10, that's your personal opinion. I'm cool with that.
Okay. So now we'll just go around the table, starting with you. Go ahead.
I'm a 5.
Okay. Go ahead.
Maybe an 8 for myself, I guess.
Okay.
I personally think that I'm I see myself as a 3. I think society probably it's more like 5.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say 6. Yeah, I feel like that's being kind to myself.
Sure.
I think I'm an 8.
Holly?
I was a 5 about a month ago, and I think I went down to a 3. And hopefully by the end of summer, I'll be on my way back up.
Okay. So we have 5, 8, 3, 10, 6, 8, 3, 10. I give myself a 5. Okay. Oh, wait.
Can I say something?
One sec, really quick. DPG thing. Did you want a champagne pop? I was a little confused there. Do you want the... I think it's a champagne pop. It is a champagne pop. We got to honor the champagne pop. We got to honor the code. But DPG thing, you did simp for Eleanor. Do you have a nickname or you go by Eleanor?
My nickname is literally just LNR.
Eleanor.
So online, people always spell my name wrong. So I always just say, just spell it LNR.
Okay.
But people just call me Eleanor.
Why aren't you allowed to pick 7? Is that
Everyone
like a
picks
middle ground
7.
number. Like it's like
All right. And then, DPG, you have to pay a sim tax. If you simp, you got to pay the sim tax. You know the rules. So, I don't know. And we also asked for your biographical information. So, when you respond again, specify if you wanted a champagne pop, because I know sometimes you're like, whatever, you don't have to do it, but you can specify if you want us to pop champagne. Okay. So we got some 10s here. I want to talk to the 10s at the table. We have some very beautiful women at the table. Every show, I manage to get the most beautiful women on the table. Well,
So
don't get ahead of
sweet.
yourself. So for the 2 10s, here's what I want to do. I want each of you to name another woman, preferably like a celebrity who we could look up, who you think is a 10. Starting with you. We've heard Megan Fox.
Yeah, no, I would say like energy matters above all else. But
No, it's
if
just
I
looks,
were to just look
looks.
physically, then I'd say like Angelina Jolie. She's a 10.
Angelina Jolie. Let's do, and young Angelina or current?
I haven't seen current photos of her.
Let's just do young Angelina. Let's do young. So do that. Okay. All right. Okay. So there's young Angelina.
Mm-hmm.
Young Angelina.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then what about you? Who's a female 10?
Maybe Saweetie.
All right. Saweetie, you know who that is, Nick?
Yeah, she's beautiful.
Who the fuck is that guy?
You don't know Saweetie?
The singer?
Saweetie.
She's still young.
Maybe like a modern picture.
She kind of looks like Sierra from Love Island.
Yeah, you don't have to put young, 'cause she's
Okay.
like 22, I think.
Oh, is she? I didn't know she was that young.
Maybe she's not that
Okay.
young, but she's young still.
All right. Okay. So you would say, you said Angelina Jolie is a 10. You would say that like you're kind of on par with Angelina Jolie?
I think we look different, and I think
Sure.
I think she's a gorgeous woman. I think from a universal standpoint of like if people were just judging her purely based on appearance, she would be rated a 10 or something close to it. But everybody has different preferences. Some people would think she's a 2 or a 3. But like I said, for myself and for my future husband, I think that I am a 10 and we're just beautiful in our own rights, just in different ways.
Okay. And then what about you? You on par with Saweetie?
Honestly, we got the same mind because I was thinking the same thing, you know, like, yeah, people may think that, oh, Saweetie's way more bomb than me. And like, that's totally valid. But me, like the way that I see myself, like, yeah, I am on par. I am as bad as Saweetie just because like, that's just how I see myself. And same thing, you know, I may not be a 10 to everybody. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. But I feel like I'm really secure in my looks where I feel like I can say I'm a 10.
And then you were going to ask something or?
I think I was going to add something earlier, but that already flew out of my brain.
It was related to this though, right? Or
Was it? I don't remember.
I thought you were like, can I say something or whatever? Okay.
Oh, wait, I do remember actually.
Okay, what's up?
Yeah, I just want to say, I think everybody on the table should claim themselves as a 10, you know? Like, I feel like how you rate yourself is like...
Erroneous.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like how you rate yourself should be like how you feel about yourself. So, you know, if you feel like you're a 10, then you will be a 10.
I mean, it was on my looks. Like, I think I don't look like the most perfect human being. Like, when I look at someone, I'm like, that person is fully perfect. I don't feel that. And it's okay. I'm not saying I want to be that person, but I'm logical. Like, that's what I fucking look like.
So here's,
I'm okay
here's the
with
next
that.
thing I'd like to do. Name a guy who is a 10 that we can Google.
Like, looks?
Starting with you.
So this is a good question. I would say my like childhood crush was like a young Chris Pine.
Oh my god, me too.
Young Chris Pine.
Yeah.
Okay. And then for you?
Man, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm not really like, I don't really think about like celebrities like that.
There's no
so
guy you could name that's just like good looking. Or...
The guy that I can name is Gojo Satoru.
Who?
He's an anime character.
It's got a weeb over here.
I know you're not saying that with all the Dragon Ball stuff behind me.
It is true. There's a lot of Dragon Ball statues. And, yeah, but you know, that's like mainstream shit.
It's not mainstream or whatever.
Dragon Ball Z is like the most popular anime ever.
So just because she knows one that's less popular, she's like...
Yeah, it makes you more of a... Yeah, if you know like a
little boy
niche
dweeby.
thing,
What
it makes
anime
you more
is
of a
your
weeb.
guy from?
Is it dweeby?
Jujutsu Kaisen.
All right, that's a little niche.
It's pretty...
It's a little niche, but it's
I mean,
fine.
it's kind of popular, I guess. I think I heard about it like 20 years ago or something. Louise, thank you for the gifted 10 memberships. Okay, so young Chris Pine, let's get that pulled up. Can you make it bigger? Oh, that works too. Make it bigger. bigger. Okay, all right. Handsome guy, young Chris Pine. And then, do you want to give us a human or something?
I can't even think of one. Let's see. A 10, like, just off looks.
Yeah, just looks.
What's his name? The guy that was in Megan Thee Stallion's song. I think it's like Yuki Kaiba or something.
Oh, the Japanese rapper.
Yeah. Do you know his name?
No, but he's cute. I think.
He is pretty cute.
Yeah, I don't remember his name though. Probably just Google Megan Thee Stallion.
Oh, I also think I think 21 Savage is pretty attractive too. I know that's not popular, but I think he's pretty attractive.
We all have different
All
types.
that matters.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I honestly don't know what either of them look like, so this will be fun.
Do we have photos or?
Yeah, you're gonna like this one better.
So he's a 10. That's a 10 for you.
I think he's attractive.
So you want me to think I'm a 10?
Different strokes for different folks.
I mean, but are you factoring in like his status and his?
No,
Rap skills,
if we're
whatever.
being honest, he's really funny, and that's kind of like
Wait, isn't he?
No, he's definitely alive.
He's
definitely
British.
alive.
That was like a big scandal. They found out he was secretly British.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Sir Savage the 21st.
It was a whole thing. He was on the risk of being deported, or he got detained or something, but he's secretly British.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking about that other rapper who was
You mean Juice or X?
Yeah, either one.
either one.
Oh well, they're both passed.
Yeah.
I don't listen to rap, so I don't know. But, okay, that's cool. So just to be clear, going for you now. Here, let's get the split fixed. So, a woman that you listed as a 10 is Angelina Jolie. Here, I'm gotta do one fucking thing at a time. And then the guy who you listed as a 10 is Chris Pine. So you say you're on par with Angelina Jolie, and a looks match for you would be Chris Pine.
That's an interesting question. Again, I think that we're all different. I don't know whether or not Chris Pine would go for me because his preferences. Right?
But maybe he would.
If he could, though.
Maybe
Like,
you're his exact type.
Like if he found me attractive, I found him attractive.
Is he watching?
Chris Pine at me.
Anybody want some more champagne?
Sure.
Pass your cups on back. You want?
Brian.
Can you fill for me? Actually,
I'm okay. I'm good.
she's good. All right. I don't know whose cup that was.
Oh, I think that one's mine.
Oh shit, got all bubbly. So, thoughts?
I mean, yeah. If he was into me and he found me as equally attractive as I find him, yeah, sure.
Okay, but do you think that that's your league looks wise?
I don't necessarily really believe in leagues. Like, I think that if anything of what I've experienced in life is that the more that I get to know people, the more attracted or unattracted that I get to them.
Yes, I think there's obviously more to attraction than just physical attraction. But I think you wouldn't deny that physical attraction is very important, right?
Yeah, physical attraction does play a role in the beginning. Like, that's the instant spark, that's the instant attraction. But for example, I've dated men in the past who I wasn't initially very attracted to, and that I would probably put in the quote unquote friend zone. But then over time, as we developed more emotional intimacy, they became more attractive to me. And so I don't put looks, to me, is just 10% of the equation. I value way more emotional integrity, emotional intelligence, and how, like, what their values are as a person.
I'll get right into that, but first, this was a champagne pop for DPG. DPG, thank you for the champagne pop. You're a legend, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Cheers. Salut.
Cheers. Isn't it bad luck?
It is.
What?
I said,
Bad
isn't
luck
it
to
bad
cheers
luck
with
to
water.
cheers water?
Oh.
Who cheers water?
I raised my glass.
I almost did, and then I
don't know.
stopped.
I didn't clink, but I raised my glass.
I don't know. So you don't believe in leagues?
Personally, no.
Okay. So I have a question for you. Do you think people can be unattractive physically? Do you believe that people can be beautiful or ugly? Physically?
I would say that there are people that I personally am unattracted to, but other people find incredibly attractive.
Sure, but do you think that so here's my position. I think that beauty is mostly subjective, but there are objective components to beauty.
I don't quite agree with that because, again, let's take, for example, what was the woman's name? I hate to title her by this. The most ugly woman in the world. What was her name?
Susan Boyle.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't know her name.
Was the singer?
Singer Susan Boyle was like known as being that.
Like, she has like a blind eye or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, for example, for her, like, she might be objectively not having all of the perfect standards of what a typical beautiful woman would look like, skin-wise, appearance-wise, body type, etc. But there are people who are drawn to her. Like, if you look in the comments, and I don't know them personally, so I can't speak for them, but like, that's technically the quote unquote titled most ugly woman in the world, and still people are drawn to her. So I think it is incredibly subjective, more than objective. If you look at it from a population standpoint, if you do a BuzzFeed quiz and have people rate what's attractive and what's not attractive, of course, if you frame it like that, they're going to say the XYZ certain characteristics are polled to be the higher attractive traits. But again, that doesn't really represent what attraction is really based on, which is a person's own personal opinion and their own preferences.
So you don't think beauty has any impact on people being able to find a partner?
Sometimes too, like, you might not even find somebody particularly attractive, or like they might not be your usual type, but then you get in front of them and like you kind of have a little bit of a conversation, and the chemistry is so intense that, like, even if you're not each other's types, you're just drawn to each other on a physical level, where you wouldn't, if you saw a picture of them, maybe you wouldn't be attracted to them. But then when you're in person, there's just something with your physiology and the energy, and you're like, oh yeah, okay, they're hot now in front of me, they're hot.
I mean, I agree that there are other determining factors that can contribute to
No, not even getting to know them. Just like there's you've never had that with somebody where like you see them and then like just you get in the same
So
space
I saw
and you're
a
like,
really ugly
wow.
girl, and she just I never talked to her, but there was just a vibe.
When you get in each other's space, so you're going to talk at some point, but like, have you ever
there would be conversation then?
But you feel the chemistry and the attraction before then?
Chemistry?
Yeah, you've never just been drawn to somebody like that?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's
Yeah,
almost
it's-
like
that's
when
usually
you
what
meet
it always is
somebody-
for
Sounds
me.
like some word salad. I don't know.
Do you? Okay, this I don't know.
I think there's a whole bunch of things that can make somebody attractive. Probably the primary and the first thing is going to be their physical attractiveness, and then there's going to be behavioral stuff, personality stuff that is going to make or break that initial attraction.
Do you have sorry to ask, but like you sex wise, do you only engage with people that like you're in a committed relationship with, or have you had like flings and stuff like that? Have you hooked up
When I was
with people?
younger, I had a couple flings, but I prefer long-term relationships and continuity.
So, but did you ever, when you were younger, have one of those instances where like you just meet somebody and like immediately you can feel there's like a palpable sexual chemistry?
Yeah, but there's typically a baseline level of physical attraction first.
Okay.
So
I would say that's
is
the
there
initials.
more of a like either romantic or sexual chemistry or flirtation that can exist more so in one person versus another? Yeah, sure.
Fair enough. I'm just speaking
not
from my
saying-
own
look,
experience.
Even really, really physically unattractive people can still find relationships, but that's not really what I'm talking about here. I'm not disputing that unattractive people can date. That's
No, I'm
a
not saying that
dispute.
either. I'm saying that like I've personally experienced a thing where we were not matched aesthetically and there was just palpable chemistry, and it's like that's not who we would have gone for.
Okay, sure. I think I can test this out pretty easily here. So if like looks don't matter, let's just remove entirely anything you know about these people. Let's just talk strictly looks. So you can't make any judgments outside of looks. So let's say modern current day Donald Trump, is he more attractive than Brad Pitt at 25? Physically attractive.
Is he wearing a diaper or did he
It's
go
modern
depends
day.
list?
It's
Okay.
Donald Trump, who's currently in the White
Yeah,
House
I'd prefer
right now,
somebody who doesn't wear a diaper.
versus
so,
25-year-old Brad Pitt.
Yeah, Brad
Who's
Pitt.
more physically attractive?
I thought we
Brad
were taking
Pitt.
physical
Brad
attraction
Pitt.
out of it. I thought that was the premise.
No,
of it.
just
no,
looks?
we're leaving. I know you. Some of you are liberals, so we're leaving out that you disagree with his politics. Who's more physically attractive?
So the two demarcators of beauty usually are physical health and age. So by that standpoint, Brad Pitt is younger and more physically healthy, so he would inherently, objectively be more attractive.
Okay. Does anybody have a different opinion, or?
Well, I think that I think Trump's Trump's charisma is freaking off the charts.
We're just talking looks.
So
I think it makes him.
let me put it this way. If you are in a poll of physical attractiveness, again, like in a BuzzFeed or something like that, sure, people will say that whoever the other guy was more attractive than Donald Trump, but that doesn't always work out in real life execution, meaning that when you actually get to know people and are surrounded by their energy and are actually their natural hormones and chemistry, they can say, like, just theoretically, you approach both guys and you're speed dating with them, the guy that they said was more conveniently attractive, they might not actually have any spark or chemistry or real attraction with in real life. And that's where I think the difference is.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Okay.
I've met,
But I don't think again, it's not in dispute that people who are average or below average or really unattractive, I'm not disputing that they can't find people who might find them physically attractive or who want to be with them. That's not really in dispute. What I'm disputing here is you said you don't believe in leagues.
No.
You don't think that there's leagues. So what, I guess, then, is stopping me from dating 19 and 20-year-old supermodels? What's the barrier? Like, it has nothing to do, like, what's the barrier?
Okay, yeah.
Like, if I were to shoot my shot with a 20-year-old supermodel,
Yeah, let me, yeah.
they're in my league, right?
I can answer that for you, which is first, let's just take age out of it because I don't want to go down the age numbers thing. But let's just say it's a supermodel.
30-year-old supermodel.
Sure, cool. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, so are there 30-year-old supermodels out there who may have superficial beliefs about men and women and go for the six-pack, 6'6", whatever, and that, or they have people who are drawn to them that are in that category who they like to explore with? Sure. However, if they actually met you in real life, and I would say at least...
They're not going to like me.
Maybe, like, it depends on what they're physically attracted to. However,
well, I'm not talking even physical. I'm just saying I probably differ quite a bit in terms of politics and whatnot.
You don't know
sure,
that.
well, that's
Okay,
what-
fine. They're all
that's
these
what I'm
Victoria's
saying.
Secret models are super base conservatives.
That's where I'm
Okay.
saying where real attraction in leagues comes in is way more about values, morals, and integrity in their character rather than anything about their physical appearance. Because, for example, let's say you get on a blind date with a supermodel, okay, and she's way super attracted to you physically. throughout the course of that conversation, you guys may have different political beliefs, different moral beliefs, and then when you expose that, suddenly the attraction might die. Or, hey, I don't know your beliefs. Maybe you're like a one-night stand kind of guy. I don't know. But if there is physical attraction, I'm not saying that you are, Brian. I'm saying that in a scenario where if you're a one-night stand type of person, it might just be a one-night stand type of connection.
I've seen very ugly male comedians go out and go to bars, and I'm like, you're not going to get any attention. And women flock to them because they do just have that natural sort of like energy about them that brings really hot women in.
Okay, so
I love ugly
understand.
men.
Look, again, first off, when it comes to comedians, one of the number one things that women say that they look for is humor. And these comedians, I don't know to what degree, like how famous they are or have status. That's another component that probably plays in here. Perhaps they have good conversational skills. Are most men as funny as professional comedians? I would say not. So we can point to, there's maybe comedians who are not good looking, but their status or they're just interacting with them is this like fun experience, and that makes them attractive to women. Sure, I agree with that, but I don't think that that's within the realm of most men, that they're, in terms of their humor, that it's on par with professional stand-up comedians.
Which is true, but I'm not even saying, they were out there cracking. I'm talking like before they had fame or status or money, back when they were sleeping on air mattresses.
Broke guys can sleep with women. I don't dispute this. They had good. So you're basically saying good, like men with good personalities can sleep with women. I'm not disputing this at all.
All right.
How many men have good personalities?
I haven't taken
like
a
how
poll.
many. And what I'm getting at is to overcome other detrimental attributes or characteristics.
What's the detrimental attribute or characteristic?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily view it this way, but women might say, like for example, a woman might say, if a guy's short, he has to make up for it in other ways.
See, then I would think that you would be dating women with no judgment to people's personal beliefs, but who are dating on superficial standards rather than actually wanting to get to know who you are as a person.
You don't think that people are not dating superficially?
Oh, I believe that there is a group out there, but to invite a different perspective, the type of people that I date and the type of people that I've seen, like, and the type of people that I've experienced, like, I have a standard personally that for the type of people that I go out with, and also the type of people in my friend groups that they go out with are not dating superficially. It's just a different form of, like, dating.
But people do a lot of virtue signaling, and they want to say the thing that sounds good, but they won't always actually reveal overtly genuine preferences. So it sounds good as a woman to say, yeah, I'll date a short guy, but then like we've done, well, here, I can maybe test this out. You said you've been in a couple relationships, right?
Yeah, and
just curious, how tall was your last boyfriend?
Yeah, all of my boyfriends, except for one, have been shorter than me.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'8".
All of your boyfriends have been shorter. Okay, we got an outlier here. All right.
And that's what I'm saying, is that it's not necessarily about what all women in general think. It's about which group of women are you dating and attracting into your life.
Yeah, but in general, women have a general preference for example, men who are tall.
Sure.
Like, you might end up dating a guy who's your height, maybe even a bit shorter, as in your case. But it is a general preference for the vast majority of women. And what they're going to find initially most physically attractive is men who are taller than them.
Sure, yes, but there's a difference between preference versus standard, meaning that, yes, there are women out there who are like, I will not date anybody who is shorter than me. Yes, I think there's a lot of women out there who innately do have the preference because they like to feel small and protected and held by their partner. And again, the type of group of women that I'm talking about, or the ones that are basing their values versus on something more than just a superficial, are not going to be deterred by somebody who is shorter or any other physical characteristics.
Wait, hold on. A guy could have a sterling personality, but just on the basis of his height alone is going to be disqualified by a cohort of women.
By, yes, one group, but probably the type of woman you would want to date and how many men would want to date wouldn't be dating those types of women.
But you said earlier, you were like, if a guy's short, he has to make up for it in some other way. If height is the standard for the woman in question and he's short, then yeah, he's going to have to make up for it in another way. But then his personality could be the thing that makes up for it, or his sense of humor.
Right, but for some girls, it's just going to be, unless he's exceptional, either in his personality or some other metric, I think it's still going to be an issue for a lot of women.
Can I put my opinion on this?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that it's not even like an argument. When a man is taller and is more in shape, it means naturally he can take better care of you, and it's in our natural instincts to find that more attractive. There's no reason to argue about this. And when a female is skinnier, that's just what a man likes, because it's just in their natural instinct. That means a healthier life. It means a better, like, I don't know, breeding better, a lot of different things. And it's in our natural instincts.
Physical fitness, sure, but taller men die sooner.
It doesn't matter. They can take it
That's 100. Short men live longer. You can look it up.
I think looks really matter. And like, if someone has two guys, if you have two guys in front of you, they have the exact same personality, and one is taller and better looking, you will pick the taller and better looking. That's the reality. People that look better, they're better. That's just what it is. People that look better, they're better.
Say that's, I feel like that's incredibly disempowering to men. And I don't mean to. You can have your personal opinion, and like, I'm not going to shame you.
They're
for
going to
that.
find women that are in their league, and women that are like a little bit less. They're going to find men that are less. That's just how it is.
Just to state my personal opinion, I think that it's disempowering to men to think that they're going to be disadvantaged or that they lack any less value, and that might be true for you and the type of people that you date. And again, no shame against that. Those are your beliefs, and that's totally okay. Yeah. What I'm saying though is that I don't think a man should be limited by his height, by any sort of physical appearance. I think that, yes, as in generally speaking here, every man and every woman should work on their values, should work on their integrity, work on their skill sets. The girl that I was 5 years ago sucked at dating, was a total pick-me and totally anxious girl. Yeah. But I worked on those skill sets so that I could increase, like, my approach in relationships and actually be an energetic and emotional match for the type of partner that I wanted. So I don't think that it has to be, again, disempowering to men to think that, okay, just because you're shorter, just because you have any other physical attributes that you're going to have limits. Yes, there will be women out there that will not date you because of height, because of these other things. But again, those probably won't be the type of women that you want to date.
No, that's exactly what he wants. He just can't get it. And it's the reality. It's okay. It's okay.
It's a reality
There's
for some people,
certain disadvantages in life.
But we're painting this with such a broad brush, because there are women, of course, that there's a lot of women that like tall guys. Yeah. There's women that like shorter guys or average height guys. Just like a lot of women like ladies with big honkers. Okay, but there's guys who love women with small boobs.
But the guys that look better, that are taller, that are better looking, they're fitter, they have a way bigger choice of women, and
sure,
the guys that
better
are not
looking
that
all over. Yeah,
exactly. So that's the conversation. Our better looking people have better chances of succeeding and better chances of like just being better. Is that true?
Well, one way that I challenge that is just because you have a variety of options does not mean that you actually are compatible with a lot of those people. And at the end of the day, other than polyamorous relationships or people who get married multiple times, you only marry one person.
Yeah, but when you have more options,
wanted to say something.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Holly.
It's really funny because looks are great, but it's great to have a pretty face. But for me, honest to God, I can't get turned on with the man that's not a protector, provider, truly. That is a man's man.
I think we have options of what we are. So like whatever we are, we have that option for us. So if you want that, you kind of have to be on, that's just the reality and truth of life. Like, it's unfair. This is what it is. Let's accept reality and move on.
So question for you. You said that you think Chris Pine is a 10.
Sure.
You think you're a 10. Would you feel like you were settling if you dated a guy who was not, in terms of looks, not as good looking as Chris Pine?
If you take it from the BuzzFeed poll, like, sure, you can take that narrative. But again, for me, just like I believe that I'll be a 10 for my husband and a 10 for myself, I also believe my husband will be a 10 in my eyes as well.
I don't think you necessarily need to do this. I think you can state the following, that you're really attracted to your partner and you think that they're beautiful, and you can maybe even be satisfied with how you look and not have insecurities or lack self-confidence. But you can also make a determination like, okay, I'm not on par with the most beautiful people in the world, and if I'm able to like make a hierarchy and rank order these people based off of their physical attractiveness, say, the top best looking people, if they're a 10 and you give yourself a 6 or a 5, I don't think that being able to come to realistic and somewhat accurate determinations as to where you fall on the beauty hierarchy is indicative of your lack of self-confidence or your lack of attraction for your partner. In this case, if, say, a person is genuinely a 5 and they're dating somebody who's a 5, I don't think that you need to think your partner is, in terms of looks, a 10. Mm-hmm. So this idea of your partner will find you to be a 10, like, for example, if you were dating a guy and he was like, say he was a bit more blunt, and you asked him, you're like, what do you rate me? And he said, oh, I'd give you like a 6. Would you?
So I think it's
be
a little more
offended, or?
multidimensional than that. I think that if I was having a conversation with my husband, let's say, I think that when he looked at me and he perceived me, he would say, Emily, you're a beautiful woman and you're a 10 in my eyes. And then if we took it into the context of, okay, but let's take it from a societal standpoint or take it from a universal standpoint of if you did the BuzzFeed poll, what you would be rated. Those might not be congruent, but that doesn't mean that my husband doesn't see me as the most beautiful woman in the world, or I don't see him as the most attractive. What I believe? Of course, because those are my values.
Here's me. If I'm dating a girl, I would almost be upset or offended if she was like, I think you're better looking than Brad Pitt when he was 25. I'd be like, shut the fuck up. You're lying.
But maybe she's not, because she's also if you're dating her,
but
then she's also taking.
Looks, I know
but
she likes me
she
for
can't
me
separate all
blah, blah,
that, because
well,
now you've got sentiment and experiences and the way you make her feel. Like she's not going to be able to separate
she
that.
She likes me because of all those things. But if we're just having a conversation about looks,
of course.
I think if you're in love or in a relationship with somebody, I don't think that pulls like wool over your eyes to the point where you can't just assess that, like, okay, there is possibly somebody who could be better looking than my partner. Yeah. Like, come on, you can't so once you're in love, you can't make a determination that, like, okay, it's probably the case that I don't know who's like Megan Fox is better looking than you know.
Yeah, but
the girlfriend or whatever.
I think we're not going to find alignment on this, because again, I don't think that it's you necessarily going, oh, does Brad Pitt have better abs than me? Then yeah, she might say yes, but like in terms of
it could be facial attractiveness too.
I think my husband's the most attractive man.
Exactly.
I do have photos. Okay. No, I really do.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, you say that.
I do say that.
But are you saying physically, looks-wise, he's the most attractive guy?
Mm-hmm.
But
I can't separate how I feel about him, though.
But is this one of those things that you say because it can come to the detriment of your relationship?
No, I didn't have to say anything.
The truth. No, I know, but like, for example, if a girl, this old trope of, hey, do I look fat in this dress? Like, it's probably not the right move to say that she looks fat if she actually looks fat.
Yeah,
like,
no,
that's
I get
probably
what you're
not
saying.
the right move from an interpersonal dynamic thing.
No, I get what you're saying, but I didn't have to say anything. He's not here or watching this.
No,
so.
I know.
So in my case, I'm just being honest.
I know, but there is a component of when you have a spouse or you have a relationship, you're going to say things to side with your spouse that might not actually be the reality.
And I agree with that.
I don't entirely agree with that. For me and my partner, I always expect from him and from for him, for me too, like, to be honest and to have standards. Like, you know, for example, like, I'm not afraid to tell the guy that I'm dating, hey, it seems like you've been letting yourself go recently, but not from a place of, okay, I am only just because I'm less attracted to you, because I actually care about their health and that they're taking care of their body. So, and I don't want my husband to lie to me either. Like, the guys that I've dated previously, when I go, when I'm wearing something like a different outfit and I ask them what their opinion is on it, they always give me the truth, so I don't look like a fool, because they love me and respect me way too much to allow me to go out into the world in something that is not going to be appealing. They might disagree. I might disagree with their opinion, where sometimes I'm like, well, actually, babe, I feel hot, so. But that doesn't mean that I don't value their opinion, though.
Let's face it, if a guy wants to date, he's going to tell you that you're beautiful. He's going to blow smoke up your ass to get laid, okay? Yeah. And, you know, if they're not going to come up to you and go, oh, God, you need help. You need to lose weight. You need a facelift. You need a tummy tuck. They're not going to do that. I get freaking strangers coming up going, you're beautiful. And I'm looking around going, bitching. He thinks I'm beautiful. I love you too, baby. Where have you been my whole life? You know, I mean, seriously.
I think it's better to just be like honest with ourselves and with our partners that, okay, I'm a 5, you're a 5, you're great, I love you, but you're a fucking 5. It's fine. It's like, you don't have to be like, you're a 10 in my eyes, because he's not a 10 in your eyes. Because when you see someone better looking, you know that person is better looking. We know that.
But beauty's so in the eye of the beholder, because I don't think you're a 5. I think you're a 9. Like, you're objectively really hot.
She wants to break her off a piece.
She's already said she's not into girls, and that's fine. But I am saying you are objectively an attractive woman, and like maybe you see yourself as a 5, but I see you as a 9, and I'm sure there's.
I would have put you as a 10.
Just one point of clarification. So, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but she's objectively a beautiful woman.
Yeah, all right, fair enough.
So if you put me next to someone that is like doesn't really go to a gym or doesn't have, you know, certain things that I do, and then you're gonna know that person is not, it's a little bit not as good looking as me, and it's fine. That's like, I think that's what the whole conversation is. There's people that are look-wise elite. I believe that there's elites in everything. There's people that are better than other people, and I do believe that honestly, this is, you guys gonna hate me, but I do believe that men in general are better than women. And I agree with that, and I will always agree with that are better. And I want them in my life, and I wish I had like a father figure that was better than me, that was better than my mom, that took care of me, that I wouldn't be here. And if I had a man that is like, I want my man to be better than me, and that's why we're where we are in society, because we don't want to agree with it. And then now we have women in power, and we're here arguing about if there's better looking people or not. Like,
well, in fairness, that topic was brought up by a man.
But so look, beauty, it's not objective in the strictest philosophical sense, but there are measurable things when it does come to beauty that are partly predictable, partly measurable. And I think, like, for example, there are certain universals that I think you would find if we were to show a picture of a really, really, really ugly person and a really, really, really beautiful person. I think there would be almost universally. Now, there might be a couple people who are like, I think the really ugly person is more beautiful, whether they're being honest or not, hard to say. But I think if, for example, 99.99% of the population agreed that the one who is really beautiful is more beautiful, that does point to some degree of, there are some components of beauty that are objective.
I think that's still not the case because, like, okay, obesity, for example, here in the U.S., that's a hard no. We don't like that. We don't see that as a beautiful thing. No, in Samoa, in Maori culture, and in South Africa, the bigger the better. They love women who are obese. If a woman's my size, they're like, you're way too thin.
Wait, hold on. Are you trying to say that black guys like fat women? Is that what you're saying?
Nope. Samoans are Polynesian.
That was a very racist statement there.
Samoan and Maoris are Polynesian.
When you say South Africa, are you talking about the Afrikaners, or are you talking about the black people in South Africa?
I'm talking about everybody in South Africa. There is generally
what about
people skew.
So among the white population in South Africa, they prefer plump women.
Yes. The body type is bigger in South Africa. The standard of beauty is bigger in South Africa, yes.
I think it's because they're poor.
Amongst both.
I think there is countries that like bigger people, but that's because they're so poor.
And then in Japan and in Korea and in Taiwan, it's like you have to be rail thin.
I mean, you can also just look at the history from the past couple of decades, like, you know, about what the beauty standards at the time.
Yeah.
Okay, what?
In the 90s, we thought that, like, cocaine skinny was, like, like, you had to be rail thin to be hot. And the women who, like, had a little bit of pudge was
culture. Like, if you were plump and you were very curvy, that means you were wealthy.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily point to what people find physically attractive. I think it would point more so towards, like, are you saying, like, among the peasantry, if there's a really fat person, they're like, oh shit, I can marry into a wealthy family, so I'm not starving.
But let's not even go into that.
Like, I don't think that necessarily has to do with innate physical attraction.
If you go back to just the early 2000s, on the cover of every magazine was Britney Spears at one point when she got a little bit of weight on her, and Jessica Simpson when she was skinnier than me, and people were like, how disgusting. They literally called her a
Britney
pig.
Spears wasn't rail thin. She wasn't like
when she was like 17 and 18, when she was like starting out and in her prime.
She was not, hold on, she wasn't like supermodel rail thin. Britney
Pull up a
Spears.
picture of her with the snake.
She wasn't anorexic.
Hold on.
She was definitely
She had a
thin.
healthy body.
She had a healthy body.
That was a healthy body.
She was
That
super
not-
fit in tone.
No, okay, well, fit in tones. But you were talking about like the heroin chic, like eating disorder models.
If you go back to the
but also
90s,
you're
yeah.
saying in the 90s, Sir Mix-a-Lot, Baby Got Back. This idea that
was a revolutionary song because he was like.
When did that come out? In the late 80s or early 90s?
It
or
was,
something?
I think, 94.
This idea that it's only like in the mid 20, like with the Kim Kardashians that are more curvy. Hold on.
That was the thing. Women didn't want to have a big butt. It was always, that's the whole thing.
Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Sir Mix-a-Lot was a revolutionary in that. That's what I'm saying. He has the line in the song. Cosmo says you're fat.
Yo, do we have any
I ain't
boomers?
down with that.
Hey, do we have any? Hold on. Do we have any boomers in the chat? Did you like a big badonkadonk back in the fucking Beach Boy days? You're listening, I don't know, you're at the Lynyrd Skynyrd concert in the fucking 70s. Come on.
That was a
like
whole,
fat
I don't want to
ass
wear this. It
in
makes
the
my butt look
70s.
fat. That was like a whole thing back in the 90s and the 80s. Like, oh, I don't want my butt to look fat. In that 70s show, there's a whole like scene where Mila Kunis is like, those pants make her butt look fat. And it's like, ew, look at her.
Well, hold on. Scientology was involved with the 70s. I'm not going to get into that. That was some crazy shit, whatever.
Well, I can say that I remember watching Bring It On, and one of the girls, she was saying that like her butt was so big. And I remember watching that, like, you're complaining about having a fatty? Like, but I guess like back then during that time, it wasn't acceptable to have a big
Olivia Newton-John, boned skinny in Greece with John Travolta. That was it. Wearing
the
dittos, and it was just skinny as skinny could
We have
get.
some chats we got to read. We have, this is from Farah. Lucy, does Brian meet any of your standards for a boyfriend? Be specific, rate him. Is it okay for a 50-year-old man? I'm not 50. What the fuck? To date an 18-year-old girl and vice versa. Lucy, rate the other girl's looks and intelligence 1 to 10. Be honest.
Oh my goodness, I have to rate you and I have to rate everybody. Okay.
Yeah, and do I
Brian.
meet your standards for a boyfriend?
Okay. Well, Brian, I would say politically, I don't know you that well. We seem to be not super aligned. And I would say looks-wise, you're a conventionally handsome guy, so that is fine. And I enjoy the shirt you're wearing. It doesn't apply to me, by the way, but I enjoy that
deal breakers.
representation. And I'm not sure how successful you are, but it seems like you do well.
College.
It seems like you do very well.
Kid.
So I would say aside from politics, and you also seem to be fairly agreeable and kind. So I like that.
Well, wait until.
Oh.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Okay. Well, so
There's
you
more.
haven't been super rude. So personality-wise, looks-wise, you're great. Just
All right.
politics, I think
Thank
we
you.
don't align. And then rating your intelligence, I don't want to get into that because I don't agree with your politics, but that's okay. And then going down the line with all the girls, I think all the girls are very beautiful. Muscle mommy, definitely like a 9.9. I wish I had her physique.
You can, just with
And
a little
then-
bit of carnivore.
Yeah.
And the gym.
Yes, and then I have to be super honest. I would say, you're like a very conventionally beautiful girl next door. So I would say
you.
like a 9.2 just because your muscles are less big, I guess. And then I think,
really?
well, slightly compared to her.
I don't have any.
She got
I don't have,
steroid
I don't have
arms.
any muscles. It's fine.
That's okay.
Forced her.
Yeah.
My muscles is actually going to the
Wait,
gym
hold on.
and eating healthy.
Can you hold on? Don't turn it back. I think you're maybe pull that. Yeah, there you go.
Did my tit fall out?
It was
Yeah.
all
Pretty close.
It was
No, I
close.
don't think it is.
All right, just if you can finish up
Yes.
quick.
Okay. Quick. You don't want to hear my assessments. Okay. And then with the comedian, I love comedians. I also think you're very gorgeous. I would give you like 9.99999 just because I have to be super realistic, I guess. And then for you, you're so lovely. I would definitely give you like a 9.8. I think you're gorgeous. I love your personality. You're super sweet. And you too. You're super kind, super pretty. No one here is ugly. So yeah, I would also give you like a 9.7 just because I don't know you well enough, but you're very natural, very beautiful. And I respect everything about you, even though we don't align on Trump or politics. But yeah, you have a great spirit. So I'm just going to give you an 8.9 just because of politics. And then, yeah, you're super pretty as well. I would give you like a 9.7. Yeah, and then I guess I didn't rate Brian, our lovely host. I would say, politics aside, I would give him like a 9.5, I suppose.
Rock and roll.
Did she just lie to all of us?
All right, Pasty George, I think Chair 1 is onto something, because then why do the top 10% of men get literally thousands upon thousands of women willing to jump their pee-pees with the drop of a hat?
Exactly. And everyone that says they don't care about looks or wealth, they will.
I was going to ask if I could comment on that. I mean, if you talk about millions of women, like, I don't know what the exact population of women in the world is, but if you got millions of women, if 10% of them are superficial and will and I say that with a lot of love and a grain of salt, but like even if only 10% of them are that type of women, then that's still hundreds of thousands of women that would agree with that and would jump this person's bones. But again, it's way less like, yes, physically attractive people attract more types of people, and yes, they're going to be more likely the physically drawn women are going to date and possibly sleep with them. But the women who value things beyond that, above physical attraction and emotional intelligence and integrity and values, are going to be a little bit more selective than that, and they're not going to jump this guy's pants just for that.
I think the women that care about those things are not superficial. They have better survival instincts, and I think that's what it is. Like the women that don't have that, you guys would not survive natural selection.
Also, I don't think it's necessarily like, is it wrong for a woman to, like, say a woman is really well adjusted. Mm-hmm. Is it wrong for her to select on the basis of physical attractiveness? I would say no.
It's literally in our nature to want that. It's okay. I think the society makes us think certain things that we want is not okay, because that's how they divide us, and that's how they make us smaller and smaller by division. But when it comes to it, there's certain things that is the truth. But if we keep saying it's not the truth, we're lying to each other, and it divides us. That's why we're becoming so weak and divided, and everything's going to shit, is because we don't want to agree with those things.
I just think people should be realistic. It's like, hey, I'm average looking.
It's hard to be real these days. It's the hardest thing to be real these days, because I think there is a reason why everyone's being so fake and they don't want to accept reality, is because it goes back to, I don't know, I have some thoughts on this that is too deep, but I think division is a way of like the people that are on top to like have us stay small and divide us and think that we want us to delusional. But I think there is things that are just the real answer to things.
Why does it bother you if somebody's...
Sorry, I think she's been...
Oh, no, go ahead.
Thank you. No, I was going to say, I actually agree with you on several points, with some minor tweaks. Like, I do think division comes from the top, but also when you say it's in our nature as women to want to go for good-looking guys, I would say it's feminine to go for beauty, in the sense that men, for the most part, are ingrained from day one to prioritize beauty in women and to be slightly more superficial, so to say, and when it comes to physical attractiveness. But I do think, to your point about it being in our best survival interest to go for, like a stronger man, a more of a provider man, like, I think that is true. And also the point about how the top 20% of men get the 80% of women, or whatever that statistic was. A lot of that, I think, has to do with women being more hypergamous by nature, because as women, as you said, like, we typically want to be taken care of. We want to feel safe and provided for. So it makes sense for a woman to want to go for a man who is better than her. And especially now with women doing better in the workforce and being more financially stable and independent, it might be a little bit more difficult to find a man who is better than her. So that could also be why it seems like there is more stiff competition amongst women competing for the top percentage of men.
I think that's part of the division too. The fact that women are doing better than men, that's like also not naturally, it's not supposed to be that way. And when we say we're better than men, like, you think us financially being better than men is better than men, actually, because all our financial is because of men. So we're not really better than them. We just have a bunch of men taking care of us. And then we judge the men that have no woman taking care of them.
But nothing about finances is natural. That's not something you'd find in the wild. Bears don't have currency.
We could have I think it was better before, and it was more fair. like years ago.
So just generally speaking, like just on a psychology standpoint, like if you 90% of your beliefs are subconscious, and our reticular activating system is meant to find evidence for the thing that confirms our own beliefs. So different people have different truths and different realities. I'm not here to change your opinion or anybody else's opinion on what works for them, because that's your personal empowerment and your personal choice. However, I am living, breathing evidence, as well as a lot of the women that I interact with, that there are other values that you can live by, and that there are other beliefs that you can live by, and have different experiences that don't subscribe to some of the things that we're talking about here. So what I always ask as a coach is really just like, do you like the results that you're getting from that mindset and that belief, and do you feel empowered by it?
I didn't have this mindset before, and that's why I don't have the results that I wanted. I used to be a feminist. I used to believe in the things that you guys believe in. That's why I'm where I am. And there's like, then I realized when I actually matured and I'm no longer a 21-year-old, there's like, this is so fucking cool that I'm just like naked and I'm making millions of dollars. Then you start actually connecting with your natural, and then you're like, oh, that's why there's the people that are more successful, the people that are better, the people that do better in society, they think that way. You know, whoever thinks this way is usually better. They're more in shape, they have more money, and there is a reason, because when you think more connected to your nature and your natural instincts, you usually do better, because that's how you win. And the people that don't think like that, they're usually, they don't have
You had
the
a
lives that they
question?
want.
I don't remember it, to be honest with you.
You were going to ask me why it matters.
Yeah, why you seem to be particularly bothered by average people overinflating their looks.
Oh, I mean, I don't, I wouldn't say bothered, I would say it's amusing to me. But
Well, you said, I just want average people to say that they're average. Why?
Well, I think Brian has a different value system, first and foremost. But go ahead, Brian.
You do.
Well, I'd say first off, truth is important. So, I mean, this sort of thinking is the same stuff that is, you know, not to basically get into slippery slope stuff, but this sort of mindset and thinking is what has basically brought us to, okay, yeah, we should be allowed to give children puberty blockers. We should allow biological males to compete in sports with women because it feels right.
No, but you could make the argument that there's a medical, you could make the argument that like puberty blockers to children have medical ramifications, and women, or, you know, people who were born male who've transitioned competing in women's sports, like you can make an argument that that hurts the other women. An average person saying that they're more than average looking hurts no one. It does nothing to anybody.
Well, I'd like to provide a bit of pushback for you and to answer your original question for why it matters. So if you thought that you were more attractive than you otherwise were, this is going to manifest itself in who you choose to date or who you choose to not date. So, for example, if you think you, and it could be the case that you, here's why I want to be a bit charitable. Somebody could do this as a sort of confidence play to, you know, big up them, but they might actually be somewhat realistic when it comes to the people that they're going to be pursuing romantically. But if somebody is genuinely delusional, and you would agree with me that some people are genuinely delusional?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're chasing after a certain caliber or league of person. She rejects that there's leagues. I find this a bit dubious, but then they're going to be constantly disappointed. And this is gendered, though. It plays out very differently. If I'm constantly shooting my shot with women who are outside my league, I'm instantly rejected. For example, if I were to step to a woman, shoot my shot, I'm not getting a conversation, I'm not getting a date. Maybe I could get used for a foodie call, maybe. But in any case, I'm not getting anything further. I'm not getting any short-term sexual access. I'm not going to be typically strung along for the purposes of her using me for sex for a couple weeks, a couple months. Conversely, women who simply by being sexually available to men can have sexual relationships with men who are outside of their league, but those men will never give those women anything else. They won't give them commitment. So what ends up happening, as a woman, you can test this out. If you make yourself sexually available to men, You're going to encounter men who, that's how women get into situationships and fuck boys and dealing with that. And, oh, he won't commit to me. Who's more likely to be complaining about the opposite sex being unwilling to give them commitment, men or women? Do you think it's men out there who are like, wow, there's this chick that's a slut, but I really want her for like long-term commitment and she won't give me commitment, but I can sleep with her? Is it more often the case that women are dealing with men that won't give them commitment, or the reverse?
I got commitment from somebody who was way out of my league. Way out of my league.
Hold on. Was he?
Yeah, he was substantially out of my league in every department. And
okay, congratulations.
You know? Yeah.
Congratulations.
So it's not impossible to find somebody who's out of your league. And I'll say, as a man, if you want to date women out of your league, become more charismatic. Become more interesting.
Charismatic? Hold on.
But you said
okay,
you had
hold on.
one body count.
But why don't
I didn't
you
say
answer,
I had one body count. I said I had one boyfriend.
That's great. I can also point to women who I think are dating, like, for example, Jeff Bezos, who's dating Lauren Sanchez or whatever. I think he could probably attract women who are way more attractive in like a bunch of metrics. So I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm just talking about a general statement here.
Well,
so why don't you answer my question, though?
Okay.
Generally speaking, who complains more about not being able to procure commitment from the type of people that they want, men or women?
Women, because men typically prefer, until they're ready to like start a family, they seek meaningless sex. They seek these casual relationships. Women tend to look for more commitment before engaging in a sexual relationship.
So I have a disagreement with this, and I don't think it's necessarily a gender issue. I think it's more of an attachment style issue. As somebody who's an attachment coach, people who are typically anxiously attached are going to go after people who are emotionally unavailable and not willing to give them commitment. So I actually coach many men who are dating avoidant women who are obsessed, and I mean that very respectfully because they're in a lot of pain, but that are actively seeking out avoidant women, wanting commitment, wondering why this person won't commit to them. And so I have direct experience on the opposite perspective. So again, it's way more of an attachment thing than a gender thing.
Wait, so you're saying the men, they're sleeping with these women and the women don't want to commit?
Yeah.
I don't dispute that this is something that occurs. However, I believe that the reverse is far more common.
Well, men are typically more avoidant than women, no?
You even said yourself you weren't really hot to get married.
You got to speak into the mic.
You even said yourself you weren't hot to get married. You said why? Because, you'd have to give up so much.
Look, I'm happy to address my position on marriage. That's a separate conversation. So back to this. I genuinely think it's the case in terms of why it's important. Again, as a woman, you can get sexual access to men who won't give you commitment. The reverse is just, again, it can happen, but it's really, there's a massive differential.
I mean, I think, again, like that's just like your perspective. And hey, it might be true if you took out data, like, from a big collective, it might happen more often for men or women or whatever it is. I'm just saying in my experience, what I've seen is that if somebody it's again, way more of an emotional maturity and attachment style thing rather than women or men or whatever it is, because there are plenty of people out there, both men and women, who are seeking connection from somebody who's just fundamentally emotionally unavailable, and that they're seeking that and that they're getting into these situations. I think men, honestly, are probably just less vocal about it.
Wait, so just to be clear, you're saying men who won't give commitment, this is always an indicator of them having an avoidant personality
Absolutely
style?
not.
No, that's completely
that's
ridiculous.
Not what I'm saying at all.
Men will happily have sex with women who they will never commit to, and they don't have any avoidant dating style, on the sole basis that woman is just simply not physically attractive enough to give a relationship to. But they'll keep her around for the easy access to sex. Sure. Women don't really operate that way.
If she's perfect, if she's ready for you, if she wants to date you, if you're having sex and it's good enough that you keep coming back for it, and the only reason he won't date her is because she's not physically attractive enough?
Yes, the woman could meet a whole bunch of his other metrics. But she's just, she could be pleasant to be around, all this stuff. but she's just not physically attractive enough.
I don't know any man that thinks like that. That's crazy. Is your perfect woman? She's just not hot enough.
Here dealt with a fuckboy or been strung along in a situationship?
Yeah, but the fuckboy doesn't think you're his perfect woman other than your looks. The fuckboy goes, "Oh, easy pussy? Cool." That's what it is. It's not like, "Oh my God, she's perfect. She makes me laugh. She's like my best friend. We get along so well. We're perfectly aligned in morals and in our views in life. It's just that she's not hot enough for me." No,
I feel like
it's not
common.
They're just not getting that attached.
I feel like some people don't want to be in relationships.
So your whole argument would be then that, okay, this person could be perfect for you, but if the physical component isn't there, they should still date that person anyway?
If they love them, yeah. If it's your perfect person and it's just you don't find them as attractive, then that sounds like they're checking a lot of boxes.
Like hits all the boxes, but you're just not physically attracted to them.
You're physically attracted in some way. You're having sex with them.
I think you underestimate the degree to which men will engage in a casual sexual encounter.
Maybe I just don't deal with men that are that.
Have you ever had a one-night stand?
Yeah, once.
Once, okay.
And
have you ever been in a situationship?
No.
No. Okay, so perhaps you're a bit more discerning when it comes to who you're going to date.
Women give sex for love.
Sorry, am I just making this up? Women have never struggled to get commitment from a guy.
No, women struggle
Am I speaking, like, is that a weird concept?
It's not a weird concept.
Women struggle to get commitment
but I am
from
saying,
the guys that they're attracted to?
It's not the situation that, like, she's perfect and she checks all of my boxes, but I think I could get somebody a little bit hotter. Like, I don't think that that's the thing that they're running into.
Here's why I disagree with that. Is that
I feel like people like having options,
very, very possible and very probable that there is. Sorry, did I interrupt somebody?
No, you can go.
Okay. I think it's very possible and probable that is there a collective of men out there who are just weighing their options and waiting for the better thing? Or
that's what I was saying.
Sure.
There is a population of them out there.
Sure.
I'm not going to lie. And there is a population of women that do accept that treatment from them and do accept that level of standards from them. But first and foremost, again, to what you said earlier, just because somebody's not physically attracted or wants to commit to somebody does not automatically make them avoidant. Let me make that clear. However, emotional unavailability on a general spectrum is that, hey, I am not willing to commit to you because of XYZ reasons, whether it's because of your attractiveness, your morals, your values, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So again, are there populations out there that go underneath these beliefs? Yes, but I'm talking about the people who are actually, like, in my opinion and my values, ready for commitment or looking for something deeper than that.
Can I ask you what you personally think, if you're going to use the rating system, what is the number that you think you could max get, you personally? Like, what number of woman?
It varies.
No, but like your maximum that you, if it's just looks, the maximum that you could get.
Again, but I already stated that when it comes to attraction, there's other components besides just looks.
I know that.
And so there's other things that can make you attractive: status, money, personality,
but just looks,
etc. I feel like, at least for me, I don't know if it's entirely fair to. It wouldn't be entirely fair for me to answer this question. No. But if you were to ask an average guy,
No, I'm not asking an average guy. I'm asking because I'm getting to another point, but. Let me ask you directly, like right now, and you can factor in your status and popularity.
I think looks-wise, I think I could get up to a 7.
Okay.
But I think I'm bringing a lot of other things to the table.
That's fine.
Besides just looks.
Right.
So.
And I agree with that.
But on look scale, yeah, like 5.
But you think that you could right now, just with everything that you've got going on in your life, you could attain a 7, and that's the ceiling for you. You think that?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
With everything you have, all your success, you can get a 10.
I don't think
you can get a 10 with success.
Fine. I'm not debating what you can have, what you can't have. I'm saying.
Hold on. It's not. I'm being realistic. It's not a lack of confidence.
That's fine. So you think you could get a 7 and that's the ceiling? Totally fine. If you got a 6 right now, who checked all of your boxes, she was everything that you've ever wanted in a woman, but she was a 6, and you could get a 7, are you committing?
Am I committing? Let's think about this. And she's everything I want.
She's everything you want, but she is a 6.
Well, just to be clear,
and you
I don't
can
want to
get a
married,
7.
But yeah, sure. She can be my girlfriend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, but Brian,
But
have
is this
you,
like,
There you go.
is that an own?
But it's
Like,
just
I don't
one
understand.
point.
I wasn't trying to own you. I'm trying to understand your point of view on this, because you're saying that there's guys who will have everything, perfect woman, but will reject her and not commit to her because he thinks that he can get a little bit better in the looks department.
Well, hold on. No. That's not exactly what I'm saying. If there's a guy who say he's an 8 or whatever,
Sure.
he might entertain, in terms just for a short-term casual thing, a woman who's a 6 or a 5. And you're adding on a qualifier of, oh, well, she also meets like all his other prerequisites
That
too.
was my point.
But hold on, but men will also sleep with women who are less attractive, who also don't really meet their other like personality
Sure.
standards too.
Yeah, and they won't
Because
get
it's
do
just
the
for
same
sex.
thing.
It's,
Yeah,
Right.
I've
it's
done
just
it
for
before.
sex.
And that's, yeah. Men will have sex with a McChicken if left to their own devices. We've seen that. But I'm saying, like, you're saying, oh, well, women aren't getting commitment just because she's not attractive enough. And I'm saying, well, no,
One of
she
the
might
reasons.
not be attractive enough. Like,
What
she might
about
not
the
be the
women
ceiling.
that do have commitment, but the men, like I get all the time, are married men? So how great is a commitment when they're still on the chase?
It's great.
but also there are plenty of women, because we all have needs, right? And so maybe we meet a man, and I mean, this maybe has never happened to our host, but we meet a man who checks some of our boxes, but not all of them. So we can entertain them for something short-term or temporary, or realize this is not our forever person, but they're fine for now, which is how you get into short-term flings. And maybe the man wants commitment or not, but you still know in your heart that this man is not the one for you, but he will do or suffice for now.
I would somewhat agree that women have a more likely possibility of looking at a man's potential rather than seeing the reality in front of him. I would say that's true.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, I would perhaps even we can look at cases of celebrity. Like, I think it's far more likely the case that if you look at somebody, I don't know, like these famous musicians, they're going to deal with a girl that's short term. They're not going to give her, why, you dated a rapper or something?
No. I can't just smile and look at you.
Oh, sure, okay. Got a husband, okay, pump the brakes.
Not like that.
I know, and I'm just messing. But look, I guess what I'm trying to get at is, because of this differential in terms of procuring sex, if a woman is dealing with a certain caliber of guy, she's then going to look at the guys who are actually who are actually her looks equivalent, who are actually in her league. She's going to think she's settling for those guys, and she's going to keep chasing these guys who are out of her league. We all, look, when it comes to dating, we all want to get the best that we can get. The difference is, as men, we typically get rejected on the front end, whereas you women, you'll get rejected on the back end. So you might dispute this, but I do think it's the case that as women, you have more sexual access to men than the reverse. So again, if I step to a girl and she's out of my league, boom, instant rejection. She's not going to be like, well, he's pleasant, he's making himself sexually available, I guess I'll fuck him like a couple times. Men will definitely think that. Like, men will definitely have sex with you and not want anything to do with you. Here's another way I could paint this. If I can sleep with a girl, I have a very high confidence level that I can get her into a relationship. I'm very confident if I can sleep with her, I can get her into a relationship. I don't know if you can say the same thing about women. Like, do you think, like, as a woman, if you sleep with a dude, are you really confident? Like, how confident are you that you can for sure get him into a relationship?
There's a lot of dudes that are willing to hang out with me, and they are very, very high level, and they're not willing to date me. They're going to go date someone that is not me, and it's fine. But I can get him, and it feels very good. Like, there's been people that I've been watching since I was like 10 years old, and I'm hanging out with them. But it doesn't mean they're going to take me serious. And it's fine. It's part of their nature. But if I'm hanging out with them and they say they're down to date me, fuck yeah, I would date them. What the fuck do you mean? They're great. But then that's the only people that I hang out with, I'm willing to date them because they're good enough. That's why I'm sleeping with them in the first place. I want them to like take care of me and be my man. That's why I'm doing it. But then for them, they're like, no, it's just another fucking girl and a banger.
It's a risk.
It's fine. And
You roll the dice.
That goes
It's a
back
risk.
to that goes back to men's nature, because that's in their nature. It's in their blood, because they want to impregnate as many women.
What do you think?
About which question?
I don't know what we're talking about now. So I just said that me as a man, if I can sleep with a girl, I have a high degree of confidence I can then get her into a long-term relationship. I think, at least as it applies to women, I think women are going to be far less confident in their ability, just because they can have sex with a guy. Doesn't always necessarily translate to them being able to get them into a relationship.
Can I ask you something? Because this really drives me crazy.
Well, hold on. Let's let her answer.
Okay.
And then you can...
I agree with you. I mean, there's been times like I found a guy like hot, like physically or whatever, and then there's been like other aspects I didn't like, but like, I don't know, maybe we had like good chemistry, but there's also been times like I just want to fuck, like, and we've like stayed, I don't know, a fling, I don't want to say like maybe situationship, but there's been also times where like I've established like I've wanted a relationship with him and he never wanted one, but he openly said, I don't want to date anybody, but would keep me around. And I was okay with that because I also was like, oh, I like being single. So like, you're fun. Like, I think we have a good time together and I'm okay with just being your fling.
Can I ask you this though? I understand that maybe you were just looking for something casual, just in terms of your own, like what you were looking for. But of the men, even that you had casual encounters with, would you say that if you were looking for a relationship and they were looking for a relationship, they were at least physically attractive enough for you to be in a relationship with them? Or do you go slumming?
Slumming?
Yeah, do you, like when you have casual sex, you
No.
Because what I've understood is typically when women go for just a casual encounter, they prioritize in the opposite direction of how men work. If a woman is maybe not as particularly interested in just a casual one-night stand, if she's gonna break her rule, she's gonna break the rule for the really, really, really hot, attractive guy. Whereas men work the opposite way. Men are gonna, in an effort to procure said casual encounter, they're just going to... They'll get with a girl that they would never date this girl. I mean, but just to get the pussy, they'll...
I mean, I'm very
producing men.
I'm very picky. Like, granted, all my exes or whatever, none of them look alike, and sometimes my friends are like, who the fuck are you picking? But I'm also very like, if you're like, everything matters, and like, I don't fuck on the first date. It's just like I want to get to know you, and there's been times like, I don't know, I ended up hooking up with them, and then over time I'm like, no, but like, you're fun enough to keep around. I just don't want to like necessarily deal with your stuff. But
right, so that you can make some sort of determination, like, okay, this person has baggage, or maybe they're toxic. They're not the person that I'd want to be in like a healthy, loving relationship with. But going back to the question is, of the casual sexual encounters you've had, have you ever had one with a guy that purely on the basis of his physical looks, you would not then be in a relationship with him because, okay, you just wanted to get your nut off, or sorry, I'm not Gen Z. I don't know what the fuck you guys say.
Bust a nut.
You wanted to
Get your nut off.
Whatever. Has that ever been the case? Or have all the men you've slept with, even the casual encounters, they were good looking enough for you to be in a relationship with?
Well, I think the whole good looking, like 1 out of 10 rating is like, they all look different. So like,
but you were attracted to all of them, right?
I was, but it's like, maybe like my mindset on like physical looks is jaded, but like, I don't know. I mean, I've like hooked up with like really hot guys and like they've said one thing and it like set me off, and I'm like, you're tolerable, so I'll keep hooking up with you, but like, And then there's been guys where I'm like, I mean, I think like if I'm with you, like I think you're beautiful, but like there's been guys where like I guess you would say they're like a 7, but still in my head I'm like, I don't know why like you're beautiful, but you're a 7 to me. But like, I don't know. I'd still like.
Any girls here? Have you guys ever had a casual encounter with a guy that, on the sole basis, disregard if you were not looking for a relationship, he had some baggage, issues, whatever that would have disqualified him from a relationship, but on the sole basis of his looks alone, anybody here who hooked up with a dude who you're like had sex with a guy and you're like, he's not good looking enough to be in a relationship with?
No.
Because I can tell you that men definitely have sex with women that will never, that they're just, They're just looking for the sex.
I've had a guy dump me because I gained weight. So,
I mean, I've had sex with a lot of men.
Well,
so like,
you know, that's you.
But also men and women have
so
you do
some
it for
of
work,
so like some of the men I've had sex with are definitely not attractive to me.
But also men and women
Well,
have
okay,
different
but that was
social.
for work, right?
I mean, I did it for not work too.
I think there's women that do
Just
it.
for the funsies?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, well, are you a sex addict?
No, not at all.
Okay, all right.
I think the woman.
Look, I'm not
to-
disputing that, like, you know, women will do a pity fuck every once in a while.
No,
Okay,
I did.
this
I
fucking
like
Shrek-looking guy.
I used to
gotta
really
give him
go
some
for
pussy,
ugly
you know?
men.
Huh?
I used to like really go for ugly men.
Okay, sure, it happens.
I
think
just like.
generally-
I just
as
liked
a-
ugly
as
men.
a-
been made
but
fun of.
As a sort of general principle here, look, yeah, women will have a casual sexual encounter with, I don't know, whatever. Maybe alcohol's involved, who knows? You got the beer goggles on, you're like, fuck, this guy's ugly. Whatever, I get it, it happens. But as a sort of generalized principle, I do think it's the case that there's a massive differential here when it comes to, like, if I mean, we can even test it, but if as a guy, you're just pleasant and you're like, want some dick? That's not really enough.
But
It's
women
not
will
enough.
date the ugly guy because she loves him and he makes her feel good.
Yeah.
Like there's so
I've
everybody
been
on
there.
this
My
panel
friends are like, what were you doing
has
for
a
charity
friend
work?
who you're like, that's him, and this is you.
yeah.
Well, here's my other criticism, though, is I think women's appraisal of men's attractiveness is very lacking in generosity, and women's appraisals of their own attractiveness or other women's attractiveness is very generous.
Well, women are
very generous.
Women, we see beautiful women in every element of our lives, like just advertisements. You're getting beautiful women in your face,
Well, even in person.
all day, every day, and yeah, in person. But women also tend to put a little bit more effort into their appearance on average than men do.
Sure, I'll grant it.
So
Why not?
yeah, it makes sense to kind of see women and femininity as this beautiful thing that's shoved down our throats every day.
I also think then I believe in masculine and feminine polarity to mean that women and men have certain fundamental differences, and I think women are more likely to see the complete picture of somebody rather than just on the physical thing, just because women are more intuitive and internal and men are typically just more external and visually driven.
And I think we have an easier time seeing a guy who is maybe not so attractive. We see his personality. You can take status and whatever into account as well. But sometimes you see a personality and you're like, I know he's ugly, but he's cute. Like Post Malone is an ugly man, and that's okay. But like then you see his interviews and
I actually don't. I mean, he's a little, you know, a lot of tattoos, and he lost some weight though recently.
yeah. But I'm saying like in
he's
prime,
actually not he's not a bad looking guy.
Jeremy Allen White, fine. He's
that? I don't know
he's the guy from The Bear. He looks
He's
like a
Lit
rat.
from Shameless.
Yeah, everybody said
don't
like,
know.
oh, it's Rat Boy Summer when he came out with his TV show because he was like the new hunk, and he's not that
Okay,
attractive.
but I mean,
But
again,
people
So
like the
hot.
character that he
But-
plays.
But right, but you're using Post Malone as an example here,
Yeah.
and he's a incredibly successful music artist, talented, creative, has a good personality, like you said. He's got a lot of positive characteristics going for him, and also I don't think he's an ugly dude, to be fair. But if you put him working at a 7-Eleven,
But that happens too. Every girl on this panel has a friend who at one time you're like, he works at AutoZone and he's a 4 and he's not even that nice. Why do you like him? And they're like, he makes me laugh. I don't know. Like that happens.
yeah, I get that people date people, but I think I'm more looking towards, okay, what is the gravitational pull, right? So in terms of the gravitational pull, I think that, again, you have these women who are frankly delusional when it comes to their own self-assessment of their physical attractiveness. They're going to be chasing a certain caliber of dude. I think it's a bad recipe. I think it's a recipe for disaster. Then they're maybe going to move through their 20s dealing with these dudes. Maybe they get a situationship. Maybe it's a couple months. Some dudes will string a girl along for months or even years, right? I think what you have happening is that when it comes time to, like, okay, who's going to be my husband? Who am I going to have kids with? These women are going to almost have this sort of resentment towards their partner because they dealt with a bunch of really, really attractive dudes when they were younger because they could get sexual access to them. Now when they're a bit older, they're okay, oh shit, none of these guys gave me commitment. But I think I'm this caliber. I've dealt with this caliber of man. Now I'm settling, even though if you actually look at both of these people, they're actually equivalent. Their looks equivalent.
What are you basing this off of? I feel like you just wrote this story as fan fiction in your head. I don't know a woman that's in this position.
You don't know? What do you mean?
I don't know a woman who's like, all right, well, I slept with a bunch of really hot guys in my 20s, and now I'm in my late 30s, and I can't find a husband that's as attractive and checks all these boxes.
What's the average age of marriage?
I don't know the average age of marriage.
You don't know?
No.
I think it's 1 or 2 years older for men, but I think it's like 29, 30 for men and maybe 27, 28 for women.
Okay.
Right? So, okay, what are they doing from 18 to 28?
What, are you asking me in my
with
scenario?
boys.
I'm saying, okay, what I was saying is I don't think you're going to get women who were just sleeping with super hot guys in their 20s, get to their 30s and be like, well, now I have to settle for this ugly guy, and then just be mad and be like, I wish you were hotter. I dated hotter guys in my 20s. That I don't, and then they break up.
Look, I'm not saying it's the case for all women.
I don't even think it's the case for most.
Women are looking for love. They want a guy that's going to be kind
Let's say
to
it's
them.
even 30%, 40%. That's a huge swath of the population. I don't know the precise numbers exactly. They are saying that I think it was by 2030, 2040, like something like 45, 55% of women are going to be single at the age of 30 or 40, something like that. So the singleness, that's pretty evident here.
But is the singleness just because standards that women are setting have gotten higher? Not necessarily in attractiveness. I get that you're saying that women are overinflating their attractiveness, whatever. I don't think that that's the standard that women are staying single for. I think that women are staying single because they want a man who is emotionally intelligent, respectful, who they feel loves them, who is at a certain place in their career or wants a family, and who isn't just like looking for whatever the next best thing that might walk in a door.
Just to be clear, the genesis, you asked me why it's important, and so I'm providing you with my answer. So I do think that it is the case that this is a phenomenon that's happening, and perhaps you're denying it. Are you saying that what I'm describing, you don't think it maps onto reality at all?
Not in what I see in my day-to-day life.
So you don't think, like, I don't know, what percentage of women would you attribute that this is the dynamic that's happening?
I couldn't even give you an estimate because I don't encounter that.
You don't encounter it?
No. I have single female friends. I have married female friends. But I'm not running into anybody in that situation.
Just curious, where do you live?
Philly.
Philadelphia?
Yeah. Okay. And I work in New York primarily.
You're in a major urban city and area.
Yeah, maybe that's how it is out here in California.
How close is Philadelphia to, or Philly to New York City?
It's about an hour and a half train ride, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's like huge swaths of women, for example, in like major metropolitan areas like New York City, where like you would think there's an abundance of options, but all these women are massively complaining about not being able to find men.
Right.
Deep into their late 20s and into their 30s.
And that's not because they're finding men that they're not attracted to on a physical level.
I think it's a massive component that women have. And there's a lot of factors. I don't want to just put it solely on this, but I do think it is the case that because women have become accustomed to having this sexual access to certain caliber of men, again, I think there's other components too. I think men need to level up in a lot of ways also. But I do think it's the case that once you've dealt with a certain caliber of dude, it's very, very hard to go back to Joe Schmo, Mr. Average Guy. And if you're an average woman, let's be real, like, here's what I see. Average women don't want average men. That's the problem I see.
I think it's because now the average woman is out earning and outperforming and higher educated than the man, than the average man.
Could be a component.
Okay, so I think that's the factor. I don't think it's attractiveness.
I do think it is also attractiveness. And but I would agree that it's also socioeconomically too.
Yeah, and sure, in the 60s, our mothers or grandmothers used to settle for guys that maybe didn't check all the boxes because they couldn't have a bank account. But now you can do all of you're not limited by that. We don't have to rely on men to survive in the same way that we did 50 years ago.
I'm not even making an argument.
So your standards are going to be higher.
Right, but I'm not even making an argument about providing.
I'm saying that is why I think you're seeing a bigger disparity, because women don't need men. They don't need to settle for men who aren't checking all the boxes like they did 50 years ago. If you were a single woman 50 years ago, good luck, baby.
So women are deprioritizing the things that have traditionally made men attractive to women, and they're over-prioritizing what? Physical attractiveness.
Emotional availability and support.
Okay, hold on. If women are deprioritizing the things that were traditionally, deemed a man attractive, which would be being a provider, then what are the things, the metrics by which women are going to find men attractive? They're going to be physical attractiveness.
No, they had.
Do you think women in 2025 care more about looks than they did in 1950?
No, because they had to just settle to survive.
But do you think they care more about looks? Hold on.
I think they care more about emotional availability.
I'm going to go ahead and grant that, but I also think society has moved way more into a superficial realm. I think back in the 1950s, people probably didn't, even men, did not prioritize like physical attractiveness to the degree that we do now.
Absolutely. That just is inherent with social media and with the gamified version of dating that we have with apps.
Right.
And I think we're also talking specifically about the population that is prepping for marriage, not just dating and being in superficial relationships.
Yeah. If you're looking for actual marriage, the reason that metric has gone down, the reason that less women are settling is because they don't need to out of survival.
Well, I mean, I suppose I could explain it like this. One thing that comes to mind, I guess, to perhaps try to articulate the phenomenon that's happening. Have you ever, you went to college, right?
Yes.
Did you live in a dorm room where you shared a room? Okay, well, here locally, we have University of California, Santa Barbara. The college students oftentimes are in dorm rooms up to 2, 3, 4 people in a room. There's bunk beds, right? And then sometimes there's like a shared shower between 2 dorm rooms, so 8 people to a shower.
Yeah,
or there's like communal.
I'm familiar with them, yeah.
Yeah. So it's very hard, like once you get out of college and then you go, say you have a good career, and then you get your own place and you have your own room and your own bathroom, it becomes really hard to go back once you've had that experience of having your like own private space, to go back to have like a bunk bed and having a not a housemate, a roommate. In that same way, once women have dealt with a certain caliber of dude, it's going to be really hard to then like potentially downgrade.
Women want love. It's as simple as that.
You don't want love.
Why are you making it so complicated?
Also something that people do, and I think men do this too. I call this the sort of amalgamation effect. So you let's say you've dated 5 people, and each one of those 5 people have had like a specific characteristic about them that was ideal. So maybe one, for example, for when it comes to women and what they find attractive. One boyfriend, he was really funny. The other boyfriend, great in the sack. The other boyfriend was rich. The other one was really good looking. And then you've seen all these characteristics in individual and some of them might have multiple of these characteristics. But now you've had all of these experiences, and you now what you want is an amalgamation of all these positive characteristics that you've encountered in dating. The reality is, I think you got to pick 2.
But if
you get 2, that's it.
Well, you're the one saying that men won't commit if they can't get the one, which is the most attractive.
I didn't say that.
We had a whole 40-minute conversation about it.
What? Restate the position.
You said that there are men that will not date women just because they'll sleep with them, but they're not attractive enough to date them. And I said, if they have all the, no, he said date. Commit.
To commit.
Right.
Relationship.
Well, I consider an exclusive dating relationship.
Let me respond really quick to that, and then I'll let you do it. So, okay. They've actually done a study on this, and they ask men, if we could give you 80% of what you want, and I forget the exact numbers, but maybe, should we look at that? It doesn't really matter. I'll just say that a higher proportion of men said, oh yes, 80% of what I want in a partner, that's fantastic. I would love that. I don't know if the term is settle, but I will accept 80% of the things I want. Maybe they're missing 20%, whatever. You do that same thing with women, and they say, nope, I'm not settling for 80%. I want it all.
Who did that study?
It was literal. It was a poll. I don't know.
It was a Facebook poll. It was BuzzFeed.
It's been done. We can pull it up.
Okay.
Nick, can you try to find it because she's.
I would like to see that
thinks
because I
it's
don't
dubious.
believe that. I think it's probably 80% for both
Women
genders.
don't
Is my
want
assumption.
80% of. I don't know.
I wouldn't say BuzzFeed's
what they
the
want.
most
Let me see if that
credible
finds it.
source.
I know. I'm
BuzzFeed
joking.
attracts a
But I
very
feel like if you
That's why I
really
was like, yeah, a Facebook poll. Yeah.
I'm joking with you, not against
No,
you,
I know.
against him, honestly.
I feel like if you really
Whereas,
like the person, that's where like
BuzzFeed is not
compromise and
necessarily the most
communication
credible.
comes in though. Because there's
And-
been guys where I'm like, I really don't like this little thing about them, but I'm like, I'm going to tell them how I feel. If they're going to handle it and be a dick, then I don't want you. If they're open to trying, then I'm going to continue trying to see if maybe a relationship is in the books with them.
Sure.
And it depends on your
but-
personal deal breakers.
That too,
and
100%. Yeah.
I'll say for me personally, with my last relationship, I cannot imagine that was incredible on all levels. And while it's hard for me to imagine being in another relationship, I know I'm 30 years old and there is a possibility that could happen for me at some point. What was that a shock to?
Go ahead.
I think 30.
Oh yeah, big scary number. But yeah, I mean, I know that's a possibility, but it's like I can't imagine that there's going to be another person that measures up to every area of life that he had all his success in.
Wait, so just to be clear, you're going to be comparing all your future potential partners to your ex?
I mean, I don't
Okay.
know. I'm 7 months out. I don't know.
We need to read a couple chats here. And Nick, you probably... The question is, and here, why don't we pose it? Maybe I should have asked it first. Would you be willing, going around the table, to settle for a guy who meets 80% of your standards?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Yes.
I gave it away. Yeah, would you?
I would say, if we're willing to work together about things that we need to change, then yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's do some chats. Nick, do you have the age thing pulled up? Yeah. All right. Pasty George, a lot of mid to ugly women, including fat ones, go to Africa simply to get porked by the black men there because the men in their own countries are avoiding them like the plague because of feminism. Is this a phenomenon in Jamaica or something? I think I've heard about that.
Jamaica, Nigeria, and Tunisia are the
Yeah,
three
they're just-
hotspots for female sex tourism.
Thank you, Pasty George. He says, chair forward, don't be simple. It's women's biological instinct that drives them to go for the best possible mate. You can't fight biology just as a trans person can't be something they're not. Okay. There's Pasty George again. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. If I met a woman who was everything that I wanted, she would be my girlfriend. But the moment I find out that she has a high body count, has baggage, or has any feministic influence, she is dumped. Show of hands. Who here is a feminist? Oh, damn. Okay. We got some feminists here. Going around the table super quick. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years time? So you're 25. Will you be better looking at 35?
No.
You're 23.
No.
Will you be better looking at 33?
No.
You're 30. Better looking at 40.
Probably.
Better looking at 50.
Depends on how much I'm making.
Can you tilt your mic down just a bit?
Sorry.
Or posture works too. 60, 30 years.
Probably not by 60, but who knows with medical science.
So better looking at 50 versus 30.
Definitely better looking at 40 than 30. 50, again, it just depends on
Okay.
where I am financially.
And then going back 10 years, were you better looking at 20 or now at 30?
No, now at 30.
Okay. Why is that? Just.
I was morbidly obese.
Okay. That probably checks out. 23, better looking in 10 years time at 33.
Different, but still good.
So, and by the way, you can say just as good looking too, I guess.
Yeah.
So just as good looking,
different,
more
yeah.
better looking.
Just as good, just different.
Okay, 43, 20 years time.
Same answer.
30 years, 53.
Same answer.
40 years, 63.
Same answer.
50 years, 73.
Same answer.
60 years, 83.
Same answer.
70 years, 93.
It's all going to be the same answer.
80 years, 103.
I don't know how the human body can survive that, but it's.
I mean, people can live into their 100. So, do you have a sense of when you'll peak?
I don't really. I mean, you might not like this answer, but I think women will just look different over time, and subjectively speaking, again, if you take the BuzzFeed poll, I'm sure other people will disagree, but I think I'll just look different, not any better, any worse.
Okay. What about you?
Yes.
Okay, so you're 20, or wait, hold on. You're
I'm
31,
31.
excuse me. Better looking in 10 years' time at 41?
Yes.
20 years' time, 51?
Yes.
30 years' time, 61?
I would say yes.
40 years' time, 71?
At that point, I might start to croak a little
That's okay. And then you're 31. Were you better looking at 21 or better looking now?
I would say now just because I've taken better care of myself.
Do you have any photos of you when you're 21?
Yes, not on me, but I mean.
On your phone?
Yeah, I mean, they exist, yes.
Oh, okay. Maybe when you go back there, you can send them and we'll let the audience decide. Okay, you're 25, better looking in 10 years.
Yes.
At 35?
Yes.
20 years, 45?
Probably about the same.
Same?
Yeah.
30 years, 55?
Maybe then I'll start being a little.
25 to 55, better looking one.
I feel like I'd peak around like 35. Because like now from like even years ago, I feel like I was always like good looking, but I've taken a lot better care of myself and I see it progress. So I'm like,
okay.
I think I'll also grow. So.
All right, Holly, into the mic if you can. You're 62, better looking in 10 years' time, 72?
I'm just going to sail it on through. Yeah. I'm going to look like this and I'm going to be wearing the same thing too. This is my uniform.
Forever, it's her uniform. All right. And then going back in time, 10 years ago, 52, better looking or better looking now?
Well, let's just, okay.
Into the mic.
Okay. 18 to about 22, I was smoking hot. It hit the fan when I was 28 to about 32. Wasn't looking so good. It hit the fan. I got really smoking hot at 42 and I didn't even know it. It was other people telling me that.
Okay. I think that sufficiently answers my question. Thank you. You're 27? Better looking in 10 years' time at 37?
I think I'm going to still look beautiful.
But will you be better looking?
I thought we have the option to say like we're going to still look good looking.
Well, you can say you'll be just as good looking. The question is, will you not be attractive or be attractive? You can still be attractive as you get older, but it's a comparison. So
I think I'll be just as good looking.
Just as good looking. Okay. 20 years time, 47?
Yeah.
Just as good looking, more good looking? So from 27 to 37, not better looking, but just the same?
Yeah.
Okay. 57, 30 years. 67, 40 years.
Yes.
77, 50 years.
Yes.
87, 60 years.
I would hope that I'd be dead by then, but yeah.
97, 70 years.
Same answer, but yeah.
107, 80 years.
Ooh, 100 is too long to live. I should be dead by then for sure, but yeah.
Okay. Interesting. So wait, and you said you will keep getting better looking, right?
No, just different.
Just different.
I'm going to do my best to take care of my body, eat good nutrition, and use the resources I have available. But yeah, I think that I'll just look different, and that beauty is different in every age.
Okay, I mean, all right. It's an answer.
My mom wasn't attractive in her 20s, but in her 30s and 40s, she was smoking hot. Like, she got better with age.
Love to see it.
I mean, I'd have to see the photos.
I can send you photos, but yeah, she was...
Yeah, my mom's still...
kind of cooked
like
in her
weight loss thing, or is
no,
it
she's always been very, very skinny. It's her face and her hair. She kind of, I don't know. It's just one of those things. She got better looking with age.
All right. I mean, this whole age thing, I just feel like you guys, like you say who here thinks they'll be better looking as they age? Because I know some of you said, I'll be the same. Who here thinks better looking as you get older? Okay, you three. You said 45. You said... I don't know if you're
70s.
giving me your trolling answers or whatever. And then...
I think probably 45 will be a peak, but again, it depends on... Because I'll get plastic surgery.
Let me ask you, all three of you, a question. If I could wave a magic wand that would outwardly advance your age outwardly. So just to be clear, you're not going to die sooner. You're going to live just as long as you would otherwise live. You're not going to get any health problems anytime sooner than you would otherwise get them. I will just simply advance your outward appearance 10 years or 20 years. You stay there for however much the length of time is that you think you'll be at your peak or whatever. Do you take it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So just to be clear,
Yeah.
and again, you're not going to die anytime sooner.
Yeah.
You guys would age advance yourself because you guys think you'll look better then?
I'm going to be 30 pounds lighter within the next year. And I would love if you could just wave a wand and that would be the case, like right now. So yeah, you need time for that to happen.
Well, no. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I think you're misunderstanding. So you would remain your same weight.
I'm saying that by the end of this, with my current trajectory, I'm going to lose.
It's not, I've had all these interventions in this period of time. I'm literally instantaneously just changing, like all the like assuming you didn't make any changes. You're just aging, advancing.
Just looks.
And I'm not
Just
allowed to get
looks.
plastic surgery, and I'm not allowed to lose weight or make any changes like that.
So, well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Take you and say you don't do anything.
Okay.
Everything kind of mostly stays the same. 10 years down the road. And then in the next year, you're competing with your 10-year older self, and you both get to lose weight. You both lose weight at the same rate. You're saying that 45-year-old you would be better than 35-year-old or 30-year-old.
We both have the same access to weight loss and plastic surgery?
Yeah.
Then I'll just stay how I am. It's
Okay, so-
easier to work with. Like, it's less, aged skin is harder to work with if you're going from a cosmetic
Okay,
perspective.
and then what about you?
Or are we just going like off of looks?
Yeah.
Or, I mean, depends what I'm going for in life. I feel like, yeah, I would like to stay 35. I don't know. Because, like, I look back on myself, like, even a few years ago, and, like, I was cute, whatever, but, like, I take better care of myself.
But did you say you'd be better looking at 45? I think you did.
No, I think I would, like, that would be, like, my peak, but I'd be happy at 35. Like, I feel like...
But when you say peak,
like,
you will be more attractive at 45 than 25.
I think I have the capability of looking hotter, yeah, or looking better than I am now.
But okay, so if that is the case, and I think we all want to be as physically attractive as possible, don't we?
Yeah.
You'll stay looking as that 45-year-old for 20 years. So instantaneously, right now, I make you look like you're 45.
Right now.
And you're not going to die anytime sooner. You're not going to have any health problems anytime sooner. But I instantly make you look like you're 45.
No, I wouldn't.
Why not?
No. I like the 35. I don't know.
Okay,
the 45,
fine.
Yeah.
35. Do you do
yeah,
it for 35?
I would. I don't know why. I just would. Because I feel like at that point, like, I'm, like, I always feel like I've been progressing.
Tell you what, here's what we're going to do.
I feel like women in their 30s
I
peak.
will, you know what? Forget the magic wand. I will pay to give you plastic surgery to age you to 35. We'll pay for it. And on top of that, I'll give you $10,000.
What surgery is that?
No.
There's probably, I'm sure there's a plastic surgeon that can fuck your face up and make you look older. We're not gonna fuck your face up, but we're gonna do some sort of cosmetic procedures that are gonna start giving you a little bit of wrinkles, a little additional sun damage, whatever it is, because over 10 years there is gonna be some physical changes.
But it also depends if, like, you're taking care of yourself or not.
Or tell you what, we could also do, if you don't want to do cosmetic procedures, even though you seem to say that you'd be better looking, and we'll pay for it fully, and we'll pay you just for doing the experiment. I'll give you $10,000. Will you do? Well, first off, will you do it?
No.
Okay, how about this? I will hire a makeup artist. One of the best. You live in LA, right?
Yeah, I do.
I will hire a makeup artist for the next year, every single day, to come to your house and make you look older. So you get to remove it. It's nothing permanent.
I feel like I'd be happy at 35. Like, I'd look back at my, like, 25-year-old self, and I'm like, damn, like, I look better.
So
like-
are you down with that, though? Can we? Okay. So
No, I don't-
they say here. We're gonna get into our next segment here.
Yeah.
Lot to get through. So we are gonna do. We put all of you through AI, and we age advance all of you.
Oh, okay.
I'm excited.
So yeah, let's. All right, you got it ready to go.
I'm not gonna look better. Can we skip me?
How far are we?
I don't want to see my
Actually,
downfall.
pretty excited.
Get back here, please.
These
I don't wanna
AI
see my
programs, they mess
downfall.
me up.
All right,
Yeah, I want to know how
I
far we're
already was
talking.
hotter when I was 21 than 25.
ready?
Oh, boy.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, like, you're
girl.
actually
There you
pretty.
go.
I
Yeah.
can see
you.
That's a
I
yeah.
will literally end my fucking existence if I look like that.
No.
I don't
Stop
like.
it. You actually look really pretty.
I
grandma.
will pay any
Aging
surgeon
is a
to
natural
fix me.
process.
I don't care. It doesn't look better than right now.
All right, next.
Can we go next?
Oh.
Oh, she's cute.
Okay.
You look
all
so
right.
sweet.
There you go.
Very cute.
I mean, I look nice, but
Yeah.
You look like you would judge me.
That is future you. Okay. All right. Next.
I'm so excited. Aww.
Aw. I feel like I've seen you
Oh, she
around
looks
the
so
supermarket.
Sicilian. Oh, that's sweet.
Your eyes are popping.
You still
Yeah.
look really good.
That's actually, that's making me a little bit emotional because, like,
Wow. Yeah.
But you think you look
I-
better in the middle one and the end one than this one?
they're all so cute. And I,
But which
all
one
right,
look better though?
I had a near-death experience recently, and I don't know. That's just cool to see.
Who the hell cares?
Oh my goodness.
What
Yeah.
the?
That's just cool to see.
Is this?
Yeah, I need a second because that's like really, that's nice. I'm gonna take a minute.
Okay.
It wasn't that
So
bad.
anyways, next.
She looked good and all.
It's a good
Oh my
cheer.
goodness. Ugh.
Why do you say, hey? I thought you said, I'm just going to keep getting better.
no, she said she's gonna get different.
Shock there, okay?
She said different.
All right. Okay.
Different. That's definitely
All right.
different.
Next.
Oh,
Yeah, it was like
geez.
happy tears in a weird way.
I look like a witch. I think this is inaccurate because Asian people don't age like that.
Well, you
Yeah,
threw
they
it
do.
off with your fake contact lenses. So,
Well, I'm blind. I need to see.
did they need to be colored?
Well,
for
I have a
you to-
sponsorship with them, so they give me free lenses.
Oh,
I feel this. I'm on the same wavelength as you.
You have a contact lens sponsorship?
Yes, Hapa Kristen.
Oh, you have them. Oh, she has them. Okay. Wait, what's it called?
Hapa Kristen.
Isn't that like offensive now?
No,
The
not at
Hap-
all. No, Hapa just means like half white, half Asian. That's all.
I thought Asian people said that was offensive. I don't know. Whatever.
No.
Next.
Oh, that's sweet. No.
All right.
Oh
You
God.
look so pretty.
I don't know what to say.
That's
Would it be a
hey.
gilf?
Well, we can do it if you want. We'll get the plastic surgery done to make it happen. All right. Next. Hey,
That was cold. That was cold,
who
guys.
did that?
That's
Yo,
messy.
what the fuck?
That is so messy of y'all.
What the fuck? Nick. Bro,
I know what
Nick.
kind of car you drive, and I
could
know
you?
where you live.
Oh, shit. She's gonna come get you, bro. She's coming for you. All right, next.
That is
Oh.
crazy.
I look like a Lola.
Oh, very sweet.
What's a Lola?
A grandma.
Oh, an abuela?
Yeah, but in Tagalog.
Okay, yeah. Next.
You? Oh.
Yikes. It's better than usual.
Where's
It could be
yours,
worse.
Ryan?
All right, and then we have me next. Yes. Okay.
Oh,
Wait, that's.
Oh, this is an old photo.
Well, that doesn't
Not
look
the
like
beard.
you.
Damn, they done
You look
fucked
so
me up.
happy.
God damn.
Cute.
Yeah.
All fucked up.
You look so
Nice.
innocent.
All right.
Like, I would hang out with you.
I'd swipe right
I
there.
think the last one really looked like a lot of us, to be honest. Because I don't even think your last one looked like you.
That's what happens.
Yeah, I
when
think
you
the middle ones seem kind of accurate, but I don't know. The
Yeah.
last ones look very like.
And now what we've
Crunchy.
done is we've changed your guys' gender. Do we have the gender swap or no?
let me see that.
Yes,
And
man.
my, I will.
Do we have? Do we have?
Horizontally.
Yeah. All right.
I did not sign up for this.
So the question.
This wasn't
I
in the
thought we were
DMs.
talking about.
Oh, let me read the super chat really quick. Lucas, Chair 3 comedian, fancies herself a highbrow intellect, calling us MAGA folks bricks. Brian, to avoid any asseverations.
I think he meant accusations.
Oh, of misogyny. Why don't you bring back Leonardo Johnny to have it out with Chair 3? Oh, that'd be interesting.
Oh, Leonardo and I know each other, kind of. I'll do
Call it
that.
Punch. I suspect it would be a catfight beatdown. Yeah, she's cool.
I'd do that.
And then Pacey George, thank you for the super chat, man. Appreciate it. All right, so the question you're going to ask yourself is, would I date
My male
Me.
counterpart.
I already know it's a no because I like white guys and I'm not white.
All right.
Oh my goodness.
Actually, why did I look Chinese though? Like
That is. One
I think it's your eyeliner.
honestly, I would
The middle one.
And then
honestly,
the third
Honestly,
one, you
I'm
look
kinda
like
down.
Latino.
the third one I look like I destroy villages.
You changed
Make
a
us
lot.
small. Can you do smaller?
Yeah, I would.
You look good.
Honestly, I usually am into.
Yeah, click that. Click right small. Just right small. See, can you just drag it into the corner? It should be able. It should magnetize. No, wait. No. Yeah. Drag it. It should magnetize. Yep. Let's do that. Perfect. Nice. We'll just leave it there. So would you date the
I
male
really
version?
thought the answer would be no, but honestly, I would.
Yeah, he's
I would smack that.
Oh.
I don't know, but no, probably not. And that looks Asian.
You don't like Asian guys?
I like Asian. No, I'm well.
Whoa, what the fuck?
If I had to choose, it would be actually I like Asian and white guys. That's kind of but white guys.
All right. Next.
Whoa.
Whoa. Okay.
Would you date the male version of you?
With the beard, he's not
Kind
bad.
of looks like an actor.
I was thinking the same thing, but who?
Yeah, maybe with the beard, but not the other one.
Okay. Next.
I would fuck you.
That, I am the spitting image of my brother. That's weird. So no, because of that.
Okay.
He's handsome, but no.
All right. Next.
Oh, God, do not. I was meant to be a woman. Let's skip that. I look like I sell drugs.
I think the messy bun messed it up. I think it's the hair. It did something.
Oh, God.
The center's not bad.
Swipe left.
The middle's not bad.
No.
You look like a magician.
If you have like $10 million,
You look like Megamind. That's who that looks like.
Stop.
With the beard.
Just make me blue. That'll be perfect. Stop right.
I mean, look.
You look like a magician, and
Wait,
it
what do you
rules.
rate that guy? Is he a 10? Is that a 10? Because you're a 10, right?
You were born to be a woman.
Yeah, I was definitely born to be a woman.
But what do you rate that guy? Is on a scale of 1 to 10?
Questionable. That's
Into the mic.
Oh, sorry. Questionable. I'll have to debate on that.
Okay. All right.
I don't
No,
wanna
it is
insult
what it
anybody
is.
that
It
looks
is
like
what it
that,
is.
but-
All right. Next.
Oh no.
it looks like my male cousin.
Oh no. I definitely would not.
You don't like. He's.
The
not-
middle one's really
bad.
cute.
You don't like Asian guys?
No, it's not bad. I just don't like how I look as a guy. That's
Okay. All right. Okay. Next.
Damn.
Ew, I look like my dad.
Nice.
He's kind of handsome.
Yes, handsome.
Oh Jesus.
Would you date the male version of you?
No.
No?
I kind of look Asian though too. What?
It did turn a lot of the panel Asian.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, get in.
I'm here.
Get in.
Okay, get
All right.
ready.
Next.
If he's dead again.
Oh, he is.
Oh my God, you look like someone I know.
I know, right there. Look at that dude.
Wait, it looks like who's that comedian? No,
you always say,
Timothy
what's his
Dillon. Wait, Timothy. Is it Timothy Dillon? Yeah, Tim Dillon.
Tim Dillon.
A little.
The middle one's Tim Dillon. The middle one's
Who is
brunette
that?
Tim
God,
Dillon.
That face is. I swear that face is so
Wait,
familiar.
can you Google Tim
Look at
Dillon?
those
Yeah, the middle
faces.
one is Tim Dillon for sure.
I think. I'm sorry. I'm in love with myself at the far right. I'm serious.
Nice.
I need to get that photo.
Nice.
It's like that's who I've been looking for. What's my problem?
Research Discord.
That's him.
Oh, but yeah.
I can kind of see
Yeah,
it.
A little
just
bit.
a wee bit.
A little bit. All right. Let's go next. Let me know when you're ready.
I want that photo. How do I get it?
Oh.
Okay.
Can I see it again?
You
that
look
was
good.
quick.
Not bad, honestly.
You look good.
I would probably date myself.
Handsome.
Looks like a nice
Yeah.
guy.
Nice smile.
Nice skin,
Great
great
hair.
skin.
All right. There you go.
Handsome
The
guy.
far right one's like hot.
All right, next. Not bad, Felicity. This one's actually
Okay.
Handsome.
That's like boy band.
good.
Yeah,
Hey, Felicity, come on. Usually it does you dirty. Like, this one's pretty good.
Why the ears every time?
It did add weird.
We know what you're hiding behind your... Here, pull your hair back, Felicity, so we can see your ears. Wow, those are... You got some...
Normal.
I think you have great ears.
You got some big ears.
They're normal.
Mine.
Show them again. Look at them pop. She pops. Okay, next. Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
She's a model.
I would, yes, but I would be scared.
Scared?
She does have an intense stare
very
about her.
intense.
She looks a little crazy.
Very intense. I would be a little frightened. Looks like a clingy, like...
I thought you liked
Crazy.
clingy, Brian.
Maybe it's
You like a
Crazy
woman who's
ex-girlfriend.
only about
Crazy
you.
ex-girlfriend. I need to get up for a bit. Felicity's going to ask you guys some questions, though, unless you guys have something you'd like to discuss amongst yourselves.
Spicy.
That was really cool. I liked that a lot.
Yeah. Okay. How tall are you, and what's the minimum height of a man you would date, starting with you?
I'm 5'5", and I don't know. I dated short guys before, like 5'8", 5'9". It depends. I honestly don't really have like, they can't be shorter than me, but if I had to pick, obviously it would be like, I don't know, 5'10" at least. But I don't really care that much. I mean, I do, but I don't.
Yeah.
I'll take what I can at this point. I mean, it's
What about you?
I'm between, I don't know. I'm sometimes 4'11" and sometimes 5 foot. I'm gonna say 5 foot. I'm 5 foot. I usually date shorter guys, so I would say I probably the shortest I would date is 5'5". Is like the shortest I have dated. So
Okay.
I don't really care though.
I'm 5'4", and as long as you're 5'4", it's fine.
Okay.
I'm 5'8". I've dated taller and shorter guys. So I'm open to both. I've liked my experience with taller guys, but again, it's really not the contributing factor. I probably wouldn't date somebody with necessarily like dwarfism. That's a personal preference, but height's not a big thing for me.
When you guys say shorter, do you mean shorter than you?
Yeah, he was shorter than me.
Oh, really? How tall was he?
He was like probably 3 or 4 inches shorter than me. So what is that?
5'4",
5'4".
Yeah, something
Or
like that.
5'4", 5'5".
How long did you date him?
So one of them I dated for a year and a half. That was actually my longest term relationship. And then, yeah, he was like a cute little Italian guy. It was great. And then, yeah, I think the other one was like probably like right around like an inch shorter than me. He was also my other long-term relationship, right underneath a year.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I've never met a girl that dated a guy that was shorter than her. Like, shorter than her by a lot. What about you?
Well, I'm 5'3", so I would prefer that the guy be taller than me. And I used to think the sky was the limit until I went out with some guys who were 6'8", and then my nose was at their belly button. So I feel like that was too tall. But yeah, pretty much open to any height.
Okay. What about you?
I'm 5'2". I mean, I prefer taller. I've dated guys like I as long as they're taller than me, I'm fine with that. I just get mad when they start lying because I've had that habit on like online dating. Like I've dated men that are 5'6". I prefer like 5'8" and above, but I've had a guy put that he was 5'10", and I met him and he was like 5'6", and I'm like, but yeah, as long as they're taller than me. Yeah, no, it's so bad. More often than not, they're like 5'10", and then like they come up and I meet them, and I'm like, why am I looking at your nose? Like you're not 5'10".
Oh no, the guy.
Like why are you lying? Like you just ruined your shot. Like yeah.
The guy was like, you have to be 6 feet. I was like, I'm not. I'm 5'5". Yeah, he was like, you have to be. I was like, no. And what about you, Holly?
5'9" and 5'9".
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm 5'1", and I don't really have a preference for height. I feel like most men that I've met have been taller than me anyways. I've honestly never met a man who wanted to date me who was shorter than me. So I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty open to it, but like I said, 5'1", I don't think I've met many men who are shorter than 5'1".
Has anyone else ever been with a guy where they're like, you're too tall? Like it's awkward.
Oh yeah, I've not been with like sexually, but like I've dated a guy and I was like, this is not gonna happen.
How tall was he?
He was 7 foot. That's too tall.
Wait, what?
That's too tall.
That's really tall.
He couldn't fit in normal cars, and we talked about that for like an hour. And I'm like, I can't deal with
6'5",
this.
I feel like I can't. Because I'm
I
like,
slept with somebody who was 6'7".
Nice.
And that was like a lot.
Like, if I can't kiss you on my tippy toes, I can't.
Yeah.
I hang out with
You
someone
gotta pick me up.
6'7".
I have a love-hate
You would like that?
relationship because I was
mean,
with
it's cool.
oh, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was with a guy that I was dating for. He was like 6'6", and so like I can only imagine like the neck cramps that he got bending over trying to kiss me.
Yeah.
But like I kind of like it at the same time.
I think tall men are for tall women. Like if they're 6'6", I'm not going at that.
Yeah, same.
But tall guys like short women. Like people say women always go for taller guys, which is like that can't be true. But a lot of tall guys do prefer short women because they like the height difference too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. If a guy's like 6'5" or taller, that's kind of scary for me. Like, oh, you're so tall. Like, I'm literally looking up at you.
Yeah, I don't want to be looking up.
You know what? I had this friend. She was 4'9", and her boyfriend was 6'7".
That's usually if you're like on a crazy end of the spectrum, I think that's what happens.
But also the opposite end of the spectrum happens too. Like I was on a date with a guy the other day, and he like loved that I was like towering over him because he was like, "Oh, you're gonna make me look so good to my bros."
I do.
Tracking the short guys.
I know. I don't.
Short King Spring.
I have a friend who's a dude who is 5'4", and his girlfriend is a model, and she's 6'1", and they're the cutest thing ever when they hold hands. It's adorable.
Does he go like this? Is it like this?
Yeah, kind of.
That's cute. The guy has to go for uppies to get a kiss.
I know.
That's really cute.
Oh my goodness. That's cute. Okay. What would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future husband? Starting with you.
I love this question.
More than me, what I have now. Like more, I mean, at least like, I don't really know. It depends on the man, to be honest. if someone's like actually like very manly and they don't make that much, maybe I'll be okay. But probably at least 500K a year.
Okay. What's like the minimum you would do?
The minimum?
Yeah.
I don't know. Honestly, I would like maybe like 300K a year. Yeah, but I'm not saying that because I'm not saying that because I'm just like, but it's because I have like properties and stuff like that. I think it's emasculating for a man to date someone that has more than him. So I tried to date guys that had less than me, and it feels bad for them too. It's not only me, like I'll work around it, but like they just don't feel like a man around me, and it's fine. So that's why I say that. If I was some girl that makes like $3,000 a month, I would say like, yeah, if he makes $5K a month, I'm okay with it.
You're thinking Canadian, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I definitely agree with you because I have definitely met men who have said that like when they're in a relationship with someone, they do want to be the one that makes more because like they've admitted themselves, like if a woman makes more than them, it makes them feel less of a man. It makes them insecure. And I don't agree with them. I don't think they should be insecure, but I definitely like see where you're coming from.
Yeah, I just don't want to make a man feel emasculated, to be honest. That's my only. If I was lower if I was making less than what I make, I would be okay with that. But also that's kind of unfair because what I do. But
yeah. What about you?
Nothing.
Nothing?
No.
Well, you did say you wanted a stay-at-home husband.
Yeah, I don't care.
And your husband is a stay-at-home husband, right?
Yeah, when we met, he was in the military, and they don't pay that much.
But now he's just kicking it. Okay, cool.
He just takes my photos and videos.
And you guys share a bank account, or?
Kind of.
You give him an allowance?
No, like he has my credit cards.
Do you want to be my boyfriend?
Sure. He like holds, he has like all my cards all the time. Like I do very like typical like feminine things. Like I cook, I clean, kind of. He holds the money, but he doesn't spend it. Like he's not crazy with like spending it.
Is there like have kids? Is he gonna get pregnant?
Fuck. Is there like a limit for him?
No. He doesn't like do crazy things with money.
So what do you mean when you say stay-at-home husband? Because you said you cook and you clean. What does he do?
It's not really like he just helps me, really. He films my content.
Okay. Kind of like an assistant?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, cute. What about you?
I'd want him to match what I make or more.
Okay.
So for me as as an entrepreneur, I think it's highly likely that unless I date a fellow entrepreneur or business owner, I'll probably make more than him. So what's more important for me is that he can take care of the bills in case I get incapacitated in some way. Like, especially if I get pregnant and I have a child with him, the first 3 years is really fundamental for the mom to be as present as possible or have a caregiver. So if I can be off of work when I have children, not that saying that I necessarily would, but just to have the capability, I think that's what's important to me. So as long as he can take care of the basic bills if I get out of work or that if I get pregnant, that's what I'm okay with.
Is there like a specific number range or just like something to
it depends because it depends on where we live. I don't know. If you just take the general cost of living, if I live in California, that would be fine for me.
Where are you from?
I'm originally from Huntsville, Alabama, but I'm in Orange now.
Orange County?
Yes.
Okay.
Or Orange, the city, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. What about you?
So I would say it's not a deal breaker, but I would prefer the man makes more than I do, just because in the past when I've out-earned the man, the power dynamic gets skewed and I feel like I become the daddy in the relationship. And I don't like that. I very much enjoy being a passenger princess and having my doors open and things like that. So I would prefer to be the baby in the relationship.
You are quite feminine. You kind of remind me of like a Disney princess.
Thank you.
I
love that.
Yeah. You do have like that nice like soft voice that like like a Disney princess would have.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, if any masculine men want to slide in my DMs.
But is there like a specific number range you're thinking of?
So since I live in LA, I just feel like minimum 6 figures, because otherwise it's really difficult just to get by comfortably.
So 100,000?
Probably. I mean, which also feels kind of low for LA, but also I'm probably going to still be working most likely. So it's not hard and set. I'm pretty flexible because obviously compatibility on all fronts matters, but financially it can definitely tank the relationship, I've noticed, when the woman significantly out-earns the man.
Okay. What about you?
I would say at least 6 figures, at least as much as me. Like LA too, like it's expensive as well, but if you're gonna like include kids and like family down the road into the picture, I would expect a lot more, because like who's gonna take care of the family? Like I would expect I would, and like I don't know, I feel like the guy would be the supporter. So as long
like
as
100,
at least 100. And like also depends on what they do, because I feel like in some careers there's like room to grow and then some there isn't. So I feel like they need to focus on like growth versus like, I feel like some jobs are like stagnant. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I would expect them to at least make like 6 figures, like at least 100K on the like low end.
Okay.
As long as they're not bums and I know that they're like striving for something. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And what about you, Holly?
This question got me in trouble last time, but I want somebody established. I want somebody that owns property, that has investments, that isn't in debt, and that they can go travel with me.
And so how much is that?
Somebody that owns property. Okay. Somebody that has investments, that's already established, that isn't in debt, and has the time to go travel with me. Whatever amount that is, think of LA standards. How much is it to own a home? How much is it to own property?
Do you own a home?
Yes.
Okay. But you said can he own just one property? Does he need to own multiple properties?
Well, God bless him if he owns one property, right on. Find him, that's a challenge.
Into the mic.
Yes.
So, okay, fine, because it sounded like you wanted multiple properties.
I would hope they had at least one.
What did she say last show? You said you wanted a guy who makes like
you wanted
$5
me to
million or something?
Well, you wanted me to give a dollar amount.
Yeah, give us a dollar.
And so I said 5 million because I want them to have more than me, and the last guy I dated was of that. So I didn't really think I was shooting out, I didn't really think I was But your friend wanted to challenge me.
Into the mic.
Your friend
Nick,
wanted to challenge me and tell me that
if you see it, Nick, just
that it wasn't
'cause
possible.
I can't really tell.
That I was in dreamland, and I'm going, dude, you don't even know me.
Is it common? I'm actually genuinely curious. Are there people even into their 60s who are like paycheck to paycheck? Is that
yeah?
I would say
There's a lot of men that
It's
are
a major
attracted
problem
to
in the
me
US.
that are, but I've got a lot of friends that are really, really wealthy.
That's why you see older people working at Walmart and stuff now. More and
that
more.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just.
Sometimes,
Nah, they're
sometimes
not
it's for socialization. That's usually like the greeters.
Well,
But yeah.
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Like, maybe they're just looking for something to do.
No, it's it's
They
an
don't really
increasing
care.
problem.
I think there's a curve. I think there's some people, if I look at friends from high school, it's definitely a curve. There's definitely winners and losers. And you're thinking, how can you be the same frickin' age? And what did you do with yourself? You know?
Moving on, though, what about you for the income? Or did you already answer it?
So I don't really have like a specific dollar amount. I guess as long as like the person has like a source of income where they can take care of themselves, they're independent and they're actually, taking care of themselves, they're being responsible, then I think that's pretty much enough for me.
Sure. Moving on, would you rather cross paths with a random man or a random bear on a hike?
A random man.
You wrote bear here.
What?
You wrote bear.
Oh, which one I rather see in person?
Come across.
Oh, a man.
Oh, okay. What about you?
I probably read it wrong.
Probably a man, but possibly a bear. Man, I guess.
If you had to pick one.
I guess man.
What about you?
I have a gun either way, so I'm going to go bear because I could take some photos.
Let's say you didn't have a gun.
I'm always going to have a gun in the woods.
My southern roots.
Can I ask you a question? How would you feel if you had not eaten breakfast this morning?
Hungry. Why?
So it's a hypothetical. So assuming you don't have a gun in this hypothetical, which would you rather cross paths with?
Bear, so I could take photos. If they're both going to try and kill me.
Well, hold on. Why? A random bear might not try to kill you, and the random man might not try to kill you.
Right, but I'm not going to take
There's nothing in the question that incorporates into it that there's a certainty of attack.
Do I get to pick the bear or the man? Or just random?
It's a random man or random bear.
Bear. They're cuter.
Okay, what about you?
Man, for sure.
What about you?
I think I put neither, but if I had a choice, if it was
Nope.
brown...
Random man, random bear.
Well, I said either brown bear, but if not a brown bear, then a man. Because you know that saying, if it's brown, lie down. If it's black, fight back. If it's white, good night. Yeah.
Wait, I thought it was a black bear. The black bears are...
Black fight back.
Black, and I can't fight, so...
No.
No, black don't... No.
Blacks are the...
No, black, they're they don't
safer
attack.
ones,
yeah,
I guess.
they don't attack.
Well, they can
the grizzly, the brown
Well, actually, in
are
California, a woman was recently killed by a black bear. But...
when they say fight back, they mean make yourself bigger and like make noise and
I
stuff.
suppose the brown bears are more of a threat, but
No, the black
all
are
bears are a
fine.
threat.
I only know that because I used to hike a lot in Pennsylvania and New York when I lived there, but I said bear, so...
To the questionnaire?
Yeah.
Okay, what about you, Holly? Man or bear?
A man.
What about you?
I think I wrote down a man.
Okay. So bear. Okay, why do you pick bear? Why don't you pick man?
Bear is cuter and would be a cooler experience. I'd like to see a bear in my lifetime.
Okay.
In the wild.
Is there any reason you don't pick men?
Because I could see a man whenever. I don't see bears often.
Okay, so...
That just sounds like a more fun hiking adventure.
So for the novelty.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be scared to come across
Yeah, I'd be terrified.
bear?
I'd be terrified.
Would you be more terrified coming across a random man or a random bear?
Depends on what the man looks like.
Okay. Cool. What about you?
Well, so my reason for this was nuanced because men are women's only natural predators and there are apex predators. Just statistically, depending on the bear attacking me, there are things I can maybe do. Whereas if it's a man who is, if I'm alone and the man's alone and he is set on finding a victim or anything, there's not much I can do. So I'm just taking a gamble here.
Wait, sorry, did you say that men are women's apex predator?
Yeah, there are only natural predators.
That's I've never, even from feminists, heard the framing of men being like apex predators of women.
Well,
that's really strange.
They're our
framing.
biggest predators.
Yeah,
I've heard that like, statistically or whatever.
They're number one killers.
Number one killers. The number one reason women die.
And it's usually a man not like a stranger.
It's usually
in
a man.
terms of, wait, hold on. Women, the number one killer would be of natural causes or health complications.
I think they're talking about predators in general.
Yeah, of something that's going to attack you.
Well, is it? Yeah, okay, but then you'd have to you'd have to look at per capita and the rate of encounter. So all of you encounter men way more frequently than you encounter bears.
And almost every woman has been essayed.
Not just bears, every other animal that could potentially be a predator.
But I wouldn't blame the bear for attacking versus why the guy would.
Let me ask you this though. If you encountered mountain lions at the same rate that you encountered men, which one do you think would be more likely to attack you? The random man or the random mountain lion?
If we were encountering mountain lions that often, we would know how to move around them in a safe enough way. If you encounter a mountain lion, you're not guaranteed to die. Same thing with a bear. They don't hunt us.
You're not guaranteed to die if you encounter a given random animal.
I know, but I'm saying that men hunt us sometimes. Bears and mountain lions don't hunt us.
Well, we go.
Hold on. What proportion of men hunt women?
What? But why are we?
That seems like a very generalized statement. I'd like you to revise it to what percentage of men you think hunt women?
I don't know the percentage, but predators, serial killers, anything like that is going to hunt. I don't know what the percentage is, but the percentage of bears and mountain lions is 0. They don't hunt humans. It's a territorial thing. They kill. They don't hunt us. They aren't hunting us.
I don't know the specifics of I don't know if it's not anthropology. What would it be? Whether or not bears hunt humans?
Polar bears do, but regular bears like in the woods don't. Polar bears are the only thing that hunts humans.
Grant that they don't actively hunt, but you do agree that they can kill humans?
Of course.
And they do kill humans?
Yeah, but it's a territorial thing. It's it's a protection. Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, a mountain lion won't kill you if you're not encroaching on its territory or its cubs.
What is the term for somebody who would study not bears, but maybe just like a zoologist? I don't know what the specific terminology is, but look, I'm not an expert in the hunting, what's the word? The hunting behaviors of bears. But kind of seems irrelevant.
I feel like if you get attacked by a bear, though, it's like you were in the wrong spot. I don't want to say it's not your fault, but I don't want to say you're asking for it, but why were you there in the first place? But when it comes to man versus a woman, it's you're gonna wonder why
man will kill you in your house.
That's what I'm saying.
The house you share.
If I were to get attacked by a bear at the end of the day, I'm I was in their home, in their environment. I'm not gonna be mad. But if a guy comes up, it's what the fuck?
In other ways, though.
I don't know.
Well, I guess. Do you think that picking bear is sexist?
Yes.
Against men, you have a prejudice against men, and you've deemed you've done a risk assessment, and essentially what you're saying is. I view men as this dangerous. The risk is enough that even though maybe I don't know if you here. How about this? What percentage of men do you think would be inclined to either essay or murder you if they saw you in the woods alone?
I mean, I don't think you can put a percentage on it.
You can ballpark it. Doesn't need
based
to be
on what? How would we know that? Just without looking up the statistics of how much, how likely it is
1 in 4 women have been essayed or something.
Yeah.
I think they've said 1 in 3, but now it's 1 in 4. But also that's such a fat percentage, and I feel all women have experienced even a tiny situation where they felt unease with men. So
Hold on, but all men, I would say all women and all men have felt unease with the opposite sex.
Like
I would even say that men have experienced it a lot too. It's just been quieter. They don't usually talk about
that
it.
too. Yeah, that too.
But I mean, if unease is the threshold for, I would rather encounter a wild animal over this group of people.
I think.
I don't know if.
But you can't put, like, if you were to ask men, like, bear versus woman, the only reason I feel like we would pick the bear over the man, like, and you can't compare women versus bears because men are stronger than us.
Bears are also strong. Bears are way stronger.
No, I know they're stronger than men, but like.
Nick, can you pull up the Discord? Go in the.
She's saying that, like, if a man encounters a random woman in the woods,
Like, he can
it's almost
fight her. Like,
impossible
he can
that
just,
she's
like,
going
fuck
to
her
kill
up.
him unless she has a gun.
Yeah,
unless
yeah.
it's me.
But it's also impossible. It's also it's even more impossible that a woman would encounter a bear and be able to kill the bear.
The bear
I've
might not
encountered
attack
bears
her.
and they
The
ran
man-
away.
Hold on. The man might also not attack too.
Yeah, but here's the difference.
I've dealt with creepy
If the
men
bear
out, like,
attacks me,
fighting them.
it's going to kill me pretty quickly. If the man attacks me,
Nope, they'll eat you alive.
I'd rather
bears
just die
are
than,
going to
like,
eat.
God
You're
forbid,
going to
have a
die
man,
pretty
like,
quickly
you know,
from
essay me.
exsanguination. You will.
Not necessarily.
There's
They might just like harm you fatally, but not like fully kill you, so you're suffering for hours or.
But it didn't
bleed out
it
pretty
didn't
quickly
do it
from
to
a
be
bear
petty.
attack.
It did it out of like a
depends.
survival instinct. But
Regardless,
like,
the bear's not going to SA me.
yeah, exactly.
Sure, I agree. The
exactly.
bear won't SA you. I agree.
Yes. So I'll pick the one that there's no chance of being SA.
And they're
But you
doing it
think
out
the
of instinct,
average-
not out of like an
But you think
emotional.
that the average man versus the average bear, like which one is more dangerous?
Again, the bear's got 0% chance it's going to SA me. And it's cute.
And
Okay,
I'm
sure.
going
there
bear.
have been,
We can go with that.
There
Go
have been many men who have, encountered either a child or an animal in the wild and have, I don't know if I can say, GANG banged either the animal or the child, and like these have been
What?
recorded.
Wait, hold on.
Like there was a group of 8 men in India where they were recently caught
lizard.
with a lizard, and like bears don't do that.
So does one
Okay, so
in
just to be
India,
clear,
though.
we're going to. I agree that
It's a different
there
breed.
have been occurrences that are horrible. We're going to then attribute that to the general population of men.
No, it's just a survival instinct.
But you're pointing to some crazy thing that happened in India and saying, well, because of this, I'm going to have a generalized fear towards 50% of the population, which seems.
Because animals will kill us out of survival for themselves and what they know biologically, but like men, like why
Here,
are they killing?
Give me a percentage. What's the percentage chance of a man
That I don't.
murdering you or harming you, like physically harming you, like torturing you, or SA?
I don't know exact numbers, but if you want to pull it up,
20%, 30%, 40%.
I think it's 1 in
50%.
4 women have experienced some form of like SA. Also, there was one situation, I don't know, because it's not a bear. You can look it up too, where I don't know what country it was, but some like little girl, like underage, was taken by a bunch of men, and I don't know what happened, but she got out and a lion was protecting her, and you could look this up. But the lion was protecting her.
I read about
You can look, yeah, you
Okay.
can.
So
Yeah,
That's
from
cool.
the men.
And there's plenty of like
Men
female high
protecting.
school teachers who abuse male children and
Oh, that
rape
too.
them.
I
So
know
this
men
idea
that,
that
yeah.
this is like some exclusive male thing, but I guess here's my question. If it is the case to pick, it's okay to pick the bear over the man because of either your own lived experiences or there's stats or whatever it is. Would you have any objection to somebody picking a bear over a black person?
A bear black.
To those of you who picked bear, do you object if somebody picks a bear over a black person?
Well, yes, because why bring race into it?
Why bring gender into it?
That was the original question that was posed.
I know, but right now I'm just probing the logic. So if we change it and you pick bear over a black person, and are you a racist?
Is it a black woman?
Yeah,
Doesn't
black women
matter.
I'm
Nope,
fine
you
with.
don't get to
not,
pick.
not the man.
If there's a chance that it's a man, I'm still going bear.
Same. If it's a woman, I don't give a shit.
Okay, so but it's black person.
If there's a chance that it's a man, then I'm picking
Can I
bear.
ask you this? Would you rather come across George Floyd or a bear in the forest?
Bear.
Oh,
well,
okay.
is it George Floyd like today?
He's dead. He's dead.
I know. I'll encounter a corpse in the woods. I don't care.
No, alive.
Alive. I don't know him. I'll pick bear.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that even knowing who the individual is,
I don't know him like that. So bear.
Yeah, but it's not a random man now. It's a specific man, a black man.
It's still a man I don't know, and I can't speak to anything about him. Bear.
But again, I'm asking though, would it be racist to pick the bear over a black person?
Not if you're still going with the mindset of like, I don't want to see a man in the woods, which is still how I'm looking at it.
No. But here, let me ask you this. Let me change it like this. I know in your own determination, you're viewing it from, well, if it's still a man, like if there's a chance it's a man, sure. I'm saying, let's say somebody outside of you, whether it's a man or a woman, they say, I would rather encounter the bear, not because they're a man, not because they're a woman. Doesn't matter. But because they're black.
Well, what would be their justification? Like, why would they say that?
Sure. I love this question. Okay. Perhaps because, say they cite to criminal statistics that would indicate something related to, you would agree that there's disparities in criminality between the races. Not inherently, but there is different representation of criminality.
I don't know.
Not inherently, but if you look at crime statistics, certain races are more represented in crime statistics.
I haven't looked at crime statistics by race, so I don't.
Okay, but
I don't know.
If I were to present that to you, would you?
Sure, but I don't. Okay. Yeah, so me personally, no, I don't look at a black person and get scared.
For example, you said you lived in Chicago.
I live in Philly.
But who lived in Chicago?
I did.
Oh, that was you. Okay. So, well, I don't even need to make this geographical, but for example, criminality is very low amongst Asian Americans as compared to, say, like black Americans.
Okay.
Right. Not because of anything inherent, but this is just how what the crime statistics show.
Okay.
Okay. So somebody was making a determination based off that, but then also, let's say a person had negative encounters in their own life, and perhaps their friends had negative encounters in their lives with a black person, and then they use this as pretext to have perhaps bigoted opinions towards that racial group. You guys would say that this is racist, right?
I don't think that saying you'd rather not see a man in the woods is bigoted.
No. This person in particular, when asked this question, they're not making it about gender. I know you view it that way, but they're saying, I don't want to encounter this person in the woods because they're black. And they cite...
Because they think it's dangerous?
They cite to saying, I had my own experiences had negative experiences with black people. You would then have to grant, if you're going to make that same argument, that if women have had negative experiences with men, and that gives them justification to pick a bear over a man, you would have to grant that same exemption to a white person saying, I would rather pick a bear over a black person solely on the basis, not about gender, on the basis of their race.
If the bad experience that you're referring to is SA, then I don't care if their qualifier is black or bald or short or whatever it is. I think that's valid. Fine. If you were SA'd by somebody, you can categorize whatever that triggers you, and you can be afraid of that. Fine.
Okay, but would it be racist?
No, not if they were SA'd and they're like, yeah, I'm terrified of this. And again, that would work for black or bald or whatever.
Okay, and so if somebody answered that here, that would be fine.
If they said, I was SA'd by this and now I have this phobia, whatever the qualifier was, I'd be like, all right, that's your phobia.
Okay,
I
what
get
if it was
it.
just like violence of some form, like they were attacked physically?
Would depend. Like if the attack maybe killed their family or something, I'd be like, all right.
No, they were just like, I don't know, they got a concussion or something.
Then I would say, all right, you need to go to therapy, work that out a little bit more. That's wild.
Why would that be wild?
It's a concussion. You shouldn't be afraid.
So just to be clear, but how about this? What if a woman, she's never been SA'd and she's just been punched by a random man and she got knocked out and got a concussion? Would that not be enough pretext for her to want to pick the bear over the man?
I'd still say she should go to therapy at that point and work that out.
So then
more.
you would object to her picking the...
If she thinks every man's going to punch her, she does need to go to therapy because not every man's going to punch her.
But that's what you guys just said.
No, I said there's a 1 in 4 chance that a man is going to SA a woman in her lifetime.
Hold on. Okay. Now we're getting into some semi-dubious statistics. But
1 in 4 women are going to be SA'd in their lifetime.
Okay, but I think we got to explore what that actually means. Because, for example, I've looked at the studies that these organizations put out, like RAIN, for example, and they actually include like where they're pulling these numbers out of their ass from. And I've looked at the studies, and they'll include things like let me ask you this. Is catcalling sexual assault?
No.
Okay. What if I told you that in these studies, they categorize this under a sort of umbrella term called sexual violence, and they'll categorize that as SA. So they'll pull women and have you been catcalled? And they'll include that in their statistics.
I'm just curious, by catcalling, did they mean like somebody being aggressively catcalled
Hey,
or just
toots.
complimented?
Something like that.
Oh, okay. That's okay.
Hey,
I would
sweet
disagree
tits,
with
I don't know.
that, but having worked very closely with RAIN, I am not privy to that study where they've ever referred to catcalling as sexual violence.
Yeah, it falls under this umbrella of sexual violence. I looked at the studies that they published.
The training that you get in RAIN does not say that. But
Well, yeah, they obviously, because it would be a counter narrative to the rhetoric that they're trying to put out there. Now, I think this sort of crime is absolutely terrible. I think if it has occurred, this person should face the maximum extent of the law. Perhaps even if they're like repeat offenders, I think the death penalty should be on the table. But I think it does a disservice to try to put out this rhetoric that basically says this is occurring way more than it actually is. I don't really know why they're doing this. I don't know why they're trying to, like, maybe they want people to, have a victim complex or whatever.
just at the table, is there anybody here that doesn't know a woman who was SA'd?
Me, never been a victim of men.
No, but do you know any woman who has ever been SA'd?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Do you know women in your life that's been SA'd?
Actually, no. I actually don't know any woman that been SA'd personally. I don't. I had girlfriends that told me certain things, but it wasn't. I don't really think it was.
I mean, do you want to ask the table if they've experienced it themselves?
No,
or?
I'm not going to ask that.
Okay. I mean, that's fine, but it seems a little, unfair to say you know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody.
I'm saying, do you know somebody who has been? Do you personally know somebody in your life who
I've had
has been?
several times men give me ultimatums because I won't sleep with them.
Okay.
And I'm not sleeping with them just because I don't like to sleep around. And I want to know their intentions are true. But, okay, I'm sorry.
But, well, how does that tie into SA?
Well, didn't you say... Didn't you say SA was...
It's like...
Was
So
it
just to offer an alternative perspective that actually help your point, Brian,
that they've gotten violent, I'm saying, because I wouldn't.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's horrific.
So that's why I'm speaking on that.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? And I know you want to come in. I just want to ask a couple clarifying questions.
Okay.
If a girl, I've been dating a girl for a year, and we've had hundreds of consensual sexual encounters, and she wakes me up with a BJ, do you think that that's SA? I'm unconscious. Is that SA?
No.
Have you
have you told her that you don't like that? Is that something you don't like?
There are feminists who will vigorously argue that because consent must always be revocable, so you can't be unconscious, I'm sleeping, she has committed a sexual act on me. There are feminists who will argue that that is SA.
I can't argue for other feminists out there. I'm telling you from my perspective.
I've dated people that are like, yo, wake
but
me
that's
up
why
like
I
with
think
a
it's
BJ,
important
but-
we just throw these. Okay, well, 1 in 4 women have been SA'd. Okay, well, let's actually look at what they consider to be SA. For example, they'll say, have you ever had a sexual encounter when you've had more than 2 drinks? Oh, and without actually asking the person, well, was it a consensual encounter, but you had 2 drinks? They'll just say, did you have a sexual encounter and you had 2 drinks? there are feminist and feminist organizations who will label that, regardless of if the man was more drunk than she was, they will label that as SA.
Yeah,
so it's important to define these things precisely.
Yeah.
Has anybody here ever had a consensual sexual encounter when you've had 1, 2, or 3 drinks? Was that grape?
No, I've had
Okay, but
times
there's
where
some people
yeah.
who argue that it is.
Yeah, but
And
they're
so
not sitting here and they're not talking to you.
Right, but you're
I think they're
citing,
wrong,
but the reason I'm bringing it up is because you're citing to a number that if you actually start looking at some of the breakdowns, look, I'm not, SA absolutely happens. It's a terrible crime. These people should be, honestly, they should probably be, whatever. But I think it's important, like, I think there's a lot of rhetoric going around that has a lot of women. I think women, you should operate from a perspective of safety, but I think if you're trying to push out rhetoric that's going to paint men as these just perpetual predators and monsters, I think that's pretty damaging both to women and to men.
I don't think they are just perpetual predators and monsters.
Okay.
I didn't claim that they are perpetual predators and monsters, but it is much more likely that we're going to be, if we're going to be killed by somebody, it's going to be a man that we know.
But look at the social stigma she's creating when she says, I think men are apex predators of women. Like, that's very uncharitable framing of the dynamics that exist between men and women.
But in reality...
in reality, men and women cooperate and generally speaking get along. And that's like the fabric of society. This idea that like there's an ultimate form of predation, like, and the majority of men are preying on the majority of women is absurd.
I don't think she was insinuating that, and neither was I. Who is the apex predator of men? Who's the apex predator of men?
Well, I don't think there's an apex predator of humans.
There is.
There are.
They're humans.
Oh,
But
okay.
are men ever scared of women though, the way women are scared of men, or like worried?
Probably, sure.
Well, I think that just to be fair, men are completely underrepresented in forms of reports of SA.
Absolutely.
I think that this is, in my personal opinion, this is not a gender issue. This is a assault and crime issue that is not gender related. And what I will say is, just for the women in here and anybody who is watching who has experienced these types of experiences before, just from my life, I can only speak from my experience. I've encountered many different men. There's only been 2 that have tried to take advantage of me, but I've also met, like, the other majority of men were incredible men who helped me on the side of the road when my car was broken, who helped me to pay for a meal when I lost my wallet, like really, really incredible men. And that's what I think the majority of men are like, but trauma is always going to speak louder, especially the collective trauma of when women have been given a space to speak about this trauma, like with the Me Too movement. And so it's natural and it's understandable why women are going to lead with more defensiveness, because, I mean, it's all over social media, the Me Too movement, and how, technically speaking, men are stronger than women physically. I don't think that really takes into consideration women who are SAers are doing different tactics of that are not necessarily physical. But again, at the end of the day, Again, it makes sense why there's defensiveness. It makes sense, why women are on edge because of the narratives out in society. However, there are also really, really, really incredible men. The majority of the men are really incredible who just don't know how to step up when there is such a loud voice out there. And it also takes intentional work. Like, for example, I would not have been able to receive this really great treatment from men, who are helping me on the side of the road, if I didn't work on my limiting beliefs about men too, and how to regulate my trauma or my nervous system to believe in safe men. So,
and I do want to just go on the record and say I love men. I genuinely love men. I love so much about them, but you can't deny that there are bad ones out there, and that they do pose a risk to women in a lot of ways. But I'm not by any means painting that that's the majority or that that's all of them. It's not, of course.
But also the vast majority of men who experience SA is typically at the hands of other men. Not to excuse the women SAers, but yeah, definitely, like, the vast majority of men I do believe are good, and I do love men, but also as women, we are taught from a young age to protect ourselves.
Yeah.
Did you say men are apex predatory of women? What did you say about that?
Oh yeah, like, just men are women's only natural predators.
Okay, and doesn't that give you like that makes you have no like not like that makes it sounds weird because your job is basically like getting naked for men. If you really think that, does that mean you have no like survival instinct? Because if you really think they're that dangerous, why are you literally getting naked in front of them and making money off of that?
Screen and meaning
Yeah, but you also stripped. You also got naked in front of a bunch of men in a place that
With
is
security
male.
and
yeah, but the
surveillance.
security is also male.
Well, let's not use a woman's personal occupation choice as a reason to.
I think
like,
it's pretty common.
perpetuate certain beliefs about men or women.
I think it's
or
weird that we hate them so much, but we're willing to.
We don't hate them. We don't hate them at all. We don't hate them at all.
To make that comment is crazy.
No, it's not.
I think it's crazy.
No, it's statistically accurate, but it's still believing men are inherently good people overall.
And like I was saying, men's apex predator is also men.
Nick, can you just go into the Discord? Just because I want to pull this up because you maybe doubted the study that I was referencing. So it's the, pull up the Discord. It's in research miscellaneous, not the research, not under general. It's research miscellaneous. It's the 2015 data brief.
We don't have anything more recent. It's 10 years ago.
I mean,
RAIN puts out statistic studies every year.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the NSI, what's that?
You know the subcategory that's in?
So it's research misc. You got to scroll all the way past like resources, past off topic. Do you have it?
Yeah.
Okay, 2015 data brief. I mean, so it's actually what I'm going to show you is not actual, and I assume, well, it's not actual numbers. It's how they describe things.
Okay.
So, do you have it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I have it.
2015 data brief. What?
What's it called?
Are you in research MISC?
Correct.
Okay, so it's 2015 data brief. It's the fifth one down. It's the fifth one down.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so what I'm going to have you do, make it bigger. You're going to go to page 5. So this is the national, make it bigger, bigger. Bigger. Put us on the other side. That works. Actually, just leave it there. It's fine. Scroll down. Scroll down. Wait. Hold on. Up just a bit. That's
Yeah,
good.
I think
Right
you're
there.
supposed to see the 4.
So here's where the first two, absolutely. Although there's a bit of confusion over to the degree, like if you've had one drink and your partner's had one drink, are you not able to give consent? That's another conversation. But if you go to sexual coercion, and again, at the bottom, contact sexual violence, so they collapse all of these 4 things. It's a combined measure that includes that sexual coercion, right? So sexual coercion, unwanted sexual penetration that occurs after a person is pressured in a non-physical way. Refers to unwanted, blah, 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 after being pressured in ways that include being worn down by someone who repeatedly asked for sex or showed they were unhappy, feeling pressured by being lied to, being told promises that were untrue, having someone threaten to end a relationship or spread rumors, and sexual pressure due to someone using their influence or authority. So I just want to, I guess what I'm trying to get at is a better sense of what some of those mean. So having someone threaten to end a relationship. So for example, let's say you're a woman and you've had consensual sex 100 times with somebody. And then you're all of a sudden say, I no longer want to have sex with you. And then the guy's like, well, I want to continue having sex. And he says, well, I respect that you don't want to have sex, but if you don't want to continue being in a sexual relationship with me, this relationship is over. She then makes a determination that she wants to keep the relationship, so she then although, reminder, she just said she doesn't want to have sex anymore. In furtherance of her keeping the relationship, she then has sex with him. Was that essay?
I think that's a misunderstanding of what that means with
Pull
coercion.
it back up.
I'm saying that
it's how else would it make sense? It literally says this is the study that Rain. It's literally from their website.
Rain is not saying,
having someone threaten to end a relationship. How am I misinterpreting that?
Because it's not saying, you two have become sexually unaligned over the years and now you're having sex with less frequency and like you're having a bigger conversation that's completely calm going, hey, if we're not having sex more and more, I think we're just not compatible in this way and we're breaking up. It's saying like you're sleeping next to somebody and he tries to make a move and you go, hey, I'm really not in the mood tonight. And he's like, if you don't fucking do this, I'm going to break up with you. Like, and getting really aggressive in your face.
It can only be charitable in your direction because it doesn't say that either. It doesn't specify that he's like, that's the context.
I'm saying that is in which it would be coercive.
Okay, well, hold on. Would it
coercion is like a threat of something, a genuine threat of something.
So if a woman says, I no longer want to have sex with you, and the guy's like, okay, well, I want to break up, is that...
No.
Well, but you see the vagueness of what they're saying there?
Sure, they can word it better.
I think, in my interpretation, I think that somebody could fall under... or perhaps a woman who's not as sophisticated as you sees that, all of a sudden she thinks, whoa, I was SA'd in a previous relationship because I was not, I didn't want to have sex with my boyfriend and he dumped me.
I don't think. I'll say, they have to word it better then.
Well, I actually, the woman who's going to be on the show, the feminist who rage quit at the very beginning, she had a really interesting, this is why I was kind of upset because she had a really, really interesting take that's on topic to this. And by the way, wouldn't threatening to end a relationship, isn't that a threat? But would that be SA?
If you're being threatening about it, if you're just saying, hey, I think it's time for us to move on, that's not threatening to end a relationship. That's saying, I think we're breaking up.
Yeah, well, I mean, hold on. But let's say the guy is frustrated, and pull up the thing real quick again. Not the video?
While he pulls that up, I think also, Brian, there's a difference between, let's say it's a stay-at-home mom and her husband.
Can you highlight the section, Nick? Yeah, just that part. Yeah, go ahead.
I think there's a difference between like somebody who's a stay-at-home mom and her husband is her main source of income, and he's threatening her in the sense of, I'm going to leave you with nothing. You're going to be broke. You're going to have, I'm going to take all your kids away. There's a difference between that and two couples who have, or a couple who has a fundamental disagreement about sex and is incompatible sexually.
Well, they should specify that. Hold on. If you're doing
they should specify that.
Yeah,
they should really, I don't think we should have any vagueness when it comes to very serious accusations that relate to SA.
Realistically, it might now. This is 10 years old. This is 10 years old. It could be updated.
This language, it's not looking at, they're not doing like statistical analysis. This is the language.
We're giving you definitions.
Okay, so you think it's changed? If anything, I think it's probably encompassing way more vague, possibly benign behavior.
You're basing that off of nothing.
Brian.
Okay, well, hold on. The like 1 in 4 statistic or whatever that you're citing has been around for decades. So this idea that, Brian, now that I'm actually pulling up something.
No, it used to be 1 of 3.
Okay, well, now that I'm pulling up a study that seems to perhaps back up my position a little bit more, now you're like, well, the study's not recent enough. But this is, we could probably find a more recent it's the NIS or whatever that has this same sort of definition for what they consider sexual violence.
And if that's the case, I think they should specify more.
But look,
I'll run it up the chain.
Brian, I have a question for you. Like, I'm just seriously curious and open-minded about this.
How about this? Sorry. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sincerely, I'm just open-minded about this because this is a topic I'm still debating on myself, which is that section, though, is only 1/4 of the different definitions. So in your opinion, how much of the 1 in 4 statistic is affected by that particular group of people who may be misidentifying threats for
it might actually be in there. If you're just asking me off the top of my head, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. But I do think that, I don't know. I just think it's a little, it seems like a little unfair to just basically say men are apex predators. So I'm trying to push some degree of dispute to men apex predators, men bad.
We're not saying men bad.
You're siding, yeah, you kind of are.
We're not saying
But
men bad.
pull it
I
back
don't
up
think
really
men
quick.
bad.
So this is the video that we're going to get into. Sexual coercion, feeling pressured by being lied to. That's very vague. Now, there are some, for example, there are crimes like if you pretend to be somebody's spouse, absolutely, that's SA. Like if the lights are off and you get into somebody else's bed and you pretend that you're the spouse or whatever, and the woman thinks that it's actually somebody else, that's 100% SA. That's lying. I think there's also, if you lie about like your STD status or whatever, that would also perhaps be, but just lying, is that, so somebody lies to you, is that SA?
If the lie then puts you under duress to make that decision.
Well,
this vague? No.
Let's say you wouldn't have had sex with them had they not lied to you.
Is the lie putting you in some sort of duress?
No. But they say,
I mean, give me an example.
They say they're really rich, but they're not.
No.
But you would have not otherwise slept with a broke guy.
No.
Okay. Wrong to do.
Yeah.
Unethical, manipulative.
Yes.
But you wouldn't categorize it as
No.
SA. Nick, can you pull up the first TikTok video from the Rage Quit Feminist? Yeah, we'll do audio. Go ahead and start from the beginning.
The way men approach dating lacks consent, and I'll tell you why. I date people of all genders, women, men, non-binary, trans. I'm into you, not necessarily your gender, so I hate to be so gendered in the way I'm speaking here, but this pattern is something I've literally noticed my entire adult life, and I just need to talk about it. Regardless of what I've been looking for, whether I've been looking for something casual or whether I've been looking for something serious, there are very interesting patterns of the way that men and women communicate differently in relationships. Like, a woman will just tell you straight up if she wants to keep things casual. A woman will tell you if she wants to hook up. A woman will tell you if she wants to keep it casual. Like, there's a lot of open and clear communication, and they tend to actually follow through with what they're doing. Okay, maybe people's feelings change, maybe things get messy. I'm not saying women are perfect in every way, okay? Like, women can be toxic in their own way, but at least they do what they say for the most part. Whereas men will tell you they're in love with you and then ghost you the next day. Men will say whatever they need to say to get into your pants that night, and then whether they mean it or not. And this might be like obvious or basic, but it's just really frustrating, especially in a time like 2025 where it's like we're having conversations about what we want out of dating. Like, there's a lot less like assumed dating, like especially as someone who identifies as queer. It's like I'm gonna be pretty upfront with what I want here. And like to sleep with someone under the context of this may be something that's going somewhere. This isn't going to be a one-night thing. This is something that we're building together. We're building towards a relationship. Like, that is now the context that we have set for us sleeping together. So for you to be lying about that, for that to be completely untrue, and then like as soon as you get what you want, you just disappear, that actually feels non-consensual. Because I didn't consent to having a hookup. I didn't consent to having a one-night stand. I consented to us building something. And you'll notice this because sometimes you'll go on several dates with a man before you're willing to sleep with him. And then when you finally do, his truth is revealed. And I just find this like absolutely disgusting. If you want to be casual or you want to hook up, say you want to hook up. But the reason men don't want to say that is because they're worried that you don't want that. So let's just call that what it is. You're tricking me into sleeping with you. This is non-consensual. Oh, you're worried that what you want is something that I won't be okay with. You're worried that what you want is something I won't consent to. So you're putting it in a context that I will consent to under lies. Like, this is actually a huge consent problem, and it feels extremely violating. And if you're a man who's doing this, I want you to realize that you're rapey. You're a rapey guy. And yes, that is most of you.
So essentially what she's arguing is if a man is being dishonest with his long-term intentions in an effort to induce a woman into having sex, which, to be clear, I think is wrong, it's manipulative, and it's unethical, I don't think that's a crime. I don't think it meets the threshold of SA, but she seems to think it should or is.
Yeah, so first and foremost, and then I'll let everybody else take the floor. Again, this is not a gender issue to me. This is a manipulation, emotional maturity, and emotional integrity issue. So I do not think that this is men are all bad or women are all bad. I think that there are certain groups of women and men that are manipulative and emotionally immature. As far as this topic goes, I think that at the end of the day, yes, there is manipulation and coercion when it comes to sexuality between both men and women. However, at the end of the day, a woman and a man made the decision to go into that sexual encounter, meaning that, yes, the words were there, but if she didn't receive the commitment or he didn't receive the commitment and the follow-up actions to prove that, then no, it would not be SA. It would simply be naivety, but not necessarily in a bad way. It's just naive.
What do you think?
I think she threw around the word grapey a little bit too loosely. I don't think that's SA. I think it's manipulation. I think it's trickery. I think there is, that's where you get into sort of the gray area of consent because, yeah, this person wasn't consenting to a hookup, but now is engaged in one because they got tricked. But I don't think that makes it SA.
They did consent.
They consented to the sex under a set of circumstances.
What if she sucked and he doesn't?
Yeah, I was about to say that. Like maybe they just sucked in bed,
But she's saying that the guy ghosts you after. So how would she actually be able to come to the determination? Like two things could be possible. It could be the case that she was misled, and this absolutely happens, right? Guys lie about their intentions. Yeah. Don't dispute it at all. Guys absolutely lie, saying they want long term. But it can also be the case. And again, I think that's wrong. Still don't, even if you could prove that he clearly lied and he was just trying, terrible thing to do. Don't think that means you didn't consent. But then there's the guys, okay, well, how would you then differentiate between the guy who perhaps did have these intentions, but then maybe there wasn't the right sexual chemistry. Maybe he had the sex happen, and then he had a change of heart.
We should tell her that. He wouldn't just ghost her and be like, psych, got what I wanted, and then out. That's not trickery.
People ghost each other, but
yeah,
either scenario, I don't, again, both are kind of scummy. One is worse than the other, where he's like intentionally misleading, whereas he did have intentions to date her long term, but then who knows? Maybe she was a bitch after sex, whatever it is, right? The sex was bad, whatever it is.
If he's intentionally misleading her, is he tricking her?
Yeah, sure, I guess.
Okay. Can somebody consent to being tricked?
What do you mean? Like, can you consent to being tricked?
Yeah. You can't really. Well, you're not being tricked then.
So again, I'll just reiterate that it's manipulative, it's unethical, but it doesn't. I don't think it calls into question the actual consent.
No, she consented to the sex, but I'm saying it's the gray area of like she was manipulated into that consent.
Okay, but how far do we take this then?
I don't consider it SA.
Okay.
I don't consider it SA.
But if it's a gray area, then we would have to make determinations as to all sorts of things when it comes to gray area. Like, let's say I'm a guy who only sleeps with women with big natural boobs. But let's say a woman had such a fantastic boob job that I couldn't tell if they were fake. I've been bamboozled into consenting where I would not have otherwise consented. Wow. I am now a victim. I had sex when I would have, if the threshold is having sex when you otherwise wouldn't have. Like, what about, that's a kind of an interesting
I think it
one.
makes you a shitty person.
What about, I think she's a certain level of attractive, but she's wearing makeup, and I don't know how she actually looks underneath. She's actually below my threshold of what I would, the woman I would fuck. The woman
This is so shallow.
Yeah, we've gone off the rails with this one.
Yeah,
but
I feel like that's not the fairest comparison, Brian, because
as opposed to tricking a woman into a relationship with you.
Completely different thing. She's got a magical push-up bra. And then you saw the titties and you were like, No, but she kept the shirt on during the sex.
But did she tell you she was not wearing a bra? Like, did you?
No.
Was she telling you like,
if you like
these are my
big
boobs
titties,
without a bra?
you're not letting her wear a shirt and bra during
more
the
of a
thing.
small titty. I prefer the small.
God bless you.
I mean, I like both. Both are nice, but I'm team itty bitty titty committed.
Itty titties and big
Itty
labia.
bitty,
Love
yeah,
it.
and
Large
big
labia.
labias.
It's yeah.
Small
So anyways.
tits. Again, we've gotten off the rails. To
No, but
to
hold
her
on. Let me
point.
give you a few other examples here. a few other examples. So it's like, what about, look, men lie, women lie. Like, for example, what if I only wanted to, I would only consent, and there's no gray area. Like, I refuse to consent to a woman who's over the age of 35, and a 37-year-old on her dating profile writes that she's 33. I would have not consented had I known the truth.
And she knows that's like a hard line for you. You only sleep with women that are 35 and under.
Yeah, like she has to know that's like the thing for you.
Because then that makes her shitty too.
Then that's shit.
Yeah,
like
that makes her a bad person.
I agree.
I don't think anybody should
And
be
if
lying.
you have
Wait,
that
can I ask you a question,
restriction,
though? What about
you
this?
should ID.
Wait, what about this though? So let's say on a dating app, I put, it's not even going to be a funny one, but I just put, you know how you can put what you're looking for? I just put looking for long-term relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And I go out with a girl, and she puts it too. I go out with a girl, we hook up, and she ghosts me afterwards.
Ew.
And she put on her profile, wait, you were looking for a long-term relationship. And the only scenario in which I would consent to have sex with this woman is if there was a continuity in the relationship. Does this make her an essayer?
It wouldn't make the guy an essayer either.
Well,
No,
yes,
it would just mean that
it
she didn't
probably
like
means-
you.
Yeah, it probably means she doesn't like me.
It means
So
she's a
from my-
shitty person.
but
I'm
from
not saying it's
my
essay.
interpretation, I I feel victimized.
Well, I guess you can feel that way.
Victim of a
owes me.
shitty person.
She owes me.
You are the victim of a shitty
Line is
person,
right there.
but you are
Do
not
cross
essayed.
it. Somebody's gonna get in trouble.
But that's what I don't get. Like, it's like, okay, that whole thing, right? Which, look, I don't think most women think like her, but
She threw around some words pretty
there's a couple out
liberally.
there. But it's like, once you've had sex, it's like if you're a woman and you're like, well, I wouldn't have consented, unless.
Yeah, that's where personal accountability comes in, I think, for both men
If
and
you
women, where you
hit-
gotta
you
be
hit.
savvy.
I don't
You gotta
know.
learn, you gotta grow, you
If
gotta
you
be
were-
savvy and take not people's words, but their actions.
If you were tricked into something, I will say you are a victim of an asshole. You are a victim of a bad person who did wrong. I'm not saying that you were essayed.
How about this? I wrote this one down.
Okay.
The rest were just off the
He
dome.
prepared for this.
But these, honestly,
I'm
the reason
excited.
it's late
He is passionate.
is
I know,
I
I'm
was
ready.
preparing to debate her on this. So say a Catholic man who doesn't believe in divorce, he marries a Catholic woman, which is true at the time. You're Catholic, right? She also does not believe in divorce. This is the Catholic doctrine. Divorce is, I mean, there's some circumstances, whatever.
Yes.
They 100% align on values, and she reaffirms and represents multiple times her belief in the Catholic faith and not believing in divorce. They wait until marriage to have sex, and the husband only consented to have sex with her, he's a virgin, both of them virgins, under all the terms and representations she made. At some point, years down the line, there's no abuse, he's a good man, but she falls out of love, she's unhappy. Again, he's a nice guy. She just falls out of love. Her faith starts to weaken and dwindle. And she initiates a divorce. Was he raped?
No.
But, well, I know nobody here at this table believes whatever the fuck she was talking about. But like under her logic, would he have been raped then?
Yeah, under her logic, I think we'd have a lot more grapists in the world.
in a parallel
I don't agree with her.
universe where all of this
Yeah.
is backwards, then yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, anyways, whatever.
Especially because, like,
I feel
none
like
of us
half of
agreed
us
with
may
that.
not even fully understand the logic that she's
I
trying
don't think
to
she had logic.
portray.
I think that to me was a view grabber.
Well
Nah,
intentioned
she
but
believes
poorly
that shit.
executed.
Here's what happened. She probably, by the way, she's apparently poly, which makes the whole thing really confusing. But she, very serious about it. And what probably happened is she was dealing with a dude. They hooked up. Maybe he was like, oh yeah, I definitely want a girlfriend. He ghosted her. Now she's very upset and wants to ruin this man's life. One more thing. How about this? Wait, what's the good one?
Oh, the good one. Good.
Just get prepared.
Oh, wait, shit. What is it?
I'm stoked for the good one.
Okay, what about... Wait, shit. I lost it. Damn it.
Can't be that good.
If a woman... It's not this one, but I'll just read one of my other ones. If a woman who lies about being on birth control, but she's not, and the only reason that a man consents to like non-protected sex is because she's on birth control, would that be a form of...
Yes.
That's
essay?
definitely essay.
Yes.
I don't actually, by law though, I don't think
It should be.
It should be.
The law
In the same way
doesn't
with ghosting,
necessarily
right?
represent
in the
morality,
same way with like
stealthing, I think it's
STDs. Yeah, stealthing, things like that. That's,
absolutely not acceptable.
Yeah, that would be another one that I would categorically say, yeah, that's essay. Like if she's like, I want to wear protection, and the guy like takes it off, like that's 100% essay.
Yeah.
And despicable. But it's not. There's not a law though for the birth control thing. So a woman could be like, yeah, I'm on birth control, blast inside, and then like trap a guy.
Yeah, that's horrific.
I
There should
definitely
be.
do think that there should be a law on that too.
Yeah.
That's on like the
time.
exact same level of like taking off a condom and sex.
Yeah.
Like
Damn,
it's the
what was my
exact
other
same
good
thing.
one though? I had a really good one.
That was a good one.
That was pretty
But
good.
now I want another
Wait.
good one.
So according to her logic,
None of us
She's not even here. She's not even
I know.
here.
Last one. Last one. Then I'll move on to something a bit more fun. If she got with a guy and they both told each other, by the way, I really want a long-term relationship. You know, here's my. You know, I want this to last. And then they have sex, but he has a micro penis, and then she's like, I don't want to. Okay. From his perspective, he could argue that she essayed him because she ghosted him after finding out, well, you know, the micro penis.
If we're going from her logic, yes, she would probably say yes to that.
Yeah.
I think hair logic would only work when it's a man in the wrong.
Probably.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, let's move it on to something more interesting. There's a different video? Yeah. What was it?
There's another one.
Oh,
That's a
you can
different
play
video.
20 seconds of it, but she found some. Okay, so there's like case law that I already mentioned about like pretending to be somebody's spouse, STDs. So there are laws about that sort of thing. So she maybe saw that and was like, oh, bingo, it actually is a crime. Why don't you we'll watch 30 seconds of it.
Sexual fraud is a real thing, and it is something you can take legal action against. Yesterday, I made a post about the way that men date and how it lacks consent. How men approach dating often as telling women things that are untrue just to get them in bed with them, and how this is actually a consent violation.
Okay, so you can pause it there.
I
I mean,
comment.
again, she's just essentially saying, okay, she looked something up. It's referencing very specific situations where like a wife has been like bamboozled into thinking a man is her husband but isn't, like STDs, these sorts of things. Not the guy said, I don't know. Also in relationships, well, hold on, I should finish my sentence. Like, oh, the guy said, yeah, babe, I'm looking for a girlfriend. They have sex, and then he's a jerk and doesn't call her back or whatever. But also, have any of you had this said to you, or you've said it in a relationship, I'll love you forever?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
And it's like, okay, I think there are certain romantic statements that people will make in relationships. And then I don't think the person, like, say you're breaking up with somebody and that person says, but you said you'd love me forever. It's like, these were romantic statements said in the moment. I don't think if you tell somebody that you're going to love them forever, that then makes you beholden to stay with them forever. Mm-hmm. You know, I think there's certain statements, I don't know, whatever. I don't know if that makes any sense.
No, it makes sense. Yeah, because, you know, you could say that this person is the love of your life at, I don't know, like, it's usually seen like,
I'll never leave you.
Yeah, I'll just say like high schoolers, puppy love, you know, they're always very like, we're going to be together forever. We're going to be the high school sweethearts. And, you know, you really do like get into that relationship thinking like you are going to be together forever. But I think it's really normal and natural for people to kind of just grow apart from people and just be two different people.
For sure.
So, you know, like, yeah, at the time, your intentions are to be with them forever. Mm-hmm. But things change. And
But if
that's
your
normal.
intent, but if you're like, ooh, this lady only sleeps with guys she's in a relationship with, and she really likes me, and she wants to be in a relationship, and I am not trying to do that, but I would like to shtup, and then you're like, all right, yeah, I'll be in a relationship with you just to bang, and you know the whole time that's not what you're doing, that does make you a bad person.
Yeah, it's manipulative.
Yeah,
It's wrong.
you're gross.
It's unethical.
Not an essayer, but you are gross.
Yeah, don't think it rises to the threshold of.
Yeah.
Also going back to the looks rating thing, can you pull up that photo of the two people?
Oh goodness.
All right, so.
Oh no.
Wow, that was.
I was scared.
Scroll out.
Goodness.
Zoom out. All right, so beauty is subjective. Here's where I struggle, right? Here's where I struggle. We have two women here, two beautiful women. I think, again, beauty is subjective, but there are objective components to beauty. And I think there's a universality that can occur where I think 99% of people would say the woman on the left is more attractive than the woman on the right. Now, I want to open this up to the panel here and see if we have some honest women here. Show of hands. Show of hands. Is the woman on the left more attractive?
The left?
I
With
mean,
the white one?
And
The-
the
woman on the
tall one.
The left.
Yeah.
Is
How'd
the
you say-
white lady more attractive? That is what you're asking.
No. Is the woman on the left more attractive?
You mean the white one?
She happens to be white, but is the woman on the left more attractive?
Yes.
In my personal opinion, yes. But there are some people who are disgusted with white people and won't date them based on that.
That is true.
Yeah, but in that picture, though, I think even if you're disgusted
Oh,
by
no.
white people, you would still pick
Some
that one.
anti-white racists are
Well, that's
gonna have to make a compromise.
I think even if you hate white people with your every inch of your body, you would still pick the white one.
I mean, objectively, by
There's no
Western.
But I guess my question.
Yeah, by Western
I'll let you
standards.
come in just a sec. But like, so we say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But what are the things that we're looking at when it comes to the woman on the left that we're able to come to a determination collectively, and it's universal, almost near universal, that the woman on the left is more attractive? Like, what is it about her?
I think it's that the United States has such a stronghold in the world with media, movies, everything, that like the white culture is what people have seen all over. But if you went to Africa, wherever she was, you know, in her village, she could be...
I think she's Australian Aboriginal, but okay.
Then Australian Aboriginal.
Yeah, but let's go with Africa. I'm pretty sure even the African people are...
Would not think she was attractive?
No, actually, Holly, I never thought this. I agree with you on that. I think, yeah, the Western beauty standard is what most of the world sees, so it is what most of the world values.
There are, like, I could... This can work in the reverse too. Like, you could show somebody a really beautiful black person and like a really, really ugly white person, and even though they're white, they'd be like, yeah, the black person's more attractive.
Not where I grew up. There's some people who would be like, I will absolutely not.
Okay, who's like a
1,000%.
really Stacey Dash? I don't know if,
I don't know
or
who
is she
that is.
mixed? I don't know if that's fair. Stacey Dash.
God, the
Clueless. You know the black girl from Clueless?
Yes.
I didn't see it.
She's like really attractive black. I don't know if people are going to be like, well, she's mixed. So it's like, is she? I don't know.
Beyonce.
Stacey Dash.
Beyonce's a beautiful black woman.
Nah, Stacey Dash is more attractive.
Okay.
Stacey
Who's
Dash.
the one that was married to, gosh, the tall guy that died that's English? Oh, she's beautiful.
Yeah,
model. What's her name?
Seal?
No, not Seal, no.
That's a man.
Who's the guy? David Bowie. He was married to, you guys know David Bowie.
Yeah, but we're from different decades. We don't know his wife.
But, what's her
Missy.
name? She's beautiful.
We're holding you to that. Okay.
Naomi Campbell is beautiful. I'm trying to think of other ones that are...
But I mean, like, there's plenty of black women who I can think of, and you show a really attractive black woman and an ugly white woman to a white person, they're like, yeah, the black person's more attractive.
Yeah, but a super racist white guy, they won't say that.
I think even a racist white guy.
I grew up, unfortunately, around a lot of racists, and no.
I mean, we can find some really unremarkable white people and like some really attractive black people. So, I mean.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't know. Anyways, was there something else we had to react to? Or we have a chat here. Lactose the intolerant, a key characteristic of an apex predator is having no natural predators of their own. Humans can't be apex predators for other humans because that would violate this key characteristic. Proving they are not an apex predator, please use my money to buy dictionary.
Ooh, but it could work for women to men. It could work for men hunt women. So men can't be men's apex predator, but men can be women's apex predator.
In nature, you're typically talking about interspecies.
Yeah. And right here, I'm talking about gender.
Interspecies predation.
Yeah.
Yeah, but criminality is like abnormal, adverse psychology. Or wait, hold on. What the fuck am I? What kind of word salad am I about to say? What am I about to say here? I don't think you can frame the dynamics between men and women through the lens of predation. You just can't.
Brian, you got to start watching Dateline. Everybody's like, he was the best guy ever, and they were so in love. And then
I don't know.
She ended up in the woods.
In a freezer.
Yeah, in a freezer.
I'm just saying, look, I think it's there's a little bit of you guys are getting very comfortable with the man hating. Okay.
I don't hate men.
I love men.
I love men, and I can tell you what I love about men. Men rock.
The anti-male rhetoric.
Not anti-male.
A little. It's a bit much.
Just
a bit
cautious.
much.
It's a bit much.
This girl over here. I don't know if it was the one-child policy in China that got her a little upset. I got it. What? Who said that?
I have a sibling.
Hey, look, there's a lot of misogyny in China.
This is true.
They fucking aborted the baby girls. Anyways, moving on.
And now there's less because there's too many men and there's like very few women.
Mm-hmm. All right. Would you date, what's his name? Xi Jinping? How do you say the leader's name?
Xi Jinping?
Xi Jinping.
The president? Leader?
Yeah, the president.
He's a taken man. No.
If he was single.
Probably not. I don't.
Do you think like those top like CCP people? Do you think they like fuck prostitutes?
Yeah.
Like I feel
probably.
like they.
Well, it's a very.
I feel like politicians.
Politicians.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Don't wait. Oh.
How'd she get her phone back?
Hey,
I was wondering.
She's beautiful. Okay, Naomi Campbell, maybe. I don't know.
Who was that?
Amon. She was beautiful.
Take the phone, Felicity.
Oh, come on.
Take the phone, Felicity.
Oh, come on. We'll just hide it. Come on.
All right, whatever. Wait, what were we talking about?
If I would date the leader of
China.
Would you date?
Do we think politicians get hookers?
Well, no, his daughter is my age. That would be bizarre.
Would you date his son?
I didn't
Maybe
read
he's
the rest of that.
I don't know. He doesn't have a son.
Oh shit!
But I mean, if he had a child,
would you have dated young Joseph Stalin? Let's open up that up
I
to the
don't
panel.
think so.
Show a picture of him.
Let's see what he looks like.
Hey, can you Google young Joseph Stalin?
Is
He's
this
actually
before
a
the
fucking
crimes
stud.
or after?
He's a fucking stud.
Oh, if he's
after the
hot,
what?
then yeah.
I feel like I remember him being hot.
Yeah, but he also murdered like millions of
Yeah, that's why I said
Yeah,
this
like 40
before.
But like he was a
He
stud.
had a
Do you
bad
have it?
day.
But was it?
He was fine.
Would you guys?
Wow, he's cute.
He was
Would you
fine
guys
as
date
hell.
young?
What did he do?
Click one of the first photos.
Do I know what he's gonna become?
Yeah, like what
click the other
information
one,
do
I
we
guess.
Isn't
have?
that scary? That's how come
No.
you don't go for looks. 'Cause you just don't know what they're going to turn out.
There are plenty
Would
of
you-
ugly serial
would you
killers
date-
too, though.
Would you date him?
I would definitely give him a chance for one date so I could get to know him.
What did he do?
Murdered like 40 million people. He was
Yeah.
Why?
the leader of Russia. He was crazy.
Mass
Paranoid.
genocide.
Yeah.
That whole thing.
Yeah.
Just some casual.
Just
genocide.
casual genocide.
Well,
It's a
we'll touch
casual-
a genocide.
Who here would date him though?
He seems
Are we talking
primal.
before?
Yeah, like, do we
I'd
know
go on a
anything?
date with
Young.
him.
So he's
then
like
read the
probably
vibes.
revolutionary.
I don't know how old he was
He
when he
hasn't
did
murdered
genocide.
anybody there
I'd
yet.
go on a date.
Yeah,
Go on a
he's
date.
like one day, get to know him, share some food.
Should we pull
If
up
I
the-
just saw a guy that
I
looked
have
like
some
that, yes, I would give him a
questionable
chance.
Should we do? Who else should we do?
We can't.
Jeffrey Dahmer.
Is this like kind of?
We should do that.
Should we do Mao Zedong?
Oh my goodness.
Like young Mao Zedong? He was a babe. Yeah,
Was he
young Mao
hot?
Zedong.
I don't know if he should be.
Do you even know how to spell Mao Zedong?
We don't know these people.
I bet
Do we?
Mary doesn't even know how to spell that shit. She's like, is that a Chinese restaurant? All right, Nick can do it. Get the man in there. Get the man in there. Did you spell it? Mao Zedong. Bro.
No.
Okay, would you guys date young Mao? Chairman Mao.
We haven't seen what he looks like.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a. Come on. We can let Nick in there. He's a faster typer. Is he? What's your words per minute? All right, get that pulled up. Can we get a scroll down? Scroll down.
He was also unfortunately handsome.
Scroll down.
They tend to be, don't they?
That's old Mao Zedong.
No, Hitler was ugly.
Okay.
I thought ugliness was.
I mean, he wasn't a bad-looking guy.
Hitler?
Young Hitler.
He was weird looking young.
No, he looked weird.
I thought beauty was in the eye of.
I thought it was subjective.
In my eyes, Hitler was weird.
Yeah, in my eyes, Hitler
What
was
about,
weird as well.
can we do, should we do Benito Mussolini or? Let's do, let's do Benito Mussolini, young Benito.
What did this guy do? Other than Hitler, I didn't know any of them.
Benito Mussolini was an Italian fascist during World War II.
You know what? It kind of looks like the young version of one of you. Doesn't it? Remember the young?
The male version?
I think
Scroll down.
I'm Italian, so that does make sense.
Hey, look at his hat. What the fuck?
Yeah, he looks kind of like my brother.
I should get a hat like that and just approach chicks and be like, "What's up?"
What's that?
Scroll back up. Show them the hat. That hat. You see that hat with the feathers?
That's crazy.
I would get so much pussy with that hat. Y'all would be all over me if I click that shit.
You'd have to
Click on
change
it.
the name of the show.
Oh God! Wait, he's doing the fucking Roman salute. Let's get that out of there.
Maybe change it.
All right. So, anyways, let's move on to some of the notes. Here, we're gonna do some questionnaire shit. Or no, you know what? I need to talk to you about the whole Catholic stuff.
Me? Oh yeah.
All right. So you're Catholic, right?
I am Catholic.
And you're also bisexual.
I am.
And you're also a leftist.
Yes, I am.
All right, that's interesting. And so you're pro-choice. Okay. Do you still consider yourself a Catholic?
Yes, I do.
Do you go to church?
Yes.
How often do you go to church?
I try to do it every Sunday. Doesn't always happen, but.
And you are aware that the
Catholic Church has taken a stance against some of those things.
Position on
I
abortion.
am. Yes.
Okay. How do you, reconcile that?
I don't believe that life begins at conception. I believe that it begins at consciousness.
I'm not an expert in Catholicism, but don't you have to defer a little bit to the what the church is like? Can you ignore the church as a Catholic?
Not on every stance, but I mean, I believe in the fundamentals of the Catholic Church.
Like the Trinity, or?
Yeah, I believe in the Trinity. I believe in everything that we say in the Apostles' Creed.
Okay.
So.
Do you believe in the Bible?
So here's my take on the Bible. So the Bible was originally written in Aramaic, and then it was translated from Aramaic and partially Hebrew to Greek. And when it was translated from those languages to Greek, the translation was awful. It's not even close. Like the word for virgin that they used for Mary does not actually translate to virgin. It meant young girl. So with so many errors like that, I can't completely defer to the Bible. I have to think of the Bible more as like an allegory or the best guess because I don't speak Aramaic. So I can't read the original.
Translations are
the translations have been proven time and time again to be wildly inaccurate. And then, I mean, the King James Bible has redacted so much out of it. There are books that we don't have access to.
Okay. Well,
so,
are there what's it called? Is that the official position of the Catholic faith? That the Bible is...
No, they take the Bible as the Word of God. But
okay, so why do you differ from the official position?
Sure, maybe the original one was, but now that it's been translated and mistranslated and redacted and changed and put in the hands of people who are using religion to control the masses and political power, then yeah, all right. Now I think the Bible has been a bit bastardized into what we have it today.
Okay, so you think for example, like the new pope and all previous popes were wrong on the abortion topic?
I disagree with them. Yeah.
You think they're wrong though?
Yeah.
So just to be, and these are, typically these are people who are quite expert. I would hope the Pope is an expert in...
Pope is also a monarch. He's still a political figure.
Right, but so I guess my confusion stands if all these theologians that are involved in the Catholic Church who've spent their life dedicated to the studying of the faith, the Bible, etc., they're wrong on this issue.
Yeah, I believe that they are.
Theologically, they're wrong.
I believe that they are.
Okay.
I also believe that they were wrong to shuffle around priests and hide SA back through all out history.
That would be wrong, but I don't think that there's any sort of biblical prescription. This would be like a something related to what humans are doing, not something as prescribed by the faith.
But again,
is my understanding. Like this would be like something wrong that they are specifically doing.
Well, the Bible doesn't outright say you can't have an abortion.
Well, I'm not a theological
It didn't exist back then.
I'm not a Did it?
No.
I mean, weren't there ways that women could, even historically or in archaic times?
Yeah, eventually we got there, but there wasn't like surefire
they'd take
abortion.
Herbs and shit, or whatever concoctions to attempt to induce like a shoddy abortion or something.
Yeah.
Right. I assume back then that would also be frowned upon, right?
I don't know if it was frowned upon back then.
Okay. Well,
just societally or otherwise.
I'm asking you, but at least as it relates to the faith, it seems a bit. By the way, that was a bit of a red herring. Like, okay, well, the church did this, and that's bad. I agree with you. What they did was bad.
Yeah.
I'm not like a Catholic apologist. I'm not Catholic. I'm not even Christian, by the way. Although I do want to say, I do see massive amounts of value in Christianity, even from an agnostic perspective. I have very pro-Christian sentiments, but yeah. So I'm just kind of from an outsider's perspective looking into this, but knowing that the Catholics' position on this, the Pope's position on this, reaffirm the Church's opposition to abortion. That's weird to me. Like, how do you reconcile being a Catholic but being pro-choice?
Because the popes have changed their opinions throughout the years not on pro-choice or pro-life, not on this particular topic, but on other topics.
Sure.
The interpretation of certain things, the translation of things has changed over the years. Because of that, I think that man's interpretation...
I don't know.
They have.
Sure.
They have. And it's actually usually quite a big swing when we go from one pope to the next. One will be super conservative, and then it'll swing to a super liberal, and then it'll swing back. Right now, it actually was like kind of a half step. We went from super liberal to like a little bit more moderate, but not crazy conservative like they were expecting it to. But yeah, because of that, like... You can now technically be a Catholic and get your divorce approved. You can be Catholic and now technically marry a Jew. You can get that approved by a bishop. So when I see things like that, I'm like, okay. So some of this is just men trying to interpret the Word of God to the best of their abilities. And sometimes that's done so because they're trying to control other people, because they're trying to gain political favor or whatever. And again, I don't speak the original Aramaic that the Bible was written in, but still, it was written by man. So I put my faith in that a little bit looser. But yeah.
Sure. We have Cherry. Thank you for the gifted 20 subs. Really appreciate it. Thank you. In your other notes, you said you were kidnapped on a date once and you had to steal a car to get home.
Yes.
Quick recap on that. What happened?
Yeah, so it was a guy that I went to high school with who was a bit older than me. I was a freshman when he was a senior. This was after I'd graduated high school. We were both home for the summer. We were flirting just via DMs, and then we agreed upon a date. He was going to take me out to just like a diner in my hometown. And he picked me up, and it's the only time I've ever let a guy pick me up in his car. I will never do that again. But he came and he picked me up, and his truck was like really shitty. Like seatbelts didn't work and it just beeped, like the seatbelts weren't on the whole time. And he was like, yeah, it's kind of like a shitty truck. And we drove past the diner and I was like, well, where are we going? He's like, oh, well, I was thinking we could go to like the woods and like look at the stars. He was like, also like I have to leave the car running because if I shut it off, it has to like be down for like a certain amount of time and then I have to jump it a certain way because it like doesn't, it's a bad car. And I was like, okay. So he's like, yeah, we'll just leave it running and then we'll like go and look at the stars. And I was like, this is not great. So he takes me to closed down nature center in my hometown. And I'm like, all right, I would like to leave now. And he was like, no, let's get in the bed of my truck. Let's get like, look at the stars. And so it did. And we kissed for a little bit because I was like, I need to figure out a way to get out of this. And then he was like, come on, like, let's go down by the lake. And as soon as he said that, I was like, that is where I will die. So no, we're not doing that. And then he was like, no, like, come follow me down to the lake. And I was like, okay. So I got out of the bed of the truck. He like led, and then I turned, ran, got into the car, still had the keys in it, still running. And I peeled the fuck out of there with his truck. I went probably 100 miles an hour, got off to the highway, like the main little area in our hometown, just threw the keys far, like turned the car off, threw the keys out the window, and like started running down the highway, and then I hitchhiked home. And then I blocked him on everything. I think he lives in California now. So, John, if you're watching. Anyway, no, I'm good. That's a crazy situation, but I was 20, so. Oh shit, he's got the shades.
The heart.
Lover boy. Mine. Those are definitely mine.
Oh, sorry, I
No, it was shade time. I get it.
Thank you. Thank you. I like to believe I have a good fashion taste.
Are these from like the early 2000s or?
Honestly,
Here,
I got
put them
these. I can't put them on my face because my lashes are too long.
So they're just accessories? I guess you can run.
Yes.
That's cute.
Okay. All right. How did they look? Did they look good on me?
Mhm.
Yeah,
I looked like
They
a
looked
babe?
amazing.
Okay, you said you think we fundamentally disagree on most things.
I'd say so.
Yeah. You say primarily conservative, traditional. You say like evangelical. I'm not Christian, but Andrew, who's frequently on, he's Orthodox Christian.
Is that the one that can't open the pickle jar?
And that is Andrew Wilson.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. That's the one that I was thinking of when I saw that.
Hold on, he did open it eventually.
No,
okay?
that one did. The hot one you have back here opened up the pickle jar.
Well, there was the pickle jars and the olive jar. So, okay.
I didn't see the olive jar.
Technically, the pickle jar he got, okay?
No, pickle jar I think was him.
No, the olive jar he struggled with, but the pickle jar he got it.
Okay.
And just to be clear, it was greased. It got greased, okay?
Well, then don't judge the lady for not being able to open it.
Look, all I can say is Andrew's a very strong man. He's got a firm handshake, but
he is built like a praying mantis.
Hold on, just to be clear, the olive jars, okay? There's a technique to opening them. And if you don't know the technique, you're going to struggle.
I don't know. I feel
So
like
that's what
Chair
it is.
1 could open up an olive jar.
Well, she's
For
also
sure.
done steroids.
Can we stop talking about the fact that I did steroids? I'm just jacked.
You are jacked.
I just go to the gym and I eat healthy.
Yeah.
And I do
We are going to do. Hold on. Oh, okay. So I guess what do we disagree with? You said you're a very live and let live leftist.
Yeah.
You said we disagree entirely on gender roles and values.
Yeah.
You said you're a well-educated, well-traveled woman working in two entirely male-dominated industries. By the way, men here are well-traveled and here had sex with a bunch of men in different areas, but just FYI.
Well, they're wrong about that, but all right.
Just in general.
Okay.
I didn't think that about you. You kind of give off like...
It's fine. I've been to 31 countries. I would consider that well-traveled.
That's really cool.
Just saying, that's what our primitive male brains hear.
Yeah,
a
but when
woman
you
says,
assume-
I've traveled a lot. You said you don't believe that there's a biological determination as to who should be dominant or submissive in relationships between the genders. You don't believe romantic relationships need to have a dominant and submissive dynamic. So what do you mean by that? We can have a back and forth.
Well, given that I am bisexual and like I'm interested in women as well, I don't feel that I have like necessarily a biological drive that makes me have to go towards men. I love men and I've love them for very specific reasons, and I would go towards a relationship with them wanting those things. But yeah, I'm not. Are you okay?
Just scoot your shirt over a little bit.
Oh.
About
My
to
nipples
pop.
are all the way here.
Okay, I don't know.
It won't pop out.
I don't know.
She's got a lot of side
I don't know female anatomy, apparently. Just looking out for you. Okay, so you're bisexual,
Yeah.
so you don't believe in... What about, if we move away the language from dominant and submissive, what about leader-follower?
I would say the same thing. Yeah, I don't think that a man necessarily has to be even the more masculine one in the relationship. If you want to have like the traditional masculine and feminine like balancing act dynamic, maybe the woman's a little bit more masculine and the man's a little bit more feminine, and that works for them.
So do you go 50-50 on dates?
I haven't been on a date in a long time,
Well,
and my last relationship made way more than I did. So it wasn't. He always went ahead and paid just because financially it made the most sense.
But hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Seems a bit. He's really high earner. Seems a bit dominant of him and traditional for him to pay for the dates.
I would say he was probably the more dominant one in our specific relationship.
Well, hold on, just to be clear, your 5-year relationship, your longest relationship, your most recent relationship.
Yes.
You say that you don't believe romantic relationships need to have dominant submissive dynamic, yet.
Yeah, I don't think inherently that they do. I don't think that you can just paint it with a broad brush. I would say that he was more the leader in the financial aspect for sure in our relationship, but I don't think that that's something that has to be a universal truth for all heterosexual relationships.
Well, yeah, sure. I can envision a relationship where the woman is more dominant than the man. And those relationships do exist.
Yeah.
But you seem to have disagreements on what then? Do you think it's not the natural order of things? Where's your disagreement?
When I've seen clips of this show, it has been argued that the man has to biologically lead the woman, like he has to, and he won't feel fulfilled if he doesn't have that. If he can't be the provider, then he won't feel fulfilled, which is probably true for some guys, but certainly not for all of them.
Well, I would actually say that the issue is less with the men in that situation and more with the women.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure that's probably true for some of them too.
I think men, probably if you ask them, they would actually be okay forsaking some of their traditional gender roles so long as the women were okay with it. I think it happens to be the case that women they don't want men to forsake their traditional gender roles.
Maybe, I don't know.
The ones, for example, and these are the ones that typically place a burden on men and make life a little bit easier for women. So paying for first dates or having the almost exclusive burden of initiative. So, and when I say initiative, I mean making the first approach, carrying the conversation, asking for the number, following up, texting, setting up the date, planning the date, paying for the date, moving things forward. Oh, is she down to move things forward? No, okay. Rinse and repeat for second date, third date, move things forward physically, go for the first kiss, move things towards sex. These are all things that typically fall on the man. Women love that men keep that shit. They love that the initiative and the burden there continues to fall on men.
I don't think that's a universal truth for all women.
I didn't say for all women.
Yeah. I don't even know that it's the majority, but
I think it's the majority.
Okay, then maybe it is.
Well, I mean, so you think the majority of women initiate?
No, I'm saying I don't know. Although I do know quite a few women who have initiated their relationships.
Who have initiated?
Yeah.
Do they initiate to the same degree that men initiate?
In their particular relationship, they were the ones that initiated. Initiate what? Sex?
No, well, all the different breakdowns of when initiation would occur.
Yeah,
So
I've met some pretty overzealous women who are like, I'm just gonna get this going. And a lot of guys drag their feet. So sometimes, it will be women that initiate these
but
conversations.
You're arguing that's the exception to the rule. Overwhelmingly, men have to initiate.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm not saying that that's like an inherent truth that works for everybody. That was my whole point, is that I don't think we live in this rigid thing where it's like that is the norm and that's what has to happen.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think an average woman can never initiate anything in her entire life and still get a man? Not possibility, probability.
Initiate anything in her entire life?
Yeah, so when it comes to dating,
okay,
an average-looking woman, need she take steps of initiative to get a boyfriend?
I think she
Or
would
get a
have to at least take the initiative of putting herself out there in some capacity.
What does
Making
that
her
mean? What
like
does that
either
mean?
going on dating apps or going out somewhere with the intention of meeting someone.
Okay, what else? Does she have any other burdens or responsibilities?
I think that there's probably somebody that would take her up on her not bearing any responsibility. You said, is it possible? Yeah, I think it's possible.
No, but I'm asking. Yes, it is possible, but is it probable?
No. She doesn't take any initiative in any capacity?
No. Sorry, just to be clear. No. I don't know how else to explain this.
Sorry, I did hit 2 Tylenol back there earlier. So.
Okay. If you compare an average man to an average woman,
sure.
What are the differences in terms of the initiative that each has to take to get to where they want to go?
Then yeah, probably men would have to put in more initiative.
So here's how I would paint it.
Okay.
I think, maybe it's not the case for all women, but most women can get away with just showing up to the club and men will come up to you. As a man, if you go to the club and you just do what women do, which is not do anything really, no girls are coming to talk to you.
I've been to the club countless times with
And you
girls
saw
that,
one girl hit
No,
on
I'm
a guy.
saying I've gone out with
Great.
my average looking friends and I've never seen some of them get approached.
You always argue okay, sure, there's women who go out to bars and on a specific night, they never get approached. They might even be really good looking. They don't get approached. I'm not even going to dispute that. But if you take an average looking girl, or let's just say it's like I don't know, maybe slightly above average, put her in a bar, whatever, there's a much higher likelihood that she'll be approached than her looks equivalent guy.
You're giving me a hypothetical and going, isn't this anecdote probably what happens? And then I give you anecdotes from my real life and you're like, don't do that. Okay, yeah, and your hypothetical probably.
What do you mean in my hypothetical?
I imagine an average woman can just go out. I don't know.
How many times have you been to bars or clubs?
A lot. More than I can put a figure on.
You're telling me that it's 50-50, women approaching men, men approaching women. It's just 50-50.
I've approached more men than men have approached me at bars and clubs. So I'm not paying attention to other chicks.
Doubtful. I find that...
That's just the reality. I mean, you can doubt it, but I'm giving you my lived experience.
How many men have you approached?
A lot. More than I can put a number to.
Congratulations, you're the outlier. What about all the other women
I'm
that you
not
see in the
looking
bar?
at what other bitches are doing unless I'm trying to...
What the fuck?
I'm not looking at what other women are doing.
What do you think other people are doing?
I don't know. I'm not trying to pretend that I know the answer to that.
Here, I'll make it super easy. You have a public Instagram?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever slid into somebody's DMs?
Yes.
How many times?
At least like 5.
Okay, how many men have slid into your DMs?
A lot.
Okay, there's an asymmetry in the frequency with which you're DMing men versus how many men you're DMing versus how many men are DMing you.
Sure.
Okay, I'm sure I could ask all the women here at the table. They would probably say there's massive asymmetry between how many men they've DM'd versus how many men have DM'd them.
Yes.
Okay, this would indicate that there is some asymmetry when it comes to initiative between the sexes.
Sure.
And I think that this equally applies to more organic situations, whether it's at a bar, a club, or a party. Men are more likely to take initiative in these environments also, and more broadly speaking, in all other romantic contexts. Men are going to make the first move.
Okay.
Here, we can do it like this. I can also ask about first kiss. Who initiates the first kiss, the man or the woman? Yes, I agree. Sometimes women go for the first kiss first. I'd say overwhelmingly men are initiating first kisses and all other steps of initiative too.
I haven't asked. I haven't taken a poll on first
How about
kisses.
you? Of all the times you've had a first kiss, was it you who was like...
I mean, in all of my experiences with first kisses, we kind of were moving in at the same time. You lock eyes and you're like going in. Is that not how you do? What are you just ladies sitting here and you just kind of? Is that what your first kiss is like? Because for me, it's usually you're making eyes, and then you kind of do a smile, and then you go in.
I feel like this is a bit of a convenient thing for women to do, but like, I think most guys' thought process is, as the guy, when you're going for the kiss, I agree that sometimes it can be like wow, this is really the moment. But I feel like the guys just kind of fucking go for it. And it's overwhelmingly the guy that's going for it. And maybe you in your woman brain, you're like, oh, I also participated in making the kiss happen, when it was really the guy who initiated the kiss.
Be honest with me, Brian. Are you just going in without the whole like eye contact and smile before you go in for the kiss?
What are you talking about?
I'm saying, at my experience, when it comes to a first kiss, you like lock eyes and you smile in a certain way where you're like, all right, we're going to go in for a kiss now. And then you guys go in for a kiss.
So I've
had guys just kind of go for it, and then you do a back
in the middle of talking about the Roman Empire, and then I just fucking go for it. Like, I'm not doing that shit. I'm not doing that shit. But it's like, there is the moment, there is the lull in the conversation, and if I didn't go first, she's not coming first.
Is she not initiating anything, like with her body language, to indicate that she would like you to kiss her?
Hold on. Now you're goalpost shifting here. Let's assume that the body language is there and she wants to fuck me with an urgency.
Great.
But
fantastic.
But somebody has to make the first move.
So you're talking the act of physically leaning in.
Yeah, that's the initiative.
I would say that some initiative too is like if she's getting closer to you, if she's snuggling up. You don't think that that's initiative for physical contact?
What if I'm the one who's initiating that also?
Is she backing away?
No.
Okay. Well, then you're
She's
just a little
into that shit.
Then that's great. You're just a little bit overzealous at that point. Maybe don't do all of it. Let her cuddle in.
Oh my God, bro. You say that, but maybe it's because you're a bit more aggressive with your sexual pursuits or whatever. But I'm telling you, if guys were just waiting around for women to make the move, the women wouldn't make the move. Like,
wait around, Brian. Let the next lady surprise you.
I'm literally telling you, if a guy is being passive, if he's not proactively trying to move things forward, look, there are situations where girls will do that. I'm not denying it. But if guys are being passive, trust me, it's going to be the girl's just going to get so frustrated, she either loses interest or it'll be the fucking 10th date. And she's like, pussy, why have you not tried to kiss me yet?
Yeah.
So this idea that, the guy can, it's equal. It's they're both doing it at the same time. No, the guy has to make that initial, it's why it's called initiative. He has to make the initial move.
All right.
All right, look,
I'll take your word for it.
I know you're all over the dudes that you deal with, okay? You're fucking all over them. Boom, boom, boom.
I like what I like.
That's fine, but maybe you're more sexually aggressive. And I'm telling you, most women don't move like that.
All right. I'll take your word for it. You've lived as a man and I haven't, so.
Okay, I'll give you my own anecdotes and you'll be like, well, I have different anecdotes. Even women who are like insanely into me, insanely, right? They fucking love me, right? No, but I'll give you the context so you think I'm not just fucking gassing you up. So these are women. This is like back in, I'll say it was 2-3 years ago. Early on when I started the podcast, 2023, I had a couple ladies who, they've reached out to me, right?
Okay.
They reach out to me, so they've already shown initiative.
Okay.
Reach out to me. They flew from across the country on their own dime to come and see me.
Okay.
Damn,
I'm still having to move things forward in that way. They're not going to make the first move. I don't know if it's because they're a bit shy, whatever. They don't want to be perceived a certain way. I still have to make the move.
I don't know. Flying across the country, Brian. That
sounds like she made the first move.
That's a pretty big move.
No, I'm not saying. No, the fact that they contacted me first, the fact that they flew to come and see me, that's initiative.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But when it comes to like specific steps of initiative, right? A lot of it's still going to fall on the guy.
Okay.
But do you think that's inherently a bad thing?
Not necessarily, but if we're having a conversation about... Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry, you just got your microphone muted. Mute share 3.
All right.
All right. You're muted for, what is it? Is it 10 minutes? What's the, I forgot. It's been
No,
a while
that
since we-
rules. Dude, $500 to make me shut up? Give it to me directly. I'll never speak again.
If you want to kick her off, it's a, it's 0.2 Bitcoin. That's a lot. What is it? 10 minutes. You got to mute the microphone for 10 minutes.
Let's go.
All right, microphone muted. I'll move on to somebody else then. Let's see here. Okay, blah, blah, blah. We have Maddie May.
Oh, we're back.
You said you may, okay. Actually, I don't know if there's really, your biggest controversy. Okay, we did that. You disagree with the show host quite a bit, but.
Not really, not as much as I thought.
Yeah, we're homies.
Yeah, we're buds.
You're my Caucasian.
What?
You're my Caucasian.
Okay.
You know how.
Yeah, I get where you're going with
You know
this.
where I'm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. See, you're my Caucasian. See.
I got it.
All right, Mandy. Let's see. You describe yourself as your favorite tattooed muscle mommy. You have a scorpion on your stomach. Oh, I wanted to ask, what is a red flag tattoo? Do you guys think there's like a red flag tattoo that a guy could have? Whole panel. Anybody on the panel can.
Maybe
can
like a swastika.
Yeah,
Jesus.
that's what I was thinking.
Okay. How about like something?
Why?
I mean, yeah, she's right, but
A broken cigarette.
a broken cigarette.
They're always fuck boys, which
Is that
is
a
fine.
common? That's a common tattoo.
It was. I've dealt with it a few times. Yeah.
Huh.
Maybe
Interesting.
like the teardrops too from like. The
Oh yeah,
prisons.
like you killed somebody. Like.
What about something that's not like super obviously a red flag though, but is a red flag?
A picture of another chick's face.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Or like somebody's name, like an ex-wife's name.
Yeah.
Nice. Anybody? Who has tattoos here? Show of hands.
Oh, wow.
Oh, everybody but me.
I don't have any tattoos. Cherry Cream says, Dat Flex Cherry 1. Canadian. Oh, this is your boyfriend or something.
My boyfriend?
He's Canadian. It's a Canadian person.
My boyfriend? I don't have a boyfriend.
Okay, if you say so.
I don't have a boyfriend. I haven't talked to a dude for a very long time.
How long you been celibate?
Well, before that, like a couple months ago, it was like 2 years, and then I'm usually celibate in my life, to be honest. I don't have that much sex.
Okay,
Yep.
cool. All right.
Gave up.
You said you're a stripper, OnlyFans girl, and you wrote, well, we already talked about, you said this shit sucks.
Yeah.
You wanted to talk about how negative and R-slurred it is.
Yeah.
But we already talked about that, I guess. Okay, you stripping for 7 years, bought a bunch of properties, sober. Have you done any escorting?
No.
Anybody here done escorting? Nobody? Escorting?
No.
Sugar baby? Pay pigs? Pay pigs? You got some pay pigs?
Looking at you, Holly.
Holly's got some. Holly's got some. Okay. You wrote on one of your Instagram posts, it's like a caption, rejecting a guy because you have a boyfriend is like rejecting money because you have a job.
Yeah, I did write that. It's a rage bait. I don't actually believe it.
Oh.
It didn't even get that much bait. No, I actually don't really think that.
All right. Marcelina, is that how you say your name?
Marcelina, yeah.
Marcelina, you said you. Tell us about the nose ring. You have the septum piercing.
Yeah, I just like it. I don't know. Like I've always been made fun of for my nose or told I need a nose job, but I feel like for
Wait,
me it's like
turn your
makeup. What?
Nose is fine.
Turn my nose.
Yeah, your nose is
I
fine.
don't know,
Your nose is
yeah.
great.
But no, for me it's like makeup. I also like that I could just hide it. So, and there's.
You
no
ever had any
scarring.
guys say they don't like it?
Oh yeah, but I've also had guys that say
You're
they
like,
love it. Yeah,
"Oh,
no, I've
okay."
had guys that really come up to me and be like, "Oh, you'd be prettier without it." I'm like, okay. But I like it. I don't know.
You said you dated somebody who turned out to be nothing like who you thought he was. Red flags.
Oh my
He was
God.
dangerous.
Yeah, I've had to file 2 restraining orders against my exes. That one, the one I was talking about, I don't know how much I want to disclose, but I was 19. He was 10 years older than me, and I let a lot of shit slide. But there was just a point where I'm like, I hate saying the word ick, but like there was just enough. Like I told him what I wasn't like happy and like what was bothering me, but whatever. I was like, hey, like we're breaking up. Like, I'm done with you. And he's like, no, we're not. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, we're done. And I tried initiating it. I did. And he just wouldn't like leave me alone. I got indirect proof of this somehow crazily, like hundreds of miles away. But he doused my car in acid. He's put a loaded gun to my head. And when I tried filing the restraining order, he like he knew his way around the law. He's also like made fake photographer accounts to try and contact me and like claim like, oh, like, you know, I'd love to shoot you, whatever. But I ended up finding out that he killed a girl, and I don't know if it was an accident because it looked like one, but I know like how his mind worked, and he had his way around the law. So yeah, so that was one relationship.
That's serious.
Yeah.
Are you safe now?
I heard apparently, I mean, this was what, 6 years ago or 5 years ago, and he was harassing me for like 5-6 months afterwards. But I just found out from a friend that apparently he's in prison. So
you're all good now.
We're out there. But I don't know for why, because he got away with the other whatever. But yeah, he destroyed my car, and it was just whole thing. And then people are like, oh, like, why would you date that? I'm like, I didn't know. But also, like, I don't know why months later when I like was like, you know what, I want to break up with him, I decided to like search up his name, and I don't know how much I want to say, but I found out that there was like a flag, like a government watch on him. So I was like, okay. And I think he was lying about a lot, like finances, and just he joked about stabbing somebody when his like ex-wife cheated on him and shit like that. But I ignored a lot of red flags when I was 19, but I've learned better. Good
times.
Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah.
Restraining orders. Those
yeah,
are fun.
fun.
Okay, and you also wrote that you say you think communication is everything. You should be able to fully share yourself with your partner. Can't handle that. They're not for you. Okay, yeah. Do you have any hot takes or anything? Or
any hot takes? Oh man, I think your partner should have full access to your phone. I've told people that, and they think I'm crazy for it, but I'm not saying like I don't want to like wake up and you're going through my phone, but this is I guess maybe from experience, because I've had like an boyfriend, or I guess ex obviously, doubt me or whatever. I'm like, here's my phone. Like, I don't know, I never want to make you feel like there's any doubt, and like my life is your life kind of thing. Like, you shouldn't have to hide who you are at all, because then like, why are you with somebody you're not comfortable with? Like, you should never feel like there's any doubt. So like, how do I word this? Like, if I'm dating somebody, I never have a doubt. Like, maybe it's like a whole karma thing, but at the end of the day, if you're cheating, I'm going to find out you're cheating. Like, I don't want to like sit around dating somebody and have like doubt in the back of my mind. Like, I want to live life and like feel like I'm with somebody like that's a good person. Like, I don't want to be stressing. Like, I'm with you because I love you and I think you're a good person. And if you're not, I'm going to find out. But I don't know. I just think my phone's your phone, vice versa. But
word. By the way, guys, Nick, if you can pull it up for me. TTS is now $69. We're dropping the TTS to $69. So if you want to get a message in, feel free. $69 TTS. Yes, thank you. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. That's twitch.tv/whatever. Guys, it's been 14 minutes since we last had the Prime sub, so I'm pretty sure it's bugged. So if the boys can test out a little Prime sub in the chat and try to fix it, I think it's bugged. Lizzie B, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Very much appreciate it. Thank you guys. Also, I'm going to pull up the, just come back to center. Can you pull up the Venmo for me? Going to do some shout outs for the Venmo people who've sent some in. $69 TTS, guys, reminder, you can contribute without any of these platforms taking a cut. Venmo, Cash App, whatever, pod. We have Travis Bassetti with the 25 on Venmo. Thank you, man. Cash App, Corey, thank you for the 10. Cash App. Thomas, thank you for the 150. Trevor, thank you for the 3. Colin, thank you for the 10. MC Rocker, thank you for the 12. All of those on Cash App. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Oh, Cherry Creams with the big 20 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. And let's see what else. Okay, moving on blasting through the notes here. Going to try to get it done quick. Eleanor.
That's me.
Are you going to can you name a daughter Eleanor, like the same name as you? So it's like
Like,
Eleanor
can I have an
Jr.?
Eleanor Jr.?
Can you have a female junior?
I think so. I mean, this probably isn't the best place to cite it, but they did it in King of the Hill.
They had a girl who was a junior?
Yeah, man, I totally forgot like both of the characters' names, but the girl was named after like her dad, and they called her Junior.
Kokomo, thank you for the gifted 5. You said that you've definitely went on a date where a guy invited you out to eat and you're ready to pay for your own food, because normally on first dates you like to go 50-50. You insisted on paying, and he insisted on paying, and you weren't going to argue it. The bill comes, he pays, and you're getting your to-go boxes, and then he takes your leftovers, and then he tells you that because he paid for the food, he's going to take your leftovers.
Yeah. So I was 19, and this was one of my coworkers when I was still a server, and like we ended up going to Roscoe's, and yeah, like I said, normally, me personally, I definitely think if it's a first date, we should go 50-50, unless like the person who asked offers to pay, you know. I don't think like if I'm a girl, I'm gonna be like, hey, you should take me out on a date. I don't expect you as a man to pay. I would expect us to either go 50-50 or I'm gonna pay because I'm the one who asked you. But he insisted on paying for the food, and I'm like, okay, you know, like if you really want to pay, it's cool. Like I can pay for myself though. But he really said like, no, I'm gonna pay. Like it's a gentleman thing to do. We get the bill, and like he pays, and then the lady brings the to-go boxes, and then I'm about to put my food in my box, and he's like, no, I'm gonna put it in my box. And at first, like, mind you, I didn't really understand what was going on. I was like, oh, like, are we saving boxes? Like, am I coming over later? And then he was like, yeah, like, I'm gonna eat this later. Like, this is gonna be dinner to me. And when I was 19, I was definitely like not as outspoken and confident as I am now. So I kind of just let it happen. And then I told my bestie about it like once I got home, and I'm like, hey, so like this happened, and like he took my leftovers. Is like is that weird? And then she told me like, valid. No, that is so definitely weird. So that is definitely weird.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
Well, don't let him pay if you guys are eating out. Okay, he's gonna take your leftovers.
You would have been fine splitting, right?
Yeah.
But then when he did you keep seeing the guy though?
Well, at work when we worked together, but we never really.
Did you date again?
No.
But it was a date.
Yeah,
or was
it
it
was
like
a date.
Friend?
Well, I had a crush on him, so in my brain it was a date. In my brain, it was a date. That is
weird. I mean, like that is kind of weird. Even if he paid for it, usually, whoever, like you, were touching the food, eating.
No,
the food.
right. Like my like it's chicken, so I bit into it, you know, and he took my chicken.
Even if I paid for somebody else, I wouldn't want their leftovers. No. That's just, I don't know.
Yeah, like
that's crazy.
I thought that was so crazy. I thought I was crazy.
Wait,
like
question,
I was like,
but did you lose interest, or both of you didn't?
No, honestly, that definitely made me lose interest, because you know I was already willing to pay for my part.
Wait, but you said you had a crush on him.
I did have a crush on him.
Question: did y'all kick it afterwards?
No, he dropped me back off to school. I was in college.
Oh, okay, just double checking.
Yeah, I was 19, college.
If he had tried to be like, hey, let's go back to my place and kick it, would you think, like, were you DTF?
Honestly, probably not, because at that age...
Because of the leftover thing?
No. At that age, like, mentally, I wasn't really, like, casually, like, dating or hooking up like that.
But you had a crush on the guy. You liked the guy,
Yeah.
right?
But, I mean, when I was 19, like, I wasn't, like... I was a little bit more... how do I say this?
Were you, like, a virgin at the time?
No, I had a boyfriend in high school, so like I wasn't a virgin. I guess I was a little bit more
inexperienced.
Yeah, inexperienced, but I guess like against like hooking up with people who aren't my boyfriend.
But you have done that.
Well,
down the road.
Eventually, yes, eventually. Okay. But when I was 19 at that point of time, I wasn't really willing to like hook up with him like that.
But like, okay, let's say he took you on let's say he took you on 2 or 3 more dates, whatever. Like, you liked the guy, you were DTF. But he fumbled because of the leftover.
Maybe, you know, I can't tell. I can't really remember how 19-year-old Eleanor was thinking. But if you're asking 27-year-old Eleanor, probably, yeah.
Was he still trying to hang out with you afterwards, or?
Like, sometimes after work, but, like, you know, we never really went anywhere. I think the most we ever really hung out was, like, in group settings with all the other coworkers.
Was it the white guy?
No, I think he was Latino.
Latino?
Yeah, his last name was, well, I'm actually not going to dox anyone, but his last name was Hispanic for sure. It was definitely Spanish.
So he could have been Filipino then.
No, I know for sure he wasn't.
Filipinos have?
They do, but I know for sure that he wasn't Filipino.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Did Andrew Tate answer?
I can look.
Can you check? I'm very
Yeah, I'll look. Why not?
concerned for that.
Nope, sorry. Wait, so okay. Wait, do you have a racial preference when it comes to dating? Like Asian guys, white guys, black guys, any preference?
I wouldn't say I have a preference, but I guess based off statistics, I've dated mostly like Latino and black men.
Are you down?
What's that?
Mm-hmm.
Nah, I'm good. So wait, hold on. Okay.
Like,
do you not like Asian guys? Because I've heard like Asian women say, "I don't like Asian men." They say that, not me.
So
I'm straight.
I think for me, like when I was growing up, I wasn't really hanging out with like the Asians like that. Most of my friends were either like.
You're from Long Beach?
Yes.
Okay.
Most of my friends were like either like Latino or black. And like, don't get me wrong, there are plenty of Asians in Long Beach, but you know, like I was cool with them. I just like didn't really hang out with them like that, you know?
You didn't kick it with the Asians.
Yeah, I guess not. I guess not. And like, don't get me wrong, there are plenty of fine Asian men, but I guess like there's also like, I just feel like maybe I'm also not Asian men's type. Cause you know, like I've definitely been to, I'm serious. Like I've been to like, what is it? This like bar or this club in K-Town, and like, you know, like no, like men don't approach me in the Asian clubs.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so I feel like maybe I'm just not Asian men's type, you know, and that's fine. That's cool.
What about you? Do you date Asian guys or? Not really?
Historically, not really, just because I grew up in a predominantly white community, and then in college, I mostly dated Black and Latino and Middle Eastern men.
Yeah.
So I don't come across Asian men that often, and I also feel like I might not be their type either.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, let me check my notes here. I think we got Emily. And then we have, damn, Emily, you sent me a fuck ton of notes. Holy shit. Just go send me a novel over there. God damn, we might not be able to hit everything, but I'll try to get as much as possible. Is Josie, our dear friend Josie, is she unmuted, this gal?
Yay.
All right.
Yay.
Well,
if you send $500 more, I'll stop again.
Who wants to read this? Let's have you, Maddie.
I'm back on reading.
Caucasian, read. Oh, fuck, it fucking disappeared. You got to do it quick, go.
I can't read. It's gone.
Oh, shit. Do it again. There you go.
Can Chair 3, so sorry, please provide the definition, I don't even know how to say that, of solipsism? I don't know.
No, I cannot. Whatever that was.
I can't even say it.
Ooh.
You picked a bad person to be the reader.
Did I?
Yeah.
Shit.
What was the word actually?
I don't know why
I'm so sorry. I have no idea.
I'll pull it right back up. Give me one sec. Davon Jackson, what's up, man? Good to see you in the chat. It's been a minute. Actually, it hasn't been a minute. You sent something earlier. All right, hold on. Let's see if that fixes it. My apologies. All right. Can Chair 3 please provide the definition of solipsism? Also, men have made the world so safe that Chair 5 genuinely believes men are women's only predator. You cannot claim to love men and pick bear. Boom, roasted. Do you want to respond to that, Chair 5?
Oh, goodness. I do think two things can be true at once, and it might seem like a paradox, but I do think that it's very possible to acknowledge and love men as a general demographic while also acknowledging the reality of the harms and atrocities that men have caused throughout history and contemporarily, but of course not subjugating every single individual man to that preconception. So yeah, I think it's possible to be multifaceted in your approach.
Can you repeat that part about the harms and atrocities? Can you repeat that sentence?
Well, yeah, I think it's possible to acknowledge and recognize that men have committed some harms and atrocities before.
But when you say men, are you talking about a monolith? Or are you talking about specific men or specific groups of men?
Not groups of men, but just the men who have harmed women.
Because when we're using language and we say men, when you say men, it could apply to, you might be meaning some men,
right?
Or you might be meaning men as a group.
Right. So I'm referring to the men who are harmful, not all men, because of course not all men are predators, not all men are dangerous.
Okay, but why frame it through the lens of men?
Well,
why not? Because wouldn't you agree that it has more to do with the people who happen to have power?
Well, yes, that too. But I'm just saying there was this thought experiment done that was very famous that was basically saying if there are 5 snakes behind a door and one snake is poisonous, but you don't know which one is, not saying that men are like that, but because you don't necessarily know who's going to cause you harm, that's why women have this protection mechanism developed.
But you're going to have to reconcile your bigotry if I now frame this through. Yeah, well, you laugh, but you're going to have to now reconcile this if I just reframe this through the lens of race. So.
But that's not the same.
Well, I mean,
except
like people who are racist can make compelling arguments using your same line of logic and argumentation. And here's all you have to do. Okay, women are allowed to have bigotry towards men, which is your position.
No.
Because myself, I have had bad experiences with men. People I know have had bad experiences with men. There seems to be some data or statistics that indicate that men are more likely to commit X crime, or they're overrepresented in this crime statistic. If it is the case that a racial group can prove another racial group hits all of those things, you have now created the pretext for acceptance of racism.
But Brian, race and gender aren't the same because there aren't biological differences amongst races like there are biological differences
there absolutely
amongst
are,
the
like
sexes.
genetic differences, like skin color is dictated by your genetics
yes, the
and
phenotype
DNA.
is different, but genetically, all the races, we are more similar with other races than even like different types of penguins are genetically similar with one another. Whereas obviously, biologically, men and women are very different in that men drastically overpower women.
Okay.
Right, so you can't make that.
Well, except there are people who are, and this is probably could go against TOS, but there are people who will say that there are differences when it comes to, let's say, temperament. I'm not saying that. There are racists who might say that.
Oh, I don't agree with that.
But you would say that there's a difference in temperament between men and women.
Not necessarily inherently, but I think men are socialized to...
You don't think inherently?
I don't agree with that, no, because in matriarchal societies, men tend to be very peaceful.
Which matriarchal societies are you referencing?
Oh gosh, I mean, there's some far-off tribes, and there's matriarchal, like, elephant herds, and...
well, okay, let's stick to humans.
Okay, well, yes.
What matriarchies
there
are
have, so... I mean, I can't remember the name of the specific indigenous community, but there has been a matriarchal tribe where, for some reason, the men they were not killed off. Something happened, like a natural disaster, and there weren't any more men. So the next generation were raised by all women, and it was extremely peaceful. And so
wait, hold on.
It's a Panamanian tribe.
Oh,
They still exist today.
Great. Okay, we're looking at some 200-person tribe in South American rainforest or something.
No.
Central American, excuse me. Whatever.
In the thousands.
Huh?
It's not just a couple hundred people. They're a thriving native community. I've been.
Okay,
it's
what's
cool.
the population of this thriving native community?
It's in the thousands. I don't know the exact figure.
Okay, but so I guess, I don't know, it's just... What if these tribes, if a specific tribe was had some sort of, there was like an atrocity that they were committing?
What if there was an atrocity they committed?
Like a native tribe, like are we going to look to actions of some faraway native tribe and say, okay, this is how we're going to set up society because maybe it works for this tribe?
Wait, that question doesn't follow. You're saying there's an atrocity, but then we're going to structure our society just like that tribe after the atrocity was committed?
Well, from our perspective, so there's a tribe that it's a rite of passage for the boys to perform acts on the male adults. I'm not making this up. This is actually a thing. The boys, they want to perform that act on the adults. It's like culturally ingrained. It's how you become like an adult, how you become a male in the tribe. From an outside perspective, I would say that, this is really harmful. Like, this is bad.
Right. And I'm not saying that we need to structure our society like this specific tribe. That was simply an example to show that I don't think the way that men's temperament is exhibited, is inherently natural or intrinsic, but that sometimes men are socialized to perhaps be a bit more aggressive or assertive than they naturally might be.
Well, I think there's a nature and a nurture component.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not just one or the other.
No, I agree with that totally.
Okay,
yes.
so what is the you dislike the current system, I guess. What is the system of matriarchy and how would that manifest itself that you think would be more conducive to a healthy society?
Well, I mean, it would have been great to have a woman president, but I just think in general.
But how would that in what way would that be better by virtue of her being a woman?
Well, I think it helps just to have a woman in leadership because women in general tend to have more diplomacy skills, tend to have just better cooperation skills in general, and also often exhibit. Definitely. So? Well, if you look at like the Scandinavian countries, like Norway or Finland, and a lot of these countries that do have female leaders in charge, their people tend to cooperate better. Their GDPs are higher. Overall, the citizens tend to just be much happier.
They're also like Norway's super homogenous, and their previous male leadership set their country up massively with the natural resources of this country. Like, I mean,
New Zealand
what do they have? A sovereign fund or whatever that has been very what's the term for it? Very fruitful for its citizenry. What were you saying?
New Zealand then, or Mexico. Mexico's doing the best it ever has under a woman.
Women are more cooperative, but I mean, I've also heard anecdotes from women that when there's like a female boss, they fucking hate it.
Well, that can be true in a microcosm space like a corporate setting because oftentimes women are taught from an early age to compete with one another. But I don't think that can necessarily be generalized as a blanket statement for all governments.
Do you think competition is something inherently male?
No.
You think women aren't competitive?
No, I don't think that. I just think from an early age, sometimes women are taught to pit themselves against other women or to see other women as competition.
Couldn't you say the same thing about men?
Not in the same way, but I do think men are socialized to be more competitive in regards to athletics or physical prowess or success and things of that nature.
Okay. Cool. I'm not. So you're. What was the thing you were saying before? That women are more cooperative?
Well, I think women tend to make more peaceful leaders.
Well, I mean, they've done analysis of monarchs, for example, and they found that queens were much more likely to wage war than kings. How do you reconcile that?
I mean, I think I would need to be more educated about monarchies, but I don't think that can be applied to democratic societies like in modern times.
Okay. I mean, the thing is, though, is if you were to take these specific examples that you gave, what did you say, Finland and Norway?
New Zealand, too. Mexico.
Okay, New Zealand isn't really...
Iceland.
Mexico?
Is New Zealand currently involved in any military conflicts? Like, it's kind of a very isolated nation.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you say it tends to be better to not have a lot of military?
But do you think, for example, do you think it's easier to remain, when it comes to warfare, isolated or protected from warfare when you're a small island nation in Oceania? Did I say that? Oceania? Versus like you share multiple borders in Central or Western Europe?
Well, yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, okay. I mean, I it's not really compelling, anything you've said there, but
That's okay. I'm also not a political debater. I thought this was a dating show.
Yeah, but no, in modern times, anytime a woman has been prime minister, president, or leader, the country tends to see a lower crime rate, a better GDP, and just a better economy.
lower crime
overall.
rate. Hold on, but there are still, how does that occur?
I don't know the mechanism by which it occurs. I just know that does seem to go along with it.
Where I've never heard that statistics. That
Mexico.
All of a sudden,
Mexico is low crime rate?
No, it's dropping since they've had Mexico's crime rate has been dropping significantly since they elected their president.
Run by gangsters. The woman that's leading it right now is like panicked and hiding under her desk.
Yeah, well, she has a problem with cartels, sure, but it's better than it has been previously.
I'm just curious.
Is that why
though.
everyone's moving
So you're saying when
they're
there's
not.
more,
I've
when
been to
there's-
Mexico, and it's a huge community of
Why
people
are
that
they
don't want
sad
to
about
leave.
moving back then? There has to be a reason.
Wait, but you're saying when there's more female involvement or influence, society is better. That's your position?
Well, my position is that when women are allowed more opportunities to obtain positions of leadership, generally society tends to reap the benefits. For example, when you see more women who become high earners, typically women tend to contribute more to charities and to give more money away. And much of that could be because women are socialized or taught to be more benevolent in general, or to put other people first and be caretakers. So
I haven't seen the data on women give more to charity or whatever. But I guess my question to you is, if it is the case that female influence has this sort of amazing trickle-down effect on society, and when women have more influence, that leads to better societies. Has the single motherhood increased since the, say, 1930s, 1940s, 1950s?
a single motherhood
Single
increase?
motherhood, yeah. So these would be family dynamics where boys and daughters are raised pretty much entirely by women. Has the single motherhood rate increased or decreased?
Well,
what does that have to do with who's leading the country?
Hold on, she's making a general statement about like women having more influence in society, not strictly just about positions of power.
I think we were talking about positions of
We've
power.
been talking about a
and those who are
million
leading it.
things, and we're all over the place. I'm just examining her worldview.
Yeah, okay, but if you have a woman who's in a capitalist society who now has to fill both roles of both parents, who has to rear the children, and who also has to earn to support the family, and she's doing so on a single income, yes, that is going to make things a bit more difficult within the family dynamic,
Right,
and I
but
don't
there's
think you
also
can
single
compare.
fathers, and all the statistics that we have when it comes to comparisons between single fathers and single mothers. It seems like the children fare way better when they're just with a single father than with
That
a
is
single
because
mother.
a single father never doesn't have help going into that. He has
that seems
he
like
has
a
neighbors, he has family, he
baseless
has other
assumption.
people. It's not baseless. I've seen single
women-
fathers, and they always have somebody there willing to help out, but women are expected to child rear the entire brunt of it when they're a single
pulling
mother.
this completely out of your ass.
I'm not.
You're pulling the okay. So men, when they're single fathers, they have the community just surrounds them, and they just get all the support and all the benefits and all the privileges. And these poor single mothers, they're just nobody wants to help, and they just get laughed at and blah blah blah.
Certainly some single mothers have familial support, but not all. And
I
it's
think
But why-
men get
okay,
praised
why
for
would-
taking
so
on
you're
that role,
saying-
but women
Yes.
don't.
What's that?
Men get praised, like not praised, but like when they're single dads, like they're looked at like, wow, you're such a good guy or whatever. But women, it's like, oh, like what'd you do? Like you single mom, like just men are like looked at as like a like.
Do you think? I mean, I guess is society better now than it was? I don't know, 50, 60, 70 years ago.
In a lot of ways, yes, I think so.
The social cohesion, social fabric, is it better now?
I mean, I can't comment on
Crime's
every
down.
aspect of society,
What's that?
but
crime's down.
yeah, and like women have the ability to, make their own money now, and
Is it?
Crime has been falling.
Well,
Yeah.
there's a lot of factors related to crime. For example, if they put lead in the gasoline and they directly linked the removal of lead from gasoline to lowering crime rates.
Yeah, but we've all got plastic in us
I
at this
think
point.
crime's done because of like cameras and
I was
science
gonna
and the
say
way that
social
people
media
get
and
caught. I
stuff.
don't think it has anything to do with
Like, you
women.
could be doing
It
something
has
out in the
everything to do
streets.
with technology. It has nothing to do with women.
Yeah, like you don't know who's
That's why
watching.
Is crime actually down though? I mean,
I don't even think
it is.
They're rioting in LA. I mean, seriously.
They're making it. Media makes it bigger than what it is, though.
You just see things more now.
No, it's crazy
Look,
nuts.
I guess just my confusion here is if it is the case that society functions better under a matriarchy, and matriarchy would imply not just like government rule, but also within the familial structure. At no point in history has there been more female influence than today when it comes to single motherhood. So women have the majority of influence in the household. They make up the majority of teachers all the way from kindergarten to 12th grade. There's a predominance of women in education and as single mothers. So how could it possibly be you have boys and daughters who the majority of their life, the authority figures in their life are women, the moms and all the teachers. It's not clear to me if society has improved.
You don't think society's improved?
Well, it depends by what metric. I think there's way more, quite a bit of polarity.
With what? Politically?
Yeah, sure. Politics, just social cohesion.
It's just that people can voice their opinions now more than they could back in the 50s. In the 50s, your opinion, only the people around you had to put up with that shit. Now everybody has to listen to whatever's on Twitter or Instagram, or anybody that has a camera phone can make themselves
right,
heard.
and that has degraded social cohesion.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't think that's women.
I think speaking as a person of color, society has definitely gotten better.
It gotten better?
Yes,
Like, are
I
you
would say
joking? Look at the
society has
females. Every
definitely
female
gotten
became a
better.
fucking prostitute. Even 8 years ago when I started.
I wouldn't say every. Let's chill now, man.
Okay,
Let's
but like it's
chill.
true. Every female in this generation, they're literally using men in some way. And every female, as soon as they turn 18, they turn into something. OnlyFans, showing pictures, and it's just like, how is that good? We all are like
less than 2%. That's where I don't agree with you.
It's because women like need men, and it's just like the way society is going. We all are so against each other, and like women are lost. And then here we are like talking about like if a woman should rule anymore. Like we're literally like full of weak people in this society. No one wants to see reality. We're sitting here arguing if a fat, ugly person is better looking than a skinny, good-looking person. Are we fucking for real? When you put women in power, that means you're putting someone that is naturally not powerful, and that means that opened the delusion to society. And now we're full of society thinking, oh, I have a cock, but I'm a female. Oh, I have a vagina, but I'm a male. And it's delusion. The world is delusion because of women. Because when you put as someone that is not in power, which is a female, it's never been in power. It's never going to be in power. You're not stronger than a man. I go to the gym every fucking day. I'm not as strong as a 14-year-old man. Why? Because men are more stronger. And now we're in a fucking world full of delusion. We're here arguing if fucking a fatty is better looking than a skinny person. Get a fucking hold of yourself. Like, it's because of females. We did it. And if you keep doing it, everyone's just going to be weaker, fatter. And that's why, you know why we're like this? It's divided, division. We're like this because someone in a fucking higher power, they see that the division between women and men is making us weaker. And the weaker we are, the more we're going to work, the more we're going to slave each other, ourselves. Now we're here, OnlyFans girls, slaved by golden chains, and we think we're in power. We're not.
That's not just gender, that's everything. Of course, the capitalist people who are up at the top, the billionaires of the world, are going to try and pit everybody against each other of any kind of difference. The poor and the rich, the black and the white, the women and the men. Yeah, they're going to try and it's divide and conquer.
And we're
of
letting
course.
we're letting that division happen, and we're sitting here saying, I would rather have a man than have a bear attack him. A bear would destroy you in a fucking second.
I hope it does, then I wouldn't have to listen to this shit anymore. Holy shit.
Every single day, you're not gonna die. If you're next to 10 men and 10 fucking bears, just know you're gonna die. Like, it's delusion. We let women think they're in power. We made us think that like everything is a delusion because we started from thinking women have power the same as men, and now everything's a fucking delusion. Everything is a delusion. I just sat here listening to some of you guys basically been delusional for 7 hours. It felt like fucking 24 hours. This shit sucks, and we know it sucks. We know it fucking sucks. None of you would not, if you had a loving dad that would take care of you. You would not
have a loving dad.
My
dad was very loving.
If he was loving it enough, and if I had a loving dad,
too much right now.
I think it's true. I think it's true. And
I have a loving dad who's still alive and who's still very loving, and he would agree with me being in powder. What the fuck? He's Sicilian. He's as primal as they come.
I don't even think we have like men anymore. I think men are ruined. There's like fucking like 3 of them.
I think that you're just.
You need to hit a Trump rally. Truly, you'll be amazed.
I know there is some men, but it's weird.
Genuinely, I can tell that you're just hurting because you're trying to recognize
because I see
you're
what's
hurting.
happening. I see the truth. I see the division.
I don't know why you had to attack.
This is her own internal issues.
I definitely did not need to bring her up.
I used to be just like them. Then I realized, oh, I see now what the fuck's going on. They're doing this to us to think that we're in power. They're doing this to us to think we're in control, and delusion is okay. Everyone's delusional.
Wait, you said you have something to say to her?
You know what you need to do, honest to God? You need to get your buns down to Mar-a-Lago.
And you can turn out like this. And you can become this when you're
there. Turn out like what?
Let's not.
What makes you so
like you,
fabulous?
We all have different beliefs.
I think that every single woman that's here will rather have a loving man that will take care of them, protect them, have kids, and do that.
Exactly.
But then we believe that that's not what we want.
I want to love women.
I'm literally a fucking atheist. I didn't want to have kids. I have birth control, and I took 2 years off to like just focus on what the fuck's going on in the world.
She doesn't speak for all of us.
I studied philosophy. I studied quantum physics. I studied everything, and then I realized.
Studied with what? You didn't finish college. What do you mean you studied quantum physics?
I studied it by myself.
You YouTubed quantum physics?
It doesn't
matter.
All right.
Personal insults.
So I
want to point out on the personal
One
insults.
sec. I want to point out one thing here. You said women are more cooperative.
In general,
yeah, we're not. We all hate each other.
Except for the one on steroids.
I work in a strip club,
we should chill
and every
on
female, most of the
insults.
times, they just hate each other. That's what it is.
It hasn't been this heated all night. You've been talking with me. You got a female.
Yeah,
here.
that's what happens when you put women in power.
You wanted to say something to her earlier, though?
She said she doesn't like people who agree with her, so I'm trying my best over here, Brian.
What did you want to say?
I don't want these people to agree with me.
We're past
the original one or what? The after one. So yeah, the original thing I was gonna say is like I don't believe that every girl like once they turn 18 become prostitutes. Or,
it's very common, and it's going that way because women don't really they don't have that natural instincts to survive, and that's why we always go back to men. We beg them for money.
That's your opinion. You're not letting me speak, so you can have your opinion. I'm done. All I'm gonna say is I think we should all. I think we should all.
Yeah, that's what it should be.
Stop with the personal insults towards other people in this panel. You know, we did say that we're gonna be going against views and opinions, but let's not personally attack each other now.
Women are so cooperative.
I know
let's
we are.
not personally attack each other now.
The most heated moment of the whole show.
I think natural instincts.
It's women on women violence. Okay?
I think nature is something that the rules of nature will always follow us, and the more we go against it, the more we go against nature rules. This is the shit we're gonna get. Delusional fucking humans going against their nature, thinking that they can just turn who they are,
Man's
what
man,
they are.
Woman's
Some
woman,
things that's not pretty
all
is
the other
pretty.
ones are psychos
That's
and
what
should be in
happens when
the
you
funny
don't follow
farm.
nature rules. This is the definition of not following nature rules.
Do you think that if I asked really nicely, the hospital would lobotomize me? Do you think that they would do that?
What do you mean?
I'm kidding.
Is it bedtime?
I don't
It's
know.
past bedtime.
I just feel like that's
it's like
true.
11
Why did you
o'clock
wait
was
until like
4
7 hours
ago.
into the stream, by the way?
Because I don't know,
should've turned it up
I
a
was
little bit.
waiting for you guys to get to a point. I was waiting for a point, and there's no point. You keep going back and forth with a woman without telling her what's the truth. Why can't you just tell her?
I'm trying to tell her the truth.
You're supposed to educate this woman instead of just hearing him out. What the fuck? Who's that helping? Who's that helping? Who did that help? I was literally going to ask you in the end, what is this getting you listening to a woman just tell you you're wrong for 3 hours? That's not primal of you. That wasn't manly of you. That was not manly of you. I thought you would be more primal. I only watched a couple episodes. I thought you guys are red pill. This whole conversation was not red pill. This was you being very understanding to the wrong side. I don't think you should have been understanding. I think this was not manly of you. I thought you were more manly. I watched one or two episodes of you guys, and
I'm catching some strays over here.
You're getting strays. No, because I studied this shit. The thing is, like, the more you go against nature rules, it's worse.
Hey,
and the division is because
pushed
of that.
back. I was like to her. She wants to trans the kids.
I don't want to trans the kids. I don't want to trans the kids.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. I said at one point I don't want to trans the kids.
She wants to trans the kids.
Brian, I don't want to trans the kids.
And I pushed back.
I don't want to trans the kids.
Oh, you want to let the women
I was waiting for you guys to get to a point. I waited 7 hours for you to at least spit something to the delusion. Exactly. You didn't. You just hear them out.
I don't do that.
We're only here to talk Trump. This podcast should be educating people to go towards their natural instincts, not to listen to them. What the fuck is the point? We already know that liberals are fucking mentally ill. We already know that.
Look, I gotta let them speak. I can't just call them stupid. You can't just call people stupid.
You need a wrong button.
You gotta let them talk, and then
Yeah, but at least you have to voice your opinion instead of be like, oh.
I voiced.
No, you just.
Hey, I voiced.
You just laughed. You just laughed.
He has been voicing opinions the entire time.
Hold on.
You're supposed to.
Bro, I got called.
You're supposed to go against women.
Oh, she's got smoke.
Yeah,
from me
see,
now.
exactly. You're allowing me because that's what they did for fucking 7 hours too. They went over what you're saying. This is the problem with men.
What the fuck?
You guys let us speak too much. You guys speak too much.
This is what she wants. She wants
I want to go back fucking 100 years and start over. Yeah, exactly.
You want this?
No, because men keep listening. Yeah.
And then hold on.
We wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here if men didn't keep acting like a fucking nice person. We wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have all these fucking weak people.
What you think?
Yeah. That's what. This is your show. You're supposed to educate these people instead of hearing.
What do you want me to do? Bench press you? What do you want me to do?
No, educate women. When you're going against your beliefs, tell them why it's wrong. Not just listen to them. Tell them it's wrong. Yeah. That's what your podcast is supposed to be, to educate people for the better.
Respectfully, this is a walking paradox. You can't say that you don't want to be.
I thought that's what the point of the podcast was. I watched a couple of the podcasts. It was basically like, you want your friend. I think maybe that, like, was his name Andrew, whatever. He was telling this woman, like, the truth. And I thought this was the I didn't know I'm going to be here fucking listening to liberals.
I got to be honest.
What I don't want to hear.
Marketing genius, dude. She's going to clean up on OnlyFans tonight.
I will stop OnlyFans if you guys get me a way to make 1/3 of what I make in my fucking job. I will stop OnlyFans and fucking stripping.
Wait, hold
tomorrow.
on.
I won't. I have $12,000 in bills. That's why I do it. And I just don't think there's even men to take care of me. I try to go for men, and the men are so weak. They're listening to me. Men are listening. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. How is that? I'd rather be a fucking lesbian. I'd rather be a fucking lesbian than this shit. What, you're gonna listen to a woman tell you they'd rather pick a bear? Like, are you joking?
I pushed back on that. What are you talking about?
We did a whole hour where he argued.
I called them sexists and bigots.
They are sexist, and then
yeah, but that's the pushback.
We can't even say if a fucking black
do you want him to spit on me? Like, what are you hoping would happen?
Spit on you?
You want me to like throw water in their face? Or
no,
what the fuck?
I just think at least like voice your opinion with like a
gusto.
Drop your voice an octave.
I think men pushing it back and listening is the reason we're and none of us are.
What am I supposed to call them?
I don't think anyone's happy. I don't think anyone's happy.
Should I throw out some
and then
she
brought men loneliness, and this is what it is, because their whole existence of men is to be like loved and to like.
Did she get an energy drink back there? Or
No, I
something?
didn't. It just made me very angry
a
to
second
listen to
wind or
this
something?
shit. It was just too angry. I don't know. It just took me a while to take up boxing. Yeah, I honestly, I don't think I'm a victim of feminism, but I think I'm a product of feminism. And I feel like if I had the right male,
Here, okay.
telling me what to do as since birth.
Put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah.
You're currently a stripper, and you're currently an
because
OnlyFans.
men are all gay.
Hold on. Okay,
What the
you're
fuck
gay.
am I gonna
cool.
do to this
You're
fucking
gay.
survivor?
All right, be quiet.
I can't do
So
this.
check it out. Put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah.
Here's what you're gonna do. You have all these notes about how OnlyFans, I hate it so much. Why don't you
I started hating it
pull
last
out-
year.
Do you have it on your phone?
2 years ago.
Do you have it on your phone?
Yeah.
Go get your phone right now. Delete that shit.
Delete what? OnlyFans?
Your OnlyFans.
I will.
If it's a moral imperative and OnlyFans is bad and you hate it,
No, you know what's the
go
problem?
take some action. No, shut
You know
the fuck up.
Yeah,
Go get your
thank
phone. Go delete that shit right now.
You know what's my problem?
And
is
then
like,
you can rub my feet
no,
afterwards.
it's not like that. It's
Get to it.
that's what I want.
On delay.
That's what no, but the problem is
I'll
like,
say that shit in
No, but the
Farsi.
problem. Allah Akbar. Anyways, that's not
Did you just say Allah Akbar?
Yeah, that's how you say it in Farsi. No, I don't think it's even possible for. Yeah, I tried. I tried to go. No, I will stop doing it. But the fact is,
do it right now.
No, but the thing is, like, the men need to
excuses?
do it. They shouldn't
Is that
even allow
excuses?
this. They shouldn't even allow this in the first place. Why is it men? Why is it men
You can
asking?
Go get your phone. Delete your OnlyFans.
Delete my OnlyFans.
Delete your OnlyFans
I will
right now
delete my
on the show.
You want me to delete my OnlyFans right now on the show? Okay, I will
Go
delete
get
my
it.
OnlyFans right now.
Go
on the
get it.
fucking show. Are you gonna deactivate it for me?
How would I do
He got the phone.
If this is gonna help anyone, I will fucking do it.
I will never delete my OnlyFans. Please don't get any ideas to
You
keep.
have a 30-day window
give
to
a
change your
fuck.
mind,
Is
though.
this gonna
You can
change
bring it
anything in
back.
society?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
You
it'll.
can literally bring it back. though.
You will be the change you want to
Here,
see.
I will
in the
delete
world.
OnlyFans right now. But
Wait, hide your screen. Hide your screen. Hide your
Oh
screen.
shit!
I don't want.
But what am I gonna do with the money
Here,
that's in
while
there?
you're working on
It automatically
just bring it
No,
back.
you lose it pays out. No, it doesn't. It doesn't get lost. It pays out to you directly
Okay.
when you
Oh, well, she
deactivate
knows.
it.
It does.
I delete my
What's
OnlyFans
that?
for what? Is men are gonna stop being gay if I do that?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Is if I delete my OnlyFans?
I was gonna have anal sex tonight, and I will stop.
If I
being gay.
if I delete my OnlyFans right now, these weak men that are paying all these men, these women, they're working hard
This
to
is the
pay these
grift.
women to look at their fucking feet. Are they gonna change their mind? No, it's not. Because men are so weak, I'm allowed
Hey,
to
why
make
isn't your phone in
millions
your
of
hands?
dollars.
Just
No, but the thing
is,
I'm not sick.
It's okay.
I'm not
Babe.
even. I don't even
Babe,
think I'm
it's
gonna
okay.
be saved. I'm not here to beg for mercy.
okay.
I'm cooked.
yeah,
I said that from
yep.
the beginning.
It's
I
okay,
said
babe.
that I'm
Babe,
cooked.
it's okay.
I don't think there's any going back.
Look, just
I don't think there's any going back.
a little less.
Is it a wrap?
Little less
Who's gonna
conversation.
pay my bills? Who's gonna pay my bills? I have 12 grand in mortgages.
You're gonna go get a job. What's the
To be a slave to men again? I'm slave to men
what's the
anyways.
fast food chain in Canada?
Yeah, I'm not going to
What's
do
the
that.
fast food chain?
I'm not
Hortons.
going to do that.
Tim Hortons.
Tim Hortons.
You're
Yeah,
gonna, you're gonna be a
exactly.
hostess at Tim Hortons.
Hortons.
Yeah,
Hortons.
exactly.
Okay.
I just feel like if there wasn't weak men like this, I wouldn't be where I'm at.
Have
and
you
none
ever
of
pegged
these
a guy?
girls would.
You ever pegged a guy?
I don't know.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah, maybe I did peg a guy, and I didn't want to. But why are these men wanting everyone to peg them?
That's
Why
just
why
weird.
is this?
I
Why
don't
is
want-
everyone
I
so
don't want that.
chemically imbalanced? What is that? Why don't we get to the instead of getting
Go to a Charlie
She hasn't
Kirk
bowed,
meeting.
you know, I
need to
think we
go
need
to
to see a bow.
Mar-a-Lago.
Are
You'll
we gonna
be
get a bow?
around men.
I don't think me deleting my OnlyFans is gonna help it. The problem is I've been doing this since I was. I'm not coping.
You're a little cup. Oh well, I don't like to do OnlyFans.
Did you know?
I don't like to do OnlyFans.
No.
but
Did you know you can do something and understand that it's wrong and keep doing it because society allows you to do it? I'm not saying what I'm doing is right, but I can milk this shit. I was homeless fucking 7 years ago. I own 3 houses now, $3 million properties because men are stupid.
Are you having a manic episode?
No, I'm not.
Do you want some? Do you want your medication?
No,
I can
I'm
get it from
on your side. I'm on your side, but it's
Okay,
just like
yeah.
I'm on your side. I'm on this side, but it's just like we need to fucking work on the men. We need to work on the men.
Yeah, okay, I agree.
I'm
Can you
so
delete
with
that
you, I can't even
OnlyFans,
tell
or
you.
are gonna
What?
delete-
I'm so with you. I can't even tell you.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that all these girls like me, you can be self-aware. You can do something, but be self-aware. And the problem that you're having a problem with me is because I'm self-aware. I'm self-aware.
Wait, can you scoot the mic to the back to where it was?
I'm self-aware. I know what I'm doing is wrong. And I think next generation of men, of young men, should stop fucking letting women feed them this bullshit. They need to start being men again, like fucking 100 years ago, and not listen to a woman to fucking... And then, instead of like taking care of one woman, they're like paying all these OnlyFans girls, they're spending their money on us. Like, why?
I'm telling you,
Why?
look into Charlie Kirk. He's got a
And you think
flood
by
of
me
people.
deleting my OnlyFans, the world fucking problem is going to be solved? No.
If any guys
Everyone's
out
gonna
there
keep
want to
doing this
spend
shit.
their money on an OnlyFans girl who loves their job, spend it on me. Thank you.
No, they want to spend
Wait,
it on
I'm
one
gonna
that
let
hates
some-
their
I need to
job,
let
and that's
some
why
chats
she's going to
come
make
through.
so
Hold on,
much
guys.
money.
No,
It's such a grift.
I promise you, if I can make money from anything gym related, I will stop doing
All right.
this. My problem is
you got the attention.
I'm talentless.
You got some attention.
I'm talentless
I'm gonna,
because I've
move it
been
on.
stripping and fucking having OnlyFans for 7 years. I'm talentless.
Okay.
I'm cooked.
Oh, you're going to
I
make like
wasn't-
20
I'm
grand a
not-
night.
I'm not trying.
It was good.
What?
You're going
It was
to
a
make
good
like 20
monologue.
grand a night.
Good monologue.
I'm not
You did
doing.
good.
I'm not even going against you. I'm with you. That's the thing. I'm with you
On what?
on everything you're saying.
Delete your fucking OnlyFans.
But it's not gonna help. I mean, I'm down to delete it. Honestly.
Yeah, so
Like,
fucking do it.
Is this gonna
Hey,
get
stop
me
pussyfooting.
Is this gonna?
Hey,
get me
stop
another-
fucking pussyfooting and delete the fucking
Brian,
OnlyFans.
if she
You know
deletes her
what?
OnlyFans, though, you have to do a follow-up because you have 30 days to
You know
undo
what?
that.
Give me 30 days. I will.
We'll get her back.
Someone will need to help me to get another
my
job.
gosh.
I need a man to save me. I need men to save me.
I'll hire you as my security.
As your fucking security. What is the pay on that? What's the pay on that?
Not enough.
What's the pay on that?
I'll give you 20 Canadian dollars an hour.
20 Canadian. I can do that myself. Why don't you get it? Why don't you get it? They want us, they want females like me. When we go in the normal world, they want us to suffer. They want us to suffer, so we go back to this shit. That's what it is. Why don't you get it? What I'm saying?
Fuck, now you trying to hustle me for a fucking...
No, I'm not. They want
raise or
us.
some
No,
shit?
they want every individual, female, male, to suffer. They want us to be divided. They don't want us to be in groups because that's easier to control us. That's what's happening.
I'll text you the sugar baby app.
I don't want to be a fucking sugar baby. I don't want to be a fucking sugar baby.
All right, wait. I got to let some chats come through, so let's take a little
Get a
break.
job
Let me-
in television.
Guys,
It
let me
pays
let
well.
some chats come through.
Thank you. You were just mad because you spoke for 7
Hold on,
hours.
hold
You got
on,
muted.
Hold on.
And I'm spitting
Hold
facts.
on, stop.
I'm spitting facts.
Smug Druggler, I let Chair 1 open my pickle jars. If you,
Thank you.
By the way, if you send in a $200 TTS, Smug Druggler, we have pickle jars in the refrigerator.
I will open a pickle
so
jar
we'll have
anytime.
her open it. Okay, we have...
And you guys think I'm masculine. Every single man should be bigger and more jacked than me because it's in your primal instincts. They're making you fat. They want you to be fat because you're weak. Every single man should look at me and be like, this bitch is fucking weak. You guys
Hold
have
on, I gotta read it.
testosterone.
Shh.
You
How
should go
bad-
to gym. You should become manly.
Be quiet. Okay, how bad does the conversation have to be on a date for the man to take his food back and drop her off?
What's the question?
You done fucked up. You done fucked up is what he's saying. Okay, we have based Trinot. How... Oh, wait.
You
Did I...
did that one.
Oh, he sent it twice. Okay.
You got double for it?
I guess so. Thank you,
He really
Base for
wanted
not.
you to read
He
that.
sent that in a while ago. I don't know. She was on a rant. So we have a bunch
I
more
was on
coming
a
through.
correct rant. And you know I'm right. I think exactly like you think. But because I'm saying it, I'm a woman and I have OnlyFans, it's stupid because I'm saying it.
If you
Because
want
I'm
to walk away from
self-aware.
OnlyFans and make the same amount of money, get a job in television.
I can.
Hold
Yes, you
on.
can. You don't need a degree.
Hold on. Since y'all couldn't even pronounce it, the definition of solipsism is chair 3. And if men scare you enough to risk being flayed alive by a wild animal, you do not love men.
I love men. I just really love bears.
But we love talking shit about
And I'm
them.
sorry I don't know
But
how
we
to
love
say
them, but we love putting him down and make him
sololism.
into weak soy boys, and half of them want to cut their
You
dicks
spent
off.
like 10 minutes trash talking men,
Tabor
babes.
Spartan.
Yeah.
Female leaders were more aggressive and vengeful. Look at a lot of the English queens, Bloody Mary. Yeah, well put. We have Pasty George here with so many women full of fear towards men, depression, erratic behavior, and unstable, fluctuating hormonal cycles. How does that qualify them as good leaders or for any positions of authority? Quick answer on this?
Well, I mean, you say that women are hormonal, but most women in leadership, first off, are postmenopausal. And also, if you look at most men in leadership, they tend to be more erratic and more testosterone driven and more just aggressive in their tactics.
When
woman's hormonal
when we get
makeup.
our periods, we literally turn into different people for like a week.
And when
what the fuck's
women-
gonna happen to a country in that 1 week when you're fucking all crazy?
When women are on their period, their hormonal makeup is closest to men's. Your estrogen drops, your progesterone drops, and
but it's better to
testosterone
be on
leaving.
an even emotions the whole time when you're running a fucking country than your emotions going like this every fucking day.
Again, most leaders are postmenopausal.
Okay, hold on.
the
Save it
assumption that men
for
are
later. Let me read
emotional.
these.
They are.
Chair 3, you are full of shit. In Canada, there are tons of support programs for single mothers, but nothing for single fathers. Even the courts take their side more. It is the same for the U.S. as well.
I can't
There
speak to
defi-
Canada,
there's way
but-
more social safety net stuff for women than for men. But we have Cherry here. So you're using men for financial reasons?
Yes,
Who's
because
the-
they let me.
Is this directed towards you?
Yeah, they let me, and they
Can
shouldn't
you
let me.
scoot the mic to the edge of the table
I
for
think
me?
men are so weak that they let us do it, and they shouldn't let us. Why is it that every OnlyFans girl is making millions of dollars when men can't even make more than 5-6K months? Why? Why is that? They're letting us do it. They're letting us become better than them when we're not, but they're helping us to work through that.
It's literally the
Those
top
poor men.
0.01%.
Those poor men.
It is poor, man. You know it's sad. You know it's sad.
Well, you said that they're not making as much money on OnlyFans, and I'm like,
No, not on OnlyFans. Fuck
I
OnlyFans.
thought
All
that-
of this
isn't that
shit
what
is
you said?
stupid. I'm literally doing this because I didn't speak English 7 years ago. I was retarded. I still probably am, but okay.
Still just a little bit.
Anyways, I did this, and also the funny thing is like when I started doing this was my last choice, and these girls are literally have families. They speak English, and this is their first choice. Because it's so empowered.
Yeah, just wait for a sec, though. Let me read the rest of these. All right, Cherry. So what if roles were reversed in society? Your thoughts?
What do you mean?
What was the question?
It's
Like
a bit,
for
Cherry,
which
can you
aspect?
clarify
Yeah, I don't know
which
exactly what that
your
means.
thoughts? Be a bit more precise if you can, if you want to send another one in. You can send it, like, just send in 10, Cherry.
Am I muted? Should I put my thought
Hold
on
on,
this?
just wait one
Okay.
sec. Women make horrible leaders because they enjoy being dominated and led from Bastronaut. They seek approval. Nobody wants to follow them. They have to dress up like men when they get elected. Pantsuits and Karen cuts.
Well,
Well,
if that's the
that's
case, why do men make such great soldiers?
What?
Also, that's just not true for the women leaders.
Okay. Cherry, I'm listening to you, Chair 1. He says that. He's listening. Congrats. But you don't want men to listen to you. So
I
that's a
love men. That's the thing. Like, I want him to listen because I want, like, I don't know. I want men to go back to being primal. That's what I
Primal.
want.
Okay.
For them to take control. Look at the country. Like, and Canada was the best country of Canada and America were the best countries. I'm in fucking Canada. The shit's their old country. Why is that? Because women are in power and they're emotional and they let fucking anyone come in. They don't understand that there is reasons.
Is your prime minister not a man?
It
Hold
is,
on.
but it's a gay man.
One sec. Chair 1, you surprised me, and that rarely happens. You're abased and have my respect. The sisterhood started attacking you because you spoke the truth, and they got triggered because they didn't like it.
Yeah, because no one wants to say they're Lord. No one wants to accept that they're fucking up. I am. I know I'm fucking up. It's not normal for humans to understand their Lord.
I'm going to try this the best I can. Priscilla, y'all ith already retarded a bunch of misandrous women with loose coochie energy. Sorry, I was trying to read it as best I could. All right, this guy says he'll pay your bills. Okay, we'll do...
He will pay my bills?
We'll get through, I guess, cherry creams. Okay, I want to blast through as much of the notes as possible. So, okay, we did... Okay, wait, there's some more shit from Lucy. Damn, bro. Wait, who here lives in LA? Are you in LA? Where are
I'm
you?
in Orange.
Orange, okay, California. All right, let's see. Going to Lucy, you want to talk about age gap relationships?
Oh gosh, that was also part of Farha's question that I forgot to answer. When she was saying, is it okay for a 50-year-old to date a 19-year-old? Legally, yeah, it's a grown adult. But I think it's a moral, murky gray area because a 50-year-old and a 19-year-old typically don't have much in common. And there's
Hey, Holly, get off your phone.
Oh, come on. It's past.
Hey, Holly,
my
get off your
bedtime.
phone.
Yeah, and then
Hey,
also
get this girl a mochaccino or something.
yes, and then there's also a power dynamic imbalance as well. So I think while it may be legally okay, I wouldn't personally indulge.
Okay. Cool.
Thanks.
Thank you for sharing your perspective.
Thank you for letting me share.
I think it's honestly, I mean, I think most 18, 19, 20-year-old women probably don't want to date 50-year-olds. So,
I wanted to.
What's that?
I wanted to.
Yeah. But if there was a circumstance where she wanted to and the guy wanted to, it's consensual. I don't really see the problem with it.
Yeah,
You're referencing like power dynamics, but I mean, I think you can make a counter argument that younger women have way more power in the dating marketplace than 50-year-old men. Like they have way more leverage.
And socially, yes, I think younger women have a lot of social currency, but an older established man might have a lot of economic power and financial security, and that could be extremely attractive to a young romantic prospect.
Okay, so, but is she just with him because of that? Or are there other reasons that she might be interested?
I mean, I can't speak on behalf of these women, but I could see someone being very young and inexperienced and being lured and drawn in by security and stability.
What if she reached out to him though? Like, for example, you would agree that it's logically possible that currently there's like 19, 20, 21-year-old women who, even Brad Pitt, well, he's dating somebody, but assume he's single, view Brad Pitt now and are like, whoa, he's really attractive even though he's an older guy.
Sure.
And they were pursuing him.
There's also
would you object
13-year-olds
to
that
him
mess
like
with Brad Pitt.
accepting their pursuit?
Well, I mean, I think as long as everyone's of legal age, of course, legally it's totally
19,
fine.
20, 21.
But I just think when you get into more of like the ethics of it,
Make a moral argument for why it's wrong for Brad Pitt to date a 20-year-old.
Okay, well, I didn't say it was, but
You're about to get into the ethics of it, so make a ethical or moral argument for why it's wrong.
Well, I just think someone like Brad Pitt, with all of his social and financial power, would have a lot of leverage over a 19-year-old in a way that makes the relationship inherently imbalanced, which is not wrong, because certain relationships are not totally equal, and that's okay if people want that dynamic for themselves.
But so what is morally or ethically questionable about it?
Well, it's just going into a dynamic knowing that you have so much more knowledge and leverage and power over the other person, and that in more ways than one, you hold a lot of power over them.
I think too, I mean, you can take the biological view, which is your prefrontal cortex, which forms your identity, isn't even developed until you're like 26.
Be quiet, guys.
Yeah.
Isn't developed until you're 26. So even me personally, I know that I'm not going to get married until after that time period because I haven't fully formed my identity. Who you are at like from 19 to like 22 is so different than who you are by 26, and is so different from who you are by 30. So like there are exceptions to the rule.
I have a question though. Would you agree that there are like 18, 19, and 20-year-olds with higher IQ or EQ than say 30 or 40-year-olds?
I would say that that's possible, yes, but
it's logically possible.
I think it's possible.
Well, I don't think it's just possible. I think it's the case that there are plenty of 18, 19, and 20-year-olds who have higher IQ than people in their 30s or 40s.
Sure, but
like I don't think IQ fluctuates that much.
Sure, but what I would say to that is probably if an 18 or 19-year-old has a higher IQ than a 30-year-old, then they wouldn't probably be attracted to the person who's 30 with a lower IQ.
What if that older person is really, really attractive, but they have a low IQ?
Really talk about, again, like I think that if somebody has a super high IQ, they're not going to be attracted to somebody with lower IQ. In fact, there's studies that back this up, that typically people within the same IQ level.
That could very well be the case. I think probably people of a certain intelligence would want to date somebody perhaps approaching their level of intelligence or perhaps surpassing it. But the question is then, is somebody who is 18, 19, 20 who has a higher IQ than somebody who's 30, is now there a power dynamic going on where this person is arguably, I mean, you talk about the prefrontal cortex, but their IQ is higher. Arguably, they're just more intelligent than this person, regardless of the prefrontal cortex development. So would there then be a power imbalance in the other way? This younger person has some leverage over the older person in the relationship due to the higher IQ or EQ?
What immediately comes up for me is that, again, IQ is very different from emotional maturity and EQ. So I think that just because the 18 or 19-year-old might have a higher IQ, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're emotionally mature.
Just curious, does anybody here think that they're more intelligent than me? Like, I'm not going to be offended. Like, I'm just curious. Like, do you think you're more intelligent than me?
No, I think you have extreme business savvy, and you clearly know how to run a very successful business.
Yeah,
and
but are
you're
you more
a marketing
intelligent than
genius.
me? You're a data scientist. I dropped out of college. Are you more intelligent
No,
than me?
I have more higher education, but that doesn't say anything about intelligence.
Yeah, but okay, let's just talk about general intelligence then. Do you think you're more intelligent than me?
I don't think so. I think.
Let's say you were, though. So if we were to date, would you be? Would this like be a
you
predatory
interested?
power dynamic?
Oh God.
Let's just assume I'm really stupid and you're really smart, and we're dating, but we're kind of what? You're 31. I'm 31, right?
How stupid is really stupid though? Because like if you had like a developmental intellectual disability.
No. Well, I mean, I'm kind of autistic, so maybe I don't know.
I mean,
Maybe
so
she's
am
like.
I.
Oh, okay, great. So we have like symmetry there, I guess.
But if your IQ is like low,
Clinically low.
There's
like
a
you're
point.
high functioning autistic, I'm low functioning
You're
autistic.
not low function. What?
I know, I'm just hypothetically.
Low functioning autistic is nonverbal.
Okay. What, data?
Yeah, that would be a problem.
Okay, love on the spectrum.
that
then.
would be
I
a
don't know. What the
problem.
fuck? This is a love on the spectrum.
Have you ever
episode.
seen episodes of Love on the Spectrum where you go,
would it be,
those aren't matched up properly?
Hold on, but would it be like like a power dynamic imbalance if somebody with a really high IQ dated somebody with a low IQ?
If you're low enough IQ to
No,
be
not like-
manipulated,
Yeah, if
to where
like,
you're able to be
clinically low.
manipulated very easily, then yeah, I would say it's a problem.
Okay, but there are genius level IQ people at 18, 19, 20.
Yeah.
So within this metric, they would be being predatory towards a 30 or 40-year-old.
I think the point with the whole age gap thing and why it's like frowned upon to date somebody who's 18, 19, 20 is because more often than not, they don't have life experience to kind of guide them through their decision making. Whereas if you're 50, you know how to manipulate somebody because you've kind of lived through that.
Wait, this might be a really stupid argument, but I'm just going to throw it out there. Okay, so would you guys agree that women have higher emotional intelligence than men?
I would say they
Generally.
mature emotionally faster.
But do women have more emotional intelligence?
I think
Not-
to a
but
point,
I don't think it's
and then they match up.
necessarily
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
like women accelerate faster, and then they hit their cap.
Oh, wait, what's that term that they're always talking about? Is it emotional intelligence?
I think it's
empathy.
emotional
Probably.
intelligence.
Oh, okay. So wait, if it's the case that women just across the board almost always have more emotional intelligence than men, this is very predatory of you women to be dating these like low emotional intelligence men. You guys are really fucking predatory.
To be
Like
fair, I
you guys
just
just
really date
fucking
guys a
run
couple years
circles
older
around
than me.
these men with your vast, giant brains and your massive amounts of emotional intelligence, and these poor men, they can't even articulate a feeling or an emotion or a thought. You fucking predatory monsters.
You're so
How
smart.
dare
Maybe that's why so
how
many women
dare
are single
you
right now.
date these men
You're
who
so
have
good at this.
so good at
I'm
what?
so attracted to you right now. No, I think you're so intelligent.
Wait, what the fuck? Chill out.
No, you really know what you're doing, and it's working.
What am I doing?
Oh no, you can just create these like thought experiments out of thin air, and it does exactly what you want them to do, and I'm really into it.
Okay, well, there's some tissues over in the back if you need them. But so anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, no, it's just the case. Look, I hear from women, these guys, it'd be great if they worked on their emotional intelligence, You fucking disgusting predators. You guys are fucking apex predators, okay? Apex predators.
Give me a bear suit,
How did
baby.
we get here? We went from
we
like
go against
A
them,
to
but
like
we
B
want them to get
squared.
better, and we want them to love us and respect us and be loyal to us when all we do is bash them.
Look, I'm just saying, I think, there is something to be said about the power imbalance because, it's just women, you guys have way more emotional intelligence than us men. Just our prefrontal cortex
literally not
isn't
even what we
developed
said.
enough to.
Oh no, yours is developed.
What? We're on a whole other planet right
our
now.
prefrontal cortex as men, we're very primal creatures, as she says, and we're just not attuned to the emotional intelligence thing. And I think you women, you take advantage of us. You use us for sex. You use us, and I just find it disgusting. You women, you only think about one thing. You just want to use, emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence. It's just really despicable, you guys. You guys are abusers. Well, okay, hold on. Yeah, okay, fine. You're abusers, predatory, very predatory, and yeah.
Emotional intelligence will not save you from what's coming. All the wars. The emotional intelligence is not going to fucking save you from a war. It's cool to have it, but it's like, really, why we keep saying that to men?
You can't win a war without emotional intelligence, the ability to find out why people are doing what they're doing.
What is happening right now is emotional intelligence. Women are so emotional that this is like the world, the countries, everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Who's Canada at war with?
With themselves. It became a third world country. It's literally, you come into Canada, you see, I don't want to say the race.
They don't even have cars.
I don't want to say the race.
No gas or electric.
You see in Canada.
They're roughing it.
I moved from fucking Iran to Canada to see fucking white people.
She wants to go back. She's going back.
No, I don't want to go back. I want to go somewhere. I used to want to go to Europe, but now.
Hold on, he's talking about you. Chair 1, it would be great for men to take back control and bring back the nuclear family, but unfortunately, feminism has spread too far.
I think there's a way back.
I
think we can go back. I think we can go back from feminism. We tried it long enough. We know this shit just making us weaker. It's ruining our fucking countries. Everything's getting ruined. It's time to.
All right, you
the
take
new
the first
generation.
Step, delete your OnlyFans.
The generation. It's not even this generation is cooked. We need.
I'm having a good time.
Interracial relationships. You wanted to talk about interracial? What's up?
Did I?
You date black guys only exclusively?
No, not exclusively.
You like Mexicans or?
I like every race.
But you said you want to talk about interracial relationships.
Oh, I don't remember. But I think it's beautiful that we can date interracially now because there's so much to learn and enjoy from other cultures. Because back in the day we weren't allowed to, and now we can, and it's great to not be limited.
That's why I only date black women.
I love that for you.
Thank you.
Do you?
Yeah. Do you identify as black?
Is that true? I can for you. No, I don't.
What the fuck? Huh?
What?
Is Filipino black? Just kidding. I'm kidding. Okay, never mind.
This is black of Asia.
Wait. Just kidding. Got some jokes here at the end of the show. We got a comedian here at the table. Okay, we got Josie. Getting back to your notes. I'm going to blast through these really quick. Okay, what did we disagree on? We were talking about the submissive, dominant. We talked about that for quite a bit. You think it's fine if a woman out earns a man?
Yeah.
You think it's fine if men stay home and rear children.
Yeah.
Just get them pregnant.
Is that the type of dynamic you'd be fine with?
I don't want kids.
Oh, okay, sure.
But I would be fine if I out-earned a man, not by a crazy amount, just because I don't earn enough to support two people. But so equal for where I live would be fine.
I think it's women who are dissatisfied in that setup, though. I don't think it's men who are wholesale butthurt about that. I think women just. There's been articles and I think the New York Times or something had some article about women are not finding economically attractive men.
Bingo.
Yeah, why is that? Maybe it's because we made
because men are far more unemployed than women.
Yeah, why is that? Because we made every household 2 income, and then the elites.
She's got a point.
The elites know that the more divided we are, the more they can tax us, the more they can make us work, the more we're gonna enslave us.
Double the tax base.
Exactly, double. And then look at this shit. It's keep getting worse. It keeps getting worse.
I have a single income family, and it's me as the breadwinner. So
and we don't want to fucking accept that, and we let it happen.
And I have no problem with it personally.
Yeah, you don't.
I'm not.
You're literally having a man.
No, I won't have a problem with it.
Ever and definitely.
No, I really don't think so.
Yeah, I'm sure I don't dispute that there's women who are fine with the dynamic, but I don't.
Is she really fine though? If you,
I don't think
if you
most
think,
women are cool.
If you think she's an OnlyFans girl, right? I know you make money and you think you're proud of it. I used to be proud of being a stripper too. I used to think this shit's fucking cool.
I was not proud of being a stripper
or OnlyFans. It doesn't matter any of this. But if you think about it, just imagine a female.
You're a little proud.
No, I did not like being a stripper.
Oh, a stripper, being a stripper.
Imagine a female in her natural habitat.
You should have brought. Wait, never mind. Sorry. I was going to say something inappropriate.
I just think none of these OnlyFans girls, if they could think about it, if they didn't have to insert a dildo in their fucking vagina for for money. I know, I don't know why I said dildo. Anyways, if they're while doing this act of doing these things to yourself, while doing it, when you're making these content, think, be like, is this really? I'm a human with consciousness, with power and energy. I'm wasting my human existence inserting a dildo in my fucking
How is it a
vagina?
waste?
How's it a waste?
How is it a waste?
How?
Bro, it's a waste. You think it's
what? Would you rather just cook and clean?
It's
because I do that too.
It's a lot more beautiful to be in a community with your husband, with your kids, with your family, and just be a village, be a group, take care of each other, and live a meaningful life.
But I do all of that.
So I just got a question. Can I ask the question though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ask the question.
You're saying a lot of things that you do want, and you're saying a lot of things that you don't want.
We ruined men to a point.
Let me finish, please. I'm begging you to let me finish. Okay. So what is stopping you from getting the life that you want?
We ruined men. I'm looking for the men that are like...
You're blaming men when you have control of your life.
I don't want this life that I have control of.
Okay, so then delete your OnlyFans and then become a
about it.
born-again Christian or whatever.
You're complaining about men and how like, oh, men are like this and this. First of all, I don't think that should really have anything to do with you. If you want like the life that you want, just go for it.
Yeah, it's also weird that
you have total control of your life.
I'm not asking for forgiveness, and I'm not asking for like someone to be like, oh, you're a victim, you can change it. I'm
not saying none of that. I'm not saying that.
This is what it is. This is what I've done. But we need to take a step back because when I did this shit, when I started like 8 years ago, it was something that you weren't like empowered by. It was something that you do as your last like chance. And now we have girls that are empowered by it.
I never said I was empowered by it.
This should be your last choice.
You're just putting words in my mouth. I never said I was empowered by it.
I thought you like it.
No, I do like it, but that doesn't mean I'm empowered by it.
I did it when
Am I not allowed to just enjoy sex?
I didn't want to do it. This is my choice.
So
it was
that's
my only
your choice,
This
and it
was
is
my
my
only
choice to do it.
And I'm
This
sorry
should
that
be
you
your
had to
only
do something
choice.
that you don't want to do, and that's not fair. And I really do hope that you get help and you can make peace with yourself so that you can.
I can stop now. I honestly can stop now.
So then
I have
do it.
properties, but it's just like, yeah, I could stop it. And honestly, if there is I have no like talent. Like, what am I
Girl, get some confidence.
Take the money that you've earned from OnlyFans and go get a college degree.
It's not easy when you get used to making $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 a month. It's not easy.
Okay, then why are you complaining? Why are you complaining?
Because it shouldn't have been in like this in the first place.
Okay, if you really feel that way though, like hear me out. If you really feel that way, if you really feel that like your life as a woman with like a man should be a certain way, like I need you to know that you have full control of your life to change that. It may not happen in a snap of the finger.
Exactly, it's not going to.
Okay.
I only realized how much I hate it in the past like a year and a half.
Okay, then
it takes a while. It's gradually you get
all right, then that's good for you.
I have
You're
3
aware.
properties. I'm getting
So go
rid of
ahead and
one.
do
I'm
something
doing
to
it,
get
but
the life that you want.
That's what you do. Simplify.
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. It takes a while.
Brian's phone. Get that guy.
It takes a while. It's not that easy.
And
it takes a while.
And I understand that. I really do. But like, while you're changing your life to getting to where you want to go,
while I'm changing my life to get there, I'm going to tell people the fucking truth and say how bullshit
I do think
this
it's
is.
funny that you're sitting here and you're like, these ladies are bigoted and they do hate men, and you're the one sitting here going, men are gay. All men suck
I
now.
love
Men are
but
gay.
we are making them gay. We are taking their natural instincts. We're making them at home fucking stay home wives.
Hey,
What
Brian.
the
Hear me
fuck is this shit?
Hey,
Hear me out for a
Brian.
second.
Do you think I'm taking away your natural instinct?
What do you mean?
See, that,
You don't
that's
think
what I
women are taking you
hear me
guys,
out for a
you
second.
males' natural instincts by telling you,
hear
like,
me out.
by
That-
telling you, I don't need you as a provider, I don't need you as a protector. That's their in nature.
Okay,
That's
hold
their
on.
sole purpose.
Hold
I don't
on.
think
That
you guys get it.
narrative,
You want Andrew?
my love. That narrative
the one
is
that you were texting for her.
that narrative is
Oh.
disempowering men. I love
Yeah, did
and
Andrew
respect
say an answer?
Mandy.
Wait, guys, we have to do a segment called "Everybody Takes Off All Their Makeup."
Oh my God! Are we leaving by 4 in the morning?
Yeah,
or
like-
We're gonna be out. We're gonna
This
wrap
is
soon.
home soon.
We're gonna wrap soon.
A lot of
We're
us are
taking our
driving
makeup
far.
off.
How much
Why?
longer?
Can you take your shirt off?
The fuck?
You gotta shave
Can
your
you-
beard
can
if
you
I gotta
shave
take
your
off my
beard?
makeup.
I will.
This entire
I
episode.
will.
Yeah, I don't care at all. Like, I don't want to.
care.
I'll do it at this point.
Okay.
Can you shave your
Somebody
beard
hand it to
though?
me.
Actually,
It's literally
you guys
like
have to take your contacts.
I can't see. I
Oh,
can't
okay.
see.
it's like actually like 2 in the morning. I'm so down to take my makeup off.
If you have, you know, a little contact lens case and some contact
Do
solution.
something where
a
I could put my eyelashes.
and a used beer cup or champagne
But
cup.
that's totally gonna give my eyes an
That will
infection.
definitely. Look, champagne is sterile.
Makeup, but I need to go do it in front of a mirror.
Okay, get. All right, good. All right, we have some chats coming through. We got Cherry Creams. He says he'll pay Chair One's bill. She heard it back there. She heard it. She just got up to do something. Everybody take your makeup off. You know, this is the time of the show to just relax. We're almost done. Pasted George. Put it over here. Put the thing back. Put the thing back. All right. Okay, Pasty George, Chair One is right. This generation is cooked, and feminism has not only demonized men, but motherhood as well. Gen Alpha is already showing signs of early adoption of feministic values, including misandry. Also, Cherry said he'll pay your bills for Chair One.
Yeah, if you pay my bills, I'll get rid of my job.
Faux show.
Actually, I don't know.
Are you gonna?
How
Did
long
you take
is
the
it gonna
makeup
take
off?
care of my bills for?
Oh, hold it up when you're done. Once you're done, hold up the. Are you gonna take your makeup
Not
off?
completely done.
So I have some
Are
waterproof
you trying
ones
to
on,
tell
so
us
it's
we're
gonna be a pain in
ugly?
the
You gonna
ass.
take the makeup
Do
off?
something for my lashes.
Are you trying to
See,
tell
he
us we're
likes
ugly
to
without
belittle
makeup?
women.
That I
Hey, hold it up, Molly.
No, you
Holly.
hold it
We're
up.
supposed
I'm not
to
touching
work.
your makeup.
We're,
I know, I
this is
wouldn't
the
touch it
division I'm
either.
talking about. This is the division.
What division?
Why do you want us to be like, oh, they're ugly? We're supposed to work together, not against each other.
Are you
know
talking
what
about?
effort
Wait,
it
scoot
takes to make
your
this
mic.
happen?
Scoot your mic
This
back.
is the division I'm talking about.
Scoot
This
your
man thing
mic.
is cool to take care
Scoot
of
your
your
mic
makeup.
back.
It is. I have to be on a flight at 6.
Oh goodness,
We're
you
not-
just go straight to the airport, girl.
No excuses. Play like a champion. Okay, so let me blast through the rest of the stuff. Let's see here.
It's not the makeup tease.
Here, hold it up again. There it is. Hold it up, everybody. All right, there's
Mine
the
is not done
damage.
yet.
There's the damage. All right, rock and roll. Okay, so I think I did most of Josie, your notes.
Are we ugly now? Are
You
we
said you have no
hideous?
problem with people who transition from one gender to the other, but we already talked like you're kind of against the sports stuff and children and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I'm adults doing whatever they want with their body.
Mandy. Okay, we did Mandy's stuff. Marcelina, we did that. We did it. Hold on. Did we finish all of Lucy's stuff? Lucy Goosey?
Oh, I hope so. I get
I'm gonna have
stage
a
fright,
pimple.
Brian. You put me on the spot. My heart starts racing. Also, because you're so good looking. That too.
Is this gonna be followed by like an uwu or something? It sounded like you were like.
Do you have an Asian fetish?
Why would that be an Asian fetish?
Is he hotter than a bear?
I feel like that's just a weeb
Well,
thing.
obviously, he's like the hottest man here.
Him or a bear? Is him or a
I'm the
bear?
only man here. What the fuck?
Would you pick him or a bear?
To bone?
No, to be in an alley
She would probably.
alone.
She'd bump
To be in
that.
an alley alone, would you pick him or a
I
bear?
guess you could get
Obviously,
away
I'd
with
pick
it.
him. I know
Yeah,
him,
exactly.
and he's attractive.
Yeah, but if it was a fatty, you wouldn't. I don't know. I thought beauty
Okay,
was.
let's see here. We have. Okay, we got to do a little bit of Homegirl. Oh my God, why do I have so many notes? Uno momento. While I'm pulling up the notes, guys, I want to show you guys a video I took of my ex-girlfriend. And so because this is I have this expectation for all my future relationships in terms of what I expect. So Mary, why don't you go ahead and play that? So
Does she know you took this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she knew. She told me to take it. Boom. Do you fucking huge bow? Huge bow.
Oh, she even looks like
So this
me.
is after a long podcast episode. I get home to my pad, and she has my dinner ready, as you're about to see here. Very, very kind, very kind. And yeah,
Is actually your girlfriend?
and she gets me a beer. Ex-girlfriend. I broke up with her because she had fake boobs, but I had to dump her. Yeah.
Why are there
She also tried to
subtitles?
murder me in my sleep, but that's another conversation.
Yeah.
Play one more, just the bow part really quick. Watch this. Check this shit. Boom! Huge bow. You see the fucking degree?
I would do that for a
Do you
man.
see how deep that
If there
bow
were men
is?
enough, I would do that.
So going around the table, would you bow for
Yes.
a guy?
If it
your
was
boyfriend or
primal
whatever?
enough, it was manly enough.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't
Yes,
care.
queen? Okay.
No.
You wouldn't do that?
No.
What if it...
What is it?
Okay,
Would a bow for a man? I'm a Sicilian Irish white chick. No, I'm not bowing for someone.
Do you appreciate dark humor?
Very much so.
What if it brought your boyfriend back?
Ooh.
That's cold, Ryan.
All right, yeah.
Cold.
That's the one. That's the one. You got me.
All right.
All right.
All right. Resurrection.
For fun, I would. Yeah.
Okay. Seriously though, he wanted the serious bow.
A serious bow?
Serious bow. Like that one.
Okay, the head to the floor, sure.
Love it. Would you hit a bow?
It feels too racially charged. It feels a little weird.
I have black women doing that all the time.
That's hot.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if
I only date black women, so.
But your ex was, anyways.
She was black.
She identified as
I don't
black.
think I would do that.
She was albino.
She was cute.
The black albinos end up looking Asian for some reason. All right, what about you?
I would, yeah.
You'd hit a bow? Oh, okay, there you go. Holly.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yes.
Holly's my favorite character.
Why did
Okay.
half of us take our makeup off?
And then,
Oh yeah, I've definitely done it before, like as a joke and stuff.
as a it's gotta be serious.
You know,
It's gotta
like
be serious.
bow to your sensei.
I also think on the first date, I didn't show this, that like first date, or at least the first time she's over at your place, a girl should do your laundry.
On a first date?
First time?
First time she's at your spot, at your place, she should do your laundry for you.
If we don't live together, I'm not.
Romance.
Romance.
Doing your chores is romance?
I've done that
Honestly,
before.
yes.
So acts of
And it's
service
an-
is your love language.
Yes, and it's an aphrodisiac too.
For you specifically.
Probably for other men too. It's like, God damn, she looks good folding my laundry.
Wait, most men don't want that.
Huh?
Most men I've dated are like, please don't do laundry for me. Like, they don't want a woman
Pussies.
doing his chores.
Pussies.
The new generation men.
Well, it's like, that's like something you do as like
These
a
fucking
wife.
pussies with their,
Dis-
no, babe, let me do it.
Weak.
Weak. These
Not
fucking
primal.
Weak men
Weak,
with their
not
independence
primal.
and folding their own laundry.
how-
The fuck?
What is a woman
Unbelievable,
for?
these fucking losers.
God forbid a man know how to do laundry.
Terrible.
You shouldn't have to know.
Yeah, she should also, if I want to really challenge her, just to test, I have like an old school fucking washboard too. What's it called? Not a wash. Is it the washboard?
Yeah, washboard.
It's a washboard. Yeah. She's like, where the fuck you get this from? You can't even go to like a Sears. What? Wait, not Sears.
You can't
even
go to a
buy.
Sears.
Where do you buy
yeah.
a fucking washboard? I'm like, I bought it on an antique shop.
So what are you bringing to the table, Brian?
What do I bring to the table?
The table.
Dirty laundry, yeah.
I am the table. I am the table. That's what y'all say. Yeah, that's what y'all say. All right, here, I got to do some notes for our girl, Emily Bradbury.
goodness.
Bradbury or Burry? Bradbury.
Yeah.
Emily Bradbury. Dude, okay. Okay, so I won't be able to, you're in Orange. Here's what we'll do. I'm going to do some of your notes, but we'll get you back on for another show.
That sounds great.
And then we'll do, we'll finish the rest. Okay, you were in a, we'll save your relationship history for another show.
Yeah.
What's that?
You can pick and choose. Yeah, go ahead.
But you said that you have a pretty well-rounded knowledge of masculine and feminine, what men crave, women crave. So what do men crave?
I would say that there's two main things, in my opinion, what I've seen with men is that, number one, freedom, like the ability to choose. They don't like to be nagged. They don't like to be forced into things that they don't want to do. So freedom, but also they desire respect. And they, I think those would be the two, respect and, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought a little bit, respect and freedom.
Okay, you had a disagreement. You said you don't believe the draft argument is necessarily the right counter argument of the inequality between men and women.
Mm-hmm.
I guess what's your disagreement? Or
Yeah, so generally speaking, when this is brought up sometimes on the, not just on this podcast, but in others to represent the inequality between men and women, a lot of the time I feel like each group is just pointing fingers about who has it worse, who's the biggest victim card.
yeah,
which
men do.
Go
ahead. It's definitely men. Massive victims. Under the matriarchy, men really suffer.
I think there are other examples that men can use as well, considering the fact that I didn't research it before I came in, but I'm not even sure when the last draft actually was. I don't think it was since like World War II.
Wrong.
No.
Erroneous. Well,
Erroneous.
Vietnam.
Feel free to
Vietnam.
tell me. Yeah, feel free to tell me.
But I would then have to ask you this question. Slavery was also a really long time ago. Is that not an issue? Like, that's not an issue?
These don't feel like good faith arguments, Brian.
No, it's actually... I know you want to laugh because I'm framing it in a funny way, but it's actually a really strong counter argument.
The consequences.
It's the same equivalent of like,
but it's
this
really
guy broke up with you. What about this kid with cancer?
No, but here's what you got to contend with. If your argument is X bad thing happened a long time ago, then the logic, it would just follow that, okay, well, slavery happens a long time ago. Does that not happen?
Because we still feel the effects and consequences of slavery in our society today, but we don't from the draft.
Erroneous, also erroneous. Boom.
Is it?
Fucking lawyer. You've already lost the argument. I just have to say, no, you're wrong. So here's what it is. So you're wrong in a couple different ways. So there are men who would be alive today that aren't because they were drafted in Vietnam. There are men alive today who were drafted and they're homeless, they have severe PTSD, they have all kinds of problems because of their experience in Vietnam.
I'm saying men as a whole, and the majority of men in the U.S. do not face consequences still and feel the effects still of the draft from the Vietnam War, but black people in America do still feel the effects of
Wait, hold on. I mean,
hundreds of years of slavery and then segregation.
If we want to go back to like World War I, World War II, there were a lot of American men that were drafted in these conflicts, and families were destroyed. Men are dead.
Did we draft in World War I and II? I thought we only drafted in Vietnam. There's always been a draft in existence.
If you don't know that, hold on. You don't think men were drafted in World War I and World War II?
To my knowledge, I thought that Vietnam was the only time we've had to enact the draft.
No,
that men willingly signed up for World War I and World War II in droves.
Yeah, there were volunteers, but there was also a draft.
Can we double check that?
I'm happy to double check it. Okay, did the USA draft in World War II? Imagine I'm wrong. Oh, I typed World War 23. I was like, yes, the United States did institute a draft during World War II. The Selective Training and Service Act of 1940 authorized a draft even before the U.S. officially entered the war. This act required men between the ages of 21 and 36 to register. 10 million men were inducted into the military through the draft during World War II. Let's do World War I. Yes, the United States did implement a draft during World War I. The Selective Service Act of 1917 authorized the federal government to raise a national army through conscription. This enacted after the U.S. declared war on Germany. I just don't think you have the historical knowledge here to really be, debating me on this. You don't even know if there was a draft for World War I, World War II.
Pretty decent world history knowledge, but I did not know that one.
Hold on, you don't have the requisite historical knowledge and understanding to have this conversation. Sorry.
Okay.
It was a good attempt, though.
Okay.
No draft.
I disagree with you, but okay.
Well, you disagree that there was a draft?
No, I disagree I disagree that not knowing that completely disqualifies me from this conversation.
Yeah, but so these men were forced to go and fight and go to war.
And that's horrible. But today in 2025, the men of today that exist today in the U.S. are not still suffering the consequences from those men that were drafted.
Well, hold on. If there might have been men who were born had it not
the men
been
alive on this country's soil today do not feel the effects of the draft.
Yeah, they never had the opportunity to be born.
But the black people alive on the U.S. soil today
but a bunch of men
feel the effects of slavery.
Do they?
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
Redlining and districting, that's what's sort of plagued the black community for forever.
Wait, but that would be a separate issue from slavery.
It came down from slavery. Slavery became Jim Crow, which became segregation, which became redlining and the bombing.
Also the Titanic. Don't get me started on the Titanic.
All right.
Sorry, it's late, so my arguments are fucking
we're at the end of the night.
Damn, y'all spilling like crazy. What the fuck? Wait, so hold on. Where were we? Who was I? Wait. Was the girl arguing get up? She got up? Or,
No.
wait,
No, you were talking to Emily.
I was talking to you. Oh, the draft? So wait, what's the argument really quick?
So I think there's two main things that I have here, which is number one, I think that a lot of the time when in podcasts like this and other ones are brought up, what about the draft? It's more of like, again, the pointing victim blame, like of who can be the biggest victim, who can be the biggest martyr, rather than actually talking about ways that we can create solutions for both groups. But secondly, I would say that I think there are other issues. Like while I come from a family of veterans, and so I understand the long-term impacts that it has. In fact, my own father passed away after the war. So again, I hold a lot of empathy and a lot of respect for people who are veterans. I think that now actively, currently in society, there are bigger issues that if you had to do the who's the biggest victim card, you didn't have to use the draft, but. That's just my opinion. That was a little sassy.
Well, I mean, the draft conversation just comes up in conversations about privilege or patriarchy or any sort of feminist-centric conversations.
Sure,
so, I mean, the whole narrative of feminism is women have it worse compared to men. But then when you start, which was convenient for a period, but then when men started playing that same game of, okay, well, let's do an analysis of the ways in which men have it or can have it worse. You actually start to discover and uncover quite a bit of ways in which you can make compelling arguments that men have it worse. So it's just playing the feminist game of what women do or what feminists do. Women are disadvantaged, men are privileged, and then it's like, well, in these certain aspects, perhaps. But then if we're going to play the same game of doing comparison, it's just counter-narrative.
True feminism is just evening the playing field.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
What is
in my
true?
experience and in my interpretation of feminism so far is that the initial first wave of feminism was about equal rights, meaning
It's
that,
not-
or equal opportunity.
Feminism has never been about equality.
Well,
What the fuck
that
was
might be
suffrage?
that might be your opinion on that. I'm saying that
They got-
other feminists.
Okay,
The right to
have a
work, the right to wear
different interpretation
pants,
of
the
it.
right to. What do you
Okay,
mean?
but hold on. Women were able to get rights without corresponding responsibility.
We had to
Can you
become
clarify that a
taxpayers.
lot bigger?
Okay,
a
hold
lot
on.
more clearly?
What duties do women have to society?
What duties?
The same as any other.
Yeah. any
Do they have the same
responsible
duties as
person in
men,
society.
potentially?
I would argue yes.
Okay, what about the draft?
It's okay, the one exception, but I do think that women should
you
be
mean
drafted
the one
then.
exception? Hold on, the one exception that results in men dying?
I would say. Oh, would you like to go?
Oh, no. Go ahead.
I would like to say that I think men and women uniquely have different things that they contribute to society.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in polarity, meaning that there are certain strengths that women have and magic that they bring, and there's certain strengths that men have and magic that they bring.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think the draft might be one example of that, where men may be physically stronger. I also think, correct me if I'm wrong, there were also a lot of female medics during that time.
It's that men are not physically strong.
Well, even if I grant that there were female medics, there were perhaps nurses. When I think of medics, I think of like in the field, but they weren't drafted. No woman was forced to become a nurse. So, to your point though, feminism has not been about equality.
Well, now it is. I'm in favor
hold
of
on.
drafting us.
Well, hold on.
Next
But-
topic.
But this idea that feminism is about equality, the most charitable definition I'll give feminism is women's advocacy, which is fine. That's cool. But I think it's this idea in terms of equality, women were able to secure the right to vote without the corresponding responsibility that men had for them to be able to vote, which was you're subject to forced military conscription. Women were able to completely avoid that duty, while men, it's been 100 years, by the way, over 100 years since women have had the right to vote. There's been no push by feminists to equalize forced military conscription. So I ask you again, men have duties to society. What duties do women have?
To pay taxes and contribute
So
to
do men.
society. Yeah,
What-
equal.
Okay, Well, hold on. No, not really, because the government can say, you know what, we're at war. We're going to send the men to the meat grinder and they can go die, or they can get
I think that
limbs
if we're
lost
drafting, we should draft both.
Okay, but
There we go.
Or we
okay,
I
that's
mean,
great.
an alternative of
it's
that.
great that you think that, but it's not the case currently with the law.
Hallelujah.
Do you want it to be the case? We're already
Well, hold on,
getting
but if we're
taken
having
over.
if we're having a conversation about equality and women being able to vote, and they can vote in representatives who can send men to war.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we're talking about equality, like fully being equal to each other, yeah, why? If we're not equal, we'll never will be.
Right, but that's what feminists are saying. Oh, we should be equal.
Yeah, they're saying that
So
like
it should be
men
equal.
should be in women's thing because we have the same strength. So yeah, if you think men can compete in women's whatever, then yeah, we should go to war. Let's do it, and let's fuck up the country even more by sending us to war.
Okay, maybe I'm tired and this is a totally bonkers idea. So I'm open to hearing feedback about this, but why don't we just, if a feminist movement or any movement just removed the forced inscription or of the draft, and then that's like it's solved, isn't it?
Well, yeah. So you're saying the solution for getting to equality would be to remove the draft?
Yeah.
Also
Okay.
down for that.
Okay, that's
So
great, but you do realize that nations are not going to relinquish their rights to force its citizenry into a military conflict if they deem it necessary.
One more time. Sorry, I'm tired.
They should.
Well, okay, let me ask you guys a question. Say that there's...
Okay. I think I understand a little bit better. Okay, one thing that I challenge though with that is back with I just watched this movie, so again, maybe not the best source, but the Desmond Doss one. One of the things that I noticed is that with the cultural expectation back then is that men were very excited to go to war. They had something to fight for. They had the country to protect. They had women to protect, and a cause to fight and to defend.
They were.
So
They were
men-
also propagandized, but okay.
Okay, that's fair. That's a fair point.
And also, I mean, you said they were defending women. Back then, there was this idea of chivalry. Women were ladies. Men were gentlemen.
Sure,
now
we didn't have to draft for Iraq. People willingly signed up for Iraq and
right
Afghanistan.
now we have. At no other point in human history have there been more women who are sex workers and strumpets and all this stuff, right?
Nothing's
So this like
changed.
idealized, like, yeah, men want to go and die for women. Why?
Because you
Oh,
are the
I think
Are
that
women
they got a lot
virgins?
of-
Like, are women virgins
They don't even
anymore?
want to have
Well,
kids
I don't
with
think
you
they
guys
do it
anymore.
just because a woman is a virgin. I think
Okay,
that
but
she's,
hold
I
on.
think,
If for men to be virtuous, women also need to be virtuous.
sure, but I think
Is
there's-
it
there's-
only men have to be virtuous?
Of course not.
Okay, so women should be virtuous too.
But
or should
I
they
think
not?
our definitions of virtuous are different now.
Is
but yeah.
female virtuousness negotiable?
Female virtuous?
Like men should be willing to sacrifice their lives, but so what sacrifice should women? What's the sacrifice women do? What's their sacrifice? What are their duties?
They have sex with men when they don't want to.
Hold on, wait, what?
Well, I think there's a couple of different things.
No.
Like, if they have children, then obviously when the men are at war, they're the ones taking care of the children.
Okay.
That would be one. I think that
Having children? Are women having children?
Yeah, basically, but no one's even
No, they're
having
not. Hold
children.
on. Okay,
Well, I
if
think-
the duty,
okay,
the answer is having children,
whoa.
but women are not having children.
Not necessarily. I think there are plenty of women, especially conservative women, especially Southern women. I see it all the time as a Southern girl that
Right,
are
but
wanting to
we're-
get married and are like, have you?
Yeah, but okay.
Maybe we're on different sides of TikTok, but every single one of my videos on TikTok are, oh my God, I can't wait to get married. Like I'm 22 and I want to
Yeah,
get
there.
married.
Okay, yes, there are. I'm not saying there's a complete absence of more conservative-leaning women who do want to have children, but we
That's my
are.
point.
What is it called? The birth. There is a birth. What's the word for it? Like the birth,
Birth
rates
crisis
all fucked,
or the birth epidemic.
population collapse, all this stuff. So if it is and first off, there's not a government mandated duty for women to have children, but there is a government mandated potential risk that men are going to be sent to war to go and die.
Okay.
I'm not
But
suggesting.
didn't men
I'm not
create
suggesting
that?
there should be.
Didn't men like create the draft?
Force that draft.
What? Okay, the but other men argument.
Oh,
no,
I mean,
she's
that's a
the
bit of a
one.
red herring, but.
I mean, I'm not against. I'm not a strong feminist, but it was also made by men.
Brian, when I'm I'm curious about from
men
you.
didn't set anything up as a monolith, and it's a bit of a red herring, logical fallacy. So, do you think men deserve current disadvantages because some small group of powerful men in the past set up a supposed system?
No, I'm just saying if you have problems with the draft, like who implemented the draft?
Well, can I ask you a question? So,
sure.
if let's say you live in a utopian society, but there's other societies that want to like take your land, or just they're aggressive and belligerents. So even if your own society within your own walls is totally utopian and like everybody's equal and everything's fantastic, wouldn't you want to defend that society from potential outside invaders?
Yes.
So even in a utopian society, there would still be a need for its citizenry to have to defend said utopian society.
I'm not saying abolish the military.
No, like I'm very pro-military. Everyone in my family's military. I married an active duty military member.
Right,
Like,
but in a utopian
all
society,
I'm
do you
saying
think
is
a lot
if
of
you
people
have
are going to join the military?
if you have a
If you
problem
offer financial
with the draft,
incentives, absolutely.
it was a man who made the draft, and it's a man who's in power now who could put women in the draft, and they're not.
I don't think you're
Right, but
against
that's-
draft.
No, I'm not against draft
No, I
at
don't
all.
think
Yeah.
he's even against draft. He just wants to have a reason to be in the draft. They're not saying they don't want to save you guys. They're saying, why would we save these hateful women that don't even like us? It's worth dying for when the woman loves you, takes care of you, have a child for you, and their whole life is you. Then yeah, they're gonna go
But
die
most
for you.
most men were not sitting at the table when these systems were built.
Yeah, but it was
I
still a
wasn't
man
sitting
who
at the
decided
table.
it.
Okay, a man.
And it's still a
hundreds of
man
years
now
ago,
who's
thousands of
deciding
years
it.
ago.
Well, there's people actively in the seats of power right now. I don't know exactly if they're men or women. I would assume that they're dominantly
If a
men.
woman,
but
if
I'm
a
not
woman
saying
was in
that
power,
argument.
but if a woman was in power, the draft wouldn't disappear tomorrow.
I didn't say it
I
would.
think it depends on her her beliefs.
Well, can I ask
but
you?
sure.
Okay, let me
Like
give you an
the
example.
Structure at the time.
Let me give you an example. So let's say that, again, we live in a utopian society and everything's really great here, but there's this other society that wants our stuff and wants our land because our land is better or whatever, or they think that our land is their land. And then they raise an army and they invade. Let's say that they have more soldiers than we have soldiers. This is a hypothetical scenario. We know that their army is more powerful because they have more soldiers.
Sure.
But and our volunteer army is not big enough to defend against their larger army. But if we force some men to go and fight, then we can repel the invading force.
Don't force them, offer them more money.
There's two things that I would say here,
Okay,
which
but
is
Also, America's military is the strongest military in the country
One
already.
second, let me respond to her thing. Yeah, I know that, but it's
So, like,
hold on, but it's a hypothetical in a random ass state. So it's cooked into the scenario that the men don't want to volunteer, like they don't want to die. Doesn't matter. You could offer me $1 million. You can offer me $10 million. I'm not going to fucking Ukraine.
Okay.
I'm not going to, I don't care how much money you offer. My life is priceless.
Yeah, but there's a bunch of dudes who absolutely would.
So
Sure. Sure.
That's how the military gets people as it
Okay,
is.
but I don't think the military, it's not clear to me if the military in all of these circumstances would be able to like offer each soldier $1 million. And then the existing soldiers are going to be like, oh, you're paying them $1 million? Well, I'm not going to fight unless you pay me $1 million.
The U.S. military could, but that's what I'm saying.
I don't think
is
the
that
U.S. military pays nothing.
Yeah, they don't.
They
yeah,
pay literally
the
nothing.
United States military, the most powerful military in the world, pays dog shit.
No, they pay
Yeah.
literally nothing.
So
that's the problem. But that's the way that the reason people join the military today is for the money.
No.
It's typically people who
money
just
and
want
free
to
education.
escape. It's people who want out of their small towns typically.
It's one of the reasons. I'll grant that.
There's a lot of things here, which is number one, my previous boyfriend was actually, he was in the military. And so I know a good little bit about the benefits and such like that. But before I even met him, I mean, the reason that he joined the military, and I respect him and a lot of men that also have these similar beliefs, is that they believe in protecting the rights of our country. He was in the military way before he had me as a girlfriend and before he was considering me as a wife. And so his purpose was he wanted to protect, again, the rights of this country, the freedom of speech, the right to bear arms, and the fact that we are a big superpower as a country, just period. And so that's one thing, is that I believe that regardless of what you believe about women, I think there's a lot of respect that I have for men who just want to protect the country so that we can continue to have the rights that we have. Number one. Number two, if in this scenario, like, you know, let's say the men don't want to volunteer, I'm not against the idea of, okay, yes, men and women can be drafted into it. They may play different roles. That's what for people who are way higher up and way smarter than me can think about, which is, okay, maybe the women, if they're not physically as strong for being on the front lines, whatever it is, I think there's some women that could probably meet those qualifications, but if not, then they can be medics, they can be, there's, you know how many people in the military aren't even on the active war and they're in the background doing tech and doing drones and monitoring things?
I would still argue, even in scenarios where we did open up the draft to women, it would still be some degree of injustice or inequality, because invariably you would put the women in safe positions where they're out of harm's way. So even if technically we do equalize the draft, it's ultimately still going to be some form of male disposability where the men are always going to be sent to frontline combat positions and the women are in like these, like you said, like what's it called? Sorry, I'm fucking tired. Back of the line positions.
I don't know how necessarily true that is.
It's
and again, I don't have the
true.
stats for it, but like
Women
again,
are
the
not
medics are going to be in the
frontline combat.
I mean, depending if we're having really bad numbers for the military, we might not have no choice but to put women on the front lines.
Or just give up on the
I think we should just
the war.
take all the men out of the military and just put women all in the military and just let them fight for a couple
Which
of years.
equals your country going to someone else's
Let's go,
hands.
girls.
Let's do it. Okay, moving on, couple things, then we got to get this wrapped. You wrote that body count does not matter, shouldn't be led with. History can be an indication of values and character, but the idea that men and women are defined by it is not looking at the deeper, true perspective of it. Going around the table, a woman's past should not matter. Does anybody who agrees with that? Maddie, do you agree with that?
Like
Passion, not
the
matter.
amount of people she slept with?
Emily, you agree with that? Lucy, you agree with that?
For the most part, yes.
Agree. Eleanor, you agree. Going around the table, what is, if body count doesn't matter, what's your body count, starting with Homegirl?
I do it professionally, so
These ring pops were a terrible idea.
well, we've been here for so long. I need sugar.
No, it's just your teeth.
I know.
It looks so blocked.
The teeth doesn't even look like
It's my job.
It's okay.
So
body count?
I don't know.
Range? Ballpark?
80, 90, 100, 200.
Do you know your civilian count?
Yeah, civilian. I believe it was 12.
Okay. And then how many for work? You said 80?
Yeah.
Okay.
Around there.
What about you? Can you scoot your mic to the edge of the
Yeah.
table, please?
Mine is 8.
8? Okay.
6 men, 4 women.
Okay. Emily?
Nice. So I mentioned this on my post, but out of
Okay. What about you?
3 men, 1 woman.
20.
Okay.
I'll never tell.
Range, ballpark. Never.
So is it
What
over
about you?
mine?
What about you?
Am I
Is it
also
over
allowed
mine?
to?
No, you have to answer.
I'm sorry.
Is it over mine?
Just throw it out there.
6.
6. Okay, all right. Wait, hold on. Wait.
And now you?
Multiply it by 3, and that's the
I was literally going to say. I was going to do time 3, bro.
I don't reveal my body count.
Come on.
Yeah, Holly, what is it? Come on.
It's never going to happen.
Shit. After tonight, I don't know. Shit. What's up, Holly? What's up? Oh. She took that ring. You see that shit? Damn, she was.
I meant she's never going to tell you.
She wrote it for you.
What's up? All right. Awkward.
Oh, we should get out of your way then.
Okay, don't get jealous over there, all right? Shit.
Well, I can watch.
All right, I'm going to blast through. I'm not going to do all these questions. We're going to do like 3 or 4 and then. Okay, Maddie, a man dating a transgender woman is straight. Why do you think that?
I just do. Next question. Dude, it's like 3 in the morning.
No. It is not 3.
I'm from Georgia, so it's like 7 a.m. for me.
Oh, shit. I don't think the time difference is that much, but
It's
I
3
feel you.
hours.
I feel you.
You can't ask me about transgender topics right now. I can't
I
do
should
it.
have, yeah.
This should have been an earlier topic.
We'll have to have you back on the show for that. Lucy, a man, you said, oh my God, Lucy.
Yes.
Lucy Goosey, You're in LA, right?
Yes,
Okay,
I
we're going to
am.
have you back for some of these, okay?
Second date, I would love to.
Yeah, second date. Oh my God. I'm just going to do the good ones then. I'm going to skip the trans stuff because I don't know, whatever.
Once again, it's too late for all that.
Yeah, I'll do a few. I'll do just like 3 or
quick
so.
ones. You're gay, 100%.
Okay, why don't we do this? Josie, Jose? How do you
Sure.
say your name? Men are more privileged in society than women. Why is that?
What'd you say?
You said men are more privileged, or you agree men are more privileged in society than women.
Yeah, I would say that that's true.
Why is that?
Just more respected in general.
More respected?
Yeah, in the workplace.
I respect women in
Yeah.
the workplace.
Yes, you do.
But more respected? What does that mean?
Their expertise are respected more than women.
Okay. Are they?
Yeah.
I don't know. We got a data scientist here. She's very well respected in her data science field.
It's a male-dominated field, so not really. As long as you respect me, Brian.
All right. That's it? That's the only way men are more privileged in society than women? Anything
No,
else
there's
you
other
can think of?
examples, but it is 2 a.m, so I'm
Damn it.
running on fumes, babe.
The wage gap.
No, I'm not going to talk about wage gap, but okay, let's see. Damn, I should have hit this earlier. I blame you guys. You guys were talking about some weird shit.
You're the host.
I know it's all my fault. You're
Yeah,
right.
you're the big man.
Yeah, you're
the
supposed to
big,
tell us what to
strong
do.
man.
You're supposed to lead.
I had to step away for a moment. Okay,
Like 5 minutes out of this 9-hour podcast.
people of color can't be racist towards white people. Why do you think that, Lucy?
And I think prejudice and racism are separate. So anyone of any demographic can hold, not so pleasant views towards other demographics, but to actually hold institutional power and systemically oppress and marginalize is a completely separate issue.
Well, so there's like institutional racism, systemic racism, but you don't believe in individual racism.
Oh, that's just prejudice.
No, that would be racism. So, for example, if a individual white
Oh
person,
my God, you're white-splaining to me.
well, that's racist in and of itself, coming from an Asian woman, I suppose. But you would agree that a white person could say a slur towards like a black person, and that would be racist, right?
Right, yeah.
Right, but it wouldn't be like institutionally racist
So it
or
would
systemically racist.
it would be perpetuating pre-existing
Well,
institutional barriers.
I'm not, perpetuating. Okay.
Right. Well, because think about like the slur for black people would be the N-word, and then
Sure.
there's a slur for white people, which is cracker because of slavery.
Don't say it.
But you can say one word and you can't say
I
the
know,
other.
but don't say it for the platforms.
Oh.
Just call them
Just say
saltines.
the C word or
Saltines.
whatever. Okay, that's fine.
It's literally a food. Okay, sorry.
Okay. So you're saying that there can't be an instance of individual racism that a white person experiences in the United States. If I went to China, could I experience racism?
Probably not, because they love white people over there. Like they really love you guys.
Okay, well, couldn't you make that same argument here in the United States?
But white Americans generally don't love people of color or minorities, and
Are you kidding me? Hold on. What is the dominant?
really- yeah.
What would you say is like the dominant culture in the United States when it comes to like music and?
well, I think Americans, we love hip hop music. We love to adopt and.
Wow, if it was the case, how could like hip hop and rap ever be mainstream?
Well, because we love certain aspects of people's cultures, while we can still harbor our own prejudice and ill will.
So you think all
towards
these
them.
white people who love rap music are like secretly
No,
racist?
not at all. I just think how you feel about one aspect of someone's culture doesn't absolve you of having any sort of implicit biases towards that particular demographic of people.
You can hate Mexicans and love tacos.
Okay, yeah, sure, that's true. But again, so you're saying a white person in China, for example, could not experience racism?
I think, well, that's a completely separate social system, but generally speaking, Asians tend to love Western culture and white people, and a white person could experience marginalization, but you can't apply that same logic here in America.
Yeah, but I'm asking, could a white person experience racism in China?
I still wouldn't say it's racism. I would still say it's prejudice.
Hold on. Are white people the institutional power in China? Or are Chinese people have systemic and institutional power?
Well,
Here. No, go ahead. Answer.
I was going to say, because Western supremacy has been pervasive throughout all different areas of the world. So even in areas like East Asia,
China is antagonistic towards the West.
But still, we still adopt like Eurocentric ideals of beauty and still uphold American.
Liberal word salad. Okay, so just to be clear, how do you define racism?
Well, racism is when there is a dominant social constructed group that is in power that wields the institutional and systemic power to oppress and marginalize other folks who are not in that particular demographic.
Okay, great. So even using your completely ridiculous and definition of racism, just for the sake of conversation, I'll grant it. Under your own definition, a white person could experience racism in China.
Marginalization or prejudice, or they're not the same thing.
Okay, can I ask you a question? If the government of China decided to kill all white tourists in the country, would that be racist?
I mean, that's extremely
genocidal.
far-fetched.
Would it be a racist policy? Or is that just prejudice?
No, it would be a hate crime.
Would it be racist, though?
I mean, it would be a race-based hate crime, but
would it be racist?
I wouldn't use that terminology.
So it's just prejudice. How could it possibly be? Hold on. I'm giving you a different civilization, a different society where Chinese people hold all levels of institutional power. Like, as a white person, can I become a member of the CCP?
I mean, if you got citizenship.
Hold on. Can even white people like go to Japan? And I'm not sure if they ever can become Japanese, but somebody who's Japanese or from any country can come to America and become American. And they can actually join the political system. So again, I'm asking you, if I were to move to China, or there were white people in China, and the CCP, they had some policy where they're like, you know what, we don't like these white people in our country, we're just going to kill all of them. Would that be racist?
I know you want me to say yes, but I'm saying based on the vernacular alone, I don't think
I feel like this is a layup.
She's not going to say yes.
I know.
She's not going to say yes.
I just think
never
that
admit it. It's like defeat if she admits.
But it's a
No,
total
it's
layup.
not that. It's just like the definition.
We're just
alone.
arguing semantics.
Okay, how about this?
South Africa.
Sure.
Where they're killing all the white farmers.
I don't think if you want to make this argument that, well, okay, in Asian countries they pedestalize white people, there's some dispute there, but okay, fine, whatever.
They do that. In my country, they do that. But it's because you guys accomplished a lot more.
Okay, Mary, you got to be really careful with her angle here. Okay, so what about there's certain African countries where there's like not really any positive sentiment towards white people. They hold all the power. Black people hold all the power in these African countries. Could there be racism towards white people in an African country?
I mean, are the white people currently being subjugated to any sort of oppressive regimes or hate crimes?
I'll just give you a hypothetical. Let's say there's it doesn't even have to necessarily, how about like a white person goes to an African country and an individual citizen of said African country murders them because they're white? Would that be racist?
It would be a race-based hate crime.
Would it be racist?
I mean, my only qualm is with the semantics here, because obviously it's race-based.
No, but explain, okay, again, what is the definition of racism?
Well, to me, it's about the power structures that are existing, not just about one race hating another race.
Okay, so, but I'm using your definition. You're talking about power structure. So I'm assuming in an African country, for example, it's not white people who have any power in the said African country.
Well, certain areas.
Okay, great. South Africa, but even they aren't really in power as much anymore. I'm talking in Nigeria. Let's use Nigeria. I don't think there's like a really much representation of white people in their government system. The government system is to my understanding, entirely made up of black people.
Sure, but it still doesn't absolve what has happened with, again, the Eurocentrism that has been so pervasive throughout the entire world, which is why you see all sorts of cultures going through practices like skin lightening or trying to make themselves look whiter.
What would that have to do with a black person murdering a white person in an African country because they don't like white people? How is that not racist?
It's a race-based hate crime. I'm just saying it's prejudice.
Why won't you put the racist title to it?
Well, because I just don't think that's an accurate use of the word.
But I'm using...
What is the word's meaning?
Okay, repeat the definition to me because I must be missing something in your definition. Repeat it.
Okay, no, the only thing is, like, the difference is that there is a dominant group that is in power that holds socio-political and economic capital and currency in some sense.
But if someone kills a bunch
White
of
people don't have any of that in African countries or in Asian countries.
No, they definitely do.
No, they don't.
Globally, white folks hold a lot of social
hold on, just to be clear, I think there are probably more Asian Americans who have power in America than there are white people who have power in any sort of form of government in any Asian countries.
Oh, that's not true. That's the model
Really? How
minority
many white people are in the CCP?
But that's the CCP.
Okay, how many white people are in government in Japan?
Why are we looking at East Asia, though?
Okay, where do you want to go? Laos, Vietnam? Where do you want to go?
No,
Cambodia? I probably there's not white people in positions of power in any of these Asian countries.
Well, sure, but I'm just saying that that's the government, and that's not the same thing as substantive equality or representation on a global scale.
Bro, that's a bunch of word salad. What?
You're also catching me at 2 a.m. But
yeah, it's like 2:30, Brian. I gotta drive home.
All right, I'll wrap it soon. I'm gonna get this wrapped.
And truly, I mean, I don't want to fall asleep on the road.
We don't want you to get.
How far is your drive?
Hurt.
2 hours.
Same.
It's like serious.
I mean, Lucy, we can run it back, but
I would love to go on a second date with you too.
Thank you, appreciate it. I just genuinely don't understand the logic here because I'm meeting your definition of racism.
Well,
I'm literally meeting your How about this? This is one I often like to give. Okay. Let's say Barack Obama, when he was president, he refused to hire a white janitor because the janitor was white in the White House. Would that be racist?
It would be prejudiced and bigoted, but it still wouldn't be
Okay,
racist.
let me ask you clarifying questions.
Okay.
Your definition of racism is prejudice plus power, basically?
Basically, if you were to simplify it.
Okay, so Barack Obama at the time was the president of the United States of America, the most powerful nation in the world,
yes.
Most powerful military. He's the, what's the term? Commander-in-Chief of the United States military. He is the leader of the executive branch of the government. Mm-hmm. And he's the leader of the executive branch of the government, and this government is the most powerful government in the world. The United States government, the executive branch, is an institution, and it's also systemic. It's a system. How does this then not meet your definition of power plus prejudice? If Barack Obama at the time was the most powerful man in the world, and he was the leader of systems and institutions, and he was prejudiced towards a white person, that would then be racist under your metric of prejudice plus power.
Well, no, because just because Barack Obama individually is a man of power, that doesn't necessarily mean that he is absolved of his identity as a black man.
Yeah, he's still black, sure.
And throughout his presidency, he was targeted a lot for his blackness, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, very red herring.
So still, not... Okay. Anyways,
yeah.
But so because of blackness still being entrenched in his identity, he still carries this marginalized identity with him throughout his presidency. And therefore, you can't just say, oh, because he's president, therefore anything he does is inherently either racist or whatever other type of ist, because he has a position of power through his job, but not through his identity.
I see. Okay, okay, if you want to dodge it, I can give you another example. Let's say there's a corporation that it's a black-owned business, massive international corporation. This is hypothetical. I'm not citing to an actual company. And it's United States based. This corporation, international, makes billions of dollars a year. And the entire board of directors, all black, ownership black, leadership black. And they refuse to hire white janitors. And these white janitors are clear. And these are all millionaires, by the way, black millionaires. But the white janitors all come from a really low socioeconomic.
So it's classist.
Okay, here you don't know their socioeconomic status, but I think it's fair to assume if somebody's working as a janitor, probably not really high up when it comes to socioeconomics. Is that racist?
That's classist above all else.
How? Okay, but no. It's
We've
not classist.
got to agree to disagree, guys.
Hold on. It's not classist because the reason they won't hire them is not because of their class. They happen to be of a low socioeconomic class, but the reason that these black millionaires who run this corporation, the reason that they cite to is that because they're white, they won't hire them because they're white.
That is also a race-based prejudice.
Yo, scoot your mic. Don't lean on the table. Scoot your mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's a race-based prejudice, and it's unjust and it's wrong. But I mean, I still my only issues with the semantics. I'm not arguing with you on the ethics or the morality because I agree with you that it's not right. I'm just saying for the vernacular of what the definition is.
Yeah, but I mean, if you just change the definition to people named Lucy are racists, to be a racist, you must be named Lucy, and that's it. Then I could just say that you're a racist.
You could, but I didn't change.
You just changed the definition to suit your political ideology.
I didn't change the definition.
You are. It's not the definition. It's not the definition. Here, I'll Google it and I can read it to you. Here, watch racism. Super easy. Prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group.
The dictionary is not all-encompassing of all sociological factors.
Well, up until 10 years ago, all this wokeism bullshit, that was the accepted definition of what racism was.
What does this have to do with dating?
I don't know.
How did we get here?
She made me print these out. I didn't print these out. She printed these out.
Well, it's been an amazing show, everybody.
This has been the roughest first date of my life.
Wait, let's see. Did anybody write last one and then we'll wrap? I get to pick one more. I would have loved to have gotten to all of this. Women do not have equal rights. Yeah.
Whoever it is, please just agree.
Yeah, just change your views.
Agree.
Does somebody want an energy drink or anything before you guys go? If we have any availables. I want to make sure everybody gets home.
Did anybody for 22? Hold on, let me just see if anybody did 22.
Holly, do you need one?
I'm going to get coffee.
All right. Okay, I'll just do this. Women do not have equal rights to men in the USA. Lucy, you...
Lucy, please just say they do.
Lucy, you agree. No. Hold on, it's the
TBA.
last one.
Just say TBA. I'll see you next time.
2 minutes. Here, we'll do 3 minutes.
It's never 3 minutes.
You have to put a stopwatch on there.
Also, Marcelina, you also said women do not have equal rights to men in the USA. Here, let's just dive into it. I swear, 3, 4, 5 minutes tops.
Put on a timer.
You guys, please just agree.
I was just saying that based on the pro-choice and pro-life.
Oh, just the abortion thing? Okay,
we don't have equal rights because that's control over.
Well, I'll just say that men don't have reproductive rights, so there's not an inequality. But okay.
Well, yeah, but if a man wants to get a vasectomy or get his tubes tied, he doesn't have to jump through all the hurdles that women have to go through if they want a hysterectomy or to get their tubes tied.
Okay, what rights do men have that women don't? And that's not true, by the way. But
is it not?
No.
God bless.
Fact checked. Go ahead. Hold on. Chill out, Holly. Relax. Just give me a right that men have that women don't.
Oh gosh. I mean. You're putting me on the
To
spot.
ghost women. That's the kind of right they have.
I mean, I would say there's so to wrap this up really succinctly, there's a difference between formal and substantive equality. So I would say on paper it looks as though both genders are equal now, but in practice that is not the case, because if you look at boardrooms, if you look at political leadership.
Yeah, what about rights though? What about rights? What does that have to do with rights?
Well, okay, perhaps my interpretation of that was
God help me.
Okay. I would say on paper we've made strides so that men and women appear to be more equal than before, but we still live in a patriarchy where men and women are not treated equally and do not have the same substantive access to equality.
I don't think you'll ever escape the matrix.
Oh,
with
yeah,
your
I'll
thought
backtrack on my
process. You're
opinion on
stuck in this
that.
shit forever.
Girl,
right.
This chick,
All right.
never escaping the matrix.
We'll have her back.
Brainwashed
We'll have
to
her
the
back.
max.
That's cool.
Girl,
In any case, there are no rights that men have that women don't. So
I'm going to prepare for our second date better, Brian.
sounds good. Sounds good. All right, a couple chats come through, then we wrap. I only have 2. Will Masters, it was below the threshold, my friend, but yeah, it was below the threshold. We're at $69 TTS/read. Darth Vader, what about the how do you pronounce this? Uyghurs, who are currently encamped in China.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're the ethnic minority in China.
So are the Chinese racist towards the Uyghurs?
I mean, I think the
And that's really close to.
I mean, yeah. That's an interesting way to spell. I mean,
Are they racist towards them, I guess?
I mean, those are an ethnic minority group, so one could argue. I mean, I'm not a
You do
historical
realize
buff.
globally white people are a minority?
Well, yes, like statistically, proportionally, yes.
Yeah,
that's
white
true.
people are a minority globally.
You're so exotic.
That's right. That's why they love us over there in Asia. Okay, all right. That's it for the chats. If one comes through, I'll get to it. But I'm going to get this wrapped up here because the girls are hating me right now. So, hey, whatever. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'd like to end the show by saying if we can't use this moment as an opportunity to give you and you a call to action. Would you consider stopping sex work entirely tonight, right now? OnlyFans, I guess, for you, not sex work.
Yeah.
Would you consider stopping sex work tonight?
Well, absolutely. If nothing changed,
What do you mean?
like just for no reason, just to stop it, like
Yeah,
no.
just right now.
Just stop
Delete
it
your
right
shit.
now.
And like, what's changed? Like,
You know, there's bills,
yeah, it's the
mortgages. Are
Do you
gonna
know
pay it?
some
If you
people
say you're
enjoy
gonna-
it?
If you say you're gonna pay my mortgages and my bills, and you're gonna help me find another job to support myself, then yeah,
I
100%.
only date women with large labia, sorry.
I would never quit.
With what?
I enjoy it.
I mean, this is how I fund my grad school education.
I don't fund anything. I just like it. And
But
that's valid.
if I could go back,
You should
and
bring
I
on
would.
Johnny Sins with you and we'll talk.
If I
Okay,
could, if
I
I could
will.
go back,
We've never had a male.
I'll bring him.
We've never had a male actor. I've
I'll
been
bring
saving it for the chief, the big man. John. Whoa, that sounded weird.
Oh.
Like the final boss. He's the final
Have you
boss,
also
right?
have you seen our video or something?
No.
I want to see.
I can bring him.
actually, one of
Sure.
your people
We'll do it.
just
We'll run it
told
back.
me that they're gonna pay my bills. If they do that,
That's,
I will.
love that for you. Will you
I will
stop
delete it.
Yeah, I would.
OnlyFans? Didn't you just start like a month ago or some shit?
No, I've been doing it.
Or who was the month ago person?
Me.
She
that was you? Yeah, you
restarted.
should get- oh, well, okay. So not a month.
I had to
So you'll
make my
stop?
life worse.
I know.
You'll
Yeah.
quit tonight?
Well, then who's paying my bills?
I don't know.
Daddy
I think
Brian.
you have a bisexual girlfriend over there who's trying to. Sorry.
I have to pay for people now?
Yeah.
Why?
I thought you were like the boss babe, gonna pay for shit. Okay, all right. Nobody gonna delete
Who
their
said
shit?
that?
I don't know. Whatever. Okay, I failed. I tried my best though. I tried. All right.
I think it's a system problem, and there is possibilities of people deleting it, but it takes a while, and there has to be a lot of different ways to stop the way that the world is going. It does have a lot with men and women both sides. It would be a whole change.
All right. GG.
Well played.
Last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. We will be live again Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Got confused there. Any girls who want to be on the show, you can DM out whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, pull up Twitch really quick. Oh my goodness. Guys, drop a safe follow and a Prime sub at the end here. It's been 15 minutes since we last got the Prime. Just quick, check if you have a Prime sub available. Drop us a Prime, drop us a follow. Appreciate it, guys. And let's see if there's anything else. Any final thoughts from anybody, or speak now, forever hold your peace? Holly, I think you need
Have a good night, y'all.
Holly, you need final word.
Final word.
What's that, Mary? Oh, super. Here, I'll pull it up real. Okay, we have oh, sorry, guys. A chat came through. Hide that for a sec. I would like to thank the panelists for attending the podcast, and to Brian, our host. Chairwoman is awesome for speaking facts. Thank you all, and good night. I'll get you linked up with, he's in Canada. He owns some casinos. I'll get you guys
I don't know why you don't get it. I'm not here to get saved or like pitied. I'm here to go for the
save me.
I mean, I am,
who's
but
gonna
like
pay my bills?
I am right, but
Quote, I need a man to save me.
That's not my main focus. My main focus is like, why are we here? That's my main focus. Like, why are we here?
On Earth? Wow, that's a really deep
No,
philosophical
not that.
Man, this is too
Not that.
philosophical
Like I thought
for
we're
me.
trying to go home now.
Final
if
word.
you
Wait,
want to
there's a
find
super
a
chat, my
man
bad.
and get your bills paid, go to Trump rallies, go to Mar-a-Lago, go see Charlie Kirk and his people.
I dated
Subscribe
one of
to
those
my
and they didn't do
OnlyFans.
shit for me.
Yeah, they're not.
Yeah,
It's not like that.
If you
Alright,
want to pay my
Christopher.
bills, subscribe to my OnlyFans and see crazy stuff.
Take this as an example. Take this an example of why Brian listens to their bullshit. He's using their bullshit to explain to them that this is bullshit. All of you should thank Brian for listening to your bullshit. W Brian, W whatever.
Oh my God! Thank you so
Christopher.
I think that we
much.
shouldn't even be in a position for you to have to listen to our bullshit.
Mazel tov. Good night.
I
That's
agree.
what I think.
I agree.
You're
I-
listening. You're listening to our bullshit
I
because
know.
it's forced down men's throat,
Why are
young
you
men.
here speaking if you
I
don't
just
want to be
should-
heard?
Because I think you should be focusing
I
on
should have
helping
invested
young
in
men.
fucking Bitcoin is what I should have done.
You know
I was a
that's
fucking
it,
idiot.
exactly.
Fucking
I should have a
idiot.
round table of men.
I think
going,
we should
get your
save
act
the young
together,
men,
loser.
and I
Get
think you have a
better
good opportunity
job.
to do
Get-
that when you bring
I
these
should have.
videos.
When I heard about Bitcoin in 2013, here's what I should have done. I should have invested.
That's something in the past.
She
This
loves
is
it.
something
Josie
that you
loves
could
this
do
conversation.
now.
I should have fucking bought some Bitcoin when it was at less than a fucking dollar. I would have been so fucking rich. You think I don't fucking wake up with nightmares? Because I remember I was about to click the fucking buy button. I was about to buy like 100 fucking Bitcoins. Here I am talking to a bunch of motherfuckers tonight. It's fucking crazy. Instead, I could have been rich on some fucking island. I could have been on fucking Hawaii with my fucking Bitcoin.
I think you have.
But I'm talking to
you have
fucking
good,
you.
I think you have
Good-
very
all right,
good ideas.
You could
but
do that now
we
with your YouTube
No, you were
money.
doing a good job.
Yeah,
it's
but
just
fucking-
like
I'm not gonna catch a pump on Bitcoin. Hello, what the fuck? My only chance is Doge or Ethereum, maybe, or Shiba Inu or
I
whatever
think
the
we
fuck.
should talk about.
Okay, guys,
why.
we gotta wrap this up. Mary, 9:19.
Oh my God.
It's gonna be like try 9:19.
19. 91919.
13. Okay.
Like exactly. Okay.
13 because you know how we have to do the delay. We have to do the delay. Okay. Wait. Okay, it's coming. Okay. 07's in the chat. Good night, guys.
Bye.
Good
Thanks,
night.
everybody.
07's in the chat.